I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks *. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 3018. Do you really understand? In the ice bunker's testing room, Han Sen looked weird. About that, Teacher Han, can that really make me control blue blood power? Han Sen stood atop an ice platform with one leg. He raised his hands to balance himself out. He looked like an old chicken standing. He had been doing this for more than 10 hours now. Han Yufei forced him to stand like that the entire time. She did not allow him to do anything else. She hadn't injected him with any geno fluids or anything of the sort either. She hadn't taught him a new geno art, which made Han Sen very suspicious. Is this not enough? In that case, I should add some more, Han Yufei replied. She placed an apple on Han Sen's head. She lifted her black-framed glasses and squinted her eyes. Control your body. Keep it from moving. Teacher Han, is this really going to work? Han Sen wondered. He thought Han Yufei was playing with him. If standing there allowed him to control the blue blood power, why would she need high-class research apparatus? Sacred Leader's many years of research appeared to be going to waste. Han Yufei coldly asked, "Do you know what still means?" Han Sen said, "I have learned many skills to train my patience. The geno arts I have practiced can enable me to control my own skills. I am confident about this." Really? Han Yufei was holding a thin and long stick. She pointed at Han Sen's chest and poked it. Han Sen's body was very still. It was like a mountain. He did not move. Han Yufei pulled the stick back and asked Han Sen, "Did you feel anything with those two pokes?" "Pain," Han Sen answered. "Anything else?" Han Yufei asked. "What else could I possibly feel?" Han Sen was confused. Han Yufei was holding her stick. She knocked Han Sen's chest with it. "So, you do not understand your body. You cannot even describe your feelings. Creatures of a high level have bodily functions that are complicated. They have many systems inside them. Pain is just a simple feeling, but there are more changes and layers to it. You did not use your feelings to feel it. When the stick goes down, the clothes in your skin hit each other. When it goes against your skin, and when your muscles cave in and bounce back and your cells hurt, the small veins break. Did you really feel all that?" Han Sen gulped his saliva. Although he controlled every inch of his muscles perfectly with the Dongshuan aura, looking at himself and feeling himself was something he never bothered to do. "Use your heart to feel your body's small feelings," Han Yufei seriously said. "Make your body become absolutely still. If you can do that, it will be the time you can control the blue blood." Han Sen started to believe Han Yufei, so he seriously asked, "What does being absolutely still mean?" "You make your body's organs stop running," Han Yufei explained. "Everything stops. That will be you becoming absolutely still. If my body completely shuts down, that means I am dead," Han Sen said with a frown. Although making his heart stop jumping and blood stop flowing was not difficult for Han Sen, if his body's functions completely shut down, that meant he was dead. Stopping does not mean dying. Becoming absolutely just means that your body becomes absolutely still. It does not mean your life force is still. I told you that you wouldn't understand. You need to feel it. When your heart stops and your body is as still as a mirror, that means you have succeeded." Han Yufei used her stick to smack Han Sen's butt and said, "Keep practicing. You do not have much time." Han Sen used his heart to feel that strike. When the stick hit his clothes, they pressed down on his hair. It made the hair rub against his skin. It gave him an itch. He then felt the clothes and skin rub each other. Next, he felt his skin and his vessels feel the pain. When the pain appeared, the blood inside was pressed. It made him feel swollen. It was clearly in Han Sen's brain. That complicated feeling could not be described in one simple word called pain. Han Yufei walked to her seat and sat down. She spoke to Dragon Lady and said, "You are very good at hitting people." "I am only good at making food," Dragon Lady quietly said. "Treat him like a slab of pork and go cook him." Han Yufei crossed her long, pretty legs and drank some tea as she spoke. "What if I cooked it?" Dragon Lady asked. "If his body, which has sacred blood, is so easily cooked, then I can only say he deserved it," Han Yufei said. Dragon Lady did not say anything. She walked over to Han Sen and raised her hands. Her hands held two knives. The one on the left was curved like a crescent moon, and the other was like half a moon. One of those two knives was for cutting through bone. The other was to slice meat. For a chef, Every blade had a different use. Hey, you guys cannot be serious. Han Sen looked at Dragon Lady approaching him without the smallest flicker of emotion. He felt a chill. His body was very strong, but she had ancient God King blood. She was already a true god and not weak. If the knives were to come down, a very strong body would not be able to withstand the strike. Of course, I am serious. The body is yours, but feelings cannot be triggered on their own. You must have some other power outside to affect your body. When your body reacts, you can really understand your body. It is like a dumb kid that never went outside and never experienced gambling or drinking. He has never experienced what is good and what is bad. Han Yufei tried to slightly explain it. Han Sen felt as if what Han Yufei was trying to tell him made sense, but the description was weird. Take his clothes off first in case he makes them dirty, Han Yufei said to Dragon Lady, who was right next to Han Sen. Dragon Lady did not speak. She waved a knife and cut open the blue robe he was wearing. The robe slid down. The knife made a few, kacha, sounds. Han Sen's clothes were cut. They all fell to the floor. Han Sen noticed he only had his underwear left and yelled, "That is enough, that is enough." Dragon Lady looked at Han Yufei. Han Yufei did not raise her head as she asked, "When you are cooking pork, do you leave the cloth on it?" "No," Dragon Lady answered. She waved her knife and Han Sen's underwear fell off. It is no wonder why this is a body that is combined with sacred blood. Not bad. Han Yufei squinted her eyes to admire Han Sen's body. Han Sen wanted to say something, but the bone-cutting knife in Dragon Lady's left hand stabbed into his body. It made him take a deep breath. It hurt. His eyelids were quivering. He almost screamed. "Do not move," Han Yufei said without emotion. "Use your heart to feel your body." Chapter 3019. Absolutely still, Han Sen felt as if he was food on the chopping board. Anyone could have done something to him. Dragon Lady used all kinds of skills to torture him. She used a knife to slash and an axe to strike. She used fire to burn and water to boil. She used almost every method, even going so far as to sprinkle spices on him. Han Sen wondered if Dragon Lady had wanted to do this to him for a long time. It was as if she wanted to eat him and see what he tasted like. Although Han Sen was not able to use Geno arts, his body was still very strong. The knives in Dragon Lady's hands only inflicted small wounds. They were unable to cause big cuts. His wounds also recovered quickly. No scars remained after the wounds healed. Dragon Lady was holding back. She never struck with the desire or possibility of outright killing him. The bone-cutting knife hit him 100 times. It almost broke his belly, but there was never a strike that endangered his life. If Han Sen was a cow, Dragon Lady was a butcher. She could have scraped all the meat and left nothing behind. The intense pain was surging through Han Sen's body. Although his heart was tough, it was still very painful. He had to grit his teeth to avoid roaring out loud. "Pain is just an alarm system for your body," said Han Yufei, who was nearby. "The alarm is different and dependent on the situation at hand. There are many different alarms, such as pain, itching, soreness, and numbness. Ordinary people only feel the strongest alarm systems, such as when your back is itchy, or you step on a nail. Normal people only feel pain in the foot and ignore the itch on the back. You must feel the deepest sense inside everything. If you can understand every aspect of your body, you can really control it." Han Sen had to quiet down to feel the sensations of his body being injured so that he could feel the pain. Hurting already made people feel bad, but Han Sen needed to feel the nitty-gritty details of it. There weren't words to describe how bad that made a person feel. In this kind of situation, Han Yufei required Han Sen to be absolutely still. She needed him to remain calm. That was like the devil's devil. Fortunately, Han Sen was not like an ordinary person. It took one day for Han Sen to get used to the feeling of pain. He was able to calm down and come to grips with the details and feelings of the pain. With a feeling like that, it was a little bit different. Even though pain was one feeling, it had many subtle layers. Different types of pain made the body react differently to the sensation. That represented the body having different levels of hurt. In response, the body made changes to it. Feeling pain was terrible. If one used their heart to feel it, some pain actually came along with some small and weird feelings. It made people unable to discover if it was a good feeling or a bad feeling. A normal creature's evolution mode makes the body tough and strong. They think that is power, but they will forget about the reinforcement of feeling. It makes your body more solid. The feeling powers will be delayed. This is actually the incorrect course of evolution. Not feeling pain does not mean your body isn't getting hurt. Having a sensitive body can make your body react much faster and more precisely. This reaction of the body makes you think faster. Han Yufei kept explaining. It would be like if you were sleeping and your legs were burned by fire. Your body raises the alarm of pain. It is sent to your brain, and your brain starts thinking and making you react to deal with the situation. Pain itself is a body's alarm. You do not need to think about what you have to do. You will make an ordinary reaction, and that is the fastest reaction. If you can make do by just using your body's reaction during a fight, then you will be faster than everybody because you do not have to think. Compared with others, that saves you a lot of reaction time. Han Sen thought, that means I am just a brainless man with a simple head but strong limbs. She seemed to see through Han Sen's thoughts. Han Yufei smiled and said, do not underestimate the natural reactions of your body. Brainless does not really mean you are dumb. If you can really make the body react in a fight, with the sacred blood power, you do not even have to use your brain to kill other creatures. Although Han Yufei spoke as if it made sense, Han Sen did not agree with her at all. He thought everything was better when he relied on thinking. On the other hand, if he was able to get a reaction power like Han Yufei was describing, it would not be a bad thing to possess. In fact, regarding what Han Yufei said, it wasn't necessarily a bad feeling. Yet, like many others, Han Sen ignored that question. Han Sen used his heart to feel. With Dragon Lady's help, it only took a few days for his body to react to small feelings. Even so, Han Sen did not think he was controlling the blue blood. It was still working with a mind of its own. It had not combined with his red blood. Han Sen asked his question. Han Yufei replied, to understand your own feelings is just the first step. What comes next is the true beginning. Do you remember what I told you? You must go to the absolute still level to really control the blue blood so that your body will stop and feel the details of itself. It is down to you to understand that. No one can help you. Ever since Dragon Lady stopped hurting him, Han Sen just stood alone without moving. Han Sen quickly discovered that to be absolutely still was entirely impossible. He was able to make his heart stop pumping and his lungs stop breathing. He had even made his blood stop flowing, but his body still had many of its functions running. Like the brain and changing of cells, Han Sen thought it would be easy to quiet them down. The more he tried to suppress them, the noisier his body became. Countless numbers of cells functioned. It was like a partying nightclub. Because of that, his feelings grew deeper. His feelings were supremely sensitive. The more he felt, the more his body could not be kept still. Han Sen was no longer able to resist telling Han Yufei, it is impossible to remain absolutely still. Blue blood power has never fit into the rules of this universe, Han Yufei coldly said. If you cannot achieve absolute control of your body, how are you supposed to control a power that exists outside the rules? Han Sen did not say anything because what Han Yufei said sort of made sense. Only rare people did rare things. If he did not have the power to be better than everyone else, there was no way he could control the powers that weren't bound by the rules. Han Sen tried to calm down and make his body much quieter. He hoped he could reach the absolutely still mode that Han Yufei described. The more Han Sen wanted his body to be still, the stronger the reaction his body developed. Standing there and not moving seemed to be more tiring than a fight to the death. Dragon Lady looked at the near-petrified Han Sen, who was standing still nearby. She asked Han Yufei, does this really work? He must do it, Han Yufei seriously said. It is the only way to survive. God spirits will not let anyone who possesses blue blood go. When the god spirits descend again, it won't be another goon like Shadow God. Chapter 3020 Sacred Leader Armor. In the dark zone of the Big Barren Systems, a little beast was in front of the ruins of a holy palace. The beast looked like a cat but didn't look like a cat. It looked like a fox but did not look like a fox. There was also a handsome young boy. How could this happen? Auntie May, old vulture, where are you guys? The young man was shouting. He kept searching in the hopes of finding something. The results disappointed him. Aside from a few bloodstains, nothing else remained. Is it Auntie May's blood? The young man saw the bloodstains on the wall and was shocked. His face turned a little bit pale. Old Cat jumped atop the broken wall. He sniffed it and seriously said, that is probably her blood. What happened here? Little Flower gnashed his teeth. He used his hands to touch the bloodstain. The moment his hand touched the blood, some weird power went into the bloodstain. The bloodstain had a weird shadow. It was like time was rewinding. It played back the image of what happened before. It revealed to him a scene that was like a movie. In the video, there was a scene that showed Qin Lan murdering Auntie Mei. Little Flower gnashed his teeth. His lips almost started to bleed with the nibbling. It was a shame the scene showed only Qin Lan murdering Auntie Mei. It did not show anything else. Little Flower moved toward another bloodstain. He put his time and space powers into the bloodstain. He quickly saw Qin Lan murdering Old Vulture, the Eyeless Beast, and Red Ghost. I am going to kill him. Old Cat, tell me where he is. Little Flower's eyes had turned red. They looked like they were almost bleeding. Little Flower, calm down, Old Cat said. You cannot fight him yet. Little Flower was so angry that it was visible in his eyes. He stared at Old Cat and asked, didn't you say I only needed to max out my super gene, and then I could get out of the sanctuaries and quickly level up? Tell me what to do. Old Cat looked glum as he said, you have just become deified, and that Qin Lan is way above true god class. If you want to level up that much in a short amount of time, it will be extremely difficult. There is a way, but it is very grueling and painful. Tell me what to do, Little Flower confidently said. No matter what, I am going to exact my revenge. Fine, I hope that stuff is still here, then. Old Cat hesitated a little, but he walked over to the Sacred Hall's ruin. He went over to the statue of Qin Shu that was broken. Old Cat circled the broken base and walked around it twice. He put out his claws and pressed a button at the bottom. The bottom made a gotcha and started moving. It revealed an entrance that led underground. Stone stairs quickly revealed themselves. Follow me, Old Cat called out to Little Flower as he started descending the stone stairs. Little Flower followed. The stairs did not go on for long. After about 90 feet, they reached the end. An old stone door was at the very end of the stairs. Many weird symbols were carved on the door. The symbols were abstract. It was difficult to tell what they were depicting. You should try to see if you can push open the door, Old Cat said. If what is in there was not taken, I think it can help you a lot. Little Flower reached out his hand and pushed the stone door. With his power, the stone door did not budge. You need to use your sacred body power to push the door open, Old Cat said. The stone door can only be pushed with sacred power. Little Flower nodded. His body blazed with a white flame. The space around them was distorted by the presence of the fire. He placed his hand on top of the stone door. The white fire around his body was like water melting into the stone door symbol. The symbol was dyed white. It released a holy light. Cha-cha-cha. When the symbols on the stone door lit up, the stone door slowly opened. Little Flower opened it a little. Light seeped through the gap of the ajar door. That light steadily grew stronger. When the stone door was completely opened, Little Flower looked at what was beyond it. He was shocked. Beyond the stone door was an old stone hall. The deepest point of the hall had a black, mysterious set of armor. It was like a statue quietly standing there. Little Flower looked at the black armor and asked, Old Cat, is this what you're talking about? Is it this set of armor? Yes, that armor is the armor sacred leader Qin Shu wore. It is the strongest treasure in the universe. It has incredible power. You only need to earn its approval. Once you wear it, you have the power to go against the world. Not just Qin Lan, but you could even lay waste to 10 Qin Lans. But, Old Cat paused and didn't continue his sentence. But what? Little Flower asked. This armor is something only sacred leader Qin Shu can wear, Old Cat said. Aside from him, even the highest level of God Spirit could not wear this armor. You have the sacred body, but I do not know if you have its approval. If it does not work, you will be in great danger. I advise you to wait a bit longer. Once you become true God and use your holy body to wear the armor, your chances of success will be much higher. Little Flower looked at the armor and asked, is there a chance of me succeeding? There is a 50% chance, Old Cat replied. Little Flower walked to the armor and said, that is a high enough percentage to take the risk. I cannot wait much longer. Tell me, how can I wear it? Use your holy body to conquer it, Old Cat said while squinting his eyes. If you get its approval, it will let you wear it. Okay, Little Flower walked in front of the armor. The bright white light was on fire. He stared at the armor and pressed it. Arn boom. When Little Flower's hand touched it, his white light fire started going to the armor. The black armor suddenly turned very bright. It was just like Little Flower's body. It was burning with a white flame. His eyes were shining with a weird light. Little Flower frowned. He felt his body was madly going for the armor. It was like it was being pulled into a bottomless abyss that could never be filled. Pang! The armor suddenly split. It shattered into a bunch of lights. It was headed for Little Flower. It suddenly wrapped around Little Flower's body and created a new set of armor. The new armor was snow white. The white light kept glowing non-stop. Only the eyes were pitch black like ink. It was like a black demon flame was inside it. Arg! Little Flower was wrapped up by the armor. He raised his head and roared to the sky. His short hair grew fast. It grew from his helmet like a black waterfall. Between the gaps of the armor, black demon flames sputtered out. The black and white colors created a startling contrast. Chapter 3021 Armor appeared. Power flowed through Little Flower's body. The space around him looked twisted. Black and white fire flowed through the destroyed Holy Hall. It started recovering. It was not just the Holy Hall. The whole of the darkness that surrounded Sacred had some miraculous changes thanks to that power. The eternal darkness faded away. The broken buildings started to rebuild. No matter whether or not it was a building that was destroyed or one weathered through time, it was all fixed due to that weird power. Sacred was a ruin, but it now reverted to its former glory like in the good old days. It was unbelievable. Not long later, the darkness that covered Sacred was completely gone. The whole of the big barren systems recovered with a teeming life force and a spellbinding beauty. Many planets returned to life with life forces again. Broken buildings were renewed. Even the Holy Hall and the statues inside the Holy Hall returned to normal. The only thing that was not fixed was Qin Shu's statue. Little Flower, who was wearing the armor, was floating in that spot. The flames were now starting to dim. Little Flower, you made it. Old Cat, who was nearby, opened his eyes wide. He looked at Little Flower, who was wearing the armor. He looked excited as he spoke. Did I really become true God class? Little Flower was happy. He clenched his fist and felt the scary power inside him. No, you are not just true God class, Old Cat said. Your body's top is true God class, but the armor gives you a power that exceeds that. Your holy body, combined with the armor, has given you a power that exceeds what a true God class fighter can achieve. Where is Qin Lan? I am going to exact vengeance for what he did to Auntie May. Little Flower held his fists tight as he spoke. His eyes looked murderous. He is there. Old Cat stood atop the roof of the Holy Hall. He pulled out a paw and pointed into space. Little Flower looked at Old Cat's paw. He saw the God Palace in space. Is he a God spirit? Which is his God temple? Little Flower's eyes were on fire as he looked at the God temple. He is not a real God spirit, Old Cat said. He is just an obscene traitor of Sacred. Right now, he is inside that God Hall. You need to go to the Geno Hall to see him. The Geno Hall, huh? Little Flower stared at the zenith of all the God palaces. His eyes looked full of confidence. The power in his body was wildly surging. Boom. The presence on Little Flower exploded. It was like a bomb blowing into space. His body kept appearing and disappearing. It was like he teleported into God Palace's radius. He was quickly going to the very top Geno Hall in God Palace. The God Palace had been there for a long time. All of the races were used to the God Palace's existence. Creatures always went to God Palaces to make wishes while powerful creatures went there to challenge a God spirit. A feather had just entered the area of a God Palace. He was wondering which God temple he should go to make a wish. He suddenly saw a white flame that was not too far away. It was headed to the space near him. It was going to the highest tier of the God Palaces. Who is flying that fast? Does that person have a death wish? The feather moaned. He thought the person who looked like a flame was going to the God temple that was at the highest level to make a wish. After all, something like Han Sen fighting an annihilation class God spirit had only happened once. The feather quickly noticed that something was wrong. The black and white flame went right past the disaster class and annihilation class God temples. It kept flying high up. He watched as it headed for the Geno Hall that was at the highest point of the God Palace pyramid. What is he doing? The feather was shocked. In the universe, many people saw Little Flower's movements. They were all confused as they looked at him. Sky Palace leader was staring at Little Flower too. His face looked weird. He suddenly moved and teleported into a secret room. He pressed a button and pulled out a drawing from a big bell. He took the scroll out of the secret room and looked at Little Flower's body. He quickly glanced at his scroll. A man clad in armor was on the scroll. That armor was in the form of a man's body. The face was not visible, but just the man standing there made it known that his power was extreme. It was like a king was descending to earth. Sky Palace looked at the armor-clad man in the painting. He then looked at Little Flower flying toward the god palaces. His face looked very solemn. The armor in the painting was pure black, but Little Flower's armor was pure white. Aside from that, the two of them were exactly the same. They looked like a carbon copy of each other. Palace leader, that person, that armor. Sky Palace's first seat quickly went to Sky Palace leader. He was usually calm, but now he could not make a sentence. Before Sky Palace's first seat finished, a woman's body appeared next to Sky Palace leader. Her face looked just as shocked. She said, "That armor, is that the one?" "It is hard to say. It seems like it, but it is a bit different." Sky Palace leader looked at the armor on the scroll. He again glanced at the god palace Little Flower was headed toward. He looked very conflicted. It seemed as if he was not very sure. In the universe, many old creatures were watching Little Flower with much shock. Even the people in Blood Legion's palace, such as Human King, looked at Little Flower with surprise. The red-clothed woman opened her umbrella. She walked over to Human King with the red umbrella covering her face. No one was able to see her face. "Master, is that Sacred Leader's armor?" the red-clothed woman asked with confusion. "I don't know." Human King shook his head. The red-clothed woman said, "Based on Han Jinji's prediction, there is less than 12 hours to go. If that really is Sacred Leader's armor and Sacred Leader is not dead, maybe there is a chance to break the Geno Hall. None of it seems to be related to Han Sen. It is a shame you gave out so much holy blood. Now, your body is so weak. I am afraid we got tricked by Han Jinji. He obviously wanted to use your holy blood and give it to Han Sen for his own benefit." Human King smiled and said, "Maybe not. Even though I do not know if that armor was the one that Sacred Leader wore, even if it is, the person wearing it cannot be Sacred Leader. It is still unknown as to whether this person can defeat the Geno Hall. Perhaps Han Sen might prove useful a little later. Being tricked by him is fine. As long as we can break the Geno Hall, it is all worth it." "Why are you so sure the person inside the armor is not Sacred Leader?" the red-clothed woman asked with confusion. "Did you forget? My blood pulses very close to Sacred Leader Qin Shu. If that armor was Sacred Leader Qin Shu, I would have felt it." Human King calmly watched as Little Flower flew to the Geno Hall. He went on to say, "Right now, I do not feel a blood connection to that person there. Perhaps he is slightly related to Qin Shu's blood, but it cannot be Qin Shu." As the eyes of countless shocked old antiques watched, Little Flower arrived at the Geno Hall. He landed on the Geno Hall's plaza. Chapter 3022. The fight in front of the hall. Every race was shocked. Up until now, only Han Sen, Bai King, and a few others had challenged an Annihilation-class god spirit. Now, someone was going straight to the Geno Hall. People were stunned. Little Flower landed on the Geno Hall plaza. Before he started speaking, a serious and cold god voice sounded in the god hall. "Do you know how bad the crime of humiliating the god hall is?" The scary god spirit door of the Geno Hall opened. Many lamp fires were shining from the interior. A body with a lantern fire walking out. One was not able to see the face, but it was still scary. People would have been scared by just seeing it. Little Flower stared at the shadow of the person who had emerged from the Geno Hall and said, "I did not mean to offend the god spirits, but I have come here for Qin Lan. Give me Qin Lan, and I will leave." Han Sen, who was on the cold planet, had his eyes open wide. He looked at Little Flower before the Geno Hall. It had been so many years, but he still recognized him. He was certain that was Little Flower. What is Little Flower doing there? Han Sen was in a rush. He knew how scary the Geno God Hall was. An Annihilation-class god spirit was fine. They were just very powerful. He had fought with one and been able to stand a chance. But that guy who called himself a god was mysterious. He was not just powerful. He was more than that one word. Weird. Han Yufei looked at Little Flower standing in the God Hall Plaza. She frowned and said to herself, "Sacred Leader's armor is still here. Why did it turn into that?" Upon hearing that, Han Sen's body shook while hearing that. "What do you mean? Is Little Flower wearing Qin Shu's armor?" He had a few dire thoughts over what that might mean. Han Yufei was surprised. She looked at Han Sen and asked, "Do you know the person wearing that armor?" "That is my son," Han Sen replied. He quickly asked, "Did you say that armor is Sacred Leader's armor?" "What is going on? Your son?" Han Yufei was shocked. She did not answer Han Sen's question. She looked very untrusting as she asked, "Are you sure the person wearing that armor is your son?" After she asked that, she asked another question. "Is he your biological son?" I am pretty sure that is my biological son, Han Sen said with confidence. He was taken by 9-life cat when he was small. He was taken to the Holy Palace, but I am sure that is now him. Han Sen was not going to get that wrong. That was because they were related, as well as the feeling of that king spirit body. Aside from his son, there was no one else in the universe that would have it. That is quite weird. Your genes mostly came from the crystallizers. As for your son, no matter how he got your genes, he could only be a crystallizer. There is no way he should have been able to wear that armor. Unless, Han Yufei's face looked serious. Unless what? Han Sen could not wait to crack open Han Yufei's head to get answers from in there. That is impossible. Han Yufei shook her head, seemingly denying her initial guess. Just tell me what you wanted to say. Han Sen's heart was in a rush and felt like it was on fire. I am not so sure. If I say it, it will be irresponsible of me. My guess is unlikely to be correct. Let's just wait and see. Han Yufei looked at Han Sen and said, it is pointless to rush things. Even if that is really your son, you cannot go there. Before you can control your blue blood, going to the Geno Hall is like making a death wish. As for this guy, who you claim is your son, if he is really wearing Sacred Leader's armor, he might stand a chance. Right now, you just need to stay calm. You need to reach the absolute still mode. At that time, if your son is struggling to defeat the god spirits, you might be able to go and save him. Han Sen understood that, but he had been trying to enter absolute still mode for a month. He had failed the entire time. It made his heart feel rushed and burn. He was not able to quiet it down. I must calm down. Han Yufei is right. I must have enough power to sort out this problem. Han Sen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At this time, the body had already walked out of the Geno Hall's door. As the person walked out of the door, the Geno Hall door closed. Moment God. The universe finally saw who emerged from the Geno Hall. Han Sen saw it too, but he was not surprised. He once heard God say that the Geno Hall was guarded by 12 annihilation-class god spirits. Perhaps this was the time when Moment God guarded Geno Hall. Moment God looked as cold as usual. She stood atop the steps of the Geno Hall door. She looked down from a high place at Little Flower and said, whatever the reason is for you to have come, a blasphemy against the God Hall can only result in death. After that, Moment God's arms rose slowly. She pointed a finger at Little Flower. It flickered with some scary light. When the finger was outstretched, a weird wave covered the whole of the god space. It was like time was frozen. Everything was frozen. Moment God's time-stopping power was something everybody had seen in the previous fight. It was still so unbelievable seeing it again. Seeing Moment God's finger movement was already in front of Little Flower, everybody thought Little Flower could only take the hit and be rendered unable to fight back. Yet, Little Flower was moving even when time stopped. He waved his fist and pointed at Moment God. Pang! A scary white light flame broke Moment God's finger light. It was like an asteroid that was madly going to Moment God. Moment God's face changed. Her body flashed and avoided the punching power. The flaming fist struck the Geno Hall door. It made loud explosion sounds. Although no one was able to hurt the Geno Hall door, the door was shaking non-stop. How is that possible? All the creatures were shocked. Moment God's strength impressed everyone. Now, someone had broken the time-stopping power. One punch had managed to break the finger light. Moment God did not dare fight this face-to-face. That was how scary that power was. Who is this guy? He has very scary power. Since when did the universe have an elite like this? Every race of the universe was in complete shock. They were all talking about it. Some old antiques from ancient times had expressions that kept changing. They looked terrible. I do not want to kill. Don't make me go in there. Give me Qin Lan. Little Flower was stepping toward the Geno Hall's door. His face looked certain and confident. Moment Goddess did not answer. A mysterious wave flickered on her body. It was like it pushed a river of time and made the river of time flow faster. The time went by like an arrow. One moment was 1,000 or 100 years. Chapter 3023. The Holy Ridge. Time quickly flew by. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, but Little Flower did not do anything. It was like time could not leave a mark on him. Moment God's eyes looked very small. She saw Little Flower raise his hands. With 5 fingers open, the river of time flowed back under his hand. Moment God's light power was going backward. Moment God was in the river of time that flowed backward. Her body was affected by time. She started to go from old to young. Holy sh*t. Who is this guy? He used time power before a time god spirit and suppressed moment god. The whole universe bubbled and boiled in a single moment. The very mighty annihilation class god spirits were suppressed by a creature from the universe in such a ridiculous manner. One found this hard to imagine. To all the old antiques that understood sacred and sacred leader, it was shocking. Their mouths were agape. They screamed out, "This is holy body time power. It is sacred leader Qin Shu inside that armor." Moment God raised her hand and pointed into space. She was barely able to stop her flow inside the river of time. Her face looked ghastly. When Moment God was going to use Moment's end, the door of the Geno Hall opened again. Someone walked out. "Moment, you cannot beat him. You should hand him over to me. I will finish the sacred matter." Qin Lan had emerged from the Geno Hall with blue flames that strongly blazed. His body looked like a blue crystal. He was very crystallized. He was releasing a weird and powerful presence. Upon hearing him, Moment God frowned. She took her needle back. She flashed back to the Geno Hall's door, but she did not go inside. She decided to watch the fight. "It does not matter if you are the real Qin Shu," Qin Lan said with an evil laugh. "You will die in my hands today. This world only requires one Qin Lan. We don't need Qin Shu. We don't need an heir to sacred. This rotten stuff should have been abolished a long time ago. You murdered Auntie May, Old Vulture, and the others." Little Flower immediately recognized Qin Lan. He looked murderous. Qin Lan was shocked. He instantly let out an evil laugh and said, "It seems as if you are not Qin Shu. You are just an ignorant dumbass used by Qin Shu. Whatever. It does not matter who you are since you are going to die quickly. Did you kill Auntie May, Old Vulture, and the others?" Little Flower emotionlessly asked again. "So, what if I did? They were just some useless servants getting in the way. I killed them. So, what?" Qin Lan looked at him with disdain as he spoke. "Then, pay with your blood." Little Flower was furious. His white fire and flames exploded. His hands were headed for Qin Lan. Time was speeding up. Space was concentrating. Qin Lan's body was pulled toward Little Flower. Little Flower's hands reached out to almost grab his neck. "Holy body time and space power might work on other people, but against me, it is a sorry joke," Qin Lan said while looking at his opponent in disdain. He ignored the flow of time and concentration of space. He tilted his head and evaded Little Flower's hands. He quickly threw a punch at Little Flower's belly. Pang! Little Flower's other fist had a white flame. It went up to connect with Qin Lan's fist. People saw a two-colored shockwave that was white and blue come out from the center point of where their fists collided. The powerful power blasted them both away. "You are not bad. I want to see what Qin Shu taught you," Qin Lan coldly said. He turned into a blue light as he sprinted toward Little Flower. Little Flower did not look weak. He battled with Qin Lan. Two-colored light that was blue and white kept crashing into each other in front of the Geno Hall. Creatures beneath deified class were not even able to see the light shadows move. Low-level deifieds only saw two lights in the sky hitting each other. Human King sat upon his throne looking at the pair fight with much interest. "Interesting, it looks like they both come from Qin Shu, but their powers are very different. Qin Lan's body has a combination of sacred blood genes and god spirit genes. The other one is funnier. He has power like a holy body, but it is not blue blood. This is so weird. Can he break the Geno Hall?" The red-clothed woman holding the umbrella said. "If it was just that, I do not think so," Human King coldly said. "Their powers are very close to Qin Shu back then. If that was something Qin Shu himself could not do, how could they do it? It is almost time Han Jinji's prediction will be put to the test," the red-clothed woman coldly said. "If he still cannot break the Geno Hall, that means Han Jinji is lying to us again. I will go after him. There is no rush. Let's see what happens first," Human King coldly said. He was holding his jaw as he watched Little Flower and Qin Lan fight. Little Flower's time and space power did not seem to work on Qin Lan, and Qin Lan's power did not seem able to restrict Little Flower's holy body. The two of them were fighting. Time and space were messed up. The sky and ground were falling, but neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. "If you want to die this much, I will gladly oblige your request." Qin Lan's body departed the battleground. His blue flame was getting stronger. Both of his eyes were like blue suns. He opened his hands like he was holding the sky. He roared to the sky. With that roar, Qin Lan's body's blue flame was like a volcano erupting. Even the armor on his body melted away. It displayed a body that was strong and godly. Within his body, everything was like a blue crystal and clear. Only his spine was a deep blue color. It was like a dragon spine knife. It was releasing a scary power throughout his body. It made the power inside Qin Lan's body keep rising. Qin Lan used his hand to rummage through his chest. He pulled out his spine. It was like a weird sword that he held in his hand. Qin Shu thought too highly of himself. He thought I was a failure, but he would have never dreamt that I was able to generate a sacred blood body and combine with a god spirit's genes. I made this holy spine. It is the strongest gene in the universe. It is the strongest blood. I am the one who should be the leader. Qin Lan's eyes looked at the holy spine with immense pride. He laughed and said, "You are wearing Qin Shu's armor, so you must be the heir of Qin Shu. Today, I am going to kill you. I am going to completely squash that which Qin Shu placed his hope in. That way, he will never rest in peace in hell. He will regret treating me so poorly." After that, Qin Lan raised the holy spine in his hands. In the dark blue weird spine, a strange blue flame was burning. It was like the whole universe was shaking because of that holy spine. The universe was listening to its resonant calling. Chapter 3024 I'm back. No matter how strong Qin Shu was, he was abandoned by the world. No matter how hard he tried, he could not gain the approval of the world. I am different. I have his power, and I have the genes of God spirits. It makes me the king of the universe. The whole universe will serve me. It was like Qin Lan was being answered. The whole universe was resonating with the holy spine. In space, countless numbers of weird powers went to the holy spine. It made the holy spine and Qin Lan's power all the more powerful. It was going to break the sky. Little Flower's power was very shocking. Compared to Qin Lan's power now, he was suppressed. It was like a commoner versus a giant. There was a big difference. Little Flower looked serious. He did not appear as if he wanted to fall back. His battle spirit was burning. A black and white flame was rising. It fought against that scary suppression. Go to hell. The holy spine in Qin Lan's hands finally moved. It was like a sharp sword thrusting toward Little Flower's heart. Little Flower wanted to raise his hands and block that strike, but he suddenly discovered that his body had been locked down by the universe. He was not able to move. All of that only happened in a moment. It did not allow Little Flower to react. The weird spine was thrust into his chest. Even Sacred Leader's armor could not withstand the force of the holy spine. The holy spine pierced through it. What should have come has finally arrived. In an old building upon a mountain, the fortune-telling old man closed his eyes and sighed. Finally, it is starting. Old Cat, in front of the palace, looked very excited. Qin Lan was looking insane and ugly. He was excited as he held the holy spine and laughed loudly. So what? Even if it is Qin Shu's armor, so what? Even if you were chosen by Qin Shu, you are not as good as me. I am the only one who can be better than Qin Shu. Qin Lan's madness still wasn't finished. His expression suddenly changed. In the next second, his madness and smile turned into ghastly shock. Qin Lan was so scared that he screamed. It looked as if he wanted to get rid of the holy spine in his hands, but he looked electrified. He could not get rid of it. Qin Lan's power was going into the holy spine. The holy spine, which was in Little Flower's chest, seemed to melt. It turned into a blue fluid as it went into Little Flower's body. No, impossible. Qin Lan's face was severely twisted. He felt wronged, hopeless, scared, helpless, angry, and hateful. Was no matter what he thought, he could not get rid of the holy spine. His body's life force kept heading for the holy spine. He was rapidly growing old. His very handsome and young face was suddenly turning into the face of a middle-aged man. Even his hair was turning white. Moment God's face changed. She gathered up Time God power and tried to strike Han Littleflower. Unfortunately, the Time God power was still quite a way away from Han Littleflower and Qin Lan. It was like it was falling into endless space. It could not get close to them. All the creatures in the universe watched as Qin Lan started to age. The man who was once an invincible elite had become an old man with white hair and on his deathbed. His life force was extremely weak. It was like it was hardly there at all. Pang! Qin Lan finally got rid of the holy spine. He fell to the floor, but he was so old that he could not even get up anymore. He used his tired, old eyes to look at Han Littleflower. The holy spine had completely melted and become fluid in Littleflower's body. The armor's broken spot was already fully healed. Aside from the two black and white lights, Littleflower had blue power flowing through him. It quickly combined with his body. The armor also looked as if it had been dyed blue. The black armor started to show some weird blue symbols. Boom! A pair of blue wings opened up behind his back. They went all the way into the nothingness. It was like they connected with the very universe. Little Flower's eyes now looked blue. Moments before, they had looked murderous. Now, they appeared rather calm. He was even smiling. You are, cough cough, the dying Qin Lan saw his face. His entire body started to shiver and shake. It was like he had discovered something extremely scary. His eyes opened as far as they could go. He could not keep talking. You did a great job. Your work is done here. You did fine. Little Flower looked at Qin Lan kindly. It was like some elder who was complimenting a young man. Impossible, impossible, that is impossible. Qin Lan seemed to understand something. All the emotions inside him drove him insane. He tried his best to lift his old body. He wanted to jump at Little Flower, but he fell to the ground after taking only 2 steps. He angrily looked at Little Flower. At the same time, his face was drenched with a distinct lack of hope. His hands tried to grab Little Flower, but he ran out of power. His hands just slumped. His eyes were still opened wide. He was not able to close them. My poor child, you do not have to do this. Little Flower sighed. He did not look at Qin Lan. He looked at the Geno Hall ahead of him. In Blood Legion's palace, Human King got up from his throne. He looked weird as he said, Qin Shu really didn't die. That Qin Lan was unfortunate. He thought he had discarded Qin Shu's control a long time ago and destroyed Sacred. He had no idea that was what Qin Shu wanted all along. If he had not entered the Geno Hall and combined his genes with a god spirit to create the Holy Spine, Qin Shu would not have finished evolving. Now, he is being repelled by the universe. Who would have thought Sacred's biggest traitor was the key to Qin Shu's rebirth? Qin Shu used a body to be reborn. He has a powerful body and is not repelled by the universe. He is like those god spirits. He has the power of the universe. Very good Qin Shu, very powerful conspiracy. God. Qin Shu came back. Little Flower looked at the Geno Hall. He smiled and walked toward it. Moment God wished to attack, but there was suddenly a loud booming noise. It was followed by the Geno Hall's door opening. A hand touched her shoulder. She was unable to go out. God, Mr. Moment God turned and looked at the body that was touching her shoulder. She immediately bowed. Go back to your God temple. God patted Moment Goddess's shoulder and warmly smiled. Moment God politely bowed and ran back to her Moment God temple. The entire universe could see the body that had come out of the Geno Hall was the shape of a lady, but it did not have any power. It was unknown why Moment God was being so nice to her. Lone Bamboo saw the lady's face. When he did, he was so shocked that he screamed, "Waner." Chapter 3025 So many crimes and no regret. Lone Bamboo drew his sword. He was going into the sky. There was a sudden movement in space. A powerful Baisima trapped the area. Lone Bamboo tried slashing the Baisima. Since there were light shadows, the strike was unable to break the barrier. Teacher, let me out. I need to bring Waner back. Lone Bamboo looked confident as he spoke. Sky Palace leader's voice echoed through the Baisima. Everything will turn into nothing in the end. If you can understand the true meaning of the textless book, you can make that Baisima fall. Waner. Lone Bamboo was as angry as a wild flame. He kept striking the Baisima, but the Baisima looked as if it could absorb any power thrown at it. Lone Bamboo's strong sword was unable to break the Baisima at all. In front of the Geno Hall, Qin Shu calmly looked at God. In his eyes, the appearance and body were not important. He could see that it was God. God, the reason I lost before was because of this world restraining me, Qin Shu coldly said. Now, my body has earned the approval of this world. You and I are on the same level now. It is time to bring this to an end. God stood before the Geno Hall. He calmly looked at Qin Shu and said, "You have already lost." "Oh, then, you must tell me where and how I lost." Qin Shu looked at God with interest. God smiled and said, "I still remember that proud sacred leader Qin Shu once saying he would become the leader of the world even if he had to go against the whole world. Now, you have given into the world. You might be able to beat me, but you have already lost." Qin Shu seriously said, "Yes. I have already lost. I wanted to use the origin of genes to make genes that were greater than the genes of the gods. That way, I could be on top of the world. In the end, though, I lost. That was almost impossible. So, I took a step back. I used my body to combine with God genes. I am half human and half god. I can keep my power and be accepted by the world. Even as he spoke, Qin Shu's eyes had yet to move. He still looked confident as he said, none of that matters anymore. Even if I were to use all the bad methods of the world, and even though I am hated by all creatures, it is just this body that is lost. All of that does not matter as long as I can fulfill my wish. Even if I turn to dust, it will have been worth it. God asked, would you let others suffer for your own benefit? Is that truly worth it? I don't mind having 1,000 crimes on me because my mind is stalwart. Qin Shu's heart was as strong as steel. His mind would not be changed. He walked toward the Geno Hall. With each footstep, it was like the whole sky and the world was suppressing the god palaces. In the god palaces that never broke, countless cracks were developing. The god temples in the bottom cracked first. Some of the smaller temples fell away from the god palace collective. The god palaces are starting to fall. This really is sacred leader Qin Shu. Human King looked at the sky with much excitement. Han Jinji's prophecy came true, the red-clothed woman said. Her voice trembled with sheer excitement. Seeing Qin Shu walk to the Geno Hall, the god palaces beneath his feet kept cracking and breaking. He looked like a big dragon cracking the god palaces. The god palaces kept breaking. It was like the end of the world. God stood in front of the Geno Hall. He did not do anything. His body was glowing with serious holy light as he fought against Qin Shu's power. God's power could not stop Qin Shu's approach. He only made his approach slower. Qin Shu kept walking as he said, in this world, there are not many people I admire. You are one of them, but it is a shame you are bound by rules. What you can accomplish is limited. I exist beyond those rules now. I am not bound. I can do anything. We can tell who will win. Even you will lose today. The god palaces fell, but God was still calm as he said, I do not think so. You cannot make something out of nothing. There must be rules, and rules breed possibilities. If everything was nothing, then nothing would exist. There would not be you and I. Things were always meant to be, and it cannot be forced. The world is not fair. What do we need it for? If this world really required rules, then it should be me who decides them. Qin Shu's eyes possessed god light. The black and white flames grew brighter. The blue pattern on the armor was glowing with a blue light. It was like they were coming alive. Boom, boom, boom. While Qin Shu was suppressing the god palaces, more and more cracks developed. Although God tried his best to protect the Geno Hall, his power did not really do much to affect Qin Shu. Under Qin Shu's suppression, his mouth was bleeding. Qin Shu kept walking forward as he said, your god body is limited by rules. You cannot fight me. You can only use your body to descend, but your body is too weak. Still, you must have selected this girl for a reason. Why don't you tell me what it is? Her name is Wanner, God said. Qin Shu's body froze when he heard that name. He stopped walking. His eyes looked complicated for a brief moment and became clear again. He looked at God and said, this Wanner is not the same Wanner I used to have. If you think you can use her to stop me, I must inform you that you are incorrect. After that, Qin Shu walked forward again. He and God's powers were in constant collision. It made the god palaces fall like mad. Many god temples kept splitting away and flying into space. The entire construct of the god palaces was falling apart. Most of the god temples below were all scattered. No, I just wanted to tell you that you are not the only one in this world with a family, God said. So what? Even if the world has countless creatures, to me, there is only one person. Qin Shu's determination could not be faltered. He continued slowly walking toward the god palaces. The indestructible Geno Hall was shaking. Inside the god palace, every race's race lantern was shining extremely bright. They helped God fight against Qin Shu. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and ground were changing a lot. One annihilation-class god temple fell away from the god palaces. It drifted into the void of space. A sky full of races was incredibly shocked. When the god palaces were falling, everywhere in the universe suffered a disaster. There were floods all over, and volcanoes erupting. In space, magnetic storms were raging. Streams were messed up everywhere. It was like the end of the world. On the cold planet, Han Sen's eyes were burning with fire. His body kept shaking. He knew Little Flower was inside the armor, but Qin Shu's power was controlling it. It was like Wanner being possessed by God. It was still Little Flower, but another power had taken control of him. If he was able to repel the power, he could save Little Flower. But Han Sen was still unable to learn how to be absolutely still. He had not yet learned to control the blue blood power. I cannot wait any longer. Little Flower is suppressed now, but Qin Shu's power will only become stronger. Little Flower might be defeated on the inside. Han Sen knew he was running out of time. He had to take a risk. He cast Blood Pulse Sutra and activated the blue blood power inside him. Chapter 3026 Reverse Bloodline. Han Jinji gave Han Sen Geno Fluid. It could make the blue blood calm down. Now, Han Sen had started his Blood Pulse Sutra. It made his blue blood power explode. Almost at the exact same time, Han Sen's 9-life cat tattoo revealed itself again. What are you doing? Han Yufei asked with a frown. Do not be reckless. Your power is not yet sufficient enough to harness the blue blood. Even if you force the blue blood power, do you really think you can defeat someone who has blue blood as a birthright? Han Sen knew Han Yufei was right. It did not matter if it was him or Human King, but the blue blood power originated from Qin Shu. Using blue blood power before Qin Shu was like waving a knife before Guan Yu. Han Sen had no other choice. He could not watch Little Flower be defeated. That was his son, it was his family, and his family was very important. Now, it was not a mathematical question. There was no correct answer. There were some things that just had to be done, and they had to be done no matter what. When Blood Pulse Sutra was cast, the blue blood genes in 9-life cat tattoo power exploded. It made the Blood Pulse Sutra quickly spin. It was on the brink of losing control. At this time, Han Sen's presence suddenly changed. All his blood air went in reverse. It was going in the opposite direction of Blood Pulse Sutra. This was the Geno art that was Blood Pulse Sutra in reverse. It was called the Zhen Yellow Sutra. Han Sen did not dare use Blood Pulse Sutra because he did not know what might happen if he used it. After all, his body was controlled by the blue blood and 9-life cat power. The status of his body was too precarious. If the blood was reversed and made the three powers collide, it might mess up his body. Han Sen did not care about that at this moment. Pure blue blood power could not defeat Qin Shu. He could not save Little Flower. As long as there was hope, Han Sen had to try. When the blood air reversed, the blue blood power went in reverse too. When it went in reverse, that weird blue color started to look light. It was turning into a red color. The 9-life cat tattoo was becoming brighter and brighter. It was like it was being buffed by a god power. It turned into a god light that covered Han Sen's body. How could this happen? Does this mean 9-life cat power is the power to reverse the Blood Pulse Sutra? Han Sen felt the 9-life cat tattoo burn on his back. His power was getting stronger. The blue blood had almost completely turned into red blood. Suddenly, a shadow stepped across the heavy snow and quickly walked next to Han Sen. Han Sen saw the shadow. His eyes looked cold in response. He stared at the shadow and asked, "Do you dare show yourself in front of me?" 9-life cat. Han Yufei looked shocked too. She had heard 9-life cat was still alive, but seeing him now was still a surprise. After all, she had watched 9-life cat die. She was not able to bring people back to life. She had only worked as a researcher to inspect 9-life cat. She wanted to know what method Qin Shu used to revive 9-life cat. I am so sorry for what I did to the Han family, and I am so sorry about Little Flower. If you want to kill me, you are free to do it now. Old cat walked toward Han Sen slowly. He looked very calm. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Han Sen clenched his fists. He threw a punch toward old cat, who was less than 9 feet away. Pang! The punch was not buffed with Geno arts, but the strength of Han Sen's body made the punch twist old cat's face. The cat flew away and hit an icy mountain. The icy mountain collapsed. Old cat quickly scrambled out from the broken ice. He was bleeding from his mouth, yet his face was still very calm. He walked back to Han Sen and said, "Everyone knows I am one of the 4 holy beasts of sacred." They did not know that the 4 holy beasts were just test subjects. At the end of the day, I was the one that suffered the most. I died, but Qin Shu brought me back from hell. I have been unable to escape the sad fate of being controlled by him. If things are like that, why do you insist on hurting Little Flower? Han Sen looked at the cat coldly. His fists were still clenched. He was on the brink of striking once again. Old cat shook his head. Even if I had not selected Little Flower, some other human would have been chosen. That person would have had to have been from the Han family. I chose Little Flower, but I left the Han family a hope. That is what I wanted. What do you mean? Han Sen asked with a frown. Other people don't know it, but I do. Little Flower's blood comes from you. Although I know his blood is not perfect, your other child, Ling has perfect blood. Do you know why I did not take Ling and only took Little Flower? Old Cat got about 30 feet away from Han Sen and stopped. That is because Ling was born too late, Han Sen coldly said with a grunt. You cannot swap people because Qin Shu could not afford to wait that long. Old Cat shook his head. If Qin Shu saw Ling I am afraid he would be willing to wait 10 million years. But it has only been a few years. After pausing, Old Cat went on to say, Little Flower's gene blood is good, but it is not perfect. Qin Shu used his body to be reborn. That means he has flaws. If he has flaws, then we have a chance. This is our final chance. Han Sen did not believe a word that came out of Old Cat's mouth. He coldly said, if you did not give Little Flower to him, he would not have been reborn in the first place. That is because you don't know Qin Shu, Old Cat said. If he wants something done, he'll have a number of backup plans. Even if I did not bring him Little Flower, he would have found a way to get what he wanted. If we had to wait for him to get a perfect body, we might as well have given him a body that was close to perfect. It was something that seemed perfect, and he fell for it. Did you think I would believe you? Han Sen coldly looked at Old Cat. I do not need you to believe me, Old Cat said with a laugh. You just need to follow your own will to do it. My will is to kill you and Qin Shu, Han Sen said as he stared at Old Cat. Old Cat smiled even more. You can achieve the second wish, but the first wish is something I can do for you. After that, Old Cat's body possessed a red flame. When one looked closer, it was not fire. It was a life force leaving his body. Han Sen and Han Yufei were shocked. They did not know what he wanted to do. Pulling his life force away like that was self-harm. It was more painful than being skinned alive. Chapter 3027 Change of plans. Old Cat's body was excreting a life force. It was like it was being pulled away with a magnet. It was going toward Han Sen's body. Quickly, it went into the Reverse Blood Pulse Sutra. It became a part of the Zhen Yellow Sutra. It made Han Sen's body more powerful. Why are you doing this? Han Sen looked at the life force, which was almost completely out of the animal. He noticed Old Cat's body was looking to be in very poor shape. His face started to look weird. Old Cat's face was incredibly calm. He said, I died because of the Holy Spirit tests. Qin Shu used his gene blood to revive me. Through that, I became his puppet. All these years, I have been fighting the blue blood, but I have never been able to shed control of the blue blood. Although I discovered the reverse blue blood skill, I was still never able to completely control it. Then, I understood I had died a long time ago. My soul was broken. Qin Shu was fixing my soul. He put his soul in me. No matter what, I was never able to escape his control. But I invented a blue blood reversal skill. It can restrict his blue blood. I was going to give it to Ling because only Ling could have the perfect body required. That way, she could beat Qin Shu. After saying all this, Old Cat started to look strange. To be honest, you and Human King are the same. You captured my attention a long time ago. In the end, I did not choose you because I did not think you guys were perfect enough. You all had flaws and could not be the one who could defeat Qin Shu. The fire in Old Cat's blood was going dim. His life force was going to be gone very soon. Old Cat's face looked very dim. I am so sorry, Little Flower. He treated me like family, but I pushed him to hell. Dying will not be enough to redeem my sins, but I will still give my life to you. Use my life. Beat Qin Shu and save Little Flower. I know it will be difficult, but I have faith you will be able to do this. After that, Old Cat raised his hand and looked at Qin Shu and Little Flower. His expression looked complicated. He looked guilty, and he looked as if he was longing for something. He also looked determined. Little Flower will believe you have what it takes too, Old Cat said. The blood light started to shine. It was like the last effort of a waning sun. The blood flames from his body all went into Han Sen. The blood fire was like it was rewinding. It went dim after becoming so bright. It turned to ash. When the wind blew, it was gone. Han Sen was conflicted. He did not know what he was feeling. He hated Old Cat, who had fractured his family and made Little Flower become Qin Shu's new host. Now, Han Sen could not really harbor any more animosity toward him. Although Old Cat did not say it, Han Sen knew what he meant. Old Cat was going to wait until Ling grew up and allow Ling to get his blood for beating the imperfect Qin Shu. If they waited, Little Flower would have had no chance of being saved. Thus, Old Cat gave up his own life. He ultimately selected Han Sen, the one he did not have much hope in. It was not because Han Sen's power touched him. It was because Old Cat did not want to see Little Flower be defeated. He changed his plans. He used his life. He used his hope. He used his hatred and love for Han Sen, the one he did not want to pick. Even without your life, I can still save Little Flower. Why don't you just rest in peace? Han Sen looked at the sky. The 9-life cat light was glowing on his back. His body had red blood boiling and roaring. An incredible power gathered inside him. The 9-life cat tattoo was lively. The light broke away and became dots of light that entered Han Sen's body. The blood tattoo dimmed. It melted into the stream of the Zhen Yellow Sutra. The god palaces were falling. Many god temples were breaking. The whole universe was in chaos. All the races were suffering a disaster. No one in the universe could find a clear patch of soil. Boom! The god temples that had yet to fall away from the god palaces were glowing. It looked like an erupting volcano. It was like god spirits were coming out from the god temples. At this time, God said, all the god spirits should maintain their position. They cannot leave. The god palaces can break, but the base of the universe cannot. I am willing to live and die with you. Among the many crying sounds, a godly voice called out from various god temples. It shocked the sky, which was full of everything falling apart. God smiled, but then his body suddenly turned soft. The shadow of a man's holy body appeared. He was holding a passed-out Wanner. The responsibility is in front of me. Other things do not matter. While God was talking, his holy light glowed. His light shone on the entirety of the god palaces, which were cracking. All of the god temples were separated from the Geno Hall. They were scattering into the universe. The god palaces only had the Geno Hall left. In the past, my boy was out there, and you could defeat me, Qin Shu said with a sigh. Now, my body is in here, so you cannot do a thing. You are very sad. Are these the rules you seek to protect? God laughed. He pushed his hand. Wanner was wrapped up by holy light. She flew away from the Geno Hall, heading toward Sky Palace. After all this, God looked at Qin Shu and said, not bad. This is the rule I will keep. I will keep protecting it. Sorry, but I must break your rules. Qin Shu looked serious. He stood in front of God. The two of them were 3 feet away from each other. They stared at each other. A scary power kept colliding between them. Boom, boom, boom. The whole of the Geno Hall shook like mad. It moved the spot they were at, which started to fall. Suddenly, the whole universe's base had space cracks and turbulence. Disasters were happening everywhere like it was the end of the world. The Geno Hall is going to fall, Human King said with excitement. Most creatures around the universe were crying. Many creatures were affected by ongoing disasters. They wanted to survive amidst the carnage, but most were consumed by it. Mountains were breaking, rivers were flooding, the sun and the moon were reversed. It was like the world was going to break. Damn it, the Geno Hall has such a profound connection with the universe. We cannot allow him to break the Geno Hall. Sky Palace leader broke space. He wanted to go to the Geno Hall, but he had just gone before when he tried throwing a punch at Qin Shu. The Geno Hall glowed with a god light. A strange power blasted Sky Palace leader away. The Geno Hall's power was protecting it from someone who wanted to see it destroyed. Many elites had the same idea as Sky Palace leader, but they were stopped. Their entry to the Geno Hall was forbidden. No one was able to go in. They were stopped by the Geno Hall's power. Their attacks affected the Geno Hall, which made it fall faster. When all of those scary elites were at a loss with what to do, a flame that looked like blood burst out. It was not repelled by the Geno Hall's Sima. It went straight into the Geno Hall's proximity. It landed on the Geno Hall Plaza. Chapter 3028 Fighting Qin Shu, Han Sen. Everybody knew that it was Han Sen in front of the Geno Hall. Han Sen was standing near it. He looked at Qin Shu but did not do anything. Qin Shu saw Han Sen and coldly said, "This is not a place you should be." Han Sen heard his words. He knew that back in the Holy Garden, Qin Shu's soul was not so simple. Qin Shu recognized him. All he did was interact with Qin Shu's soul. "I do not want to be here, but you have done something that made me come," Han Sen said while looking at Qin Shu. "To see you, what thing?" Qin Shu kept suppressing God, but he still had the strength to talk to Han Sen. His face did not change. It looked like he still had a whole heap of power. "Leave that body," Han Sen said. "He does not belong to you." Qin Shu looked at Han Sen and asked, "Is this body related to you?" "It is my son," Han Sen said. It was not just Qin Shu that was shocked by this revelation. All the elites outside the Geno Hall heard what was spoken and reacted similarly. No one would have been able to guess Qin Shu's reborn body was Han Sen's son. Everyone's expressions changed. Qin Shu laughed. Good, old cat, good plan. It is no wonder he gave me this body. That explains why. If it was you, I would have to be wary. Sky Palace leader and the very high leader looked at each other. They could tell the other was shocked. Qin Shu was not scared of facing god spirits that were above reboot class god spirits. Now, he was saying something like this, and these were not insane words. They still did not understand why Qin Shu was scared of Han Sen. If it was because Han Sen had blue blood power and managed to defeat Moment God, then it made no sense. Blue blood power came from Qin Shu. If Han Sen received blue blood power from someone and that made him afraid, no one would have believed it. Qin Shu said, although I am sorry, I cannot give you this body. If you want to use Wanner to threaten me, you are wrong. Is that one person you said not Wanner? Han Sen wanted to use Wanner to swap for Little Flower, but he did not expect Qin Shu to close down that prospect already. You are right, I can do anything for Wanner. I also know that if I cannot break the Geno Hall, then it would be pointless even if Wanner lived. Qin Shu laughed and said, plus, I know that you are not a person who is selfish and would be so willing to do something so cruel to an innocent girl. Maybe I am like you and am willing to commit any crime for the safety of one person, Han Sen coldly replied. Qin Shu smiled even harder. In that case, you won't hurt Wanner because she is my life. Without her life, I cannot live. If I cannot live, this body will die. So, that leaves you and me with the need to fight. Han Sen knew there was no point in talking any further. Swapping Little Flower for Wanner wasn't going to be possible. No one can stop me from destroying the Geno Hall, and that includes you, Qin Shu said. As a reward for taking care of Wanner, I will not kill you. I will, Han Sen coldly said. Qin Shu coldly laughed. He said, I am not looking down on you, as your body has my blood coursing through its veins. You are like my clone. Do you think a clone can be better than the real stuff? We will just have to find out, won't we? Han Sen cast Blood Pulse Sutra. His entire body glowed with a blue light. Are you using my power to fight me? You are too naive. Qin Shu had a cold expression. Blue symbols flickering across his armor. He was not fighting Han Sen. He still kept God suppressed. It was like Han Sen was not worth his attention. The blue light in Han Sen grew stronger. He approached Qin Shu. Every step he took became stronger. He was like a battle god prepared to fight the sky. Qin Shu asked, can you practice my blue blood gene to such a high level? That is very shocking. Compared to me back then, it isn't too bad. But now, I am not the old me. Plus, that power belongs to me. No one can use my powers to hurt me. Han Sen did not say anything. He threw a punch at Qin Shu. A scary blue light ripped the rules and everything around. A power that could destroy the world was headed straight for Qin Shu. Blue blood power did not fit into the rules of the universe, and this power dealt a lot of damage to the rules of the universe. Han Sen's punch was able to break a big system. An elite like Moment God would have been killed with one hit. Faced with that scary power, Qin Shu did not bother dodging. He also did not bother fighting back. He allowed the scary blue light to fall upon his back. It was like a spring sun thawing the snow. As the scary blue light hit Qin Shu's body, it did nothing. It melted into the armor. The blue symbols absorbed it and grew brighter. Qin Shu's body was only made stronger. I said, my power cannot hurt me, Qin Shu coldly said. Outside the Geno Hall, the expressions of many elites changed. Qin Shu was scarier than even their wildest nightmares could have depicted. Although they believed Han Sen could not defeat Qin Shu, they did not expect him to lose so badly. He had been unable to harm Qin Shu. He had only managed to lend him power. Really, Han Sen's face did not change. He gathered up power and threw a punch at Qin Shu. This time, the light of his fists became red. It was different from the blue. It was the opposite. Qin Shu frowned. He looked shocked. He felt a bit confused, but he did not want to give up on breaking the Geno Hall. He raised his fist and threw a punch at Han Sen's incoming strike. Blue and white, the two colors of weird power, struck Han Sen's blood power. The blood color dyed the blue and white colors red. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shu's armor turned red. How could this happen? Did you reverse the blue blood power? Qin Shu's eyes were wide open. His body was devolving, and his power was fading. God, who was previously suppressed, was now able to fight back. His god light was glowing. He bounced Qin Shu, who was breaking the Geno Hall, away. Pang! Qin Shu's body broke a pillar. His body devolved. The blue patterns on his armor dimmed. The blue light in his eyes also dimmed. Chapter 3029 don't belong to this world. Qin Shu's god spirit level and universe level were quickly devolving. Even though he had combined with the Holy Spine and an Annihilation class god spirit, his level was suddenly lowered to something comparative to a disaster class god spirit. He was also getting worse. Little Flower's universe level was falling too. True God, Butterfly, Larva, it kept going down. Sky Palace leader and the other elites were both shocked and happy. Han Sen had the name Han Godfather, but no one would have believed he had the power to defeat Qin Shu. Seeing Qin Shu's body's god spirit level drop from disaster class, the Geno Hall no longer protected his body. He stopped hesitating. Han Sen used the strongest power possible to try and kill Qin Shu and remove the universe's biggest threat. All kinds of power that could destroy the sky and ground rained down. It was all going to kill Qin Shu. Suddenly, there was the flash of a shadow. Qin Shu disappeared. The space was broken by a scary power. It caved in and became a black hole. Very High Leader shouted, Han Sen, what are you doing? If you don't kill him now, what if he... Everyone saw Han Sen use one hand to grab Qin Shu as he appeared on the other side of space. They quickly noticed something. Qin Shu had taken over the body of Han Sen's son. Han Sen would not watch his son be killed. Han Sen, Qin Shu is a demon that wants to destroy the universe, Very High Leader said. We cannot grant him a chance. Kill him now, or there will be consequences. Han Sen coldly responded, I don't care what Qin Shu thinks, but my son cannot be allowed to die. Seeing Qin Shu's body devolving, Han Sen grabbed him. Qin Shu, leave my son's body. I don't care about anything more than that. I don't even want to take your life. The blue light in Qin Shu's eyes was very cold. He could not move because Han Sen restricted him, but he laughed and said, Han Sen, I never imagined you would be able to reverse the blue blood gene power. That is a genius move. I never tried it before, so that surprises me. Stop talking crap. Leave my son's body. Han Sen grabbed Qin Shu and kept using the Zhen Yellow Sutra power on him. He continued to suppress Qin Shu's body and ensure he continued to devolve. Qin Shu laughed like a madman. It was like he had not heard what Han Sen had told him. He spoke to himself and said, I should have guessed this. That is very good. I am so happy. Veer Han Sen wanted to say something, but a grand power suddenly came out of Qin Shu's body. In his eyes, which were once dim blue, there was a light that was red. The blue patterns on the armor turned red. The light was scarier than it was when it was blue. It was like his whole body was wrapped in a red flame. The light on the back of the wings had even turned red. It turned the whole of space red. The universe was reflecting the color red. Han Sen's power struck Qin Shu's power. It was blasted away. Their faces looked dim. Very High Leader and the others were incredibly shocked. Anyone was able to tell that Han Sen had learned the power that could make god spirits drop their level. In the past, Qin Shu was invincible. Now, he had Han Sen's power. Wouldn't that make people hopeless? Seeing Qin Shu's power explode, his god spirit and body levels had recovered. Very High Leader immediately roared. He pushed his very high sense to the max. His entire body combined with the universe's rule power. He became sheer pressure focused on Qin Shu. At the same time, he shouted, before he recovers, we must kill him. Many elites of the universe did not hesitate. They all used their strongest powers to attack Qin Shu. Boom! Qin Shu looked at the sky and roared. A shockwave of red blasted out of him. It broke the powers wielded by Very High Leader and the other scary elites. It also blasted their bodies away. The most shocking thing was that Very High Leader noticed their bodies were devolving. They themselves were dropping to butterfly class and continued to devolve. Aside from Han Sen, no one else escaped that power. It is all over, a Very High Elder said. His face was pale. He looked utterly hopeless. It was not just him. The elites of the entire universe knew it was over. Qin Shu had learned Han Sen's power, and he was doing even better with it. Thank you, Han Sen, Qin Shu said. Without you, I would have never thought the blue blood's gene power could be used this way. His entire body blazed with a blue flame as he approached the Geno Hall. I did not create this, Han Sen said as he stared at Qin Shu. I know, Qin Shu said with a nod. If I have guessed correctly, this was done by Old Cat. But you are the one who performed it. That is your achievement. Get out of my way, Qin Shu said. You cannot stop me. With your power, I will break the Geno Hall and have its destruction benefit you. I can make you become the leader of the world. I can make you bigger than God. Leave Little Flower's body, Han Sen seriously said. I don't care what else you do. If you insist on trying to stop me, do not blame me for forgetting your kindness of taking care of Wanner, Qin Shu said. His body exploded with a blood flame. He teleported to Han Sen and tried to grab him by the chest. Han Sen generated the power of the Zhen Yellow Sutra again. He threw a punch at Qin Shu. Two blood powers combined. Han Sen noticed his Zhen Yellow Sutra power was going into Qin Shu. It gave Qin Shu more power. Qin Shu grabbed Han Sen's fist and calmly said, "You are strong. I will give you that, but your power originates from me. No matter how hard you try, you cannot be greater than me. In this universe, aside from me, no one can really use this power." Do you know why? Why? Han Sen wanted to shake Qin Shu's hand away, but he noticed his body's power was not listening to him. It was like he had been sucked in by a very strong magnet. He kept going toward Qin Shu. Because I do not belong to this world, Qin Shu said. My power does not belong to this world. And you belong to this world. Even though your body has my gene blood, you do not have the power to control the world. Old Cat spent so much effort and even died placing his faith in you, but he will never understand his plans were doomed to failure. He was wrong from the very start. He used his other hand to grab Han Sen's forehead through space. Han Sen felt his Sea of Soul shake. Destiny's tower lost all control. It flew out of the Sea of Soul and went into Qin Shu's hands. Gotcha. Destiny's tower broke. The stuff inside fell out, including Wanner. Qin Shu used one hand to hold her body. Chapter 3030 Not the end. Han Sen, although I do not want to kill you, for Wanner, whoever stops me must die. If you have any last words, you should say them now. For Wanner's sake, if it does not get in my way, I will let you finish it. Qin Shu was looking at Wanner as he spoke. I want you to die. The power in Han Sen's body madly exploded. He stopped trying to get away from Qin Shu. He used his power to push Qin Shu. That is a shame, Qin Shu said with a sigh. He held Han Sen's fist. His hand suddenly used power to punch Han Sen in the chest. It made Han Sen's body fly away. Pang! Han Sen's body was like an asteroid traveling through space. It struck a planet and then another planet. In the end, he hit a final planet. He made no more sound. It was unknown how many systems he had traveled. After Han Sen disappeared, Wanner's body was glowing with a golden light. She turned into Golden Hair Lady. Moden woke up from her slumber. Big brother. After her eyes opened, Wanner saw Qin Shu. Although she was still in golden hair mode, she was not raging. Her voice sounded so sweet. Wanner, hang on a bit longer, Big brother will take you back. Qin Shu stroked Wanner's golden hair. His eyes looked like they were drunk. Yes, Wanner said with a nod. She closed her eyes and leaned against Qin Shu's chest. God, today no one will be able to stop me. Give it up. Qin Shu was holding Wanner. He raised his head to peer upon the Geno Hall. His body glowed with a red flame. He crushed the very light of the Geno Hall and almost extinguished it entirely. The Geno Hall, which had never fallen, was being suppressed by that scary power. The walls cracked like dragonflies. The whole of the Geno Hall was starting to crumble apart. When the Geno Hall fell, the disasters plaguing the entire universe were worse. It was not just affecting normal creatures either. Even king-class elites were significantly affected. The entire world was in bad shape. It was like the universe was going to experience a big bang. God stood before the Geno Hall, but he was unable to withstand the suppression of the blood power. The holy light on his body was becoming weaker. The race lanterns of the Geno Hall were becoming dimmer. It was like they would be put out any second. The spirits were charcoal. Everything was dying. The faces of Sky Palace leader and all the other elites looked like dust. Although they wanted to fight, they could not reclaim the battle. They could barely protect themselves. In the shine of the red flame, their bodies almost fell out of deified class. Qin Shu spoke to the still suffering god. God, give up. If you are willing to abandon the Geno Hall, possess someone, and descend into the universe, you might still live. This place is my life, God coldly said. If my life is not here, then what is the point of living? You are right, I think so too. If your life blocks my life, then I will have to just take your life." Qin Shu stepped forward. A sky full of blood light was marching alongside him. It broke the roof of the Geno Hall. Stone pillars cracked. Many race lanterns were almost put out inside that hall. The Geno Hall was unstable. It was as if it was going to break any second. God's body's holy light was crushed. It was almost put out. Even the bodies of the god spirits were dim and lifeless. They kept appearing and disappearing. It was like they were preparing to go. Boom. Many light pillars arose from space. It was the god palaces splitting up. They landed on all kinds of god temples. Many god lights arose from the god temples. They went through space and melted into the Geno Hall. It made the Geno Hall look very bright. God's god spirit body was being shined on by many god spirits. He looked bright again. "If you guys want to die that much, then you can all die together." Qin Shu was holding Wanner. He was like a demon descending on the Geno Hall. He walked there slowly. Although it had the support of a sky full of god spirits' god power, the Geno Hall was still unable to withstand the pressure exerted by Qin Shu. The god hall kept breaking. The more the god hall kept breaking, the more disasters that were incurred across the universe. The entire universe was in turmoil. Countless creatures died in the disasters. In the universe, the ground of an old, unimportant planet was breaking. A volcano was erupting. It swallowed many forests. Floodwaters rushed across the ground. Amidst that chaos, there was a totally quiet mountain. All those disasters did not affect that small mountain. There was a broken house on the small mountain's peak. Behind the house, there was a garden with a white cloth flag. The flag said, "Count all the destinies." The white cloth had been dyed red. Between the black and white, the words, "Count all the destinies," stood out. A man's body was perched on the top of the flagpole. It had been pierced through the tip of the pole. He was lying there with his limbs spread out. He was looking into space while the pole pierced through him. His eyes looked faithless. Fresh blood left his body. It dripped onto the cloth flag and quickly dyed it red. The person who flew out was Han Sen, who had been punched by Qin Shu. It was unknown if this was just a coincidence, but he had landed near that old house. The flagpole in the backyard had pierced through his body. Han Jinji was standing in the back garden talking to Han Sen while he looked at the cloth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The children of other people can enjoy their lives. It is such a shame you were born to be a part of the Han family. You were born to the Han family. If you were just a commoner, you could live safely. But you did not become a commoner. You had to be famous. This is fate. It was meant to be. There is a lot of suffering you must endure, and you deserve it all. I am useless. I cannot save your life, and I cannot change fate. All I can do is try to make changes for you. It still depends on you whether or not you want to change your fate. The people of the Han family cannot solely depend on the sky or earth. It all depends on you. If you do not want to die and still have things you wish to do, use your own power to get up. Walk back and fight for your life. Go and fight for what is left for you to do in this world. The blood from Han Sen's body bled into the cloth and continued to gush. His blood had almost run out by this point. Han Sen's mind was strangely clear. It was just his body that was not listening to him. He felt as if his mind had left his body. It was unknown why Han Sen's mind had become so clear. The quiet feelings were amazing. It was hard to describe. Is this the quietness Han Yufei described? Han Sen enjoyed that stillness. A power was burning inside him. The white flame burst out from all of his cells. The flag burned in the white light. It was like a torch burning it. I knew it. I knew it. This is not the end. Han Jinshei's eyes looked bright. His whole body was shaking. Chapter 3031 Exposed Kacha. The pillars of the Geno Hall were broken. The door was broken too. One was able to see the door had flames waving. All the race lanterns were becoming bright and dark like they were going to be put out by a raging storm. When the Geno Hall fell, all the god temples were shaken away by the god light. It seemed as if the god temples and universe were dead. Aside from hopeless cries, there were no other sounds. Even the sky full of god spirits went silent. There were only the sounds of breaking. Such a disaster. I wonder how many creatures in the universe can survive all this. Sky Palace leader's face was cold like ice. There were even all sorts of disasters in Sky Palace. The White Jade Jing Tower and Jade City were revealed. A holy air came out from there. The holy air of the White Jade Jing was headed for Sky Palace. It made the people of Sky Palace cry. If there had been no elites and the support of the Holy Gourd Vine, Sky Palace would have been broken by the holy air. Outer sky was not faring any better. The ground cracked. Loads of holy air pillars came out like volcanic eruptions, making the ground leak. Xenogeniacs were running around like mad. All law and order was broken. Sky Palace and Outer Sky were like that too. Other xenogeniac spaces and normal planets were like that as well. The universe is going to end. A hopeless fear was in every creature's heart. No one knew if they would survive this disaster. Wah, wah. In a stream, a Kate baby was floating. There was a sad crying sound. In the flood's roaring, it sounded quiet. In a volcanic eruption, many cities and villages were destroyed. Some planets were even hit by asteroids and blew up. Open it for me. Qin Shu's eyes looked very passionate. With blood flame suppression, he crushed the Geno Hall's door. Shattered rocks were strewn everywhere. God's body was crushed. He slipped into the Geno Hall. He stopped before the 10,000 lanterns. Behind him, many of the race lanterns were out. When each race lantern was put out, one of the high races was heavily damaged. It made the races that were already suffering disasters fare even worse. God looked at Qin Shu and said, "One person is making a billion races extinct. Is this really worth it?" Qin Shu coldly said, "When I was in my most hopeless time, there was only one person next to me. To me, this world only consists of this one person. There are billions of creatures, but they mean nothing to me. I do not need to care about them." After that, Qin Shu kept pushing forward to suppress the Geno Hall. Each step Qin Shu took resulted in God taking one step back. He was going to strike the 10,000 race lanterns behind him. All the races knew that if the race lanterns were snuffed out, the Geno Hall would be done for. But no one was able to stop Qin Shu. Even the strongest god could not prohibit Qin Shu's march on the Geno Hall. Qin Shu wanted to walk forward even more. He wanted to destroy the Geno Hall, but he suddenly stopped. His gaze was frozen. He turned around and looked into space. The hearts of the many hopeless races jumped. They did not know what happened. Why would Qin Shu stop walking? It made them have a slight glimmer of hope. At this time, what in the universe could make Qin Shu care? Many elites were feeling both confused and nervous. Most of the high races were already there. Under the suppression of Qin Shu, even a true god elite had dropped out of deified class. No creatures were able to combat Qin Shu. They were hoping and praying for a miracle to strike, but they knew the chance of a miracle was far too small. They still looked in the direction Qin Shu was looking. They were hoping for something, but they did not spy any strong presence from that direction. Qin Shu looked in that direction and said to himself, "What is going on? Is this just my imagination? Why do I feel restless?" He was feeling a strong sense of nervousness. Suddenly, the elite saw a white shadow slowly appear from that direction. It was not fast or have a powerful presence. It was like a morning sun rising into the sky. It walked into the Geno Hall's area. Sky Palace leader's eyes were the strongest. He saw the white shadow clearly, so he screamed aloud, "It's Han Sen. He is still alive." Many elites saw it clearly thereafter. It was Han Sen who had walked into the Geno Hall area. Han Sen was different from how he had been before. His body did not have the red fire. His body had a white color and was half transparent. He did not look like a creature from the universe. He looked like a god spirit. Qin Shu saw Han Sen step forward. His expression immediately changed. He stared at Han Sen as if he had seen something unbelievable. Impossible. The testing of super genes was not successful. How could a power like this exist? It cannot be the perfect super gene, it should have flaws like Warner does. Qin Shu was talking to himself. Han Sen stopped a short distance away. His super god spirit mode was still affected by Warner's proximity. Han Sen looked at Qin Shu and said, "Qin Shu, leave Little Flower's body. This is your last chance." Qin Shu coldly said, "I clearly underestimated you if your genes were able to evolve to this level. Even if you are so close to the super gene, you are still useless. Failure is failure. In front of Warner, who is even closer to super gene, your power will be suppressed." "Really?" Han Sen coldly asked. The story of genes was running in his body. When the story of genes ran, Han Sen's body was in xenogenic mode. Xenogenic mode and super god spirit mode were activated on Han Sen's body. It made his presence appear a bit strange. Dollar. Han Sen is dollar. All the creatures of the universe were suddenly frozen. They thought it was weird for Han Sen to be using super god spirit body. Now, he had a xenogenic battle body. It was clear to them now. Anyone was able to tell that Han Sen and Dollar were the same person. Han Sen and dollar are the same person, Yisha said. She looked very conflicted. She could not believe it. Her eyes opened wide. She thought about the past and looked even more complicated. Her face turned green, and her face turned white and red. She did not know how to think or feel. On Empty Mountain, the green-haired Growler's mouth opened wide. He did not close it. Now, he understood why Golden Growler gave dollar first place and adhered to what he told it. Oh, my God. Godfather Han and dollar are the same person. This is unbelievable. At the end of the world, many creatures were frozen. They could not believe their eyes. This guy, he has finally exposed himself. Wang Yuhang shrugged with his shoulders. He knew this would happen. The people in Space Garden were not so surprised. Han Sen never told them anything, but most of them had figured it out. Chapter 3032 Admiring the view of hell together. Han Sen's body moved. His movement was not visible, but he was already coming before Qin Shu. He grabbed Qin Shu's head and pushed downward. Pang! Qin Shu's head was pushed onto the stone floor by Han Sen's hands. His head hit the Geno Hall, making the very heavy god stone floor fracture. Qin Shu's whole head was inside the undying, hot stones that were broken. Qin Shu's eyes opened wide. His pupils looked as if they had lost their focus. He looked to be in total disbelief. Wanner, who was in his hands, flew away and fell across the floor. Han Sen's hands were pressed upon Qin Shu's forehead, and he continued to push him. Qin Shu was unable to raise his head. His body had bloody flames wildly dancing. His hands gripped the ground to get up, but Han Sen was still pushing him. He was unable to get up. His eyes looked to be in disbelief at what was happening. He said to Han Sen, "Impossible, how can Wanner not affect you?" "You discovered the story of genes," Han Sen coldly said. "Didn't you know that it has forever power? It cannot be affected by any power." The story of genes' power was waving through his cells. In the past, Han Sen was unable to make the story of genes' power be the best it could be. After he understood what it meant to become absolutely still, he understood what forever really meant. It was enough to control the body for real. Not even Wanner could affect him now. "No, impossible, the story of genes cannot work. You must have the super gene to practice the story of genes. If you have super gene, then you do not have to practice the story of genes. This is a cycle that cannot work. It is impossible for it to work." After Qin Shu spoke, the bloody fire madly exploded. He was going to send Han Sen flying. He only managed to raise his head 1 inch before Han Sen's hand pressed him down again. He was squashed against the rocks deeper than last time. His entire upper body was being pressed. Scary, bloody fire whipped around Han Sen's body, but it was unable to bring him a speck of harm. The reversed blood power that could downgrade a god spirit did not affect Han Sen. "Qin Shu, it is time for you to pay the price." Han Sen pressed on Qin Shu's body. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Qin Shu's bloody fires were raging. He was like a volcano erupting. Although he could not get up, he laughed and said, "I did not expect a Geno art that could not be successful like the story of genes was actually made successful by you. So what, can you kill me? If I die, Little Flower dies with me. You cannot kill me, really." Han Sen's face did not change. The light in his eyes started to look weird. The Dongshuan Sutra's power was quietly floating through Han Sen's body. In Han Sen's eyes, the whole universe was split. It turned into the smallest substance that was completely primitive. Han Sen held Qin Shu's forehead. His transparent hands were like nothing as they went straight into the helmet. It went through Little Flower's body. A blood-red shadow was pushed out from Little Flower's body by Han Sen's hands. He threw it on the floor. Little Flower's body flew away. The god stone floor was like a spiderweb cracking in all directions. It created a giant stone hole. A red shadow was in the center of hole. That red shadow's face was like Qin Shu's statue. Little Flower's body fell on the floor. He woke up. He coughed and climbed up off the ground. He looked at Han Sen in shock. "Father?" Han Sen was holding Qin Shu as he asked, "Are you okay?" "I am fine," Little Flower said with a shake of his head. "I am glad you are okay," Han Sen said as he stared at Qin Shu. "You should leave. Someone will collect you and take you to Space Garden. I still need to deal with this guy. Please be careful, Father." Little Flower knew staying would only hamper Han Sen. After saying that, he flew away from the Geno Hall. Han Sen said, "Qin Shu, you are right. We are the same. We will do anything for something that we care about. Therefore, you must die." The power in his hands suddenly increased. Super Spank power was going to turn Qin Shu's spirit body into dust. Under the power of Super Spank, Qin Shu's red spirit body kept turning into red dust as he faded. Qin Shu's was still smiling. Yes, we are the same. I understand you, and you understand me. After that, Qin Shu's eyes turned. He looked at Wanner, who was lying down nearby. I, Qin Shu, have never asked anybody anything, but may I ask you one thing? Speak, Han Sen said. The power in his hands increased to crush Qin Shu's body. His spirit body was rapidly breaking. If I win, you do not have to do it, Qin Shu said. If I lose, please could you take care of Wanner? All this crime is my doing. Wanner should not suffer from my sins since she never did anything wrong. She should not come to harm. Please take care of her. As long as she does not hurt anybody, for as long as I live, I will not allow any harm to come to her, Han Sen said. Thank you very much. Qin Shu's eyebrows raised. His body was changing. He looked weird as he went on to say, to me, this world is like hell, but this is Wanner's world. She has family and friends here. She does not want to see this world destroyed. I do not want to watch her die. I really can't do it. Qin Shu closed his eyes. A weird sun arose in his red spirit body. Boom. When the power in Qin Shu's body was released, the cracks underneath his body spread. It created a giant space crack. This space crack was different from ordinary space cracks. This space crack had a gray presence. It was weird. It made Han Sen feel like he was in danger. In Qin Shu's presence, it was like a fish in water. The red fire was becoming stronger. Upon seeing this, God's expression changed. He looked at Han Sen and hurriedly said, hurry up and kill him. We cannot allow him to open the path of reverse. Han Sen realized how bad this was. Even though scary space power was consumed, the undying God stone melted like snow. In that space, the scary presence grew stronger. It was like a demon presence from a demon land. Han Sen was familiar with this power. When he was fishing in Outer Sky Lake, he had felt a similar presence. It was the presence of the antimaterial world. Qin Shu suddenly let out a weird laugh. Han Sen, come and enjoy the view of hell together. Qin Shu's hand suddenly grabbed Han Sen and pulled him into the space crack. Chapter 3033 First year Han Sen wanted to kill Qin Shu, but Qin Shu's spirit body was extraordinarily tough. Even by using Super Spank at max power, in a short time, he was unable to destroy Qin Shu's spirit body. Qin Shu pulled Han Sen into the crack in time and space. Wanner, who was next to them, fell inside as well. The three of them kept falling through that weird crack in time and space. Han Sen noticed his super god spirit mode could not stop the weird power of that tunnel. His body was being dissolved. What shocked Han Sen was the fact Qin Shu did not seem to be affected by the power of the tunnel. He was not dissolving at all. Wanner's golden power could not withstand the reverse tunnel's weird power. Her body was dissolving too, but at a rate that was faster than Han Sen. Of course, the story of genes you possess did not succeed. Otherwise, you would not be dissolving in the reverse tunnel's power. Qin Shu let Han Sen go and held onto Wanner as he spoke. Han Sen was shocked. This was his last chance to beat him. Qin Shu was not affected by the reverse tunnel's power, but Han Sen was affected. If Qin Shu kept pushing him into the space tunnel, even if Han Sen could kill him, they would die together. Remember the promise you made to me, Qin Shu said as he stroked Wanner's hair and kissed her cheek. You will take care of Wanner. No matter what, ensure she lives happily. With that kiss, the red light of Qin Shu's body entered Wanner. The red light enshrouded Wanner and kept her inside it. Outside of her body, a red layer stopped the reverse tunnel's power from destroying her. Because of the great loss of power, Qin Shu's body grew dim. He appeared and disappeared. His body's holy light was dissolved by the reverse tunnel. His was becoming dimmer. He placed his hands forward and put Wanner in front of Han Sen. Han Sen collected Wanner. Qin Shu smiled at him, but that smile only made people feel sad. Go back to your world. Take Wanner alive. Perhaps that would be best for her. What has been missed is missed. I cannot try to reclaim it. I, Qin Shu, cannot go against the sky. After that, Qin Shu's body possessed a red light. His whole body burned with fire. He turned into a red power. He wrapped up Han Sen and Wanner and pushed back toward the reverse tunnel's entrance. As they got close to the reverse tunnel's entrance, Qin Shu's red fire grew weaker. He used all of his life to become as powerful as possible. When the red fire was extinguished, it would be the official end of Qin Shu's life. Seeing the entrance of the reverse tunnel, Qin Shu's red light was already gone. Han Sen used his own power to get out of there. When Han Sen was ready to go out, the Sea of Souls suddenly emitted the sounds of something crying. The very dead crystal armor automatically ran out of the Sea of Souls and wrapped up Han Sen's body. What shocked Han Sen more was that when the black crystal armor was around his body, it went against things. It pulled his body deeper into the reverse tunnel. What are you doing? Han Sen kept using his power like mad. He wanted to change his course and leave the reverse tunnel, but it was not working. The black crystal kept pulling him down deeper. No one answered him. The black crystal armor was silent. It just kept forcing Han Sen to sink deeper. The reverse tunnel's armor was unable to break the black crystal armor. Inside the reverse tunnel, a weird power surging through the black crystal armor. It kept going into Han Sen's body. It made his body exhibit weird changes. Han Sen was not sure if the changes were good or bad. With his power, he was not able to stop that power from changing his body. Wanner had the power Qin Shu gave her for protection. She did not have changes like that. The reverse tunnel was like a bottomless abyss. While Han Sen and Wanner were sinking, everything seemed to empty. It was like their bodies were consumed by emptiness. The first year of the universe's dollar calendar. In this year, human Alpha Dollar beat the world's attempted destroyer and saved the Geno universe and its countless denizens. To remember Dollar, who died with the destroyer, that year was named Dollar Year 1. The new calendar of the universe was started. Humans and spirits were now members of the Geno universe. Countless human elites and spirit elites were from Space Garden and Sacred. It enabled humans and spirits to become important figures in the universe. Wang Yuheng went into the laboratory and asked Xie Qing King, "Brother King, how is your research going? Is there a way for us to access the antimaterial world?" "No, the power of the antimaterial world is too weird," Xie Qing King said. "We tried to go through the antimaterial world via Mirror Lake, but no substance was able to endure the antimaterial world's power." Qin Zan arrived holding a record. "For the past 2 years, we have tried every way we can to open the antimaterial tunnel. Nothing we have tried has succeeded. The tests fail and fail. We have to find another way. The Geno Hall's God must know how to access the antimaterial world, but he will not tell us," Wang Yuheng sadly said. "It's fine," Qin Zan said with certainty. "We know that Han Sen is not dead. If he made it through, it must be possible for us to make it through as well." "Yes, we must find a way to go," Wang Yuheng said while waving his fists. "We cannot let little San Mu own the antimaterial world alone." Zero came from a tunnel, frowned, and asked, "Have you seen Bauer?" "No, it seems like it has been a while since we last saw her," Xie Qing King said. "Perhaps she took little 6 and little 9 to hunt with her." Wang Yuheng lifted his lips and said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to her in Space Garden. If someone seeks to do something bad to her, whoever it is must be really dumb." At the same time, in a mountain in Space Garden that was inhabited by nobody, Bauer was standing atop a weird bronze item. She looked at the bronze item. The bronze item was Han Sen's 4-sheep cube. Next to Bauer was a fortune-telling old man who was holding a flag. The words, "Counting all the destinies," were on the flag. It was just those 4 big words. Bauer blinked. She stared at the fortune-telling old man and asked, "Can this thing really take me to my father?" "Of course. I swear to God and hope to die that I would not lie about this." The fortune-telling old man swore to God. Chapter 3034 Legendary Gene Egg. Found it. I finally found it. So many people died. We finally found it. In a very dark underground cave, an underground river led to a waterfall. It had a very deep drop. A booming sound echoed to the very bottom of the water. If one looked closer, one would see that the underground river's water was red. Bloody dragons roaring. All in all, there were 9 of them. 8 people wearing rugged clothing stood next to the water. They stared into the water. All of them seemed to be extremely excited. As they stood there, their bodies shivered and shook. "Mr. Yang, what is that thing in the water?" A middle-aged man looked at an elderly fellow with white hair. His vocal cords were trembling as he asked the question. The elder, who was called Mr. Yang, looked around. He looked for a while and said, "This is certainly the place where the blood dragon returned to its nest. It is a place where the pulse is loud and clear. There is no doubting it. There truly must be a top-class gene egg inside there. The only thing I do not know is if it truly is the gene egg King Qin buried and the one that we are searching for." I have no idea, but you will have to figure that out for yourself, Mr. Meng. I have faith. This has to be the right place. This must be where King Qin buried the gene egg. The gene egg must be in the water. Hurry up, go in there and pick up the gene egg. Mr. Meng saw the red light under the waterfall's red basin, so hurried the others to go take a dunk and see precisely what it was. The people were a bit scared. With Mr. Meng's authority, they had no choice but to jump into the blood pool. They swam to the red light below the surface of the basin. Only Mr. Meng and Mr. Yang stood away and watched the pool. Not long later, the 6 people emerged from the water. Together, they exited the pool and brought forth the fabled item they had been in search of. It was a giant egg that was 3 feet big. When the egg-shaped item was brought out of the basin, the water's light disappeared. Only the egg remained glowing with a red light. The giant egg was like a bloody jade. It looked good. Seeing the weirdly pretty, big egg, everyone looked at it with greedy obsession. Mr. Meng was so excited that he started talking nonsense. This must be right. This is the gene egg. King Qin was born with bad blood. He was bullied when he was young. His sister Wanner had very special blood that provided immeasurable talent. To help her brother, Wanner gave King Qin her own blood. Then, they created the Qin kingdom. But Wanner lost her blood and became rubbish that could not practice. She got ill and died. If Wanner had not lost her blood, she would have never become sick. King Qin blamed himself for that. He was miserable. It drove him absolutely crazy. He tried everything to make Wanner come back to life. Everyone knew the Qin kingdom was searching for immortality, but people never knew that it was not for himself. He did this for his dead sister Wanner. King Qin found this legendary, top-class gene egg. He was hoping the gene power could make Wanner come back to life. But their people could not come back to life. Wanner was unable to be brought back to life. Without Wanner, the entire world seemed to be pointless to King Qin. He threw away the gene egg. My ancestors were royal guards for King Qin. They knew that King Qin wanted to revive Wanner here in this ancient, big god mountain. He knew that King Qin did not take the gene egg and never return to this place again. Our ancestors did not really know where it was exactly though. After all, many generations have passed, and all those people died. I have finally found this gene egg. With this gene egg, the Meng family will become very famous. After finishing talking, Mr. Meng laughed. Arg! Before Mr. Meng could put an end to his cackling, someone in the team screamed horribly. Soon after, it was not just a single person letting out cries. Each of the 6 people that had collected the gene egg from the bloody basin was on the ground screaming and rolling in tremendous agony. Mr. Meng and Mr. Yang were in shock by what was happening. People were writhing across the ground. Their bodies were rolling really quickly. They kept going on and on until they melted into blood water. Mr. Save us, a few people reached out their hands. They were feeling extreme pain. They wanted to ask Mr. Meng for help. Before they finished, they died. Their bones started to rot and become liquid. Within the blink of an eye, the 6 of them had turned into 6 puddles of blood water. There was not a single tuft of hair spared from the dissolution of their bodies. Mr. Meng and Mr. Yang were shocked by this. They tested the river water and did not discover anything weird. For this to happen so suddenly, it really was quite weird. Mr. Meng was glad he had not touched the water in the pool. Mr. Yang, please help me take the gene egg back, Mr. Meng said to Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang's face froze. He had a wry smile. Mr. Meng, I am just a mister. I did not practice. Mr. Meng's eyes glistened as he said, do not worry, Mr. Yang. They died because they touched the blood water. The gene egg by itself is fine. You do not need to worry. Mr. Yang thought, if it is fine, then why don't you carry it yourself? Although he thought that, Mr. Yang could not refuse. Under Mr. Meng's watch, he had no choice but to carefully walk toward the big red jade-like egg. Although the big egg was clean and had no blood water on it, Mr. Yang did not attempt to touch it. He took off his clothes and wrapped them around the big egg. He tied a knot and picked it up. He was going to carry the big egg. When Mr. Yang exerted strength, a kacha noise was heard. The jade-like big egg cracked. The crack was spreading across the egg's shell. Mr. Yang and Mr. Meng were shocked. After a second, Mr. Meng was excited. God help the Meng family. I never expected the gene egg to hatch now. I wonder what creature this legendary gene egg holds inside it. Mr. Yang looked at the cracked gene egg and said, King Qin was the king of the Qin kingdom. It was so long ago. Everything about him was just a legend. If the legends are true, this gene egg can hatch us a very rare gene race. While they were talking, there was another, gotcha, noise. The big egg's crack was spreading. The red jade-like eggshell fell onto the floor in pieces. Mr. Yang and Mr. Meng looked at the broken eggshell with their eyes wide open. They were immediately frozen. A man who looked about 20 years old was inside the eggshell. He had black hair and crystal skin. He was curled up as if he had been sleeping. Humanoid, gene race. Mr. Meng was so excited that his voice trembled. Chapter 3035 A Punch One Punch. Han Sen felt as if he had just enjoyed a nice sleep. He felt so good that he almost groaned. He opened his eyes. What he saw in front of him gave him a shock. He wasn't able to figure out what had happened to him in the space of a second. Han Sen only remembered the black crystal armor dragging him into a reverse tunnel. He had kept falling until he lost consciousness. Han Sen thought he was done for. It seemed as if the black crystal armor was content to kill him, but that wasn't what happened. It was like he had just slept. When he woke up, Han Sen noticed he was naked and curled up in the remnants of a broken eggshell. Wanner was missing, and a middle-aged man was standing in front of him. He was staring at his body with a greedy look in his eyes. Han Sen's head was flashing with a few words, horny, yay, and glasses. Han Sen looked at the middle-aged man with his wriggling fingers who was approaching him in a rush. He was mumbling, "You are mine. You are mine. Go to hell, you pervert." Han Sen thought but did not say anything. He swung a punch toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man saw Han Sen wave a punch. He did not notice his face looked even more excited as he said, "Humanoid gene race. A very rare humanoid gene race. I wonder what element it is." The legends claim King Qin's gene egg was a time and space element. If this is a time and space humanoid gene race, after growing him, he can take a god temple and create his own kingdom. This would be possible. Be careful, Mr. Meng. Something is wrong here. Mr. Yang, who was nearby, looked weird as he tried to caution the other man. Do not worry. Do you think I cannot claim a humanoid gene race that was freshly born? Mr. Meng did not care for Mr. Yang's words of caution. He felt no power from Han Sen's punch. He had just been born, so the gene race could not do anything to him. Mr. Meng thought, no matter what, let's just claim him first. We can then teach him. Humanoid gene race people are very precious. We cannot allow this news to leak. I cannot keep Mr. Yang. He suddenly pushed out some power and reached out his hand to block Han Sen's punch. Mr. Meng's body expanded. He had weird features. His head had cow horns, and his body had black hair like steel. His body was becoming very strong. Some very powerful presence emerged from him. When his hand touched Han Sen's fist, Mr. Meng's face suddenly changed. He did not have a chance to fight back. Mr. Meng's hand was perforated by the fist. The fist proceeded to strike his chest and blast his body away. He hit a stone wall, exploded, and became a smear of blood across the wall. Mr. Yang's mouth opened wide. He was frozen upon seeing Mr. Meng become a bloodstain. He could not believe it. He knew he had sensed something wrong, but he did not suspect something as awry as this would happen. It did not matter how high the level of a gene race was, it would not be as strong as this upon their birth. Although high-class gene race babies were stronger, they were not strong enough to turn Mr. Meng's body into a smear with one punch. Mr. Meng was an elite who was at a very high level in ancient God City. Even if he had not used a gene race, with his blood's power, he would have been better than most humans. A gene race that was just born would not be so easily killed by one measly punch. Mr. Yang was certain that if he told others this story, no one would believe him. How could he be so weak? Han Sen looked at his fists with surprise. Han Sen had not meant to murder someone. He thought that the middle-aged man looked quite strong, but he was so weak and could not endure one small punch. In fact, that was a very small punch for Han Sen. When Han Sen punched, he cast a Geno Art. He wanted to use the Geno Art's power to trap the man so he could obtain information to figure out what was going on. Who would have known that once he used a Geno Art, he would feel some scary pressure land on him? It forced him to suppress his power. He erased the Geno Art's power and weakened the punch considerably. It was like punching water. The resistance was very extreme. Yet, a punch like that still blew up the middle-aged man that looked strong. Han Sen was not afraid of murdering people, but he was afraid of murdering good people. Thus, He wanted to ask questions first. Unfortunately, things had already ended up this way. He felt kind of bad. He looked at Mr. Yang, who was nearby. Mr. Yang was feeling the willies. Earlier, Han Sen had killed Mr. Meng with a punch. The scary scene had his guts in turmoil. Now, Han Sen was calmly looking at him. It was scarier than being looked at by a demon king. Mr. Yang's legs went soft. He laid on the floor. His pants were wet. Han Sen frowned. He wanted to cast the Dongshuan Sutra to look at the man. Right when he cast his Dongshuan Sutra, he felt the scary pressure that suppressed the sky and ground land on him. He could hardly stand it. It was like a mountain crushing him. He could not use Geno arts. After Han Sen cancelled the Geno art, the weird suppression that crushed the sky and ground was gone. Does that mean, have I come to another world? Han Sen was no stranger to that feeling. When he used blue blood power, his body was destroyed by the rules of the universe. But it was never that strong. Han Sen tried it a few more times and discovered that his guess was right. This world's power was repelling him, but not repelling him entirely. If he did not use a Geno art or use a power that was too much, the world would not repel his body. He felt nothing when he was not doing anything. Now I understand. This should be the world Qin Shui was born in. My body has some of Qin Shui's genes, so I am not being repelled. In this world, the Geno arts of the universe are repelled. My situation is like Qin Shui going to the universe. Han Sen quickly learned what was going on. He had been afraid that the world Qin Shui came from had many powerful creatures, so this discovery made him happy. It did not look like that was the case. At least, the two men in front of him were very weak. They could not stand a chance. If Qin Shui was able to enter the universe, I should be able to get back there. The most important thing is to find out what is going on in this world. Perhaps then I can find something out about Qin Shui. Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang, who was shaking on the ground. Chapter 3036 Seeing God Temples Again. Ancient Big God Mountain was an old mountain. Although the name sounded like Ancient God City, it was not an Ancient Big God Mountain. It was somewhere quiet near the mountain. Han Sen dressed in black clothing and followed Mr. Yang to Ancient God City. He curiously looked at everything in Ancient God City. Everything in Ancient God City was new to Han Sen. It was a very modern city. Actually, instead of being a city, it was more like an old fortress that had been modernized. The city had cars and aircraft, and there were many of them. There was something Han Sen did not understand. For such a developed city, it was still in an empirical era. Ancient God City belonged to the Qin Kingdom. The lowest form of measurement in the Qin Kingdom was a city. There were no separations between states. Every city belonged to the big Qin Kingdom, and every planet only had one city. The weird thing was that aside from this advanced technology, every human had all kinds of pets exist near them. According to what Mr. Yang said, these pets were called gene races. They were creatures that came out from gene eggs. Han Sen had also come out from a gene egg. He was at a high level for just being born. Han Sen looked around. He saw some tigers, lions, elephants, and creatures like that. He saw those gene races. One person even had a big green mantis. Han Sen was not able to use his Dongshuan aura to scan the gene races and learn a bit more about what they were. He could not tell much about their appearances. Mr. Ahead is the God Temple of Ancient God City. Mr. Yang pointed forward and smiled as he spoke. Han Sen looked at where Mr. Yang was pointing to. He squinted his eyes and noted that the God Temple was in the center of Ancient God City. It was built from purple stone and looked very old. The shape of the temple was weird. The temples connected. From afar, it looked like a giant purple flower. On top of the temple's door was a carving that said, Evil Lotus God Temple. That name and look of the city was something Han Sen was very familiar with. It made him think, aside from the God flag, this place is Evil Lotus God's God Temple. Han Sen wanted to walk inside and take a look. He wanted to see if any statues depicted Evil Lotus God, but Mr. Yang pulled him away with a nervous look. He said, Mister, you cannot do this. The God temples are the base of a city. They are very important for a city. The city leader puts heavy guards there. Ordinary people cannot enter. It is only open to the public on Blood Pulse Open Day. Only people of suitable age can enter and seek a blessing inside the God Temple to open their God blood. I see. When is Blood Pulse Open Day? Han Sen was not in a rush to break through. Han Sen still had his power, but the universe suppressed him. He did not have his full power to fight. According to what Mr. Yang told him, this world, which was called a Geno Universe 2, had 7 universe kingdoms. The Big Qin Kingdom was one such place, and Big Qin Kingdom's creator was called Qin Shu. That had happened many years ago. Now, Big Qin Kingdom's king was the ancestor of Qin Shu. If that Qin Shu was the Qin Shu Han Sen used to know, in that era of Qin Shu, he had not ruled the world either. That meant the other 6 universe kingdoms were not any weaker than the Qin Kingdom. They were probably no worse than Qin Shu. Han Sen was a guest, but he was suppressed by this world. In this world, the Geno Hall probably existed. Perhaps the Geno Hall had picked on Qin Shu. Since Han Sen was an outsider, it might end up picking on him as well. Han Sen planned to figure out what was going on in that Geno universe. He would then decide what to do next. He did not want to maintain a high profile. The legend of Qin Shu and Qin Wan'er was something Han Sen heard about from Mr. Yang. He knew for sure Qin Shu was the creator of the Big Qin Kingdom. If this is the antimaterial world, what does it have to do with the other Geno universe? Why did the Black Crystal want me to be brought here? Why does this place also have god temples? Han Sen just wanted to go to Evil Lotus God Temple and mosey around. He wanted to check out the Evil Lotus God Mr. Yang had described to him and see if it was the Evil Lotus God he used to know. Mr. Ancient God City opens every 3 months, which are counted by the days. Blood Pulse Open Day is in 2 days. At that time, you can go and have a look with other people. Mr. Yang spoke with a small amount of hesitation. Still, he looked very determined. He went on to lick Han Sen's boots and say, "My house is in Ancient God City. If you are not against the prospect, why don't you come over and stay at my house for 2 days? We can come back the day after tomorrow." "Why not?" Han Sen nodded. Han Sen was not an unreasonable man. He was neither a robber nor a thief. If it was not necessary, he did not want to use force. Waiting 2 days was not a big deal. He did not need to force his way into the God Temple. They reached Mr. Yang's house. Mr. Yang asked Han Sen to sit down in the living room. He brought out tea and said, "Wait for a second, mister. I am going to the yard to clear a place out for you to live." Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang coldly as he said, "Mr. Yang, you know what you are supposed to say and what you are not supposed to say." Mr. Yang felt a chill and seriously replied, "Do not worry, mister. I understand. You are just a mister, a man from out of town." After Mr. Yang left, Han Sen sat in the living room and drank tea. In this world, Han Sen felt that his body was suppressed. Everything else seemed fairly similar to the Geno universe he used to know. Even the tea tasted similar. Han Sen was leaning against the door of the living room. He was drinking tea and looking at the drawings on the wall. Geno races were depicted in the drawings. Han Sen was surprised by the fact that one of the Gene races in the drawings looked quite familiar. It looked like Empty Dragon King. Han Sen was looking at the drawing when a female's voice suddenly sounded from beyond the door. "Are you Mr. Yang?" Han Sen looked over to where the voice came from. A woman standing just outside the door. She was clad in green clothing. She looked very pretty. She looked like someone in a drawing. She seemed to be around 20. "Why are you looking for Mr. Yang?" Han Sen casually asked. He also wondered if this was Mr. Yang's house because of the green-clothed woman's ability to enter and why she did not seem to recognize him. "I did not expect Mr. Yang to be so young. My name is Peaceful. Mr. Chu advised me to come here. I want him to take me to Ancient Big God Mountain and help me calculate the location of the God Pulse." The woman explained why she was there. She did not beat around the bush. Han Sen had heard about this from Mr. Yang. The Mr. was just a job title. It was not his name. Mr. Yang must have been hired by Mr. Meng to find the location of the God Pulse. All the gene eggs were born inside the God Pulses. God Pulses were hard to find. God Pulse gene eggs were hard to find, and Misters were the professionals that researched them. Chapter 3037 Lotus God Temple. Han Sen wanted to explain he was not Mr. Yang, but Mr. Yang walked in, bowed to Han Sen, and said, "Mister, there is something wrong in the garden. You should go take a look." Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang. He looked natural as he talked to Peaceful. He said, "Lady Peaceful, please wait here. I am coming." Peaceful did not mind and said, "Sure, Mr. Yang." Han Sen followed Mr. Yang into the garden. He suddenly kneeled and said to Han Sen, "Please save me, mister." "What do you mean?" Han Sen guessed Mr. Yang saying this had something to do with Peaceful. Mr. Yang quickly said, that Peaceful is the child of Dragon Song City's leader. I once heard Mr. Meng say Dragon Song City's leader is just like him. They were both looking for the Gene Egg King Qin left behind. She has looked for me because she has heard the news. She wants me to take them to find the blood dragons return to Nest Place, but there are no more Gene Eggs. If I take them there, they will kill us. Please help me and save my life. If you do not want to go, you can just reject Peaceful, Han Sen said. Mr. Yang shook his head. Mister, you have no idea. Nobles have the right to kill commoners. My blood is not pure. I did not receive blood from a god spirit. I am just a commoner. I learned some geography to get by. My reputation is low. Nobles like Dragon Song City's leader, although they are not the leader of this place, they would only have to pay a minuscule price for the right to kill me. Ancient God City's leader would not dare argue with Dragon Song City's leader over the sake of a commoner. How can I reject it? I need you to save me. I am willing to be your slave and servant if you save my life. After that, Mr. Yang kowtowed on the floor again. Upon hearing him, Han Sen frowned. The Qin kingdom was quite developed, but the laws were still very primitive. It was far worse than the alliance even. It was just like the universe. The 7 big kingdoms were human kingdoms. This Geno universe was totally controlled by human power. Even Qin Shu was a pure human. That made Han Sen think about a lot of things. The antimaterial world was a world based on humans, and the Geno universe did not have any humans. Until Qin Shu entered the Geno universe and had the crystallizers combine with his genes, there were not any there. It was only after that was done did humans start appearing in the Geno sanctuaries. God spirits had a deep history with humans. They wanted to suppress humans. If it was because of Qin Shu, that made no sense. Many races wanted to kill the gods of the Geno universe, but there were no other races that invoked the ire of the god spirits like humans did. The most important thing was that in the legends, Qin Wan'er was dead. Qin Shu used all kinds of ways to bring her back to life. Yet she was alive in the Geno universe. Therefore, it made little sense. The weird thing was that Han Yufei told Han Sen that Qin Wan'er was a member of the witch race. She was not of the same race as Qin Shu. That was making even less sense. There had to be an important crux to this issue that currently eluded Han Sen. Although Han Sen did have a few guesses, he could not figure things out just yet. He did not know if he was right or wrong. How am I supposed to save you? Han Sen thought that if he wanted to learn more about the world in a short time, having a local follow him would be much better. If things were not too hard, he did not mind helping him. Mr. Yang awkwardly said, I moved from the other city. Not many people saw me. I don't think Peaceful and Dragon Song City's leader know what I look like. If you want to save me, just use my identity to reject them. If you do this, you will undoubtedly find yourself in hot water with them. You are smart. You can make me your scapegoat, but then what? Will you leave and hide? Han Sen lifted his lips as he spoke. Of course not, I know you have god powers, Mr. Meng said in fear. You were able to kill Mr. Meng with one hit. The Dragon Song City's leader is a bit stronger than Mr. Meng, but he is not very strong. He cannot do anything to harm you. If you are willing to have me, I am willing to be your servant. I will forever follow you around. He was a very smart person. He sensed that Han Sen was not a murderer, which was why he was saying all of this. I understand, Han Sen coldly said. In that case, go and reject Peaceful. If she forces you, I will help you out. Thank you, Mr. Yang was very happy. He bowed to express his gratitude. After arriving back in the living room, Mr. Yang bowed and shared his identity. Are you Mr. Yang? Peaceful nodded and looked at Han Sen. She did not say anything. She coldly said, Mr. Yang, I am paying you a high price to go to ancient Big God Mountain and find the God Pulse. If that is fine, please come with me. Mr. Yang looked at Han Sen and answered, I am sorry, Lady Peaceful. My master has to work. I cannot leave ancient God City. Who is your master? Peaceful asked. She looked at Han Sen and checked him out. She frowned. This is my master. Just as Peaceful had guessed, Mr. Yang moved to introduce Han Sen. Peaceful looked at Han Sen and asked, Can I borrow Mr. Yang for a bit? She could not find a powerful, noble blood pulse in Han Sen, which was why she thought Han Sen might have been Mr. Yang. Now, Mr. Yang was saying Han Sen was his master. That meant he had to be a noble. The identity of a Mr. was not as high as a noble, but it was stronger than a commoner. To be able to make Mr. Yang find a master, he must have been a noble. Peaceful could not detect a noble presence within Han Sen. There were only two possibilities. One was that Han Sen was not a noble. The second was that Han Sen's blood pulse was greater than hers. He had hidden his powers, which was why she could not sense anything. I am not sending him out, Han Sen coldly said. If there is nothing else you want, you can get out of here. Peaceful knew Han Sen's attitude was not normal. He seemed very laid back, but he was also very intimidating. She thought Han Sen must have been a high-class noble. Therefore, she did not dare say anything more. Han Sen thought there might be trouble, but Peaceful did not say anything else. She just asked his name and readied herself to leave. You must not be cocky, Mr. Yang cautiously said. Peaceful just does not know who you are, so she left. She will come back. Han Sen squinted his eyes and casually said, that is fine. Just as Mr. Yang thought, after Peaceful returned home, she started to investigate Han Sen. After she sent people from Ancient God City to investigate, there was nothing that could be learned about Han Sen. Peaceful thought that was very weird. Han Sen stayed in Mr. Yang's house for 2 days until it was Blood Pulse Open Day. Han Sen followed Mr. Yang to Evil Lotus God Temple. The doors to Evil Lotus God Temple were now open. Han Sen saw a god statue far away in the God Temple's God altar. It was the face of Evil Lotus God. Chapter 3038 God Spirit Blood Pulse. It really is Evil Lotus God's God Temple. Why does this world have the Evil Lotus God's God Temple? What is the difference between the God Temples and their existence in both worlds? Han Sen thought. Mr. Yang had told him that each city in the universe's kingdoms had a God Temple, and the God Temples had existed first. The human cities were built around the God Temples. The God Temples of this world had incredible powers. They protected the human cities and gave humans impressive blood pulse powers. While Han Sen pondered things, he saw a commoner queuing ahead of him. Under the gaze of the soldiers, he was allowed entry into the temple. When he was in front of the Evil Lotus God's God statue, he kneeled on the floor and prayed to the God Spirit. He looked very sincere while doing it. That commoner was just a teenage boy. He prayed and got up. He went in front of the statue, picked up a dagger from the table, and nicked his finger with the blade. He placed a drop of his blood before a purple stone stove. He nervously watched the purple stone stove. After a while, the stone stove had no changes. The young man was very hopeful at first. Over time, that hope was depleted. His body shivered and shook. His legs went so soft that he almost collapsed onto the floor. Impossible. No way, I don't have God Spirit blood. This must be a mistake. This must be a mistake. The young man sounded crazed. He then brought the dagger up and cut his hand multiple times. He left every drop of blood fall upon the stove. The blood went everywhere. The purple stone stove still displayed no reaction to the claret. The young man's brain did not seem to be clear. He cut his wrist and severed all the veins and arteries he could. It made the blood in his body erupt across the stove like a spring. I will have God Spirit blood pulse. I must have. The young man's eyes turned red. His face was full of fear. He stared at the stone stove. The stove appeared to be a dead object. In the end, the young man bled dry and fell to the ground. He showed no more motion. The stove was just a stove. The young man could not hold it any longer. He fell to the ground. He dropped into a coma due to the blood loss. All the while, his blood continued to gush. Everyone had seen this happen, but no one seemed surprised. They were all numb to events like this. They cared little for the young man. The young man, who was in a coma, was taken away from the God Temple by the soldiers. They were as carefree as if they were moving a dead dog. They threw him in the corner on the floor. No one seemed to whether he was dead or alive. The second person to enter the temple was a lady wearing many layers of clothing. She seemed afraid. Her body shook as she entered the God Temple, and her head was like a nomadic traveler glancing all around. She was different from the young man. A few family members supporting her entry were outside. They were outside the God Temple waving at her. After a while, she mustered the courage to approach the altar. She was just like the young man in that she kneeled before the Evil Lotus God's God statue. She took out a needle, bit her finger, and poked it. She let a drop of blood fall upon the purple stove. After the lady let a drop of blood fall, it did not take long for the purple stone stove to glow with God light. The purple light arose from the stone stove. It was like a purple mist. It generated some purple lotus flower lights atop the stone stove. The lady saw the purple flower lotus light's shadow and was happy. she cried. Her parents and family members outside were delighted too. They kneeled and expressed major thanks to evil lotus god. The purple flower light left the stone stove and landed on the lady's forehead. It went in like spring water. A purple flower light symbol was on her forehead. It quickly disappeared. Congratulations. You have evil lotus god's blood pulse. A very cold-looking soldier suddenly smiled. He politely sent the lady out, unlike what had happened with the young man. Mr. Yang, the lady received the evil lotus blood pulse. Han Sen asked Mr. Yang, what is the level of ancient god city? Mr. Yang replied, God temples have destroyed class, disaster class, annihilation class, and reboot class. There are 4 levels. The higher level the god temple is, the stronger the god spirit blood pulse they impart. Evil lotus god is a destroyed class god spirit. The god spirit seen is the lowest level. Evil lotus god shadow is a low-level god spirit blood pulse. Only by doing this can a person go on the path of the gene egg. They earn possibilities and chances. You need that to be regarded as a noble. After that Mr. Yang sighed and said, this does not seem to be difficult, but most humans cannot go through this stage. It is like heaven and hell. Han Sen nodded, but he looked at the lady. Although she had the evil lotus god's god spirit blood pulse, her body did not exhibit any changes. Her power did not increase. The god spirit blood pulse was like being given a key. It had nothing to do with human strength. The gene eggs and gene races determined a human's strength. Han Sen saw an old man with gray hair walk into the temple. He was curious and asked, why are there old men that are now only taking the blood pulse open test? Mr. Yang had a strange look as he said, all of the god temples have different god powers. The people selected might be different in each. If someone did not get the approval of a god spirit in evil lotus god's god temple, they can go to another god temple and try again. The chance is still slim. Most god spirits have similar requirements. There is not much difference between them. Han Sen watched for a while. Aside from the lady earlier, a few other humans had entered. None of them earned the god spirit blood pulse. Back then, Qin Shu did not seem to earn a god spirit blood pulse. Warner gave him the god spirit blood pulse. In this world, it seems that you cannot practice without a god spirit blood pulse. This sounds like a very sad thing. Han Sen had been watching. He did not understand what the connection between god spirit blood pulse and human practicing was. Mr. Yang saw Han Sen start to queue. He asked with much shock, Mister, what are you doing? This is a rare chance, Han Sen said with a laugh. I would like to give it a go. You, Mr. Yang wished to say something more, but he immediately pulled his words back. After queuing for a while, there was an exciting noise. A man was so happy that he screamed. His blood revealed 2 purple lotus flowers on the stove. I want to see evil lotus god's god power and see what sort of reaction it has to my blood, Han Sen thought. In the plaza, Peaceful was watching all of this. She saw Han Sen queue and appeared surprised. She laughed and said, I had no idea how to investigate him, but he has gone to the god temple to test. That just helped me. Chapter 3039 Not praying to a god spirit. The chance for humans to gain a god spirit's blessing of blood pulse was not as low as Han Sen thought. There seemed to be a 1 in 5 success rate. Most humans only received a single purple lotus. 2 purple lotuses were far rare to receive, but one special young man was able to obtain 4 purple lotuses at once. It was almost Han Sen's turn. Mr. Yang couldn't help but ask, Mister, are you really going for the test? Han Sen looked at him and asked, is there a problem? Mr. Yang looked to his left and right. He got closer to Han Sen and whispered at a volume only the 2 of them could hear, Mister, the god spirits only give humans a god spirit blood pulse. Han Sen understood what Mr. Yang was trying to say. Mr. Yang thought Han Sen was a gene race. That was why he was worried. If a gene race puts their blood onto a stove, what would happen? Han Sen asked with a smile. I don't suppose anything special would happen, Mr. Yang said after thinking for a moment. In that case, it should be fine, Han Sen said to comfort him. Nothing will happen. At the very most, if there are no adverse effects, there is no need for you to worry. Mr. Yang thought that made sense. Although he still felt a little nervous, especially given how weird of a history Han Sen had, if something happened, it would not play out well for him. They queued for a while longer. It was finally Han Sen's turn. Han Sen waltzed right into the god temple while Mr. Yang's heart pumped like mad. Peaceful was watching from afar. She paid close attention. She was eager to see the results of Han Sen's test. After Han Sen entered the God Temple, he walked straight up to the stove. He wanted to prick some blood and drop it onto the stove for a go. The two soldiers hurried over to him and stopped him. Are you not going to kneel before the God Spirit? When Han Sen heard them, he frowned. He had killed Evil Lotus God before. Now, they were asking him to kneel before Evil Lotus God's statue. There was no chance of him doing that. Hurry up and kneel, the soldier impatiently said. Han Sen thought about it, but he ultimately decided to turn around. It was only for fun. Doing the test or not did not matter to him. Having him kneel in front of Evil Lotus God was something he preferred not to do. Seeing Han Sen turn around, the soldiers that guarded Evil Lotus God Temple were surprised. They did not know what to do. When Han Sen was almost out of the God Temple, a man showed up in front of him and stopped him on his way. Are you leaving so simply? I remember I have something more important to do, Han Sen said. I won't test today, so please excuse me. It is okay if you do not want to do the test, but you entered the God Temple. You must at least kneel. Otherwise, it will be considered as you being blasphemous toward a God Spirit. The man did not fall back. His words directed at Han Sen were cold. Now, the soldiers guarding the God Temple reacted. They all came up to surround Han Sen. Mr. Yang quickly ran forward and said, Mr. Shibo, this is a misunderstanding. My friend came from the mountain. He does not know the rules. If he has offended you, please, for my sake, let him go. He was not afraid of Han Sen getting hurt. He was afraid of Shibo making Han Sen angry. It would be bad if Han Sen slapped Shibo into pieces. That would have caused him major trouble. Shibo was ancient God City's leader's son. If Shibo was killed, the leader would not sit back and do nothing. Han Sen would also make the leader become a smear. If he did that, he would shock the entirety of the Qin Kingdom's people. From what Shibo saw, no matter how high of a level Han Sen was, he was just a Gene race. There was no way he could fight against Qin Kingdom's high-class people. He would have to suffer. If he is from the mountains, it makes sense, Shibo said with a look that suggested he fully understood. He suddenly looked cold and said, I do not care if he is from the mountains. The sentence for committing blasphemy before a God Spirit is death. If he kneels now, I can spare his life. But he will still have to suffer. Before Shibo finished, Han Sen interrupted by saying, I am not kneeling today, no matter what you try. It is okay if you don't. Shibo coldly laughed. He pointed his finger at the sky. In the next second, there was a big booming noise. A giant, black-shelled creature landed in front of Shibo. It shook the plaza 3 times. Han Sen looked at the shell creature. It looked like a beetle. The black shell was glowing. The wings were upside down. It looked as if it was ready to munch on someone. If you are willing to become my overbearing bug's food, then you do not have to die for your blasphemous behavior, Shibo said with a laugh. His face looked very cocky. That is Mr. Shibo's overbearing bug. I have heard it is a king-class Gene race. It has incredible powers and defense. If I had such a powerful Gene race, I would be happy and content for the rest of my life. The people in the plaza looked at the overbearing bug with envy. They did not feel sorry for Han Sen. From what they had seen, Han Sen came from the mountains. Someone from the mountains was being blasphemous to a God Spirit and had even offended a noble like Shibo. That was practically asking for a death wish. Mr. Yang was frantic, but there was nothing he could do. He could only just feel hurried and worried. Shibo looked at Han Sen very cockily. Are you going to kneel now and let me break your legs? Or do you want to be food for my overbearing bug? I just want to leave, Han Sen casually replied. He walked past the overbearing bug, ready to leave the temple. How dare you? Shibo was angered. This was his first time being in charge of the ceremony. He did not want to kill anyone, but Han Sen was being insufferable. He did not care too much, so he commanded his overbearing bug. The overbearing bug squealed. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth. It went straight for Han Sen. Shibo crossed his arms. He looked at Han Sen coldly and prepared to watch him get torn apart by the overbearing bug. Peaceful frowned as she watched. She did not understand what Han Sen was trying to achieve. It seemed as if he was asking for trouble. In any kingdom, admiring a god spirit was the most basic ceremonial gesture one could perform. Han Sen went to a god temple and did not kneel before the god spirit. He was just asking for trouble, which was why Shibo was mad. That is fine. I will see what his power is like, Peaceful thought. Seeing the overbearing bug about to eat him, Han Sen did not summon a gene race. He raised his fist and threw a punch at the overbearing bug's head. Peaceful was frozen. Shibo looked as if he was watching a fool. He did not use a gene race or god spirit blood. He used pure power to fight a gene race like the overbearing bug. Everyone thought Han Sen was either stupid or crazy. When Han Sen's fist landed on the overbearing bug's head, everyone's mouths dropped to the ground. Chapter 3040 Digging Egg. A giant king-class gene race overbearing bug was blown up by Han Sen in one punch. The shattered shell was scattered everywhere. It dyed the whole of the god temple red and scared everybody. In the plaza, not even the birds dared to tweet. Everyone's eyes opened wide, and their mouths became circular shapes. They were all petrified as they looked at Han Sen, who was inside the god temple. The overbearing bug was a king, which meant it had gone through Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron gene race levels. It was the highest class gene race. Even if the overbearing bug had not grown up yet, its power was still stronger than most gene races. Yet, such a powerful gene race was blown up by a super powerful punch. Suddenly, everyone strangely looked at Han Sen. They looked at him as they were looking at a monster. If they had not seen it for themselves, none of them would have believed this had truly happened. Shibo looked very weird at first, but then rage consumed him. He felt anger, hatred, and annoyance. He wanted nothing more than to kill Han Sen. Amidst all those emotions, he also felt fear. It was an emotion that came from deep within his heart. Han Sen had not used a god spirit blood pulse either. He had used a punch to kill a king-class gene race. He had never seen anything like this happen before. Shibo never dreamed such a thing was possible before. Seeing Han Sen walk forward, Shibo instinctively retreated. His forehead produced a drop of cold sweat. He fell back and asked, "What do you want?" Han Sen looked at him and ignored him. He walked right past him. The people in the plaza parted to form a path for him. They were quick to shuffle away. They were quicker to part than if they had seen agents from the hygiene department. Han Sen always dealt with big scenes like this. He didn't really care. Everybody looked at Han Sen as if they were seeing a ghost. He just walked away without any more trouble. Mr. Yang gritted his teeth and followed. No one dared to stop them, not even Shibo or the city soldiers. The nobles did not say anything negative. This was no joke. There really was a character capable of destroying an overbearing bug with one punch. Who dared put their lives in jeopardy trying to stop him? Looking at the broken bits of shell and flesh from the overbearing bug on the wall, it just made their legs feel soft. Interesting. Without using a gene race, he can blow up a juvenile overbearing bug with one punch. Does that mean he was born with a bloodline? Peaceful was very far away. She looked strange. Aside from a human that had trace amounts of blood pulses when they were born, Peaceful could not think of a reason as to why someone could be this scary and powerful without even using a gene race. Ancient God City has a born blood pulse. This is so weird. I must report this. Seeing Han Sen's back disappearing down the street, Peaceful flashed away to depart the plaza. Mr. Yang was feeling pretty joyful. Fortunately, Han Sen had not punched Shibo into dust. That would not have been good. The current situation still wasn't great. The overbearing bug was a rare gene race. There were only a few in Ancient God City, and Han Sen had killed one. It was not something the city's leader was likely to let be forgotten. He told Han Sen about his worries, but Han Sen just laughed and said, "That's fine. If they want to come, let them come." Han Sen was not afraid of the leader. His body was suppressed by the power of the world. He could not use all of his strength, but he was still far stronger than the leader. Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang and asked with genuine curiosity, "By the way, Mr. Yang, where can I get a gene race? How do I use gene races?" Gene races come from hatched gene eggs, and gene eggs usually come from someplace underground, Mr. Yang said. Anyone can have a gene race, but only humans that receive a god spirit blood pulse can combine with the blood pulse of a gene race. How do I combine blood pulses? Han Sen was even more intrigued. Mr. Yang had a wry smile. He shook his head and said, "I do not have a god spirit blood pulse. I cannot show you. Combining blood pulses is to combine with gene races so you can use a gene race power. The stronger the god spirit blood pulse, the more successful the combined gene race will be. There can then be even more for you to combine with. Like Evil Lotus God destroyed class God Spirit. If you get his God Spirit blood pulse, you can easily combine with Baron class and Viscount class gene races. If you want to combine with higher level gene races, it would be difficult. The soul power of a high-class gene race is strong. They don't concede so easily. If you have a higher level God Spirit blood pulse, things can be much easier for you. Han Sen now understood. He understood the purpose of a God Spirit blood pulse. He thought, the so-called God Spirit blood pulses are actually a mental suppression. If you are good at looking for special areas, then take me with you. I'd like to dig up some gene eggs for you. Han Sen wanted to figure out what the world's power was like. More importantly, though, was that he wanted to know if he could use the world's power. Mr. Yang looked strange as he asked, Mister, can you use a gene race? He thought Han Sen was a gene race. He had never heard of a gene race being combined with another gene race. We need to give it a go, Han Sen coldly said. If he knew the answer, he would not have asked Mr. Yang to help him dig up a gene egg. Do I need to give it a go? Mr. Yang complained, but he didn't say anything. He took Han Sen to exit Ancient God City. Mr. Yang agreed quickly due to being afraid. He was scared of Shibo bringing elites around to look for Han Sen. Therefore, he thought abandoning the city and hiding in the wild would be the safer course of action. If he did not want to hide for Han Sen, he would not have agreed to take Han Sen out to dig up gene eggs. Although he was not able to use gene races, he could find where they were hidden. He had a past of digging up many gene eggs. There were no high-class ones, but he had a few low-class ones at home. He could at least give Han Sen one or two. The two of them left Ancient God City, but Mr. Yang did not take Han Sen to Ancient Big God Mountain. They went to the other side that had a grass field. The ground's pulse is also called a God pulse. Everything has a God. The God pulse is where everything gathers up together. Only a place like this can compose a gene egg, Mr. Yang explained as he continued to walk. What is a God? Han Sen asked. Mr. Yang was silent a moment before replying, that is hard to explain. Think of it like atmosphere. Think of it as a cloud in the sky. It all flows when the sky and the earth changes. It does not remain without motion. So, looking for the ground pulses and digging up gene eggs is a study. You cannot dig randomly. Do you see that small hill? There is a sensation building up in the atmosphere there. There will be a gene egg gathering there, but the atmosphere is weak. The gene egg's level will not be high. Mr. Yang pointed at a small hill that was 7 to 24 feet high. Chapter 3041 Evil Spirit Spring. Han Sen went before the slope of the mountain. He lifted his fist and prepared to punch the slope. Mr. Yang quickly ran ahead to stop him. Mister, don't do that. Before the gene egg hatches, it is very weak. You cannot apply much force to it. If it is broken, the gene inside will be useless. Han Sen pulled his fist back. He looked at Mr. Yang and asked, how do I dig up the gene egg? Mr. Yang felt bad and said, please wait here for a moment. I am going to dig up the gene egg now. Mr. Yang really felt terrible. He was just a mister and had no gene race of his own to use. Even if people hired him to go and find land pulses, they would not make him do such hard work. Now, Mr. Yang had no choice. He had Han Sen as his master. He could not allow Han Sen to do the hard work, so he had to do it himself. Mr. Yang still felt rather glad. He was glad he did not take Han Sen to Ancient Big God Mountain. That place had rocks all over. He would have tired himself to death before he made any progress there. This place was only soil and grass. Digging there would be far easier for him. Mr. Yang circled the slope a few times. He took out a small shovel and dug up some soil to check it. He used his nose to sniff and tongue to lick. It made Han Sen freeze. In the end, Mr. Yang settled on an appropriate location. He used his small shovel to continuously dig. He went down slowly. Mr. Yang was not very strong, and his shovel was small. After digging for a while, he only managed to dig 2 feet down. His face was pale, and he kept gasping. Han Sen was laughing as he asked, Old Yang, are all the misters this fancy like you? Mr. Yang heard what Han Sen said. He gasped before replying, anyone can learn how to look for land pulses. The nobles that can use gene races would have an easier time. Misters like me, who do not have a God Spirit blood pulse must learn this just so we can survive. Should I just dig it up myself? Han Sen could see how tired Mr. Yang was. He could barely get back up. The man's forehead was sweating, so he could not help but make the offer. Just sit tight, Mr. Yang said with a shake of his head. The land pulse here is very weak. It is not buried deep. It should be out very soon. Please, just wait for a second. Han Sen sensed that Mr. Yang insisted on this, so he said nothing more. He just watching him dig with interest. While he was digging, he suddenly heard a sound. It was like a gotcha that almost sounded like glass was broken. Mr. Yang's face changed. It cannot be that the gene egg broke. No way, with what I have predicted, it should have been half a foot away. I cannot have been wrong. While he was thinking, Mr. Yang took out his shovel. The moment he pulled his shovel out of the soil, some spring water came bubbling out the crack. The spring water was a bit weird. It was dark purple. The pillar of water ended up gushing out a few feet high. After it descended, it covered the soil Mr. Yang had dug up. There was more and more purple water coming out. Mr. Yang was shocked. He looked at the spring-like purple liquid. His face changed. He screamed, "Evil spirit spring water." How could there be an evil spirit spring? Han Sen saw that Mr. Yang was frightened. The man's elderly body fell back. He almost tripped and stumbled. He threw away the shovel. Han Sen reached out his hand to hold the man's back. After he stabilized him, he asked, "What is an evil spirit spring? Did you not say there was a gene egg there?" Mr. Yang's face turned pale. "Let's just get out of here. We cannot dig here. If we keep digging, we will both end up dead. Tell me why first. It was fine earlier, so why can we not dig any further?" Han Sen was not in a rush. He still spoke with a smile. Mr. Yang wanted to leave right then and there, but Han Sen did not want to. He could not leave without explaining, so he hastily said, "I must have made a mistake. I thought this was just a small land pulse, but this place has an evil spirit spring. If we do not go, a disaster will fall upon us." What is wrong with evil spirit spring? Han Sen still did not see why they had to leave. He pulled Mr. Yang and peered at the purple spring water that kept spilling out. Mr. Yang's heart was rapidly beating. He wanted to use the shovel and knock Han Sen out to drag him away someplace safe. But he was not powerful enough to do that. Han Sen had his hands on him, and he could not even run if he wanted to. He hurriedly replied, "Did I not tell you that all creatures have a god? Gene eggs are created by the god of all things." "Yes, I remember," Han Sen said with a nod. "Basically, gods are spirits. Everything has a spirit. When those spirits gather together, a gene egg is formed. Everything can be good and bad, so spirits can be good and bad too. If you see some purple air rise in the land pulse, that means there are evil spirits around the land pulse. In an old battleground where many people died, there are often evil spirit pulses." After pausing, Mr. Yang went on to say, "I never heard about this place being the site of an old battleground before. I did not expect there to be an evil spirit air, and the evil spirit already made a spring in this land pulse. That means there is something evil beneath this land pulse. If we do not leave, we will be affected by the evil spirit spring. Something unfortunate might happen to us. We should just run now." After Han Sen heard this, he looked at him and asked, "According to what you have told me, if there is an evil spirit spring, does that not mean the land pulse is strong? In that case, isn't there a possibility of us having a higher level gene egg?" "You are correct, but if you get the evil spirit spring on you, you will suffer disaster. The gene egg that hails from this evil land pulse will harbor something wretched. Ordinary god spirit blood pulses would not be able to suppress it. If you are forced to combine with it, it might take over the master. The stronger the gene egg is, the more harm it can do to the master. I would suggest not touching it." Mr. Yang saw that the hole he had dug was full of liquid. He had a morbid expression. He now wanted to leave more than anything else. "I understand. You can head on home, old Yang." Han Sen let go of Mr. Yang. He walked over to the spring by himself. Mr. Yang was going to run off, but he saw Han Sen approach the evil spirit spring. He quickly shouted, "Mister, what do you want to do? You go back now. I will look for you later." After speaking, Han Sen moved to pick up the little shovel Mr. Yang had thrown away. He squatted next to the hole and started digging. "Mister, please don't do it. From what I know, whoever encounters an evil spirit spring and touches but a mere drop, let alone digging, very bad things happen to them. The last leader of ancient god city dug up an evil spirit spring and touched the evil spirit spring water. He turned into a monster with purple eyes that killed everyone. He did not even dig up the gene egg." Mr. Yang tried to convince Han Sen. "You just go back. I will be careful." Han Sen did not care for Mr. Yang's concerns and continued digging with the shovel. He was not afraid of a sky full of god spirits, so he was not going to be afraid of evil spirits. Chapter 3042 God Pulse Weird Scene. Han Sen's power was nothing Mr. Yang could compete with. He tried to control his own power, but it was similar to a digging machine. The little shovel was really fast as it dug out a trench. The purple liquid inside the trench was funneled out. It was weird. It was unknown what the purple liquid was. After it was drained, it immediately vaporized not long after it flowed away. Smoke arose around the dig site. It was blown away by the winds that scoured the fields. Mr. Yang did not dare get close, but he really did not dare leave either. He stopped and watched the sight from afar. He just prayed nothing bad happened to Han Sen. It was fine for Han Sen to die, but without Han Sen's protection, he would be in grave trouble. There was every chance Peaceful was still looking for him, and Shibo's family might not be so forgiving of him either. What kind of crime did I commit in my last life to meet this goddamn thing I'm following around right now? Mr. Yang's heart was wrought with sadness. Han Sen dug a trench and drained the water, but the purple spring's liquid was still coming out. It was not slowing down either. He had to jump into the water to start digging. Mr. Yang watched Han Sen dive into the spring water. It made his face fill with black lines. His eyes kept twitching as he said, "Death wish, this guy has a death wish." Han Sen stood inside the spring water. He felt that the purple spring water was a bit cool. It was like he had been rubbed with alcohol. Still, that thing vaporized faster than alcohol did. Although the purple liquid kept coming out, it did not create a lot of water. Han Sen was still inside the hole. It did not even surpass his knees. Han Sen saw Mr. Yang had not departed and was instead just watching from afar. He shouted at him, "Old Yang, how deep is the gene egg?" Earlier, Mr. Yang had said the gene egg was very weak before it hatched. He was worried about whether or not he had broken the gene egg. Mr. Yang's eyes twitched. He answered, "From my previous estimation, it should only be half a foot away. If there is an evil spirit spring down there, what I predicted must be wrong. It is hard to calculate its depth. It will not be any further than 9 feet though." When Han Sen heard Mr. Yang say that, he plunged his shovel into the spring. It went into the soil. A scary power went with it. He slashed a 9-foot-deep trench inside the hole. Han Sen was not able to use his Dongshuan aura, so he could not scan what was down there. He still had the power to control things and cut a hole in the ground that was 9 feet deep. He should have been able to measure that right. When the big trench was cut out, the evil spirit spring, which was only as thick as a baby's arm, suddenly burst open like a volcano erupting. It was 30 feet high and made Han Sen all wet. Roar! Mr. Yang was far away. He watched the spring water explode. He saw a purple light shadow arise. It was blurry, but it looked like a scary big beast. The big beast's light shadow roared and turned into purple air that disappeared into space. It was like the night in the sky was dyed purple. This is, God Pulse Weird Scene, Ancient Evil Beast. Mr. Yang was so shocked that he fell on his bottom. His eyes opened wide. He started at the space as if he had just seen a ghost. Han Sen saw the weird scene flash in front of him. He also heard a beast roar, but he did not care much about that. Earlier, the evil spirit spring water exploded. It was like it exhausted the remainder of the purple water. Now, there was no longer any more liquid. It quickly died down and stopped spilling. The purple liquid that spilled out earlier was quickly vaporized. Within a few seconds, there was no more liquid on the floor. There was some purple air surrounding him. It was like it was there, but it was not there. After the sun shined on it, though, it was gone. He dug 3 feet and felt like the things he touched with his fingers were different. He felt happy. Maybe I have found it. Han Sen quickly used his hands to dig the soil. There was a black metal object visible down below. He thought it was the gene egg. As he kept on digging, he soon found out that it was not the gene egg. What is this thing? Han Sen was suspicious about the item he unearthed. Although he did not understand gene eggs, he knew that the thing in front of him was not a gene egg. Whose gene egg would have grown like a big stick? The stuff in front of him was a black metal pillar. The pillar's top was about the size of a bowl. Han Sen dug down 3 feet. The rest of it was still in the soil. He did not know how deep it went. The part that was showing looked black. It had some carvings with languages and symbols Han Sen did not understand. It looked like an iron pipe, with lots of scripture scrawled upon it. Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang from far away and said, "Old Yang, come and take a look at what this is." How did I dig up an iron pipe at a land pulse? Mr. Yang seemed to be really scared. When he heard what Han Sen said, His body shook. He got up off the ground and ran over to the trench. He bent down and looked. After taking a look, Mr. Yang's face looked even paler. It looked as if he had lost his soul. He mumbled, "It is over. It is all over. We're in big trouble. It looks like you know what this thing is. Since I've dug it up, why don't you go ahead and tell me what this thing is?" Han Sen was getting very interested in the item. Han Sen was a very curious person. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have made it to where he was. Mr. Yang looked as if the sky had fallen on him. The more he became curious, the more he wanted to figure out what was going on. It is no wonder I was not able to tell there was an evil spirit spring here. This place has an item that can suppress pulses. We have just suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. If I had known there was a pulse suppression item, I would have never tried to dig up a gene egg here. Mr. Yang was regretful. His belly started to churn. "Old Yang, if you keep talking like that, I am going to stick this iron pipe into your body." Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang with an unfriendly look. Although he was polite, he did not like people talking like that. He had encountered too many overly scared people. Seeing Han Sen's cold eyes, Mr. Yang felt a chill come on. He quickly said, "Please do not mind me, mister. It was me talking a bit excitedly. This iron pipe should be a pulse suppression item. The elites use it to suppress land pulses. Why do they suppress land pulses?" Seeing Mr. Yang finally start talking, Han Sen's expression looked a bit friendlier. Mr. Yang sighed and said, "The land pulse has a very evil gene race. When the elites found it, they did not want the gene race in the land pulse to ever be born. Of course, they did not have the power to destroy it. Therefore, they used an item to suppress the land pulse and ensure no one else would come to make the gene race be born." Chapter 3043 Extreme Evil Beast. Does that mean an extremely powerful gene egg lies buried down below? Han Sen was very happy. He used both of his hands to hold the black iron pillar. He wanted to put it down and see what sort of gene egg it was suppressing. Han Sen was a character that had conquered the world. He did not really care about finding ordinary gene eggs. With such an interesting gene egg available, he wasn't keen to miss out. Regarding whether or not it was aggressive, Han Sen did not care. Mr. Yang looked at it with shock. He almost scared his own soul away. He waved his hands and shouted, "Don't do it, mister. If that gene race is born, it will be a disaster for everybody here." Before Mr. Yang could finish speaking, the iron pipe-looking suppress pulse item was pulled out 1 whole foot by Han Sen. The iron pipe looked heavy. Under Han Sen's strength, it was nothing. Han Sen used both hands to pull out the iron pipe, 1 foot after another. He did it in the blink of an eye. He easily removed the 24-foot-long black metal pillar from the earth. Boom, boom. When the metal pillar was pulled out of the ground, the entire zone seemed to quake a little. Even ancient God City shook. It made the people think an earthquake had struck. After the initial shake, there was no more movement. It made people wonder and scratch their heads. Good grief. Good grief. Mr. Yang was paralyzed on the ground. He looked at Han Sen down below. His mouth was shaped like a duck's beak. He was in so much shock that he forgot to run. Han Sen was too lazy to show him any attention. He got close to the metal pillar and looked down into the cave. He saw a purple light flicker in the darkness down below. It was like an orb that was glowing in the dark. The cave was very small, so only a portion of it was visible. One would not have guessed that it was a part of the gene egg. There really is a gene egg. Han Sen was delighted. After he confirmed the gene egg's location, he was no longer worried. He just slid his hand down. There was a loud, "Kacha" sound. The soil was slashed open by Han Sen. It suddenly created a big crack. Everything down below was now clearly visible. Han Sen was staring at it. He saw the soil possess a 3-foot-big purple skin jade egg. Under the sunlight, it glowed with a weird purple. The egg had many patterns across it. They all looked like symbols. "Mr. Yang, how can I hatch this gene egg?" Han Sen landed next to the gene egg. He reached out his hand and touched the purple-looking egg's shell. Han Sen was most surprised by the fact that he could detect the presence of a heartbeat by merely touching the shell of the egg. Mr. Yang sighed and said, "If you have a God Spirit blood pulse, you just need to touch it. That way, it will respond to your heart. If it is willing to obey you, it will give you the message." "But you, mister," before Mr. Yang could finish his sentence, Han Sen knew what he was going to say. "Without a God Spirit blood pulse, I cannot take the gene race." Han Sen did not have a god spirit blood pulse, therefore, he could not communicate with it. That is correct. If there was a simpler way, no one would treat the god spirit blood pulse necessity with such importance. After pausing, Mr. Yang tried to convince Han Sen by saying, "Mister, if you cannot use it, just put the suppress pulse item back." Han Sen was silent a moment before saying, "That is not right. I thought you said anybody could grow a gene race. Of course, you can grow a gene race, but you cannot combine with it. You can only use it as a pet, and you cannot just have one randomly. If you meet a gene race that is very nice and tame, you can tame it. If you meet some evil gene race and cannot keep it, you must run away from it. This gene egg must be the evilest of all time. If it ever hatches." Before Mr. Yang could finish speaking, there was a "kacha" noise. The shell of the gene egg broke from its top. The cracks webbed down quickly. It made Mr. Yang so shocked that his mouth froze. Han Sen looked at the breaking gene egg with interest. More cracks were showing up. Most of it broke in a short while. A fluffy head soon appeared from the hole. Han Sen looked a bit closer. He was surprised. Inside that big, giant, purple egg, the gene race that emerged from it was only the size of a fist. Its body was circular. It looked like a hairy ball. Its hair glowed red, and its tail was curled up. Its ears were sharp. The eyes had just opened, and they appeared to be red. It was obviously a cat. It was not because of its size that Han Sen was shocked. It was because the little cat looked rather strange. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the asshole old cat. This little cat was much smaller than old cat. It looked cute. It did not look as bad as old cat. The two of them had many other aspects that looked familiar. For example, ordinary cats did not usually have such big tails. Its tail was like a fox's tail. Its ears were sharper and longer than the average cat. It looked like a fox. Even so, that little cat had something different from an ordinary cat. It looked similar to old cat though. It looked like a cat but was not a cat and looked like a fox but was not a fox. Meow. The little cat emerged from the egg. It rushed over to Han Sen and meowed. It was all shaky next to Han Sen's feet. It used its claws to climb into Han Sen's pants. It seemed to have great difficulty doing so. Han Sen reached out his hand to pick the cat up by its neck. He put it in front of him. He checked out that newly born gene race little cat. Admittedly, it looked rather cute, but it looked like old cat. Han Sen held the little cat. It looked nice. Its circular face looked very innocent. It put out its pink tongue and meowed at him. Han Sen looked at the little cat and thought, this should be impossible. Old cat is dead. Even if he was alive, he could not reverse his age and return to his gene egg. He looked at Mr. Yang and asked, "Old Yang, is this the murderous gene race you were talking about?" Han Sen picked up the little cat and jumped out of the hole. Mr. Yang was frozen as he looked at the little cat Han Sen was holding in his hands. He did not say a word. After a while, Mr. Yang slowly said, "The evilness of a gene race cannot be judged solely through their appearance. Perhaps it is too small and has not yet developed. Anyway, to be suppressed by a suppress pulse item, combined with the god pulse and the ancient evil beast that appeared, it must be a generational evil beast. What is a god pulse weird scene in an ancient evil beast?" Han Sen had heard Mr. Yang talk about it before. Now that he had mentioned it again, he figured he might as well ask him. Mr. Yang replied, "Normal people know gene races as kings, dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. There are 6 levels. They do not know there is a higher gene race. When that gene race is born, there will be a god pulse weird scene in an ancient evil beast. It is a sign of the god pulse weird scene. The legends say it is a sign of an extremely evil xenogeniac coming into existence." Chapter 3044 Make You Be My Servant. It sounds very powerful. Is it just a gene race? Han Sen put the little cat next to him and looked at it. Aside from the fact that it looked like old cat, there was nothing inherently special about it. Han Sen picked up the little cat. Its body was facing down. It stared at Han Sen with big, innocent eyes. It looked like some innocent little thing that did not know anything about that. Ordinarily, gene races with a god pulse weird scene are quite strong, Mr. Yang said with hesitation. Now, it is too small. It will probably take a while to develop. Although the gene race might have been an evil beast, its appearance completely went against what one would suspect an evil beast was like. They were a mismatch. Even Mr. Yang was starting to doubt himself. Usually, there was red dust everywhere and disasters all the time. Those were the signs of an evil beast being born. That did not appear to be the case. Han Sen looked at the little cat as he asked, how do I make it grow up? Do I feed it cat food? A gene race needs to eat other gene eggs or other gene races to evolve, Mr. Yang confidently replied. Normal food cannot be used to develop it. That will be troublesome. Where can I find many gene races to feed it? Han Sen was a bit troubled. Digging up gene eggs was very annoying, especially to get a lot of gene races. Han Sen did not think whichever path he had to take would be easy. It is very small now. Low-level gene eggs and gene races are enough to feed it. You should be able to get it to evolve once. When it grows bigger, ordinary gene eggs and gene races may not be digested by it. It will need higher-level gene races each time to keep evolving. After pausing, Mr. Yang asked, Mister, are you really going to raise him? It is an evil beast, and you cannot make a contract with spirits. If you only tame it, betrayal will be very easy. It is fine, I will just have one to play with. Han Sen held the little cat. He looked at it and asked, why don't I call you small cat? Han Sen was very bad at naming things. It looked as if it was from the same race as old cat, so there was no harm in naming it small cat. This way, old cat could still be called old cat. That saved a lot of trouble. Meow. The little cat seemed to understand. It nicely meowed to Han Sen as if it was happy for the name it had been bestowed. Old Yang, please find me a few more god pulses. We will dig up some more gene eggs. Han Sen seemed to understand that he could not combine with gene eggs. He was not interested in gene eggs anymore. He only wanted the gene eggs to feed small cat. Okay, Mr. Yang had no choice but to nod. He looked at the cat with conflicted emotions and said, in recent years, I do not know why, but the number of land pulses has increased. There are a lot more gene eggs up for grabs. Before, it was quite rare for a land pulse to yield 2 gene eggs. Recently, we have been able to find 3 or 4 gene eggs in a land pulse reliably. It should not be difficult for us to track down some low-level gene eggs for you. If this was the past, it would be very difficult. Han Sen looked at the 24-foot-long metal pillar and walked next to it. He lifted it onto his shoulder. It was like he was carrying some wood. This thing should be worth something, Han Sen remarked. Maybe I can trade it in for some gene eggs. Mr. Yang looked at him strangely. He said, a suppressed pulse item is worth a lot, but its owner is likely someone very famous and powerful. If the owner finds you hawking it, it might lead to another point of concern on your growing list of troubles. Han Sen did not care for what he worried about. He continued to hold the pillar. He stood behind Mr. Yang. The two of them trekked on in search of land pulses. They were eager to find more gene eggs. Just like Mr. Yang said, the land pulses were not hard to find. After a 10-mile walk, they reached another land pulse. This time, there were no sinister incidents. The two of them were soon able to dig up a fist-sized, white egg out of the earth. Mr. Yang had a look. He said that it was a Baron-class gene race toxic snake egg. It was a fairly common gene race. In ancient God City, many people used this gene race. If it was nothing special, so Han Sen did not care for it. He gave the toxic snake egg to Small Cat. He placed it before its mouth. Small Cat was excited. It reached its tongue out to lick the sides of the egg. It kept licking and meowing, showing how much he loved it. Small Cat's head was not big, but its stomach was large. It managed to eat the fist-sized snake egg in one gobble. Its belly did not even look plumper after the meal. In fact, it looked as if the kitten wanted more. Han Sen had to have Mr. Yang take him further in pursuit of more gene eggs. The two of them did not have to walk for very long when they heard the sound of horse hooves approach from behind. He turned around and saw a giant, overbearing bug coming right at them. Mr. Yang was shocked. He was so scared that he yelled, "Has Shibo sent out others in pursuit of revenge?" It's not Shibo. It's Peaceful and someone younger than her. Han Sen's eyes were powerful. The people were far away, but he was able to see who was on the back of the overbearing bug. Of course, when the overbearing bug drew near, Mr. Yang saw Peaceful. Next to Peaceful was a pretty man clad in white garments. The overbearing bug was less than 15 feet away from Han Sen when it came to a halt. The white-clothed man looked about 13 to 14 years old. He looked at Han Sen with interest. Peaceful, is he the guy who used his bare hands to kill an overbearing bug? Yes, Mr. White, Peaceful politely answered. Mr. Yang was shocked. Peaceful was the granddaughter of Dragon Song City's leader. Her identity was prestigious. Seeing her now, it seemed as if even she was being super respectful to the man. It suggested that he was of even greater nobility. Did you really use your bare hands to kill an overbearing bug? The white-clothed man asked as he jumped off of the overbearing bug's back. He walked over to Han Sen. Yes, I did. Han Sen nodded and did not deny it. In that case, can you kill this overbearing bug? The white-clothed man asked, as he pointed to the mount they had ridden in on. Although the overbearing bug had just become an adult, it was stronger than the one Shibo had. Its head was twice as big. You and I have no conflict, Han Sen said. Why would I kill your overbearing bug? This is not my overbearing bug. It is hers. I want to see if you can really kill an overbearing bug with your bare hands. The white-clothed young man pointed at Peaceful as he spoke. Peaceful did not look so good, but she did not say anything. Clearly, she was afraid of that white-clothed man. Why would I want to show you? What is the point in killing your overbearing bug? Han Sen frowned. The young man gave him a weird feeling upon hearing Han Sen. The white-clothed young man looked as if he was deep in thought. He said, if you can really kill an overbearing bug with your bare hands, I will make you my servant. The white-clothed man said this as if it was perfectly normal. It was like Han Sen would have been lucky to become his servant. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yang thought things were going to turn foul. He knew what sort of person Han Sen was. There was no way he would accept this. Chapter 3045 The landlord's stupid son. Who would have suspected that Han Sen's reaction would end up surprising Mr. Yang? He was not angry. He actually laughed. Han Sen pointed at the overbearing bug and asked, I don't need to be your servant, but if I kill it, can I have its body? After that, he looked at Mr. Yang and asked, Old Yang, can that gene race be food for small cat? I suppose it could be. Mr. Yang's expression looked weird. Using a king-class gene race to feed a newborn gene race seemed excessive. While it was possible, it might end up just being a waste. Of course, you can. The white-clothed young man hastily nodded. Peaceful looked awfully glum. She wished to protest, but all she could really do was mumble under her breath and not say anything audibly. The white-clothed young man looked at Peaceful and rushed her to get started. Peaceful, hurry up and get your overbearing bug to attack him. I want to see if he can really kill the overbearing bug with his bare hands. Peaceful's eyes twitched. She seemed to be struggling with the request. In the end, she adhered to what the young man in white clothes told her. She commanded the overbearing bug to attack Han Sen. This overbearing bug was different from Shibo's overbearing bug. Its carapace was black, but it had a golden sheen. Its power and speed were far greater than Shibo's overbearing bug. Do you want to use my overbearing bug as cat food? You can go to hell. Peaceful was secretly furious. She hoped the overbearing bug could swallow Han Sen in one gulp. The overbearing bug's body was very big, but its speed was quite scary. It was just like a flea. Its body became blurry a little as it teleported in front of Han Sen. Its mouth was full of long teeth that were going to try swallowing Han Sen, but Han Sen raised his arm high and threw a punch down. Boom! The overbearing bug's head was punched into the ground. Brain juice went everywhere. It was murdered outright. Peaceful's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Before, Han Sen had been able to punch a juvenile overbearing bug, but her overbearing bug was an adult. Still, Han Sen was able to obliterate its brain. It was extremely hard to believe. The white-clothed young man was astounded as he watched from nearby. He clapped and said, Very interesting. You can really kill an overbearing bug with your bare hands. How are you so strong? Han Sen looked at the young man and asked, Will you uphold your promise? Of course. Peaceful, give him the body of your overbearing bug. The white-clothed young man walked over to Han Sen. As he walked, he asked, Your name is Han Sen, right? Were you born with a blood pulse? If so, what blood pulse do you have? How can you be so powerful? After that, the young man in white clothes reached out his hands to touch Han Sen's muscles. He looked curious as he did so. No, the white-clothed young man had yet to touch Han Sen when a shadow appeared in front of him. He could not get close to Han Sen. Did I not request that you guys not follow me? Why are you here? The young man in white clothes did not look happy. He madly looked at that person. My bad. The man kneeled before the young man, but it did not look as if he was going to budge. He lowered his head and said, This person is too dangerous. Please, do not put yourself at risk. The white-clothed young man coldly shouted, I just wanted to talk to him. Why would it be dangerous? Go back now. Mister, please just think about it. The man remained in front of the young man as if he was not going to leave. I am taking the overbearing bug. Han Sen sensed that the white-clothed young man was someone special, but that did not matter to him. He waved at the white-clothed young man and walked over to the overbearing bug. He picked up its body and planned to leave. Annoying asshole, get out of my way. The young man in white clothes looked very irritated. He kicked the kneeling man out of the way and walked over to Han Sen. Han Sen, if you are willing to return with me, I can promise you great wealth, the young man in white clothes passionately said. Why do you want me to come with you so badly? Han Sen asked as he continued to walk. My big sister has a very powerful gene race, the white-clothed man said as he gritted his teeth. I keep losing and end up getting bullied by her. I want you to help me beat her gene race so I can exact my revenge. Han Sen rolled his eyes. I am human. I am not a gene race. I know, but there are no rules suggesting humans cannot compete in an arena, the young man seriously said. I am not going, Han Sen said. He didn't even turn around to look at the young man as he spoke. I thought you wanted the bodies of gene races, the white-clothed young man quickly said. If you can kill my big sister's gene race, you can have the body. Not interested. Han Sen did not even think twice about rejecting the offer. He did not really need gene races. I will give you 10 gene eggs. No, I will give you 20, the young man kept making offers. He looked as if he was not going to give up. Han Sen kept ignoring him and continued walking away. The white-clothed young man did not want to give up. He kept following Han Sen, trying to convince him. Peaceful and the guard were following the young man. They were on alert. They stared at Han Sen. They were afraid Han Sen might do something bad to the young man. Han Sen was getting annoyed by the young man. He pointed to Peaceful and casually said, Fine, if you want me to go to that arena, then make her become my slave. Peaceful was furious and asked, What did you just say? Upon hearing this, the young man looked very happy. He looked at Han Sen and asked, Do you mean it? Yeah, I am serious, Han Sen said with a laugh. Peaceful, do that for me, the young man in white clothes said to Peaceful. The expressions on Han Sen and Peaceful immediately changed. Han Sen thought, Jesus Christ, what kind of landlord's stupid son is this? He really agreed. Peaceful was the granddaughter of Dragon Song City's leader. Ordinary people would not have agreed with Han Sen's condition. Even Big Qin Kingdom's king would not have humiliated his children's subordinates. Yet, the white-clothed young man had immediately agreed to give Peaceful to Han Sen as a slave. How stupid was he to say something like that? Peaceful kneeled and said with simmering anger, Mister, please grant me death. Even the guard looked at the white-clothed young man strangely, but he held his tongue. Upon hearing Peaceful wanted to die, the white-clothed young man froze. He wished to say something more, but the guard suddenly shouted, Careful, mister. After that, the guard's body shone with a strange light. Wings appeared on his back, and strange horns were on his head. He threw a punch into the sky. A bolt of lightning came down from the sky. It burned the guard into a crisp. He fell to the ground and died. Han Sen turned around. He saw a beautiful woman with white wings wearing a white dress come forth with lightning crackling around her. She descended from the sky like a wrathful angel. Chapter 3046. Looking at an angel, the white-clothed young man reacted quickly. He went behind Han Sen and grabbed him by the clothes. Han Sen was going to throw the landlord's stupid son away since they did not know each other. He did not know if the young man was a good guy or a bad guy, and he did not want to be his meat shield. The beautiful, angel-like woman broke space and arrived. She did not seem to care much about anything. She pointed at Han Sen with a long sword. Scary thunder rolled through the sky and broke space. It was obviously trying to blow Han Sen and the white-clothed young man behind him into charcoal. Han Sen did not want to start any trouble, but he was not going to allow others to bully him. Thus, he threw a punch at the lightning coming from space. Peaceful was next to them. She shouted, Careful, she has combined with the God-class gene race Big Space Thunder God Eagle. Big Space Thunder God can destroy everything and travel 1,000 miles. Do not underestimate it. The lightning came too quickly. Before Peaceful could finish, Han Sen's fist had already smacked the scary lightning. Boom! The electric light exploded. Han Sen blew up the scary lightning. It flickered in the sky. It did not hurt Han Sen, and it was not sent into the white-clothed young man's body. Peaceful's mouth opened wide. She could not even close her mouth. Going against Big Space God Thunder with his body and not being harmed was incredible. It was beyond what she could have ever believed. The beautiful lady in the sky also looked shocked. but it was just for one moment. In the next second, she started swinging her long sword. Many big space god lightning came striking down at Han Sen. This world really does still possess elites. Han Sen's fist felt a bit numb. Although the lightning could not hurt him, it made him feel bad. Seeing more thunder break space and come, Han Sen waved his fist back to welcome them. With one punch after another, he broke the incoming lightning. Sparks exploded everywhere. It was like a god battle shower with thunder and sparks. Upon seeing this, Mr. Yang and Peaceful were frozen. Mr. Yang thought Han Sen was not a human. Peaceful looked at Han Sen as if she was not watching a real person. From his position behind Han Sen, the white-clothed young man looked happy. After hiding behind Han Sen's strong body, he felt as if there was nothing to be afraid of in the entire world. He shouted, "Han Sen, don't you like maids? Go get that powerful woman. I will have her and Peaceful be your maids." When Han Sen heard him say that, he thought it was rather funny and ridiculous. Han Sen could have any girl he wanted, but he never really got obsessed with women. Besides, he could just beat that angelic, beautiful woman. He did not need the young man to grant him anything. Peaceful, who was next to them, looked worse than Han Sen. That landlord stupid still remembered that. Han Sen blocked a dozen lightning strikes. It looked as if his hands were going to end up swollen by the electricity. He saw that the beautiful lady was not ceasing her relentless discharge. He thought it was going to be a bad situation if things carried on that way. He jumped up and flew toward the angelic, beautiful woman. Han Sen had no choice. His body was getting repelled by the world. He was no longer able to fly, so he had to jump. The faster he jumped, the more power he used. That meant he felt even more restrictions. Han Sen's body was like a cannon firing into the sky. The pretty woman flapped her wings. Like lightning, she ascended to fly at a higher altitude. Han Sen grabbed nothing and fell back to the ground. The beautiful woman did not wait for him to land. She waved her long sword without emotion. Her body was like lightning. Her sword was like a bolt of bullying electricity. Her body flickered amid the lightning, which was like a sharp sword crossing. It was all wreathed to take care of Han Sen. This woman is insane. She hasn't said a word, yet she has come here to try and kill us. She is just like the landlord's stupid son. Han Sen felt depressed. He could not use strength in the air, and he could not dodge her attacks. The lightning ahead was fine, but Han Sen couldn't block the lightning in the back. When the thunder hit his back, it made his body shake. It was like he was delivered a lashing from a whip. Although that power could not harm his body, it did not feel good. Han Sen frowned. Even with the world repelling his power, it was still stronger than what that mad woman possessed. Still, she had flying and thunder powers. Han Sen was unable to touch her. He was being forced into getting beat. As Han Sen was feeling depressed, Small Cat, who was in his arms, sweetly meowed. Then, Han Sen saw a red light flicker within Small Cat. A red light went into his body. Han Sen felt as if his body was suddenly delivered a warm power that surged throughout him. In the next second, the power roared through his body. It made Han Sen unable to hold anything. He roared into the sky. Meow. After that cat voice shocked the sky and earth, Han Sen's head grew red cat ears. He also grew a fluffy cat tail behind him. Even his eyes were red like small cats. He finally used a xenogenic gene. Peaceful looked frozen. She looked at Han Sen, wanting to know what xenogenic gene the almighty Han Sen was using. Mr. Yang's mouth opened wide. It was like he had an egg stuck in his throat and could not scream or swallow. His face looked extremely weird. No, that is impossible. Isn't he a gene race? How can a gene race transform because of a gene race? Mr. Yang's head was too cluttered with thoughts to think straight. Han Sen looked at the pretty lady, who looked like thunder. Some weird power was filling up in his eyes. It made his eyes look very red. That pretty woman saw Han Sen combine with a gene race and transform. Her thunder power grew more powerful. She clutched a long sword in her hands and slashed at Han Sen. The thunder gathered up like a weird bird. It came slashing in front of Han Sen. Pang! Han Sen's eyes flashed red. He fired out 2 red lights. He blew up the thunder eagle. The red light did not seem to stop. It was like a laser shooting into the sky. Flowers were everywhere. The 2 red lights pierced through the woman's body. She screamed and madly looked at Han Sen. She flapped her wings and became a bolt of lightning to escape. Suddenly, she was in the clouds and gone. After Han Sen's eyes fired out light, it felt as if the weird power in his body was decreasing. He could not shoot out a second light. The woman was gone, and the power inside Han Sen was gone as well. It turned into a red light that came out of him. It gathered up and looked like Small Cat again. Now, Small Cat looked very weak. Its young claws grabbed Han Sen's clothes. It sounded very tired as it let out a meow. Han Sen was delighted. He cuddled Small Cat and complimented it. Not bad, not bad. Claiming you was not such a bad idea after all. You are much better than that old cat asshole. It looks like I can use this world's power. Han Sen checked out Small Cat's body and knew that it was just a little weak. He stopped worrying and felt happier. He thought he was unable to use gene races, but that no longer seemed to be the case. Chapter 3047 Crown Prince Qin Bai. Mr. Crown Prince, I am sorry I was too late to save you. I should die. A very sharp voice, which did not sound like a man or a woman, was heard. Suddenly, a dozen shadows appeared. They all kneeled in front of the white-clothed young. The leader of the regiment apologized profusely. Useless slaves. The white-clothed young man angrily yelled. If Han Sen had not saved me, I would have been turned into charcoal by that woman. You guys are useless. Yes, we deserve to die. The dozen people did not dare say anything else. They merely continued to apologize over and over upon the ground. What the hell, are they filming a TV show? Han Sen was frozen as he watched the scene. Although the universe had an empirical system in place, it should not have been as ridiculous as this. The white-clothed young man ignored the men and said to Han Sen, Han Sen, you saved me. Why don't you come back to my palace? I will treat you nicely. He looked happy as he spoke. Can I ask which kingdom you come from? Han Sen looked at the white-clothed young man with a complicated expression. This is the land of the Big Qin Kingdom, and I am Big Qin Kingdom's crown prince, the white-clothed young man cockily said. My surname is Qin, but my name is Bai. Just call me by my name. Han Sen's face looked complicated. He thought, Qin Shu was powerful all his life. Why would he have such a dumb child? It looks like genes aren't very reliable. Mr. Crown Prince, I am not going to go to the palace, Han Sen said. If you really want to thank me, just give me a high-class gene egg. Upon hearing Han Sen, Qin Bai receded into thought. A while later, his eyes turned bright. He happily asked, do you want high-class gene eggs? That is not difficult. In the palace, there is an ancient well with a high-class gene egg. I think its level is extremely high. Come with me, and I will give you the gene egg. Before Han Sen could respond, the faces of the people kneeling on the floor changed. The one with a voice that did not sound like a man's or a woman's voice said, Mister, you cannot do that. That is the Big Qin Kingdom's suppress luck item. You cannot move it. If the king finds out, he will be furious. After Qin Bai heard mention of the king, he looked afraid. He changed his tone and said, that doesn't matter. If he is willing to come with me, I will give him a top-class gene egg. Thank you for your kindness, Crown Prince, but I have stuff to do. I do not think I can go. Han Sen had yet to learn about the area. He did not want to go to Big Qin Palace. If his body was not restricted by the world, he would not have been afraid. Now, he had to maintain a low profile. Qin Bai really wanted Han Sen to go with him, but Han Sen was adamant about not going no matter what. There was nothing he could do. When he left, he kept turning his head back. He repeatedly told Han Sen that if he ever visited the capital, he should look for him. He would prepare the best gene egg for Han Sen. Eventually, Qin Bai was gone. Peaceful did not leave with him. Peaceful looked at Han Sen and asked, Han Sen, are you interested in establishing a trade? Han Sen picked up the body of the overbearing bug and kept walking as he asked, what trade? Don't you need some gene races and gene eggs? Peaceful asked, I know a place with many gene races and gene eggs. If you and Mr. Yong want to come with me, you are sure to get something out of it. Han Sen did not speak. He looked at Mr. Yong. Mr. Yong coughed and said, Lady Peace, you are not suggesting the King Qin treasure, are you? To be honest, Mr. Meng hired me to go and find the King Qin treasure with him. We were not successful in our venture. Mr. Meng is still trapped somewhere and hasn't come back, and I don't know if he is dead or alive. Peaceful shook her head. You misunderstood, Mr. Meng. I am not looking for King Qin's treasure. I am looking for a hidden god pulse. We calculated where the hidden god pulse might be, but we were unable to determine the precise location. Ergo, we require your help. We will reward you after. A hidden god pulse in ancient Big God Mountain. After hearing that, Mr. Yong was shocked. He looked at Peaceful in disbelief. Yes, it is in ancient Big God Mountain, Peaceful said with a nod. She went on to say, I am sure you must have noticed in the past year that many Big God pulses have shown up, and there are usually many gene eggs. The hidden God pulse has only recently appeared. You can see the pulse air, but we do not know where it is. If you can find where it is, you will earn a fair share. The prospect greatly tempted Mr. Yang, but he did not agree to it. He looked at Han Sen as if he was his boss. What is a hidden God pulse? Han Sen asked. Mr. Yang tried to explain things to him slowly. Ordinary land pulses were able to produce 2 or 3 gene eggs, which was considered a lot. Hidden God pulses were claimed to yield more than 100 gene eggs and perhaps even much more. Based on the description, a hidden God pulse was like a very rich mine. Upon hearing that, Han Sen was immediately interested. After finding out he could combine with gene races, he was eager to learn much more about them. Of course, the main reason was that after fighting the woman, Han Sen noticed his body was suppressed by the world far too much. If he could have some powerful gene races to help, things would be much easier for him. That woman was strong, which made him feel weary. He had no clue how many scary elites might exist within the 7 kingdoms. With his situation being what it was, Han Sen thought he was unable to defeat the top elites that existed throughout the 7 kingdoms. How did Qin Shu break the space barrier and enter my universe? Han Sen's power was no worse than Qin Shu. Yet, under the suppression of that world, breaking a tunnel seemed impossible. Peaceful proposed a deal. If the 2 of you are willing to help me find a hidden God pulse, how about we each take 10%? If the 2 of us only get 20% combined, isn't that too little? Han Sen asked with a frown. Peaceful shook her head. There is something you don't know. The hidden spirit God pulse is very dangerous. It is not something 2 people can claim by themselves. I am cooperating with others. In the end, I will only be receiving 30%. You will be taking 20% of that pie. The others will be the ones claiming 50%. Han Sen did not understand things like this, so he looked at Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang nodded and said, the hidden God pulse is dangerous. There will be gene races there that have already hatched. If the God pulse has been out for a while, perhaps the gene races will eat the unhatched gene eggs. Perhaps they have already grown. It will be troublesome no matter what. Fine, 20% it is then. Han Sen sensed that Mr. Yang was eager to go, which made him want to go as well. Thus, he agreed to the terms. In that case, please follow me back to camp, Peaceful said with a smile. I will introduce you to the others we will be doing this with. Chapter 3048 High-Class God Spirit Blood Pulse. Although Han Sen thought it would be difficult if he and Mr. Yang wanted a share of this, Peaceful still took them back and introduced Mr. Yang to her partners. Those people were greatly enthused to meet Mr. Yang. They had no problem learning they were to lose 20% of their cut for his services. When he returned to his room, Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang and laughed. Old Yang, I did not expect you to be this well-renowned. Mr. Yang had a wry smile. Sometimes, it is very bad to earn a reputation and title you cannot live up to. Although I have knowledge when it comes to looking for blood pulses, I do not have the power to protect myself. That is the reason why I suffer when it comes to treasure hunting. Without you, Peaceful would not be so nice to me. I am afraid I would have to come here against my will, and I would likely not be given a 20% cut. While Han Sen was talking with Mr. Yang, he took out the body of the overbearing bug and started cooking it in the oven. They were inside a hotel in ancient God City. They could not make a fire, so having an oven was not too shabby. Small Cat was politely sitting next to the oven. He was looking through the cooker's window, staring at the slowly roasting meat inside of it. It wanted to devour what was inside so bad that one could see the kitten drool in anticipation. When it was eventually cooked, Han Sen split the meal into 3 parts. He was going to give Mr. Yang 1 part, but Mr. Yang shook his head. My old body cannot accept this gene race meat. You should enjoy it. Do the nobles not eat gene race meat either? Han Sen asked with curiosity. People will eat such things only when they have no other choice, but they will never eat too much. Gene race flesh has too much weird energy. Human bodies cannot take too much of that energy. Only gene races can eat it. Mr. Yang stared at Han Sen. He watched Han Sen consume the meat. It made him think, is this guy a gene race? If he is not a gene race, his body and the amount he can eat is nothing like a human. He is like a gene race. But if he is a gene race, how can a gene race combine with another gene race? Han Sen and Small Cat, a man and a cat, ate a lot of the overbearing bug meat. Small Cat was very small, but he had no problem eating a cow's weight of the overbearing bug meat. Its small belly was stretched. It laid out its limbs and comfortably reclined after the meal. Its small paws were placed on its circular belly. A look of utter satisfaction crossed the cat's face. Han Sen ate a few more pieces. He noticed that he did not get any Gene announcements. He was disappointed, so he stopped eating. Mr. Yang wanted to say something, but he saw that the night sky was brightening up outside the hotel. Han Sen and Mr. Yang looked out the window. A purple beam of light was shot into the sky. It fired into the clouds. It was like a pillar connecting the sky and the earth. That was the location of Evil Lotus God Temple. I wonder what happened there. Han Sen stood in front of the window with a frown as he observed the purple light. Mr. Yang looked at the location for a while. He looked envious as he said, "Someone has a complete Evil Lotus God blood pulse. I did not expect Ancient God City was home to such a genius." Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang and asked, "What do you mean?" Mr. Yang explained, "Normal people get a blood pulse that is not complete. It is like what we saw before when people got 1 or 2 purple lotuses or even 3 or 4 purple lotuses. They are not complete God Spirit blood pulses. The weird scene that is happening now means someone has managed to get a complete Evil Lotus God blood pulse. The talent has maxed out. It is easier to get a gene race than it is for a normal person. That is their talent." After saying that, Mr. Yang sighed and said, "It is very hard to compete with people. I only want a drop of a God Spirit blood pulse, but I have never been able to get anything. Others, they always get what they want. Such geniuses, Ancient God City's leader will likely recruit that person. Are God Spirit blood pulses really that important?" Han Sen really did not understand this concept. The place where Han Sen grew up depended on effort and power. If they had power, they could use that power to accelerate their own growth in the sanctuaries and become stronger. This world seemed to be completely different. God Spirit blood pulses seemed to determine everyone's fate. Without a God Spirit blood pulse, a person did not even have a chance to get strong. "They are very important," Mr. Yang bitterly said. "1 purple lotus God Spirit blood pulse makes a Baron class gene race obey. It requires you to keep communicating and trying even without a guarantee of success. A complete Lotus God pulse can give you a chance to claim King class gene races. Just think about it, if a 10-year-old boy can combine King class gene races to fight, it is all smooth sailing. They become a top-class elite in Ancient God City overnight. Do you think it is important?" To him, being unable to get a God Spirit blood pulse gave him pain and a disadvantage every minute of his life. While they were talking, the purple light beam spread out like a lotus flower. It created a giant purple light lotus. It hung in the sky for a few minutes before it disappeared. Han Sen was now very interested in the God temples again. He wanted to know what might happen if he was to take the test. Will Evil Lotus God give me an Evil Lotus God blood pulse? Han Sen looked at Evil Lotus God Temple with interest. Unfortunately, there were too many rules for the God Temple test. Han Sen did not want to act like a bully and disregard the rules of the God Temple, so he decided against it. As for the rule that required him to pray before Evil Lotus God, there was no way that was ever going to happen. The hotel room had a computer. The technology of this world seemed to be advanced. At least, it was no worse than the universe computers. Making use of them was a breeze. Han Sen entered the virtual community and checked out a lot of information. He learned more about the world. Just as Mr. Yang said, the world was one that used a blood pulse to determine a person's level. In any of this universe's 7 kingdoms, a person was the cheapest and least regarded in society if they didn't have a God Spirit blood pulse. Many such people were sold like slaves. The more God Spirit blood pulses one received, the higher up on the societal ladder one was. But that was not absolute. Having a powerful God Spirit blood pulse meant nothing if a person did not have a powerful gene race to back them up. Without one, they were just as useless. The kings of the 7 big kingdoms had destroyed class God Spirit blood pulses. That was how they ruled the world. What made Han Sen feel weird was that in the virtual community, he was not able to search about reboot class God temples or God spirits. It seemed as if no one had ever received a reboot class God Spirit blood pulse. Reboot class God spirits should be in the Geno Hall, but this world does not seem to have a Geno Hall. This is weird. While Han Sen was browsing the information, he found an interesting virtual community function. This function tested the strength and determined the level of a God Spirit Blood Pulse. Chapter 3049 God Spirit Blood Pulse Test. Han Sen did not understand the reason for testing, but the method of doing so was simple enough. He just needed to sit in a chair in the virtual community. Then, a circular room would begin spinning. It would spin faster and faster. On the spinning walls, some words would appear. The tester was required to memorize the words. The more words they remembered, the more powerful the God Spirit Blood Pulse was. Humans with no God Spirit Blood Pulses were also able to take the test. When the room started spinning, they would be unable to see the words. Han Sen was curious. It was a virtual test, so he would not lose anything by giving it a go. Thus, he started the virtual test. He sat on the chair in the virtual room. After Han Sen sat down, the chair started hovering in the air. The dome-like room started to spin. Before it started spinning, Han Sen saw now words on the walls. When the room started to quickly spin, he was able to see text uneasily flicker across the walls. The text was written in the same manuscript as the language of the universe he had come from. Han Sen recognized the words, so he was able to memorize them all. As the room kept spinning faster and faster, more and more text appeared. Han Sen had no feelings toward it. He easily memorized them all. The text in the content is a bit weird. Han Sen looked at them for a while. He noted it was sort of like a Geno art, but that Geno art was different from the Geno arts of the other universe. It did not seem like something a human was able to learn. Han Sen kept trying to remember and study it. He thought it should not have been called a Geno art. It was more like a God Spirit art. Only people with God Spirit Blood Pulses were able to learn that skill. While Han Sen researched the God Spirit art and tried to memorize it all, an old man was staring at a tablet inside a machine inside the Big Qin Kingdom's capital's God Blood Department. The God Blood Department was a new department for the Big Qin Kingdom. It was for recording how many God Spirit Blood Pulses resided in the kingdom and what levels they had. Before, they had to do a national census, which required a lot of manpower and resources. Ever since the virtual God Spirit Blood Pulses test system was created, the God Blood Department's workload had been significantly decreased. All they had to do was collect the data, which was then sent straight to the God Blood Department. Now, aside from some very important personnel, most of the people from the God Blood Department had been laid off due to technological advancements. The entire God Blood Department was only comprised of 30 employees. There were 1 chairman and 3 managers. The one in charge of the virtual God Spirit Blood Pulses test system was one of the managers. His name was Ma Guo Cheng. Thus far, his night had been nothing special. He made a cup of tea and sat on a chair to read the news. Suddenly, the server's data showed something anomalous, which surprised Ma Guo Cheng. The server had been created 3,000 years ago. The system had been working fine the whole time. There had never been any errors. It was not like the system was indestructible. The server itself had always been refurbished with newer hardware and always been kept in fine condition. Even if there was a problem, there was backup hardware to swap out. If the data had a problem, the computer switched to the backup hardware. Now, the problem was still there. The abnormal data made sirens sound, and nothing could be done to quell them. This had never happened before. Ma Guo Cheng was shocked. He quickly opened the camera feed to show the maintenance room. As he was looking, Ma Guo Cheng was ever more surprised. The whole virtual God Spirit Blood Pulse test system's heart could be swapped, but there was one thing that could not. The core of the virtual God Spirit Blood Pulses test system was a God Spirit tablet. Every kingdom had a virtual God Spirit Blood Pulses test system, but the way the tests were conducted was different. Big Qin Kingdom's tests relied on a God Spirit tablet. In Legends, God Spirit tablets were there at the founding of the Big Qin Kingdom. They hailed from the very first generation of King Qins. The tablet was weird. After many generations of research, no one was able to figure out what the God Spirit tablet actually did and what it could be used on. Eventually, a clever researcher combined the God Spirit tablet with the virtual systems. He noticed that the God Spirit tablets could be used on the virtual internet and make it show words. After many years of research, this virtual God Spirit Blood Pulse test system was created 3,000 years ago. Compared to the testing methods of the other kingdoms, Big Qin Kingdom's testing accuracy was very high. There were never many mistakes. Ma Guo Cheng had been in the God Blood Department for a few decades now, and something like this had never happened before. He saw the God Spirit tablet, which was slotted into the system, start to glow. The text on the tablet started to glow strangely. It lit up the whole room. The God Spirit tablet was like hot steel. It had become semi-transparent. What is going on? Ma Guocheng thought this was bad. He quickly picked up the phone to call the maintenance workers over. He wanted them to go and check the tools inside that room to see if there was something wrong with one of the pieces of equipment. Ma Guocheng soon learned the phone had no signal. All of the machines were starting to break. Some of them were frying and producing white smoke. Holy sh*t. What is going on here? Ma Guocheng needed to act fast. He quickly went to the power button of the room and pulled the lever down. He cut off the whole room's power to make all the equipment cease functioning. After that, the room started to look a bit better. The God Spirit tablet had looked like it was going to explode at one point, but now it had ceased glowing. A second later, it returned to its form of a gray slab of stone. The signal returned to normal. Ma Guocheng hastily called the CEO and other main members of the God Blood department. He also called the maintenance workers. After those people arrived, they saw that much of the equipment in the room was smoking. Everyone felt weird about what they were witnessing. CEO Li Qingyun looked grim and asked Ma Guocheng what had happened. Ma Guocheng explained the situation, but no one seemed to believe him. Li Qingyun commanded the team to go and fix the room and find out what happened. There were many broken parts. Fortunately, the server was composed of many parts that could be swapped out. In half a day, the server was almost operating normally again. The team was still unable to find out why it had broken. After a few days of research, they studied and investigated the feed of broken data and discovered something. The maintenance team wrote their findings down in their log before handing it over to Li Qingyun. When it happened, Ancient God City had a giant chunk of data that was needed to be processed. The data, however, was broken. It cannot be located in its entirety, and we cannot find out from where in Ancient God City it came from. Chapter 3050. Entering Big God Mountain again. Han Sen felt very weird. Up until the text in the test showed up, he had yet to exhibit the syndrome the internet described. According to other testers who had shared their progress, humans with a bad God Spirit blood pulse were more likely to feel dizzy. Many of them even passed out. Even the nobles who completed a God Spirit blood pulse test did not last longer than half an hour, but Han Sen had already been in the test for an hour. He had also yet to feel uncomfortable. The flickering text was already repeating itself. As it repeated, Han Sen was suddenly surrounded by darkness. He was bounced out of the virtual test room. Is it over? Han Sen was a bit confused. He had yet to see his test results, so how could he have been thrown out already? When he connected to the test's virtual community, it said the servers no longer existed. He was even unable to connect to the main website. How could this website shut down for no reason? This system is so unreliable. Han Sen felt a little bit depressed. He wanted to see what his level was like, but he could now not even access the official website. Since there was nothing he could do about it, Han Sen decided to browse other websites to learn more about the world he was in. Han Sen learned something about land pulses. He was quickly able to understand why the nobles only understood a small amount about them. It was like a blend of fantasy and theory. With the information being half and half, it was a complicated subject. Many things were not explained very well, and there was no clear standard. It was just like the metaphysics Han Sen had studied. The complications involved were harder to understand than chemistry. At least in chemistry, there were formulas to learn. Ground pulse skills did not have a formula. All kinds of reasons made the land pulses change and shift. Plus, there were some reasons as to why one only felt and did not sense these things. It couldn't really be explained. Learning something about them was not difficult, but it was hard to master the subject. Regardless if a person had a lot of time to learn it, they needed a lot of experience to even master it a little. Nobles did not have much time to learn all of it. They always located a mister who was professional in the matters of land pulses. They usually had to employ their services. Han Sen was quite interested in the skills involving land pulses. After a while of looking, he found it was similar to the metaphysics Mr. White had taught him. It was all very confusing. His brain felt tired, so he eventually gave up. Peaceful still needed to get some matters of preparation in order. They were leaving in 2 days. Therefore, Han Sen had nothing to do. He started to research the text he had learned during the test. The text recorded a skill called God Explode skill or a God Spirit skill. Using the God Explode skill was very simple. One needed a God Spirit Blood Pulse and a Gene Race. After combining with a Gene Race, it made the Gene Race's power combine with the person's power to unleash a mighty strike. After that one hit, the Gene Race's life essence dried up. They would then be turned into dust. The Gene Race power was all released in that one hit. The power it produced was nothing like a normal Gene Race combining. What a very cruel skill. Every time you use it, you must sacrifice the life of a Gene Race. Only rich people should be able to use this skill. Han Sen did not have a God Spirit Blood Pulse, and he did not want to blow up Small Cat. Even if learned it, he did not want to use it. There was a hidden field of asteroids in space. One asteroid was as big as a football field. It followed the flow of the other asteroids. From the outside, it did not look like anything special. On the inside, it was a secret base that had everything. After chasing down Crown Prince Qin Bai, fighting Han Sen, and being forced to escape, the white-clothed pretty woman was back in that base. Her back no longer possessed the angelic white wings. Her face and senses were far inferior to how they were when she transformed. Even if Han Sen was there, he would no longer be able to recognize her. Leader, are you really going to risk this? Su Ling'er's eyes were open wide as he looked upon the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman coldly said, Crown Prince Qin Bai is rarely alone. It was such a grand chance to kill him, so it will only be harder going forward. According to the resources we have, Qin Bai really misses Han Sen. He wants to bring Han Sen to the capital. He was rejected, but he has not given up. Han Sen will eventually visit Big Qin's capital. We just need to stay on him. Then, we might have the chance to see Qin Bai again. But leader, you do not have to do this yourself, Su Ling quickly said. Just get some other people to do it. The white-clothed woman shook her head. This Han Sen is a mysterious person. He is not someone simple. Even I cannot deal with him. If I cannot, you guys definitely cannot. I will do it myself this time. After pausing, the white-clothed woman asked, Did you do what I told you to do? Yes, I did, Su Ling seriously said. Ghost Kill is gone from this world. That is good. We will continue doing things according to the plan, the white-clothed woman said, nodding with satisfaction. Han Sen waited until the day started. Peaceful and the others brought two new people. One of them was a woman wearing black clothes and a night ghost mask. The other was a man wearing decorative armor. When Peaceful introduced them, she said the black-clothed woman was Ghost Kill. They had spent a lot to hire her. When she introduced the young man with decorative armor, Han Sen and the others were surprised. The young man had received a God Spirit Blood Pulse 2 days ago and triggered an evil lotus weird scene. Han Sen only knew that he was called Ouyang Chushan. He was from the Ouyang family from Ancient God City. He was going with them to Ancient Big God Mountain. Regarding why Peaceful was bringing him, it was something that Han Sen was not privileged enough to know. The young man, Ouyang Chushan, had a complete God Spirit Blood Pulse. Although he looked very polite and well-educated, he could not hide the cockiness that resided in his bones. Ouyang Chushan only took Peaceful seriously. He did not care for anyone else. Han Sen was not interested in Ouyang Chushan. Regardless if had an evil Lotus God Blood Pulse, evil Lotus God himself had been badly beaten by Han Sen. The group of people started their trek to Ancient Big God Mountain. The path ahead was led by Peaceful's people. They reached a spot nearby and needed Mr. Yang to calculate the precise position. They entered the roads of Ancient Big God Mountain. It was a different location from where Han Sen had come, which made Mr. Yang breathe a sigh of relief. He now knew Peaceful was not looking for King Qin's treasure. They did not travel for long when, on the mountains, the noise of a weird beast sounded. It sounded like a baby crying and/or a wild cat's weird scream. It made people feel uncomfortable. Peaceful said, Ancient Big God Mountain does not have many people. Many gene eggs from the land pulse have already hatched. They will be hiding in the mountain. In this deep mountain, it is unknown how many scary gene races are here. Everyone should be careful and watch out for each other. Chapter 3051, Gene Race in the Mountain. Ouyang Chushan looked at the mountain. Suddenly, his body burst with a green light. His shadow was like a weird snake that departed his body. In the next second, Han Sen and the others noticed Ouyang Chushan's eyes were like those of a snake. They were green and white. There were no pupils or white visible. His body had green snake scales, and his back had strange scale wings. His entire body looked like a monster. He had combined with a gene race. Before anyone else could react, Ouyang Chushan reached out his hand and waved at the mountain that had sounded with a roaring of a beast. An invisible wind blade went into the woods. The tree branches, which were a few hundred feet away, were cut down. Then, a very bad scream was heard. After that, everything returned to normal. "It is done," Ouyang Chushan coldly said. After seeing this, Peaceful frowned. Mr. Yang shockingly looked at Ouyang Chushan and asked, "Is Mr. Qishan's gene race the legendary wind-winged snake?" Ouyang Chushan had a cocky expression. He looked at Mr. Yang with respect and said, "It is no wonder you are a mister. Your knowledge is very wide. It is the Ouyang family's wind-winged snake." One of the people there did not know what the wind-winged snake was. He looked at Mr. Yang and asked, "Mr. Yang, what level is the wind-winged snake gene race? Is it powerful? What is it like compared to the king-class storm tiger?" Ouyang Chushan heard this and looked disdained, but he was not planning to explain. Mr. Yang said, "The king-class storm tiger is powerful, but it is different from the wind-winged snake. In legends, while the last generation of the Ouyang family was looking for land pulses on Big God Mountain, they suddenly saw a storm boil from afar. Across the mountain, their daytime travel turned to one of night. Then, an evil green wind, which was like an evil dragon tornado, wrecked the valley. It broke down trees that would require many people to tear down. It pulled their roots out of the ground and tossed them into the sky. It was very strange. The scary and evil wind did not leave half an inch out of that valley. The master of Ouyang thought there was something weird in that valley, so he waited outside the valley for half a month. He waited until the evil wind ceased and then carefully entered the valley. There was a very weird land pulse there. He dug up a wind-winged snake egg from that land pulse. Did the wind-winged snake egg make that weird scene? The man asked. It must have been a very powerful gene race. Did Mr. Chushan bring this gene race to help us? I feel much safer after learning that. I do not have to worry about meeting powerful gene races. The other people nodded and agreed. They all complimented Ouyang Chushan. It made Ouyang Chushan's face look even more wretchedly cocky. Han Sen, who was next to them, saw it all clearly. The few guys were not smiling truthfully. The people who dared go to ancient Big God Mountain were not weak. They were there to bully Ouyang Chushan. They wanted to kill him. Now that he had been complimented by them when they met a powerful gene race, Ouyang Chushan would be dying to show off. He would probably rush in front of people and make their danger point lower. "Okay, let's go see what gene race that was." Peaceful called the men to go and get the gene race Ouyang Chushan had killed. The god spirit blood pulse mark on the forehead of a man flashed. Suddenly, a gold ape-like gene race was summoned out of thin air. After it combined with the owner, he looked like an ape. He climbed into the mountains, which somehow looked very flat. He quickly raced into the mountains. Arg! Everybody was waiting for him to bring the gene race body back. After disappearing into the mountains, who would have expected the man to suddenly let out a big scream? The leader, Zhao Juyi, looked into the mountain and screamed, "Old Nine, what is going on?" Although the true leader was peaceful, she had only brought one guard. Aside from Han Sen, Mr. Yang, Ouyang Chushan, and Ghost Kill, they were all people belonging to Zhao Juyi. Han Sen did not know anything about Zhao Juyi. Peaceful had made no effort to introduce him. Zhao Juyi looked like a very nice old man. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, yet he seemed very young. He looked a bit holy, and the way he talked was funny. On the way, he had been talking pleasantly with Han Sen and the others. He was like a very nice old man. Han Sen sensed that the men he was with were all weirdly polite to him because they were likely obeying Zhao Juyi. Zhao Juyi shouted a few times, but no one answered him from the mountains. Everyone's expressions changed. Ouyang Chushan's face looked the worst. He was the one who had said the threat in the mountain had been eliminated, but now someone had just screamed. His words were why Zhao Juyi had one of his people collect the body. Now, something had happened to Old Nine. Thus, everyone looked at Ouyang Chushan, whose face looked grim. "I will go and check it out," Ouyang Chushan said. He flapped his scaled wings and flew into the sky. He flew toward the mountain. "Let's go take a look." Peaceful seemed worried that something might happen to Ouyang Chushan. She summoned her gene race, combined with it, and went off into the mountains. Everyone summoned their gene race. They combined and went to the mountain's wall. They were headed for the forest. "Mr. Yang, I am so sorry. Han Sen was holding a metal pillar. He used his other hand to grab Mr. Yong. They jumped outside of the mountain. A few of them jumped into the mountain. He put down Mr. Yong and heard some screams come from the mountain. Han Sen quickly followed the other people into the mountain. He was surprised by what everyone else was shocked as well. Leaves were falling everywhere. On an old tree, which was 9 foot tall, there was a monkey's skin that was stretched. The gold hair was dyed blood red. There was still blood dripping. Han Sen had a look. It was not the skin of an ape. It was Old Nine, who had just combined with an ape. Now, all that remained of Old Nine was his skin. It was unknown where his flesh and bones went. There was only that bloody skin left, and it was pinned to a tree with branches. Whoa! Ouyang Chushan was unable to keep his shock in. He threw up everywhere. He almost coughed up his guts. No matter how talented he was, he had never seen such a grisly sight. The blood on the skin dripped across the tree. It made everyone's scalp feel numb. Chills were running down their spines. Cry, cry, not far away, from deeper into the mountains, a baby cried. It was either the sound of a baby crying or a cat crying. Regardless, the sound was ringing in everyone's ears. It made people feel a chill. Han Sen looked toward where the sound had come from. Since his seventh sense was suppressed too much in this world, and there were lots of trees and vines around him, he was unable to see what was there. Chapter 3052 Blood Ghost Spirit. I want to see what thing you are, Ouyang Chushan coldly grunted. He flapped the wings on his back, wanting to borrow the wind and fly. Peaceful suddenly stopped him and quietly said, let's figure out where things stand first. Ancient big god mountains have many scary and cruel gene races. Perhaps what we have now encountered is a scary guy. Do not underestimate such a foe. One of Zhao Juyi's men screamed. Blood ghost spirit, we must have encountered a blood ghost spirit. It was such a big operation, so it could not have been just one mister there. There was more than just Mr. Yong. Zhao Juyi had brought 2 of his own misters. The mister who sounded so frightened was Li 3-Eye. His surname was Li. The reason why he had the title of 3-Eye was because of the scar on his forehead. It looked like a third, albeit closed, eye. Of course, the most important thing about him aside from the fact he could see land pulses was his ability to identify gene eggs and gene races. He only needed to see the shape of a gene egg to determine what kind of gene race was inside. That was also why he was called Li 3-Eye. When Zhao Juyi heard the words blood ghost spirits, his face changed. The kindness in his face rapidly depleted. He stared at Li 3-Eye and asked, 3-Eye, are you certain that it is a blood ghost spirit we have stumbled upon? Li 3-Eye was trembling as he confirmed it. I cannot be wrong about this. It must be a blood ghost spirit. I have heard about these things before. Ancient Big God Mountain has a blood ghost spirit, and now, Old Nine's skin is hanging on the bark. Aside from a blood ghost spirit that eats flesh and bone, what else could the gene race be? What else would do such a thing? Peaceful and the others were like Han Sen. They did not know what a blood ghost spirit was. They asked, Mr. Li, can you explain what level and element a blood ghost spirit gene race is? Li 3-Eye looked conflicted. He said, Lady Peace, in the Big Qin Kingdom, there is a famous assassin called Mo Li. You should have heard about him before. Peaceful nodded and said, Mo Li was our kingdom's famous hero and warrior. Back in the day, Chu, Wei, and Han, the 3 big kingdoms, wanted to attack the Big Qin Kingdom. It was in danger. The Chu Kingdom's assassin, Mo Li, killed the king of Wei. He succeeded, but he died. It made the cooperation of the 3 kingdoms fracture and break. A dozen years later, they discovered that Mo Li was from the Big Qin Kingdom. He had disguised himself as an assassin from the Chu Kingdom when he assassinated the Wei king. He helped with the danger the Big Qin Kingdom faced and earned a bad reputation for a dozen years. Yet he was actually a hero for the Big Qin Kingdom. Li 3-Eye nodded and said, the legends say Mo Li had 3 gene races. The most famous one was called One Sky Dragon. It became famous for assassinating Wei's king. Everyone knows that, but not many people know that Mo Li combined with 3 gene races to assassinate Wei's king. One of them was the blood ghost spirit. Really? What is the level of the gene race blood ghost spirit? What power does it wield? Ouyang Chushan asked with shock. Li 3-Eye shook his head. He looked afraid as he said, no one knows what power the blood ghost spirit has because aside from Mo Li, no one in this world has a blood ghost spirit. The legends claim that the land pulse of the blood ghost spirit's birth was beneath the ruin of a city. That city had a population of 10 million, but it was murdered in one day. The whole city was full of human skin, and the blood made a river. No one knew why until a land pulse was discovered beneath that ruined city. The gene egg in there belonged to the blood ghost spirit. After hearing that, Peaceful's expression quickly changed. Is the ruined city Mr. Li is talking about Half-Day City? Yes, it is Half-Day City, Li 3 said with a nod. Peaceful saw a dark cave deeper in the jungle. Her face looked serious. I have only heard about Half-Day City in the presence of a very murderous gene race. I did not know the culprit was a blood ghost spirit. Cry, cry, it was like it was answering Peaceful. The mountain echoed, with a weird noise sound like the crying of a baby. It sounded like something was crying or laughing. It made people's scalps feel numb. Everyone developed a cold sweat. If that is really a blood ghost spirit, I am afraid we are all going to die, Li 3 said. The blood ghost spirit is the strongest. If we offend it, it will likely kill us all. Even if we leave ancient Big God Mountain now, it will still pursue us. He looked at Ouyang Chushan. Regarding Li 3's stare, everyone knew it was Ouyang Chushan who had offended the blood ghost spirit. If they handed him over, the others might survive. Aside from Ouyang Chushan not knowing what was happening, everyone knew what was happening. Peaceful's face changed as she said, we still cannot confirm if it is the blood ghost spirit. Even if it is, are we going to fall back empty-handed just because of a blood ghost spirit? Are we going to give up on the blood pulse? After Peaceful said that, Zhao Juyi looked confused. Peaceful wanted to protect Ouyang Chushan. Everyone knew that, but what she said made sense. They were all experienced when it came to shedding blood on their blades. Could they really just fall back because of the chance that there was a blood ghost spirit gene race nearby? If they kept on going, having the wind-winged snake Ouyang Chushan with them would prove to be an invaluable boon. Zhao Juyi laughed. He looked at Ouyang Chushan and bowed. Mr. Chushan, you are the strongest out of us all. We are going to listen to your command. Do you think we should keep going? Ouyang Chushan was too young. He was young and cocky. He did not have experience. He did not know people could be evil sometimes. He thought everyone was depending on him. He did not know Zhao Juyi wanted to use him as bait. He saw Zhao Juyi was being extremely polite to him and felt as if they were all relying on him. He said, we are here to hunt a gene race. We cannot allow ourselves to be scared off by a gene race. I will scout the path ahead to ensure the safety of all. Everyone complimented him. They all made that young, naive man sound like a god. Han Sen and the others developed a wry smile. Ouyang Chushan was very happy, but he had no clue what was really going on. Peaceful wanted to say something, but she held her tongue and did not speak. This was Ouyang Chushan's own mess. If she tried to protect him, everyone would become angry. If people started to splinter, the entire trip would become a disaster. While Peaceful was thinking about how to fix this issue, she heard a weird scream come from the mountains. It sounded far away yet also very close. It made everyone feel a bit chilled. Ouyang Chushan did not say anything. He had his wind-winged snake, so he moved like the wind. He sprinted into the forest. He was looking for the gene race. Peaceful gnashed her teeth and ran into the forest. She felt sad. If I knew Ouyang Chushan was that naive, I would not have agreed with his master to bring him. Arg! Before Peaceful reached the mountain, there was a scream that made her heart jump. The scream was made by Ouyang Chushan. Chapter 3053 Purple-haired monkey raging wind blades came flying out of the woods. It was like knives cutting the branches and trees. They quickly cut down a few of them in the forest. Han Sen and the others saw them clearly. The wind blades were coming out of Ouyang Chushan. The young man's situation was very bad. Ouyang Chushan was half kneeling on the ground with his hand raised. The wind blades were still exploding. There was a purple shadow on his back tightly holding his body. The arms, which were full of purple fur, went past Ouyang Chushan's armpit to grab his neck. It made Ouyang Chushan have to raise his hands. The position he was in was very awkward. That purple-haired monster was like a ghost. It trapped Ouyang Chushan, bared its fangs, and bit him in the back of the head. Its scary face looked as if it was going to suck out Ouyang Chushan's brain juice. Not everyone had seen the blood ghost spirit before, so they did not know if this purple-haired, ape-like thing was the blood ghost spirit or not. Fortunately, Ouyang Chushan's combined gene race was the wind-winged snake. It was a god-class gene race. After combining with his body, he had green snake scales that looked very sturdy. If this was happening to an ordinary person, they would have likely ended up like old Nine and get sucked up by that scary gene race until only their hide remained. Peaceful saw that Ouyang Chushan still had a life force and felt relieved. Her body was combined with a fiery leopard. As this occurred, her claws were like sharp blades carrying a fire that reached out for the purple-haired gene race. Before, everyone was scared of the name Blood Ghost Spirit. They were very frightened. Now, the Blood Ghost Spirit did not appear very scary. It was about 3 foot tall, maybe a bit more. Its body was furry, and the fur was purple. Its hair looked very shiny too. Aside from its fangs, it was only a bit scary. It was not an ugly thing. After seeing how it looked, their fear of the beast lessened. Of course, the primary reason for this was because Ouyang Chushan had not been immediately killed. It made them doubt their initial fears. If it really was the Blood Ghost Spirit, Ouyang Chushan would have been sucked dry in a flash. He would not have lasted as long as he had. If Ouyang Chushan had not been murdered, people would not think this was a genuine Blood Ghost Spirit. They did not feel as scared as they did earlier. Seeing Peaceful do something, everyone else pitched in to help. The purple-haired monkey screamed weirdly. It sounded like a baby crying. Its body leapt up and rolled around in space. It bounced away 30 feet to escape deeper into the forest. That damn monkey ambushed me from the bushes. I must kill it. After Ouyang Chushan was set free, and he was furious. He flapped the wings on his back, carrying himself along with a flurry of gusts, and chased after the purple-haired monkey. Peaceful gnashed her teeth. She ordered everyone to continue the pursuit. She did not really care for Ouyang Chushan. Normally, gene races remembered who they hated, which tended to be those who offended the gene race. If one could not kill a gene race, the gene race would know that. Even if they did not want to kill in return, they would still want to mess their foe up. If this was not the Blood Ghost Spirit, they had to kill it and not leave any trace behind. Zhao Juyi and the others knew this line of reasoning, which is why they followed Peaceful's commands. Otherwise, they would not have cared about Ouyang Chushan being dead or alive. The purple-haired monkey moved very quickly. Ouyang Chushan was combined with the wind-winged snake, so his speed was greater than that of the monkey. Still, the monkey was going around and around in the forest as nimble as it could be. It used the stone and trees as cover. Ouyang Chushan could not really spread his wings, so he was unable to catch up with it. The purple-haired monkey kept moving and screaming weirdly. It occasionally turned around and made funny faces at Ouyang Chushan. It made Ouyang Chushan angrier. He was not ever going to end this pursuit. No one had the speed to match Ouyang Chushan, so they could only follow from behind. Han Sen was carrying Mr. Yong, so he was at the very back of the group. He had not planned on being first anyway. Mr. Yong was lying on Han Sen's back. He frowned and quietly said, "Mister, something is wrong. It seems as if this monkey is luring us someplace." Han Sen nodded. He had known that was what was happening a long time ago. He just had not said anything about it. He wanted to see where the purple-haired monkey was taking them first. After chasing the pest for a while, they went by a mountain and entered a valley. The purple-haired monkey was still making its escape and jumping like mad. Peaceful and Zhao Juyi thought something was wrong. They were quite experienced, so they were not noobs like Ouyang Chushan. "Mr. Chushan, stop right now. Stop chasing after it," Peaceful shouted at Ouyang Chushan, who was quite far ahead. She sounded very serious. If Ouyang Chushan's wind-winged snake was not that fast, she would have just stopped him by force and easily caught up. Now, all she could do was shout at him. Ouyang Chushan did not adhere to her calls. He did not stop. The monkey had made him extremely mad. He just wanted to chase the monkey and cut it into pieces. He did not care for what Peaceful said. He just gnashed his teeth and continued giving chase. This kid is going to experience a bad stroke of luck, Han Sen thought. Zhao Juyi stopped in his tracks. No one dared to continue the pursuit. These guys had survived for as long as they had because they were not reckless. They knew when to go forward and when to go back. Peaceful's expression was green for a while. It was white for a while too. She madly shouted, "Chushan, listen up. Otherwise, when we go back, I am going to tell Mr. Ouyang all about your performance today. Sister Peaceful, it is already trapped at a dead end. I can kill it very soon. All you must do is wait a bit longer." Ouyang Chushan obviously did not want to give up. Peaceful wanted to say something, but she suddenly heard Ouyang Chushan screaming matched with the sound of roaring from a beast. The beast's scream was like a tiger roaring in a forest. It almost broke everyone's eardrums. Everyone knew that the scream did not belong to the purple-haired monkey. Before anyone figured out what was going on, Ouyang Chushan ran out from the valley like a mess. A snow-white beast followed him. It was the height of an average human. The beast looked like a tiger, but it was not a tiger. It looked like a lion, but it was not a lion. It had snow-white fur and glowed with a cold light. It looked very powerful and overbearing. That is a Jade Lion King. Run! Zhao Juyi recognized the Gene race that the snow-white fiend belonged to. His face changed. After shouting, he turned around and wished to flee. Everyone turned around too. When they did, their expressions changed. Around the valley, along the walls, in the forest, and even at the exit, were many gray-colored jade lions. They were not as overbearing as the Lion King, but they were all just as powerful. Just by their presence, it was obvious that they were not a low-class Gene race. Han Sen looked casually around. He noticed there were around 70 or 80 jade lions in the area. They all surrounded the group he was with. Only the purple-haired monkey was far away someplace in the mountains. It kept weirdly screaming as if it was celebrating. It was like it was mocking them. Chapter 3054 Trapped in Jade Lion Valley. The King-class Jade Lion King was not scary to Peaceful and the others, even if the Jade Lion King was already an adult. It was just a strong King-class Gene race. Since they had come prepared, they could fight a God-class adult Gene race. And this was just a King-class Gene race. The Jade Lion was a special Gene race. Ordinary Gene races loved living alone or living in small enclaves of 2 to 3 others at a time. The Jade Lion was a Gene race that loved to live with others. A group of King-class Jade Lion was able to bring about damage that far exceeded what a God-class Gene race could bring. Peaceful knew they would probably die there, so they had no choice but to fight until their dying breath or survive. It was fortunate she knew Han Sen was powerful. She did not let the fire of hope be fully extinguished in her heart. She bolstered the courage in her heart, looked down, and made a command. Ghost Kill, you and I remain at the back. Zhao Juyi, you guys protect the few misters. Han Sen and Chu Shan. Peaceful stopped when she said that. She was frozen. She was so angry she started shaking. She cared nothing for her image as she began scolding. She was supposed to make Han Sen and Ouyang Chushan cleave a path forward for them. With the strongest 2 people in the front forging a path for them, that would get them out of the Jade Lion Valley. Thus, there would have been a higher chance of them surviving the dangers of the forest. When she looked at Ouyang Chushan, she saw he was using his wind-winged snake's flying ability to quickly flee and save his own hide. He flew out of the valley and escaped. Peaceful wanted to curse him so badly. When she went to the Ouyang family to visit the Ouyang leader and Ouyang Chushan heard she was going to Big God Mountain, he was passionate about lending his services. He called her, Big Sister, this and, Big Sister, that. He had begged Peaceful to take him on the trip. Peaceful was asked by the leader of the Ouyang family to take him, so she took him with her against her will. She tried her best to be nice to him. If it were not for him, though, none of this would have happened to them. Who would have known Ouyang Chushan would smack his butt and run off? He did not care if they ended up dead or alive. Peaceful's heart was sinking low. In the next second, her expression suddenly changed. Ouyang Chushan was flying out of the Jade Lion Valley, but the Jade Lions could not fly. They were not stopping him. The purple light shadow flashed. They saw the purple-haired monkey was like a bolt of purple lightning. It managed to catch up with Ouyang Chushan. Ouyang Chushan felt something was wrong. He turned around. The purple-haired monkey latched onto him from the back and was on his body. It was going to bite his head. Arg! Ouyang Chushan's scream echoed throughout the valley. The purple-haired monkey's fangs pierced into his head. It was like a demon biting his head hard. Everyone saw Ouyang Chushan's body become smaller in a very short amount of time. Within a second, he was sucked until only a flap of snake-scaled skin remained. The purple-haired monkey used its claws to grab Ouyang Chushan's skin. Another claw pierced inside the mountain wall stone. It pinned Ouyang Chushan's skin to the mountain's wall just like what had happened to Old Nine's skin. The limbs were stretched as it was pinned to the wall, and blood smeared the area. The purple-haired monkey was still nearby. Its eyes looked weird. It stared at Peaceful and the others weirdly laughing. Its face looked like it was laughing, but it made people feel a chill when they saw it. Everyone realized that the purple-haired monkey's speed was faster than that of the wind-winged snakes combined with Ouyang Chushan. It feigned weakness earlier to lure them to Jade Lion Valley. Everyone felt a chill. The chill went down their spines and into their hearts. Regardless if they were able to escape the attack of the Jade Lions, even if they did survive, it was unlikely they could escape the hunt of the evil purple-haired monkey. That can't actually be a blood ghost spirit, can it? Everyone started to feel scared. Reality did not have an obligation to let them take their time with all of this. The Jade Lion group was roaring and coming after them. They blocked the way they could not proceed. Han Sen, Ghost Kill, you guys, clear a path together. Peaceful shouted. Me and Zhao Juyi will stay at the rear. The others can protect the misters. We will sprint out this way. Zhao Juyi and the others were not happy that Peaceful had brought someone like that there, but they knew now was not the time to complain. They listened to her commands, formed a group, and started to leave. Han Sen used both hands to hold the metal pillar. He swung it. 7 or 8 of the Jade Lions coming at him were swept away. He did not kill them, but he made all their mouths bleed. Everyone was frozen, but they were instantly happy. Brother Han, you are so powerful. Han Sen only smiled in response. He clutched the giant metal pillar and swung it around. The 12-foot-long metal pillar was swung again. He danced like a tiger. The king-class Jade Lions did not dare come close. He formed a path for everyone. Brother Han's power is like a god has descended. I wonder what gene race you have combined with. Brother Han has god power. He can be more than a city leader. I have been living for so many years. Today, I know what a real god power is. The men were shocked, and they complimented him profusely. Although they were just licking his boots, seeing Han Sen was that powerful really did surprise them. Everyone had been scared. They were trapped by the lion group, but now things were not looking so glum. Even Zhao Juyi smiled at Peaceful and asked, Lady Peace, where did you locate such a huge noble? It is no wonder you have dared go to Big God Mountain. Peaceful presented a wry smile but did not say a word. She looked at Ouyang Chushan's skin on the wall and felt terrible. She thought, Ouyang Chushan deserved what happened to him after what he did. This cannot be blamed on anyone, but how do I explain this to the Ouyang family? The powerful Jade Lion group was suppressed by Han Sen. They did not dare try to stop them. Seeing everyone was going out of the Jade Lion Valley, there were some weird screams like a baby crying again. There was a purple shadow flashing through space. The purple-haired monkey was at the entrance of the valley. It bared its fangs and screamed weirdly. Its eyes looked extremely weird. Han Sen did not care much for it. He swung his metal pillar and chased away the rest of the lion horde. He hurried their race to the valley's exit. The purple-haired monkey put its middle finger into its mouth and bit down. He then pointed the middle finger at the ground. Purple blood dripped down into the valley's soil. Han Sen and the others were wondering what it was doing. Suddenly, the whole Jade Lion Valley started to shake. The Jade Lions started to behave like small, scared cats. They ran off. They were instantly all gone. Kacha. The valley's ground broke. A giant head came out from the place where the purple-haired monkey leaked its blood. There was a giant, weird snake. What came out of the ground was 30 feet tall. It was as thick as a barrel. The snake looked very weird. Along with its scaly skin, its head had a horn that was crystal and like jade. Chapter 3055 Lone Sky Dragon. Zhao Juyi was in shock and screamed, Lone Sky Dragon. When Han Sen heard those 3 names, he frowned. He had heard that name from a story. It was that thing called King Qin's assassin Mo Li's gene race. It was the one he used. It seemed to be very famous. If that purple-haired monkey really is a blood ghost spirit, and now there is this Lone Sky Dragon, can it really be that much of a coincidence? Han Sen's heart kept flashing with many thoughts. Mr. Yang, who was protected by Zhao Juyi's people, shouted, Mr. Run. This is an adult Lone Sky Dragon. In the 7 kingdoms, it is a very famous god-class gene race. There is no way for us to fight it. In fact, everyone was running away. The Jade Lion crowd had dispersed, so nothing was looking to impede their flight. Peaceful and Zhao Juyi took people deep inside the valley. Nobody wanted to fight the Lone Sky Dragon. The Lone Sky Dragon was like a snake. Aside from its head having a horn, it did not have claws like a dragon would have. Half of its body was coming out of the ground. It was like a jade-green statue raising its head to hang above the sky. Its pair of weird eyes stared at Han Sen and the others. In the next second, the Lone Sky Dragon opened its snake mouth. Green smoke came out of its mouth. It turned into a pillar of smoke that rushed toward Han Sen. It was incredibly fast. Han Sen was unable to dodge it. Han Sen did not plan on dodging it anyway. He waved his metal pillar like a lance toward the incoming smoke. Pang! The metal pillar struck the smoke. Han Sen's entire body was like an asteroid. He flew away. He traveled a few miles and hit the deepest wall of the valley and broke the wall. Peaceful and the others saw that Han Sen unable to take that hit, so they knew it was a genuine lone sky dragon. They were not wrong about that. Peaceful gnashed her teeth. Her body flashed with electric light. It was like an electric eel gene race combined with her body, turning the bottom half of her body into a fish. She was made to look like a mermaid. Her body had weird lightning around it. Peaceful had dared to go ancient Big God Mountain for adventure. She had come prepared for the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, Ouyang leader would not have felt safe about letting Ouyang Qinshan go with her. It was a shame that Ouyang Qinshan had it coming. If he had just stayed next to Peaceful, he might not have been killed. Run! Peaceful's hand pressed on the floor. Electric light and patterns came out together. It wrapped up 15 feet of the surrounding area. Suddenly, the electric light burst forth. Peaceful, Zhao Juyi, and the others disappeared with the electric light. It was like they used a teleportation technique to leave. Only 2 or 3 people were not able to get into the electric light in time. They were still out in the valley, and they looked completely deprived of hope. Seeing Peaceful and the others escape, the purple-haired monkey atop the mountain was furious. It was screaming. The lone sky dragon breathed out green smoke, which billowed like a tide. It suddenly blew the flesh of the 3 men off of their bones. Only 3 skeletons remained. Han Sen was hit by the lone sky dragon and fell into the mountain. It felt as if his entire body was in pain, but he was not heavily injured. Only his skin was a little sore. Although he had been suppressed by that world a whole lot, the strength and sturdiness of his body remained. No matter how scary the lone sky dragon's power was, it could not heavily damage him. The mountain wall had collapsed and buried Han Sen. He tried to break open the rocks. When he used strength, the rocks on his back started to shake. They rolled to the side. Han Sen discovered there was a cave behind him. When he frowned, black smoke came out of the gap between the rocks. Han Sen thought it was some of the power that the lone sky dragon possessed, but the black smoke generated the face of a woman. It was the woman who wore a night ghost mask. It was Ghost Kill. You took the strike of the lone sky dragon and were not killed, Ghost Kill said with a look of surprise as she studied Han Sen. Your power deserves a place of recognition in this universe. Before, she had felt a little bit upset. She wanted to go and see if Han Sen was dead. If he was able to be saved, she would save his life and get closer to him. That would have made it easier to assassinate Qin Kingdom's Crown Prince, Qin Bai. No one would have expected Han Sen to only suffer a minor injury. For the most part, he was fine and dandy. Han Sen looked at Ghost Kill and asked, "Why are you here? Where are Mr. Yang and the others?" "Don't worry, Mr. Yang was saved by Peaceful," Ghost Kill coldly said. "Her body has a god-class electric flint eel that can enable her to teleport miles away. I did not have enough time to enter the area of the electric flint eel. I wouldn't have ended up here if I was able to." Peaceful really did come prepared. Han Sen was not surprised. It would have been strange if a person like Peaceful did not come to ancient Big God Mountain prepared. Ghost Kill wished to say something more, but the mountain started to shake. Green smoke was leaking through the gaps between the rocks. The rocks touched by the green smoke started to glow green. They eventually crumbled into green dust. "The lone sky dragon is coming. Can you walk?" Ghost Kill reached her hand out, wanting to hold Han Sen. "Yes, I can walk." Han Sen and Ghost Kill walked into the cave. The cave was fairly large. Many branching paths offered tunnels in different directions. Behind them, noises of the lone sky dragon breaking stone were heard. They did not have to time figure out which way to go, so they selected one route and went down it. The lone sky dragon kept chasing them from behind. They also heard the squeals of the purple-haired monkey. Han Sen turned around and saw the purple-haired monkey was riding the back of the lone sky dragon. It was coming at them like mad. Seeing this scene, Han Sen felt even more weirded out. Is that really Mo Li's lone sky dragon and blood ghost spirit? Why are they here? People say Mo Li assassinated the Wei King and died. His gene races must have died too. Why did they end up here in ancient Big God Mountain? This way, Ghost Kill said that from up ahead. She walked into a cave that only allowed one person to press their way through by walking sideways. Han Sen understood what she meant. The lone sky dragon was very big. It would be very difficult for it to squeeze through a small cave like that. If they could prevent it from reaching them, they might be able to gain some distance. Han Sen followed her into a cave. They both traveled fast. Not long later, they heard a big sound. Then, there was the sound of rocks breaking. The lone sky dragon was unable to fit. Every little bit it moved resulted in it needing to break more stone. Its speed was slowed down. Han Sen and Ghost Kill were running for half an hour. The exploding sounds from behind were already growing quiet. The cave ahead started to become wider. Ghost Kill suddenly stopped walking. She looked at the stone walls around and said, "Weird. Why are there signs of people digging here?" Han Sen also noticed it. The stone walls around had many symbols. The drawings were very simple, but it was obvious they were man-made. While Han Sen was observing the wall, his pupils instantly became smaller. He saw a familiar shape in the carvings. Chapter 3056 Black Crystal Stone. In the symbols etched into the wall, Han Sen saw something with which he was very familiar. The carved symbol was in the shape of an egg. It looked like a pigeon egg with 1,000 stars floating inside it. It looked like a small universe that existed within. Although it was a simple line of a symbol, at this size, Han Sen was far too familiar with it. Back in the sanctuaries, he had killed a sacred blood black armor bug and received the mysterious black crystal stone. At this shape and size, what he saw carved into the wall was precisely the same. After that, Han Sen had absorbed the black crystal stone's shell. There was a black crystal armor inside the black crystal stone. It was the black crystal armor that pulled Han Sen into that world of kingdoms. Now, on the wall, he saw a symbol of the black crystal stone. It was extremely similar. He was super shocked. Is this a coincidence or a secret? Han Sen's mind flashed through many different lines of thinking. The black crystal armor pulled him into the Geno universe. Then, he appeared in ancient Big God Mountain. The location of that drawing also just happened to be someplace in ancient Big God Mountain. It was hard to think that none of it was related. Han Sen quickly and carefully examined the details of the carving. He discovered what was drawn there was like some human performing a ritual. The ritual did not have a god or a king or a sort of character that required obeying. They were kneeling and obeying the black crystal stone object. It looks like there is some kind of ritual going on in this drawing, but it is weird, Ghost Kill said. As far as I know, the 7 kingdoms believe in the god spirits. They just believe in different god spirits. I have never heard of a kingdom obeying an egg before. That should be a gene egg. If you don't know, then I most certainly won't, Han Sen said. Inside, he was actually thinking, is the black crystal body really a gene egg? Is it a gene race inside the black crystal armor? After thinking about it, that did not seem right. If the black crystal stone was really a gene egg, why would it run into the first sanctuary in the Alliance? Plus, the gene race power was different from the universal powers. If the black crystal stone really was a gene egg, it should have been repelled by the Geno universe. But it was different. The black crystal stone did not get repelled, and it was used to reinforce creatures. As the two of them kept on walking and observing the symbols across the walls. It was like they were checking out one long drawing. All of the drawings documented the entire process of a ritual. Countless humans were praying before the black crystal stone. In the end, humans were using their own blood to sacrifice themselves on the black crystal stone. Further ahead, the content of the carvings was even weirder. A character who was like an officer of the ritual was holding the black crystal stone. He threw the black crystal stone into a thing that looked like the entrance to a volcano. In the next drawing, at the entrance of the volcano, smoke was rising. People were praying before the smoke. Han Sen and Ghost Kill wanted to find out what happened next. They hurried up and went forward. When they saw what happened next, they were given a massive surprise. The content near the end showed an outsider falling from the sky. It entered the entrance of the volcano. In the next drawing, that outsider was holding the black crystal stone as he escaped the entrance of the volcano. In the final picture, many angry humans were looking up at the sky. Then, there were no more drawings. The carvings ended there. All of those depictions were very abstract. It was difficult to tell what exactly was trying to be drawn. One was not really able to figure out who was the one that stole the black crystal stone, but Han Sen could not help but think of Qin Shu. But that was just Han Sen's idle thoughts at work. There was no proof that the one who stole the black crystal stone was Qin Shu. Have you heard of a story like this before? Han Sen was not very plugged into the history of this new universe. His knowledge was lacking, so he looked at Ghost Kill hoping to learn something useful from her. Ghost Kill was silent a moment before saying, I have never heard a story like this before. Perhaps the humans that obey the Gene Egg are humans from a smaller kingdom. Back in ancient times, there were many smaller kingdoms. It was not always the case that there were 7 like now. Perhaps the story on the stone is just a folktale from some old country that no longer exists. Han Sen nodded. He looked at the stone wall ahead. He did not see any more carvings, but the stone cave ahead revealed stairs that went down. The stone staircase was a spiral one. It was unknown where it might have led. They looked at each other and went down the stone stairs together in a very cooperative fashion. Han Sen and Ghost Kill were very interested in this place. They wanted to know who had put so many things in that ancient big god mountain. From what I know, the lone sky dragon is a very rare god gene race, Ghost Kill said as she kept walking. The legends of how many times it has appeared can be counted on your fingers. The most famous instance of a lone sky dragon was the one attributed to Mo Li. If the purple-haired monkey really is a blood ghost spirit, then the lone sky dragon from earlier could very well be the one Mo Li used to own. Han Sen had no hesitation to ask what he was wondering about. But if Mo Li was killed in the Wei Kingdom's palace, his gene races should have died with him. How could they have appeared here? I do not know, Ghost Kill said. If they are not Mo Li's, who could have a lone sky dragon and blood ghost spirit at the same time? How could that happen? It would be too much of a coincidence if you ask me. We cannot confirm if the purple-haired monkey is a blood ghost spirit, so maybe it isn't one, Han Sen said. You are right, Ghost Kill nodded and said nothing else. The two of them went down the stone steps. They had walked down at least a few hundred feet when the stone steps reached the end. In front of them was a stone door. While Ghost Kill was investigating it, she discovered there was nothing weird about the stone door. She pushed it, but the stone door did not budge. Allow me. Han Sen used the metal pillar in his hand to strike the stone door. He was very strong. After hitting it a few times, the stone door shattered. The two of them looked beyond the stone door. Beyond the ruin of the door, there was an old hall. The walls had many different styles that looked like the drawings from earlier. A 9-foot-tall stove was situated in the center of the hall. A green fire was burning under it. It lit up the entire palace. The two of them entered the stone hall with great care. They looked at the stone stove. A dead body was hanging upside down. It was clad in armor. The bones were almost cracked. It looked as if it had been dead for a long time. Han Sen noticed nothing special about the bones, so he looked at the drawings above. After having a look, he was given a fright. There was no text on the wall, just drawings. There was text inside the drawings. Han Sen was able to understand it. On top, it said, The Story of Genes. Chapter 3057 Ancient version of the Story of Genes. The Story of Genes was different from the Story of Genes with which Han Sen had practiced. The language of the Story of Genes was far clearer. There were not many details. At the same time, it was quite deep. It was just like Han Sen reading the Dongshuan Sutra in the past. One needed more profound knowledge of old languages to understand it on a greater level. If he had not already practiced with the Story of Genes, he probably would not have understood what the text on the wall meant. To speak clearly, the Story of Genes here was a version written in an ancient text. In the past, Han Sen had practiced with a version written in modern text. Although the descriptions were different, the content was similar and did not have many differences. Weird, wasn't the Story of Genes created by Qin Shu and Han Yufei? Wasn't it composed by those two together? Why is there an older version? Han Sen thought this was very strange. Do you understand what is written up there? Ghost Kill asked. I can guess that it is some kind of weird skill, Han Sen replied. Ghost Kill shook her head. Most of this text is written in the common language of the universe, but the grammar is very old. It can probably be traced back to the original Star Era. What is the original Star Era? Han Sen asked with a frown. Ghost Kill looked at Han Sen strangely. You don't know about the original Star Era. I am not interested in history, Han Sen flippantly said. Ghost Kill did not say anything. She tried to explain. The blood pulses of the 7 kingdoms of the universe all came from the same planet. That planet was called the original star. Thus, that is why the era was dubbed the original Star Era. Original star was destroyed a long time ago. I do not know how many billions of years ago it was. Looking at the text on the wall, Ghost Kill went on to say, I have seen some information about the original Star Era. The text used here is similar to the text of that era. Han Sen was silent a moment before asking, "Are you saying this is a leftover from that era?" Ghostkill shook her head. "It shouldn't be. The original Star Era did not even have space travel. If so, how could things from that era come to another planet and be here on ancient Big God Mountain? Maybe the text is from the original Star Era, but someone copied it down here. I don't know who the master of this place is. Why did he make a stone temple in this place?" Ghostkill looked at the dead body. The two of them investigated the stone palace. There was nothing important to find. There were only the body and the stone stove they hadn't searched yet. "If you are interested, why don't you examine it?" Han Sen asked with a laugh. He wanted to know who the master of the stone palace was. He wanted to know far more than Ghostkill did, but he made sure to not show it. "I would like to." Ghostkill did not delay. She bent over and went to check the body. Suddenly, a purple light flashed. It was like a demon attacking Ghostkill's back. That purple shadow was too fast. Neither Han Sen nor Ghostkill was able to react. Ghostkill did not even have the time to turn around. Although Han Sen reacted, his body was limited by that world. The faster he moved, the more pressure he felt. There was not enough time to rescue her. Han Sen still saw it clearly. The purple shadow was the purple-haired monkey. The purple light of its body was spreading. It was like a purple light shadow. It went behind Ghostkill to tie her up as it did to Ouyang Chushan. It latched onto Ghostkill's back ready to dig into her head with its mouth. That chomp made Ghostkill's body turn into black smoke. The purple monkey did not bite anything, and the black smoke moved away. Then, it turned back into Ghostkill's body. The purple-haired monkey made the noise of a baby crying. It turned into a purple shadow and ran at Ghostkill again. The two of them fought. It was hard to tell who was going to win and who was going to lose. Han Sen realized that Ghostkill's power was greater than what Ouyang Chushan had possessed. She exceeded him in battle experience and ability. She was far above Ouyang Chushan. The purple-haired monkey had a weird and incredible power, but it was unable to hurt her. Ghostkill could not do anything to harm the purple-haired monkey either. The two of them fought across the stone palace. They both seemed worried about something. Even the purple-haired monkey controlled its power to avoid damaging anything in the stone hall. Seeing Ghostkill not being too pressured, Han Sen walked over to the body. He put his hand on the armor and began to rummage around in the high hopes of finding something. The purple-haired monkey saw Han Sen touch the dead body, and it screamed weirdly. It ignored Ghostkill, bared its fangs, and launched itself at Han Sen. Han Sen kept rummaging through the armor of the dead body while his other hand kept swinging the metal pillar. Who would have known that the purple-haired monkey would be wrapped around the metal pillar headed for Han Sen like a snake? Han Sen found something, but he did not have the time to take a look at what it was. He pocketed it and quickly fell back. In this world, it was like Han Sen was always walking through waist-high water. The resistances against him were too much. No matter how fast he went, he could never go faster. Although he was already running fast, he still ended up being scratched by the purple-haired monkey. The clothes he wore were torn open, but the purple light of the sharp claws did not dig into his skin. Only a few red marks were drawn across his skin. Ghostkill was shocked. Her eyes flashed twice. She flew over and detached the purple-haired monkey. Han Sen was not fast, so it was hard for him to participate in this battle. He retreated a little. He looked at the item he had collected from the body's pocket. It was a leather notebook. The whole notebook was wrought in leather, but the pages were not made of paper. Han Sen flipped it open and saw the text was of the common language of the universe, but the grammar was very old, like the story of genes on the wall. Han Sen read a few lines and found it very difficult to understand. He was only able to read the simple parts of the book. This person is an important officer from the Qin kingdom who took a request from King Qin to find a skill that could enable immortality. Han Sen only understood one part of it. It was what he thought it was. That guy was a subordinate of Qin Shu. Most of the text was too difficult for Han Sen to understand. It said something like what he had found something in ancient Big God Mountain. Regarding the details, he had to understand it all to understand. With the situation being what it was, Han Sen did not have the time or space to study it. He put the notebook back in his pocket and observed the current battle. He was ready to get rid of that purple-haired monkey with Ghostkill. It seemed to realize the crisis it faced, so the purple-haired monkey weirdly squealed. Its purple hair went straight like a raging fire. A scary purple fire suddenly wrapped up its body. Inside the purple flames, its body became transparent crystal like a ghost. At the same time, a weird presence came out of its body. Ghostkill lost her voice as she screamed, "It really is a blood ghost spirit." Chapter 3058 Demon Descends. The blood ghost spirit looked very murderous. Its body was like a ghost going for Ghostkill. It was unknown how much faster it was than how it was before, but Ghostkill only saw a blurry purple shadow. She was unable to see its body or tracks. Ghostkill turned into black smoke and dodged, but Han Sen still heard the black smoke had some humming sounds. When the black smoke turned into Ghostkill again, her stomach had a few scratch marks, and she was bleeding profusely from them. "Quickly, run!" Ghostkill's expression changed as she shouted at Han Sen. She turned into black smoke and readied herself to flee. The blood ghost spirit was already very murderous. The purple shadow flashed in front of the black smoke. The black smoke went right past it. When Ghostkill dropped out of the black smoke, her back displayed a few more bloody scratch marks. Ghostkill's face was looking quite grim. Although they had heard about the scary blood ghost spirit, they did not think the real blood ghost spirit was as scary as what they were encountering now. In the past, she witnessed the power of the purple-haired monkey and the lone sky dragon. She believed she had the chops to protect herself. That was why she had followed Han Sen. She was now starting to regret her decision to join him. No one would have thought that the blood ghost spirit was scarier than the lone sky dragon. They were only afraid that the Gene race Mo Li used to assassinate Wei's king was the famous lone sky dragon, but it had to have been the blood ghost spirit. "It looks like I will have to expose myself." Ghostkill knew that to depend on her ghost smoke beast was not going to escort her to deliverance. She wouldn't beat the blood ghost spirit by relying on that. She needed to combine with another Gene race if she sought to live. If she did that, her plan to get close to Han Sen might completely fail. She had no time to worry about that now. Ghostkill's heart jumped. She was going to summon her best Gene race. It was called the Space Thunder God Eagle. She suddenly felt rather dizzy. Her body felt weak. She could not summon the big Space Thunder God Eagle. Why is this happening? Ghostkill was shocked. She lowered her hands and discovered that the blood coming out from her stomach was turning purple. Purple air was spreading across her body. The God Spirit blood pulse mark on her head was infected by the purple air. It had suddenly become bright and dark. It was hard to summon a Gene race inside to combine with. It was too late when Ghostkill noticed this. She did not know much about the blood ghost spirit. The legends never claimed much in detail either. Nobody knew the blood ghost spirit had such scary powers. If she knew this would have happened, she would not have waited until now to summon her favored Gene race. The blood ghost spirit jumped at her again. It obviously wanted to kill her before dealing with Han Sen. Han Sen frowned. The metal pillar in his hand was swinging toward the blood ghost spirit. The blood ghost spirit turned and looked at Han Sen. A claw struck the top of the metal pillar. Han Sen felt like there was some power coming from the metal pillar. The blood ghost spirit couldn't control its body and fell back. It hit the back of the stone wall. When the stone wall was hit, it shattered. The two of them cooperated to deal with the blood ghost spirit. Even so, they were not able to defeat it. That was especially true of Ghostkill. She had kept incurring more wounds and was unable to keep up. It also led to the presence of more purple air claiming her. Her wounds were rapidly getting worse. She feared she was not going to last long. Although Han Sen was not injured, he was suppressed by the power of the world. He could not use all his strength. He was only able to get in some hits. "I cannot allow things to keep going on like this. I have to force and rip up the power of this world." Han Sen's vision became very still. His flesh and bone power kept exploding. He was going against the rules of the world. He had to tear up the rule powers of the world so he could use his normal, true power. But this would cost him a high price. It cost his body a lot of energy. His body power could not go against the world's power for an extended amount of time, and he could not get a resupply to recover what was lost. The most important thing about this was that Han Sen thought the world had god spirits in the Geno Hall. Qin Shu went to the Geno universe, which made him an outsider. That was why he was picked on by the god spirits. Han Sen's body now had a little number of Qin Shu's genes. He was not going to be repelled by the world completely. If he did not make a big move, perhaps the god spirits would not find out. Forcing himself to rip up the world's rule power would make way too much noise. If it attracted the god spirits, Han Sen did not know what the consequence might be. He did not know if a sky full of god spirits would treat him the way they treated Qin Shu. If a sky full of god spirits became his enemy, he would be in the same situation Qin Shu was in the past. Now, Han Sen had no choice. He could only rip up the rules and restrictions imposed upon him by the world. He would do it so he could stop the blood ghost spirit. The power in Han Sen's body kept rising and exploding. While his power exploded, the rules of the world's restriction power grew stronger. It limited the power he could use. Han Sen felt like he was under the pressure of an ocean and 30,000 feet deep. Even if he gave a full power punch, he would have 30,000 feet of ocean water to contest with. When his power left the water, there would not be much left. He needed to split the water and break the waves. He punched a hole in the sea so his power could be used in that world. In this world, Han Sen was only able to use one Geno art, which was the Zhen Yellow Sutra. He guessed that the Zhen Yellow Sutra worked normally because it originally belonged to this world. That was why Han Sen guessed the universe of kingdoms was the evidence of the anti-material world. Although the Zhen Yellow Sutra worked, his body was still being suppressed. Thus, running the Zhen Yellow Sutra was not that useful unless he could completely tear out the restrictions imposed upon him by the world. While the Zhen Yellow Sutra ran, strange red marks formed on Han Sen's skin. They grew deeper and deeper like he was drunk. Blood was boiling in his body. Ghost Kill tried her best to fight the blood ghost spirit, but she was unable to compete against it. Her skin had been completely dominated by the purple air. Her god spirit blood pulse mark was completely overtaken by the purple air. God light was no longer visible. Ghost Kill was depressed. She knew she was not going to survive this. Her body was purple, and she was ravaged with claw lacerations. Her black clothes had been dyed purple as well. The blood ghost spirit jumped in front of Ghost Kill with claws about to slash her from top to bottom. The jade, hook-like claws were going to begin by digging into her head. Ghost Kill was no longer able to evade. She watched the blood ghost spirit's claw come for her head. She knew that with this attack, her head would be pierced through with 5 punctures. She was about to surely die. There was no way this was going to turn out differently. I can't believe Li Bingyu, who is one of the 9 leaders of Dao Palace, is to die here on this day, Li Bingyu said with a sigh in her heart. She closed her eyes and anticipated her death. Suddenly, behind the blood ghost spirit, a red flame blew up in the sky like a volcanic eruption. It dyed the whole of the stone palace red. Almost at the same time, Li Bingyu saw a strong body come behind the blood ghost spirit. It was burning with a red fire like a demon descending. Chapter 3059 Old friend. The blood ghost spirit noticed something was wrong. It twisted its body midair and looked behind itself. Just as it turned around, Han Sen's burning blood red flame fist was already striking its face. The blood ghost spirit's face was mangled by Han Sen's hit. Its entire body spun like a cannonball fired from its barrel. It struck the stone wall behind Li Bingyu. The stone wall collapsed and buried the monkey below the rubble. Li Bingyu looked at Han Sen, who was descending like a demon before her, in shock. Her mouth was agape. She struggled to muster the slightest response. Han Sen moved his body and moved in front of Li Bingyu. He touched her forehead. Li Bingyu was heavily injured, so she could not react. She saw darkness and passed out. Han Sen used one hand to hold Li Bingyu and put his power into her body. He tried to squeeze the purple air of the blood ghost spirit out of her. Han Sen's eyes were not trained on Li Bingyu, and he did not look at the stone wall that the blood ghost spirit had been driven into. He frowned and stared in another direction of the stone palace. There was a weird movement in the area. A purple lotus light appeared. It turned into the shape of a pretty man in purple clothing. "What are you? How dare you trespass in my territory?" That man, who was like a god descending, coldly spoke. When he looked at Han Sen, he was so shocked that he fell back and screamed, You, how can you not be dead? Evil Lotus God, do you want me dead that badly?" Han Sen looked at Evil Lotus God as if he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. It also made him think, God spirits can appear in the universe of kingdoms. What is their role existing in both worlds? No, Evil Lotus God said after calming down. He looked at Han Sen with a conflicted look. "About that, can you put your power away? This is my territory. If you are trying to break the rules of the world and a higher level God spirit feels it, you will be up to your neck in trouble. Don't say I did not warn you if that comes to pass." Han Sen saw Li Bingyu's purple air had been pushed out. He put away his power. In fact, he could hardly last much longer anyway. Going against the rules of the world required a lot of power. He would have run out of power soon. Seeing Han Sen look normal again, Evil Lotus God's face looked even weirder. He checked out Han Sen but did not speak. Evil Lotus God, why don't you tell me what is going on? Han Sen checked out Evil Lotus God too. It looked like Evil Lotus God did not possess something in descend. His god body was really there before him. Now, he had all the power. What do you mean what is going on? I do not understand what you are talking about. You should just stop stirring up trouble in this world. After saying that, Evil Lotus God was ready to leave. Do you think I will break your god temple? Han Sen looked at Evil Lotus God coldly. Evil Lotus God's expression changed. He gnashed his teeth and looked at Han Sen. I am warning you, do not think that just because you saved the Geno universe you have free reign to do what you please. You broke the rules of this universe. If your body did not get restricted by the world, you are best off staying low profile. Do not stir up trouble. If our supervisor learns about this, you will end up like Qin Shu. Han Sen laughed and asked, why was Qin Shu bad? Did he not tear down god palaces happily? Evil Lotus God's face turned a bit green and white. He did not stay angry at Han Sen. He coldly said, HMPH. Qin Shu used your son's body to become a part of the Geno universe. He would not be restricted by the rules, but you cannot do the same. Do you think you can fight a higher level god spirit in your condition? Against that Mr. God, I do not think so, but breaking your god temple would not be much of a challenge, Han Sen casually said. Evil Lotus God's eyes twitched. He madly asked, what do you want from me? How are my people doing in Space Garden? Han Sen did not ask about this world anymore. He asked about the other world. They are fine, Evil Lotus God said. Space Garden is the #1 faction in the Geno universe now. The spirits lit up the lantern, and the humans almost did too. If they became the first faction, why did humans not light up the lanterns yet? Han Sen asked with confusion. How would I know? Evil Lotus God asked while staring at him. Go and ask your son. Okay, how do I go back? And ask my son? Han Sen asked Evil Lotus God. Evil Lotus God froze. After a while, he said, don't you ask me that. I really don't know. Aside from Qin Shu, no other creature can visit a different universe. Regarding how Qin Shu managed that feat, you would have to ask him. I cannot descend here for long. I have to go. What is the relationship between these two worlds? Han Sen asked. I do not know. You should figure that out for yourself. The god spirits abide by the rules of the god spirits. If I break the rules and they find out, you and I will go down together. I need to go, so you should be careful. If you want to break my temple, then we will endure a bad stroke of luck together. I'm telling you that my supervisors will find you, and they will not stop until you are dead. Evil Lotus God stared at Han Sen. He did not care for anything more Han Sen said. He had to go now. Don't leave just yet, Han Sen said with a smile. Can you give me some of your god spirit blood pulse? No way. Evil Lotus God's body was vanishing. He gnashed his teeth. Don't be so selfish. You gave it to so many humans. Why can you not give any to me? Do I have to go visit your god temple before you give me some? Han Sen laughed evilly at Evil Lotus God. Evil Lotus God's body was 1 second away from being gone completely. He was annoyed and said, your gene blood pulse is better than mine. My god spirit genes cannot find your genes. How can I give you a god spirit blood pulse? I see. You should have told me sooner. Han Sen looked like he understood something. He grinned and said, in that case, goodbye. If I have trouble, I will come to look for you. I am sure you will have no trouble assisting me, right? The disappearing Evil Lotus God looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. He was very mad and angry. He had a feeling about Han Sen that he could not explain. Seeing Evil Lotus God disappear, Han Sen said to himself, it looks like helping people to get their god spirit blood pulse is not hard. If Mr. Yang is a good guy, I will go to the temple and get him an Evil Lotus blood pulse. Han Sen did not understand Evil Lotus God's attitude toward him. It seemed like Evil Lotus God was afraid of him. It was not like what Evil Lotus God said was real and that the elusive supervisors would kill them. Otherwise, why didn't Evil God Lotus just go ahead and tell the supervisor? He did not have to risk blackmail by Han Sen. Han Sen thought, it looks like the god spirits in this world suffer from many rules and restrictions as well. I wonder how that Mr. God will treat me when he sees me again. Chapter 3060 Beaten to an egg. Some things are not possible to understand in a short amount of time. Han Sen stopped thinking about it and walked over to the collapsed stone wall. He moved the broken rocks, checking to see if the blood ghost spirit was dead or not. If it was not dead, he would give it another punch or two. If it was dead, he wagered it would make a nice snack for Small Cat. Small Cat had eaten a lot of overbearing bug meat, but it had yet to fully recover its strength. Its body was still frail. It did not evolve yet either. It required more food. The moment Han Sen removed the rubble of the rocks, he was surprised. There was no blood ghost spirit flesh. Instead, there was a fist-sized, purple-colored gene egg that looked like the gene egg of a blood ghost spirit. No way. With one punch, it turned into the shape of a gene egg. Han Sen was surprised, but he was happy. To the people of this universe of kingdoms, only gene eggs could be claimed with a god spirit blood pulse. The gene race that hatched could not be later claimed by a god spirit blood pulse. Even if he was able to claim it, he could only use it as a battle pet. He was not able to combine with it. Han Sen's Zhen Yellow Sutra turned the gene race back into gene egg mode. It meant that he could claim it again. That also meant there were many gene races that other people could not get. Han Sen was now able to get adult gene races. He did not have to rely on luck or meandering around to find land pulses where the gene eggs resided. That is good stuff. I did not expect the Zhen Yellow Sutra would be that useful in the universe of kingdoms. Han Sen picked up the blood ghost spirit's gene egg. He felt rather cocky. Because he had the Zhen Yellow Sutra's power, it was easy for him to become rich there. The prices of a gene race were far lower than a gene egg tear. Han Sen just had to find some gene eggs. That way, he could earn a dozen times more, perhaps even a few dozen times more. Using all of his power to cast the Zhen Yellow Sutra had cost him too much strength. Striking a high-class gene race into a gene egg was difficult, but Han Sen did not have to fight those high-level gene races. Even if he did not use power, just using the Zhen Yellow Sutra to beat a king class or below gene race into an egg was not going to be difficult. It looks like I do not need to go to places like a land pulse and waste time that could be spent properly adventuring. I can just sell some gene eggs to raise Small Cat. Han Sen's heart felt very relieved. Seeing Ghost Kill, who was still in a coma, Han Sen did not bother waking her up. He opened the stone stove's lid, wanting to see if there was anything of value to be found inside. Once he opened the lid, the stone stove let out a very pleasant fragrance. Han Sen thought, is there some holy medicine inside? Qin Shu sent him to go and find a way to bring him back to life. He was not here to make the medicine for resurrection, was he? Han Sen put his head into the stone stove to take a look. He was shocked. The stone stove did not have the holy medicine he thought there would be, but it was not empty. Underneath the stone stove, there was a golden gene egg. It was the size of an ostrich egg. It was gold crystal and transparent. There was some gold light inside 0W. Inside this stone stove, there is a gene egg. I do not know how many years it has been cooking there for. It should be cooked by now though. This is perfect. I am a little bit hungry right now. Using this to fill me up should not be a bad idea. I wonder what a gene egg tastes like. Will it taste better than a bird egg? Han Sen was speaking to himself as he picked up the gene egg from the stone stove. The gene egg was in his hands. Han Sen felt the faint beat of a heart pulsating in the egg. He noticed the gene egg was not entirely cooked. There was still something inside it. I assume the level of this gene egg is not low. I should see if I can claim it. Han Sen stroked the gene egg. He was feeling a bit troubled. Last time, Small Cat was the one that combined with him. Han Sen knew he could combine with a gene race, but he did not know how to be like the humans of this world and absorb gene races. Han Sen thought, if Evil Lotus God said my gene blood pulse is stronger than his, it means his God spirit blood pulse would not work. But my blood pulse does not seem to work. If he did not have a God spirit blood pulse, he had to do it through the oldest method. Han Sen extended his middle finger. He poked out a hole and squeezed out a drop of blood. He dropped it onto the gold gene egg. The red blood was absorbed by the gold gene egg. It was like it had entered a sponge and vanished. Suddenly, Han Sen heard a sound in his head. God Mutant God Class Gene Race Gold Wing Peacock King. While Han Sen observed it, the gene egg exploded. A small gold peacock flew out of it. It became a gold light that entered his Sea of Soul. A gene race that was claimed can go into my Sea of Soul like a beast soul. Han Sen was shocked. The Sea of Soul was still there, but the beast souls inside could not be summoned. They were just like Han Sen. They were restricted by the powers of that world. Han Sen tried to summon the gold-winged peacock king. He noticed it was easy for it to be summoned. A small peacock, which was glowing with a gold mist, appeared next to Han Sen. Just like the beast soul, Han Sen was able to view some information about it. Gold-winged peacock king. Mutant god class gene race juvenile body. Peacock king had become a gold light that entered his body. Han Sen's body changed. His head transformed into that of a peacock with peacock feathers. His back had gold-feathered wings. Fortunately, my ass does not have peacock feathers. Han Sen looked at his face. After combining with the gold-winged peacock king, he sighed. Han Sen's heart jumped. The wings had a gold light. Han Sen was able to fly, and he could do so at a very fast speed. At least I no longer have to walk. Han Sen was not afraid of being tired. If he used his strength to run, the world would restrict his power. Running was very tiring. By using a gene race power to fly, the world would not restrict such powers. It was easier. No one wanted to live with a lot of pressure. Seeing the blood-dropping method work, Han Sen took out the ghost spirit gene and dribbled some blood onto it. It behaved just like the gold-winged peacock king did. The blood ghost spirit egg hatched very quickly. Han Sen's head rang with an announcement. Got mutant god class gene race blood ghost spirit. Of course, the purple gene egg hatched the purple-haired monkey. That purple-haired monkey was a much smaller size. He held it with one hand. It was very cute. It was like it was made of purple jade. Blood ghost spirit. Mutant god class gene race juvenile body. What a shame. The blood ghost spirit was beaten back into gene egg mode, and it also reverted into a juvenile. If I want it to be an adult again, how much must I feed it? Han Sen felt terrible thinking about it. Han Sen wanted to try combining with the blood ghost spirit, but Ghost Kill suddenly moaned. She was on the verge of waking up. Han Sen put the blood ghost spirit and gold-winged peacock king back in his sea of soul. He looked at Ghost Kill. Chapter 3061. Favor for the savior. Li Bingyu's will was very strong. She awoke from her coma very quickly. The moment she opened her eyes, Li Bingyu saw Han Sen's smiling face. She remembered what she saw before she passed out and immediately jumped from the ground, staring at Han Sen. Li Bingyu remembered Han Sen had been wrapped up in a red fire. It was like a god spirit had descended. One punch sent the blood ghost spirit flying. She looked at Han Sen. At first, she was shocked, but now she was just confused. That confusion was now changing to a more complicated emotion. If this was really Ghost Kill, she would think Han Sen was strong. She would not have been able to understand what being strong meant. Li Bingyu was different. Her real identity was one of the 9 leaders of Wu Wei Dao Palace. Her knowledge was much more extensive than Ghost Kill. A rare gene race like the blood ghost spirit had been punched once and sent flying by Han Sen. Seeing the situation as it was now, the chance that the blood ghost spirit had been killed by Han Sen was in the range of 80% to 100%. That was something the word, strong, could not describe. Even in Wu Wei Dao Palace, that kind of elite was very rare to see. A character who had that sort of frightening power but was not famous was very hard to believe. Han Sen looked at Li Bingyu and asked, "Are you okay? Who are you for real?" Li Bingyu asked as she intensely stared at Han Sen. "My name is Han Sen. Do you not remember me?" "Oh, no. Did you hit your head? Do you remember we followed peaceful to ancient Big God Mountain?" Han Sen kept speaking and using his fingers to touch Li Bingyu's forehead. He checked out her pupils, trying to confirm if her brain was rattled. Li Bingyu was angry. She smacked Han Sen's hand away and coldly said, "Stop making fun. If you were able to beat the blood ghost spirit, how are you a nobody? Furthermore, why did you make me unconscious?" Han Sen spread his hands and explained, "I really am just a nobody. There is nothing I can do about that if you do not believe me. I only knocked you out to heal your wounds. It would have been very painful if you were awake. I was unable to numb your body, so I had no choice but to knock you out so you would not have to feel the intense pain." He looked sincere. Li Bingyu remembered she had been badly injured, and the blood ghost spirit's power had overwhelmed her body. It covered her god spirit blood pulse. Now, the blood ghost spirit's body was no longer inside her. The wounds she had incurred were already healed. Clearly, Han Sen had helped her get rid of the powers of the blood ghost spirit. Where is the blood ghost spirit? Li Bingyu looked strange as she hovered around, unable to locate the body of the blood ghost spirit. He ran, Han Sen casually said as he stood up. If you are okay, then we should get out of here. Peaceful escaped, and we do not know what or where this hidden god pulse is. We should return to ancient god city first. Hang on. Seeing Han Sen turn to leave, Li Bingyu flashed and prohibited his departure. Her pretty eyes stared at Han Sen. What is going on? Han Sen smiled. Ghostkill thought, although things have not gone to plan, this is a good chance for me to get closer to him. I cannot let this opportunity slide. Thinking of this, Ghostkill looked calm. She looked at Han Sen and slowly said, I, Ghostkill, never want to owe someone anything. You saved my life, which means my life is yours. Why would I want your life? Han Sen laughed. It is up to you, but I do owe you my life, Ghostkill seriously said. Then, how are you looking to pay me for it? Han Sen looked at Ghostkill with interest. Ghostkill did not think twice. She immediately said, from now on, I will follow you. If anyone seeks to do you harm, they can only do so over my dead body. I will save your life, no matter what the cost. There is no need for that trouble. People can't really pay back the life-saving thing. If you use your body with me, you won't have to die. So, why don't you just do that? Han Sen smiled and looked at Ghostkill as he spoke. Ghostkill's expression changed. She gnashed her teeth and said, you might have saved my life, but that does not mean you must humiliate me. Never mind. If you don't want to do that, then there is no point in you following me. Let's go our separate ways. Han Sen turned around and walked away. He did not want someone like Ghostkill around him, so that was why he said what he had. Ghostkill's expression kept changing. She gritted her teeth and followed. She did not say a word as she tailed him. Han Sen knew the lone sky dragon was still out on the prowl. He had exhausted a lot of power earlier. He did not have any more power left to break the world's rules as they stood. So, he was not able to combat the lone sky dragon by himself. He had to find another way. The blood ghost spirit and the gold-winged peacock king were stronger than the lone sky dragon, but they were just juveniles. They were unable to fight the lone sky dragon just yet. The stone palace was not very big. After having a mosey around, they were not able to find another exit. Li Bingyu crouched on the ground and investigated the dead body. She was unable to find anything. She figured Han Sen had probably searched it while she was unconscious. She just didn't know what it was he might have found. Han Sen buried the skeleton and said, there are no other exits. Do you have a way to walk around where the lone sky dragon roams? We need to avoid where the blood ghost spirit lies too if we are to get out of here. There's one way we can attempt. Li Bingyu pointed her finger. A mole-like gene race was summoned. Its body was twice as big as an ordinary mole. Its claws were like metal. This is a king class, land pulse mole. It has powerful digging and locator powers. Perhaps it can lead us out. While Li Bingyu was talking, the land pulse mole was already digging around the stone palace. Han Sen and Li Bingyu followed it. The land pulse mole kept digging the stone. Not long later, it dug a hole in the wall and started drilling. There was a cave in front of where it drilled. It was not just drilling aimlessly. They followed the land pulse mole for half a day before walking out of the cave above the surface. They were no longer in the Jade Lion Valley. Follow me. Li Bingyu scanned the environment and started going in a specific direction. Han Sen was not interested in exploring ancient Big God Mountain. He just wanted to return to ancient God City. He wanted to do some research and figure out the contents of the book and see what he could find. Han Sen had a feeling that the notebook had some very important information. Its secrets might have more information on how Qin Shu had entered the universe. It was a shame the ancient language he used to know could not be used for the ancient language of this world. He needed some other information to figure out what the notebook said. Chapter 3062 Reverse Life Cycle. When they had almost left ancient Big God Mountain, Li Bingyu suddenly said, if it was me, I would not go into town right now. Why? Han Sen looked at Li Bingyu with interest. Ouyang Chushan was killed in ancient Big God Mountain, Li Bingyu said. He was the only person who had a perfect God spirit blood pulse in the past few years. He was the Ouyang family's favorite child. The Ouyang family will not just let this slide. Are you saying the Ouyang family is going to lay the blame of his death on our feet? Han Sen quietly asked. Someone will be held accountable for this, Li Bingyu said. Perhaps the Ouyang family might not do anything too peaceful, but it is hard to determine what might happen to the others. Their son died. They will probably do something to allay their anger. We didn't have a grudge with Ouyang Chushan, and we did not offend him, Han Sen said with a frown. Why would they want us dead? Li Bingyu coldly said, if a crown prince is murdered out there, the guards that were in charge of protecting him would all be killed. Does that make sense to you? Han Sen laughed and said, I suppose you are right. In that case, where do you think I should go? You can go anywhere, just avoid Ancient God City, Li Bingyu said. Don't go there again. In my opinion, you should leave the planet. Ouyang family members are only nobles in Ancient God City. Once you have left this planet, the Ouyang family will no longer pose a threat to you. Do you think the Ouyang family is stronger than the blood ghost spirit? Han Sen looked at Li Bingyu and blinked as he spoke. Regarding sheer power, the Ouyang family is not stronger than you, but the Ouyang family are nobles of the Qin Kingdom. You, however, are a nobody in the Qin Kingdom. If there is ever a conflict, even if you kill the Ouyang family, you'll have a lot of trouble in the Qin Kingdom territories. You are right, Han Sen was not afraid of the Ouyang family, but it would be very troublesome. If you need it, I have a way to safely send you to another planet, Li Bingyu said. After thinking a moment, Han Sen said, thank you. But before that, I need to locate Mr. Yang. That will not be difficult. If he is in Ancient God City, I can ask him to come out and meet with you. But it is not on me whether or not he wants to meet you. What are you trying to say? Han Sen asked. Li Bingyu looked at Han Sen and said, if ordinary people have to choose between you and Dragon Song City's Peace family, people will choose the latter option. If it was you, what would you do? No matter what, we must bring him back, Han Sen coldly said. If we cannot do that, I will go back to the city myself to find him. Mr. Yang knew that Han Sen had come out of a gene egg. He wanted an explanation as to how that came to be. Han Sen was not going to just simply leave it alone. Fine, I understand. I will bring Mr. Yang back, Li Bingyu said. She then turned into smoke and vanished. Li Bingyu was a very efficient person. Even Han Sen was surprised. She only took half the day to bring Mr. Yang back. Mister, you are safe. Mr. Yang was so happy to see Han Sen. I am planning to leave Ancient God Planet. Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang and asked, are you going to follow me or are you going to stay? I already said I would follow you to the ends of the world, Mr. Yang quickly said. I will always go with you wherever. In that case, Ghost Kill, please arrange things. Han Sen looked at Li Bingyu as he spoke. That will be no problem. Where do you want to go? Li Bingyu was happy. She thought, if he is going to the Qin Kingdom's capital, I can get closer to Crown Prince Qin Bai. Let's go to Turin Planet, Han Sen quietly said. Sure. Hearing that Han Sen did not want to go to the Qin Kingdom's capital, Li Bingyu was disappointed. She did not say anything negative and simply agreed. Han Sen's decision to go to Turin Planet was not a random one. Legends claimed that the big Qin Kingdom's Emperor Qin Shu was born on Turin Planet. It was Qin Shu's home. Qin Shu and Qin Wan'er were alleged to have been born there, so Han Sen thought it was worth scoping out. He hoped to find a lead there. Han Sen and Mr. Yang operated beneath what Li Bingyu prepared. They reached an interstellar cargo ship with Li Bingyu. Traveling in space took a long time. Han Sen found a chance to browse the internet. He had been researching the content of the notebook. After he had a deep session of research, the information he learned surprised him. Qin Shu put Qin Wan'er's body in a mysterious coffin and sealed her inside. It preserved her body, keeping her look the same way as the moment of her death. It prevented her corpse from rotting. Afterward, he waited for his chance to revive her. An important officer of the Qin Kingdom was Bai Mo. Qin Shu commanded him to find a skill that could resurrect the dead. He wanted to bring Qin Wan'er back from the dead. Bai Mo tried many ways to accomplish it, but nothing worked. In the end, he found some information. That information came from an old place in the original star. Many things were recorded and too surprising to believe. After Bai Mo shared his research, no one dared to believe what was written, but most of the parts really did exist. The notebook did not mention what it was, but there was a line that shocked Han Sen. Death was just another beginning. Bai Mo must have looked tense when he wrote that down. His handwriting looked different from how it was normally. It looked like a fast scrawl. It was easy to tell how excited he was. That sentence was something other people would not understand the meaning of. When Han Sen saw the sentence, he was fairly confident of his guess. The content behind it tried to explain what it meant, which was that energy was forever. It would not disappear. It would just appear in different shapes. Humans and the creatures of the universe of kingdoms were energy. They would not disappear from the universe. When a human died, they continued with another life. According to Bai Mo's research, after a human died, they were born in another world. If they died in the other world, they would be born in the universe of kingdoms. Bai Mo called this energy-changing process reincarnation. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but Bai Mo called the other world the antimaterial world. If the creatures from the right world did not exist in the antimaterial originally, they would be destroyed if they tried to cross over. The creatures between the two worlds always believed the opposing world was the antimaterial world. This suggestion suited Han Sen. He had guessed this as well. There was something Han Sen had yet to understand. What role did a god spirit play between these two worlds? The content in the back shocked Han Sen even more when Bai Mo researched an old faction. He discovered that this old faction had a relic that opened a path to connect the two worlds. The crystal stone. Han Sen saw the relic on the notebook. It was in the same shape as the black crystal stone. It was just like the one he saw on the cave wall. Chapter 3063 Understanding the Cause. Han Sen was very eager to keep reading it. He continued reading what was in the back of the notebook. He wanted to learn more and find out what the black crystal stone was. Bai Mo had mentioned that the black crystal stone could open the tunnel between two worlds. Qin Shu might have made use of the black crystal stone to enter the Geno universe. If things were like that, then that is a fair explanation. If Qin Wanner was born in another world, the Wanner in this world would have been impossible for him to revive. It would have been useless no matter what Qin Shu attempted. That is unless he accessed another world and found a Qin Wanner that was born there and brought her back. Han Sen had figured out why Qin Shu went to the Geno universe. Although life worked in a cycle, a person never really died. On the other hand, reincarnation did not mean the same person was alive beyond the veil. Without the feelings and memories of a past life, even if she was still alive, the Qin Wanler from that life and the Wanner from the other life would have had no shared connection. To Qin Shu, the Wanner he had found was just a Wanner that was a witch. That was not his real sister, Wanner. The reason Qin Shu wanted to take Wanler back was so she could combine with the body of her past life and recover her memories. To do that, he needed to open the path between the two worlds. The Geno Hall prevented that from occurring. So, Qin Shu had to break the Geno Hall and bring Wanner back. If Qin Shu really used the black crystal stone to go to the Geno universe, he should have been able to use the black crystal stone to bring Wanner back. There was no reason he had to stir up as much trouble as he did. If I get that black crystal, that would be the relic Bai Mo described. Why did it appear in the first sanctuary in the sanctuaries? Why was it not in Qin Shu's hands? It was such an important item. With Qin Shu's powers and planning, there was no way he would have lost it. Have I analyzed this all incorrectly? Who knows? Maybe something happened. Han Sen thought about all of this for a long time, but he could not get the answers he sought. The content in the back of Bai Mo's notebook detailed what occurred after he found the old faction's relic in the ruins. Because the original star was destroyed, that old faction no longer existed now. Bai Mo tried everything he could to find out more about it. Maybe they were blessed, and Bai Mo found a lead. Although he could not find the leader of that old faction, it enabled him to find the relic and stone stove. Inside the stone stove, there had been a weird skill. It was the older version of the story of genes. Bai Mo had given the relic and the story of genes that had been copied to Qin Shu, who approved him to research it even further. Although he did not find out the secrets of the story of genes, they found out the use of the relic. According to the notebook, in the end, Qin Shu was in ancient Big God Mountain. He used the relic to enter Bai Mo's antimaterial world. It was the universe Han Sen had been born in. After Qin Shu left, Bai Mo continued to research the story of genes, but it was very slow going with almost zero progress. The notebook ended there. Bai Mo no longer wrote about himself, and he had not written anything about why the stone stove contained the egg of a gold-winged peacock. Regarding Mo Li's two gene races, whether their presence there was a coincidence or not, it was still a mystery that Han Sen was unable to shine a light on. This is very bad. Qin Shu used the black crystal stone to reach the Geno universe. Although the black crystal stone turned into a black crystal armor in my Sea of Soul, that was beyond my control. It pulled me here, so using it to take me back is likely impossible. Han Sen stared into the Sea of Soul and observed the black crystal armor. It was unmoving, just hanging where it always was. Although he felt the black crystal armor, because he practiced the story of genes, it made him have a special connection to the black crystal armor. Boss, what do you want? Say something. I am a man with a wife and kids. I want to go and see her. Give me a holiday. Let me go home for 2 days or perhaps even just 1 day. Han Sen whispered to the black crystal armor. He was almost kneeling, but the black crystal armor did not react. It was still dead, lying where it was. If he was able to drag the black crystal armor out of him, Han Sen would do just that and beat up the black crystal armor with all his might. But he was unable to control the black crystal armor. Bai Mo's notebook said the relic can fasten the evolution of a gene race. It enables the juveniles to level up fast. In a very short amount of time, it can become an adult. It is even possible to accelerate their development into an ultimate mode. It can also make a low-rank gene race mutate into a higher rank. This function is similar to the black crystal stone in the sanctuaries. Now, it is a set of armor. Those abilities are useless now. After thinking about that, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. An evil smile crossed his lips. You broken piece of armor. You are trying to trick me. Do you think I cannot deal with you? Han Sen's eyes looked bright. He was making commands to the gold-winged peacock king in the Sea of Souls. After the gold-winged peacock king received Han Sen's command, it made a very light scream. It flapped its wings and flew over to the black crystal armor. It opened its bird beak. Its maw suddenly grew bigger. It swallowed the black crystal armor. Let's see how long you can stay there for. If possible, try not to make a sound, Han Sen madly thought. He watched the gold-winged peacock king, which had just eaten the black crystal armor. Suddenly, Han Sen saw the gold-winged peacock king glow with gold light. Some light came out of its body. It was like silk. It wrapped up his body and quickly formed a giant golden egg. It trapped him inside. By this time, Han Sen had researched the information of quite a few gene races. He knew this gold-winged peacock was becoming an adult. Does the black crystal stone's function still work? Han Sen had a weird look on his face. He thought the black crystal armor would fight back, but it did not fight back in the least. It let the gold-winged peacock king use its powers to transform. The gold-winged peacock transformation was something that could be completed in a short amount of time. Han Sen watched it for half a day. The gold egg had yet to display any sort of movement. By then, the ship had docked on Turin planet. Mr. Yang and Li Bingyu came looking for Han Sen. The three of them said goodbye to the crew of the ship and hopped off. Bai Mo said Qin Wanner's body was sealed in a mysterious place in the Qin Kingdom's palace. It was Qin Shu that did it. If Qin Wanner really did go through a reverse tunnel as I did, and if that is true, I will have to go to the capital of the Qin Kingdom. Han Sen thought of that possibility. While Han Sen was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the crack of a whip and some nasty voices. Stop playing dead. Get moving. A noble guard was holding a thunder whip. He used it to keep striking the people that came off the ship. Those people were all dressed in tattered clothing. Most of them looked injured. They cried awfully loud when they were hit. Han Sen noticed that the ship they had been on was used for human trafficking. For such a developed kingdom, how can there be slavery? Han Sen frowned. Chapter 3064 GNBUGU. Although Han Sen's simplified assumption of them being slaves was correct, this was simply how the 7 kingdoms of the universe worked. It wasn't as if saving a few slaves would ever solve the problem. Seeing these slaves, he noticed there were many children in their midst. They were all wearing AI bracelets and AI handcuffs. They were like cats and dogs being chased. Han Sen shook his head. Mr. Yang watched Han Sen shake his head and sighed. People did not have higher lower tiers before. With god spirits and blood pulses, there is now that distinction. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a little girl cry, "Mother, mother." Han Sen and the others turned around to look. A young mother had collapsed to the ground, blocking the advance of the slaves that were bound to her. The guard holding the whip went over to strike her with it. The young mother seemed to have something wrong with her body. She was unable to get up. She tried her best to hold the little girl who was crying and let the whip only fall on her. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the whip. After looking, it was a middle-aged man who had been nearby. Judging from the way he appeared, he also had a necklace and bracelet. He was obviously one of the other slaves being sold. You should be more forgiving. Killing them earns you nothing, and you are only going to impact the profits of the sale. The middle-aged Sav let the whip go as he spoke to the guard. The guard was always bullying the slaves. Now, one of the slaves was standing up to him. He felt humiliated. He looked furious. He cracked the whip at that slave and madly yelled, "I am happy to whip you guys all to your deaths." The middle-aged man accepted a few of those whip strikes. It led to the development of bloody streaks on his body. Even so, he did not allow the whip to fall on the mother and child. He stood firm where he was. As this kept on going, the guard was growing angrier. He swore and hit even harder, saying, "FCK. If you want to die, that is fine by me." His wrist was suddenly grabbed by another hand. He was no longer able to whip. "What are you doing?" The guard saw that the person holding him back was not a slave. It was someone who had just come off the same ship. He was not going to be as horrible to him as he was to the slaves. "How much are these?" "3 people. I am taking them." Han Sen let go of the whip and pointed at the middle-aged man, mother, and girl. "You want to buy 3 slaves?" A manager-looking man walked over and checked Han Sen out. "Manager Wen." The guard quickly bowed to the man. He behaved really politely. "Yes," Han Sen said with a nod. Manager Wen stared at Han Sen for a bit and smiled. "These slaves are meant for the 7 Hearts department. Normally, we cannot just sell pre-booked ones." "Then, just give me a price that is higher than what they paid," Han Sen said with a smile. Manager Wen was happy. He knew he had met a rich guy on this day. He thought, "Fat pigs that deliver themselves, I must scam them a lot." Manager Wen told the truth. The slaves were meant for the 7 Hearts department, and transporting slaves always resulted in a death or 2. When the slaves were delivered, they would always send more than needed. Those people were slotted in the replacement reserve. This time, there were many in the backlog of reserves. If someone was fine paying a higher price, he did not mind selling 3. "Mister, you are causing me trouble here." Manager Wen decided to scam money from Han Sen. He tried acting as if this was a difficult thing. Han Sen looked at Manager Wen and asked, "What kind of price would not trouble you?" Manager Wen finally smiled and said, "If you take them this quickly, mister, then I will just sell them to you for a low price. I will go ahead and find a way to explain this to the 7 Hearts department. These 3 slaves will cost 3,000 king money. You can just take them. If the 7 Hearts department wants an explanation, they can answer to me. I will shoulder the responsibilities." 3,000 king money is way too high, Mr. Yang madly said. In the market, an adult slave normally only cost 50 or 60 king money. Even young ones were only around 100. Those from a big slave ship were usually even cheaper to buy. 3 slaves for 3,000 king money was grossly overpriced. You can't say that. These are the slaves the 7 Hearts department wants. I am taking you a huge risk here by giving them to you. Before Manager Wen finished his speech, Han Sen interrupted him. He said to Mr. Yang, "Mister, give him the money. I want these 3 people." Mr. Yang thought he had been totally scammed, but if Han Sen agreed, he had no choice but to give Manager Wen the 3,000 king money. "Mister, you are smart. If there is anything else you need, come and find me," Manager Wen said as he accepted the 3,000 king money. His expression looked extremely happy. It was just 3 slaves, and they were not worth much. Yet he had managed to sell them for 100 times the original price. Manager Wen happily gave him the slave contracts for the 3 people. Han Sen accepted the slave contracts. Mr. Yang gave them to the slaves. He lifted the mother and daughter. "What is your name?" Han Sen waved at the middle-aged man. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Zhen Bugu." The middle-aged man waved back. After hearing the name, everybody was a bit shocked. After their reactions were done, the guard who had been hitting the slaves looked disdained and said, "You are a slave, yet your name is Zhen Bugu. Are you not afraid someone will cut your head off?" The other people laughed and said, "This slave's name is very bold. He uses the same name as the tutor of the Big Qin Kingdom's King Zhen Bugu. It is a shame you have the same name but live a totally different life. One is a famous king tutor in the Qin Kingdom, and one is a cheap slave." Manager Wen thought it was funny. A slave's name is Zhen Bugu. If he can sell for 3,000 king money, I do not care what he is called. He can even call himself Sky God. While everyone was talking, Han Sen understood what Zhen Bugu's name was. The king's tutor was one of the 3 main officers. When the king was too young or no one was in charge, he would assert stewardship over the kingdom. Zhen Bugu was not just a king's tutor. He was the first swordsman of the Qin Kingdom. 10 years ago, Zhen Bugu quit. No one had heard about him for a long time. No one would have thought that the slave in front of them was the first swordsman of the Qin kingdom, Zhen. Han Sen did not know if he was the real Zhen. He had never heard his name before, but he could tell that the man was special. He was quiet, and not everyone had that aura about them. Li Bingyu examined Zhen. She did not believe Zhen had become a slave, but she did think this slave looked rather familiar. Although Li Bingyu had never met Zhen, there were paintings of Zhen in Wu Weidao Palace. That middle-aged man looked a little older than the person in the Zhen paintings. He did not emanate the superior feeling of the Zhen from the paintings. When she looked closely, the eyebrows looked rather similar. Chapter 3065 Holy Wen White Deer Turin planet was different from ordinary planets. It was a planet without a god temple. Without a god temple, there were no cities to be built around the absent god temple. Thus, planet Turin was a very rare planet with multiple cities. On Turin, there were a few hundred smaller cities. On the largest pier of the city, Spirit Light City, Han Sen, Mr. Yang, Ghost Kill, Zhen, and the mother and daughter walked along the streets. You do not have to do this, mister. If you have somewhere to go, I recommend you just go. Han Sen spoke to Zhen, who was walking alongside him. Zhen shook his head. Mister, you spent 3,000 king money to buy me. Unless I do something to pay you back, I belong to you now. Han Sen laughed. He did not say anything. He just looked at the mother and daughter and said, if you guys want to leave, I can give you some money to help get you started. Please, keep us in your employ. The young mother pulled the little girl closer to kowtow before Han Sen. Get up, if you guys want to stay, then you can stay. Han Sen frowned. Mr. Yang helped them get up. Han Sen asked Mr. Yang, Old Yang, do you know where King Qin used to live? King Qin lived in King Qin City, but there used to be no city. King Qin lived there, so it was built there. Mr. Yang was next to Han Sen. He told him legends and stories while they walked. At this time, in Seven Hearts Department, Manager Wen's face looked as gray as the earth. His mouth was wide open as he looked at the Seven Hearts Department leader, Fang Qiyuan, in absolute shock. Leader Fang, you must be joking. Manager Wen was unable to speak straight. Who has the time to spare joking about with you? The person you sold really was the Zhen, who was the famous king's tutor in the Qin kingdom. He was once so famous. Fang Qiyuan looked at Manager Wen as if he was an idiot. Manager Wen still could not believe it and said, that should be impossible. If he really was the king's tutor, Zhen, how could he have become a slave and enable others to bully him? There has to be something wrong there. Fang Qiyuan coldly laughed. About 10 years ago, Zhen was commanded by the king to go into Wu Weidao Palace alone. He was required to kill the 2 leaders of Wu Weidao Palace and force the Wu Weidao Palace out of the Qin kingdom's realm. Zhen Bugu's swordsman teacher was one of Wu Weidao's 9 leaders, the Sword Grand Master. He felt as if he betrayed his teacher, so he decided to stop fighting for 20 years. Dead or alive, he would not fight anybody. He also quit his position in the government and vanished without a trace. Back then, I saw Zhen Bugu a few times. I saw him attack Wu Weidao Palace, so that person had to be Zhen Bugu. After he said that, Fang Qiyuan looked at Manager Wen's pasty face. He lifted his lips and said, if you could have kept Zhen Bugu, no matter if you sent him to the Qin kingdom or sold him to Wu Weidao Palace, you would have had so much fortune. I cannot believe you pawned him off for only 3,000 king money. Only you would strike such a terrible business deal. When Manager Wen heard that, he dropped to the floor in a state of paralysis. He was like a madman repeating the words and sentence. I sold Qin Kingdom's king's tutor Zhen Bugu for 3,000 king money. Fang Qiyuan's eyes looked as if they were on fire. It has not yet been 20 years. It looks like that Zhen Bugu is holding true to his promise. It must be fate that God has enabled me to find him. Han Sen and the others did not know what was happening in the Seven Hearts Department, but Li Bingyu kept examining Zhen Bugu. She looked murderous. Zhen Bugu killed 2 leaders of the Dao Palace. One of them was Li Bingyu's teacher. With Li Bingyu's age and skill, she was not yet able to be a leader yet. Whichever way one looked at it, Zhen Bugu was Li Bingyu's nemesis. Li Bingyu was not entirely certain that the Jianbugu in front of her was the real king's tutor of the Qin kingdom who was so famous. She wasn't there to witness the fight. While Li Bingyu was still thinking about all of this, she suddenly heard footsteps that sounded like rain. A man in white clothes was riding atop a white deer. He did, however, possess a black beard. The white deer, though, was far prettier than a horse. It glowed with holy light. Han Sen saw the deer and the man. He saw the white deer was coming toward them, so he stopped. In just a moment, the white deer was 30 feet away from them and stopped. It had been moving so fast, but it was able to instantly stop. It did it so naturally. It was like the white deer was frozen on the ground and entirely unmoving. I heard you bought 3 slaves for 3,000 king money. How about I spend 30,000 king money and take one of them off your hands? Fang Qiyuan sat atop the white deer, smiling as he spoke. He did not look at Han Sen once. He merely stared at Jianbugu. I am not making a trade with you, Han Sen said as he looked at Fang Qiyuan. Mr. Yang looked at Han Sen seriously and quietly said, "Be careful, mister. That man is probably riding atop the ultimate body of a holy wen white deer. In the Big Qin Kingdom, it is in the top 100 gene races to be found." Fang Qiyuan ignored Han Sen and Mr. Yang. He only looked at Jianbugu and asked, "Mr. King's tutor, do you remember me? I am Fang Qiyuan." After he said that, Mr. Yang was shocked. He did not expect that the slave was really the Qin Kingdom's king's tutor, Jianbugu. Jianbugu calmly looked at Fang Qiyuan and said, "You are the student of Sky Leader. I saw you on Sky Path Peak. You were standing next to Sky Leader. If you know that, then there is no need for me to talk crap," Fang Qiyuan coldly said. "You owe Wu Wei Dao Palace, and today is the day you should pay them back." His body glowed. The holy wen white deer combined with his body, and it made Fang Qiyuan's body stronger. His head had a holy set of antlers. He looked very holy. His hands turned into the trotters of a deer. They looked as if they had been born with a holy mark. His eyes had a god light in them. Fang Qiyuan faced his palms towards Jianbugu. The holy light flashed like a flooding sky river. It gathered across his holy text and made the holy text glow. The holy text looked as if it was born from the sky and earth. It triggered the power of the sky and earth. It made Han Sen and the others feel as if they were going to be crushed beneath those words by the sky and the earth. One word was able to crush a mountain. Jianbugu just peacefully stood where he was. He looked up at Fang Qiyuan as he tried to attack him. He did not look as if he was going to dodge or fight back. He did not summon a gene race to combine with. Han Sen was just going to sit back and watch, but he saw Fang Qiyuan's palm was just about to strike Jianbugu's body. Jianbugu did not evade. It looked as if he was happy to accept death. This shocked Han Sen. He sensed that Jianbugu really was not going to fight back. He was just going to accept that hit. Fang Qiyuan looked murderous and very excited. Jianbugu was waiting for his strike. He really was not going to attack. Now, Fang Qiyuan could erase an enemy for Wu Wei Dao Palace. Seeing the light text was going to crush Jianbugu, it did not matter how famous he used to be. If he did not combine with a gene race, there was no way he would be able to withstand that strike. Who knew a hand would suddenly appear and grab Jianbugu's hand to pull him aside? Fang Qiyuan hit empty space. Fang Qiyuan frowned. He looked at the person who pulled Jianbugu away. It was Han Sen, who had spent 3,000 king money to buy Jianbugu. "We did not agree on a price yet, and you are trying to kidnap him. You are very unreasonable." Han Sen smiled at Fang Qiyuan. Chapter 3066 Evil Blood. Fang Qiyuan was so fast that he could have killed Jianbugu's. To him, this had been a very rare opportunity. If Jianbugu had not decided to avoid fighting anyone for 20 years, even with an army of 1,000 men, 1,000 horses, and a sky full of battleships, he would not have been able to be beaten. Fang Qiyuan knew that he had to take advantage of that opportunity to kill Jianbugu now. His reputation in the Sky faction would have greatly risen. It might have even been possible for him to one day become the leader of the Sky faction if he achieved this. He felt no hesitation. Fang Qiyuan's hands were like a mountain coming to suppress Han Sen. He was happy to kill anyone that dared prohibit him from ending Jianbugu's life. The holy text on his hands flickered. It was like a hell of mountains was crashing down. Han Sen did not feel like dodging. He combined with the blood ghost spirit. The gold-winged peacock king was still evolving. Small cat's body, despite being near recovery, was not yet in full health. On top of that, it was not a gene race Han Sen had properly claimed. It was not under his complete control. If he wanted to combine with it, it required small cat to be willing. The only gene race Han Sen was able to rely on was that of the blood ghost spirit. Some purple air came out of Han Sen's body. Suddenly, there was a monkey tail behind him. His hair turned purple, and he suddenly grew bigger. His body had a weird, purple light. It was burning like a purple fire. It made Han Sen's skin and hair look like a purple amethyst. Successfully combined with the blood ghost spirit. Got Gene to combine skill evil blood. Han Sen did not know what evil blood was. He felt as if some weird power surged through his innards. It followed his movements, trailing his punch. Pang! Han Sen's burning purple flame fist struck Fang Qi Yuan's mountain text. It resulted in an explosion. Han Sen stood his ground and did not move. The mountain text was broken by his fist. His fist did not stop there. It kept going for Fang Qi Yuan's hand. His hand, which looked like the trotter of a deer, was broken. It flew away and crushed a mountain. Blurg. Fang Qi Yuan forced himself off of the ground. His holy light flickered as blood seeped out of his mouth. He stared at Han Sen and Jian and said, I thought Jian was not afraid of death. You said you were going to keep the 20-year promise, but you are just a liar who tricks everybody. You said you would keep that oath and for 20 years and sever a connection to the Qin kingdom. In fact, you have high-level people from the Qin kingdom to protect you. Very good King Qin King's tutor Jian. Very good oath of 20 years. This is ridiculous. Jian looked cold. He did not want to argue with Fang Qi Yuan. Han Sen could not watch it. He looked at him with disdain and said, I let you give me a new price but rejected the offer. Now, you start talking crap just because you failed to take him by force. Is Wu Wei Dao Palace always this lame? Shut up. How dare you, you crazy man, underestimate the might of Wu Wei Dao Palace. Do you really think you can stop me, Fang Qi Yuan? I, who is of the Seven Hearts gene race, am very amazing. Being my enemy will make it so you cannot live or die. Fang Qi Yuan was going to use a god spirit blood pulse and summon another gene race to combine with. Some elites had multiple gene races to combine with. It was not a rare thing in the Seven Kingdoms. Fang Qi Yuan said he was the leader of the Seven Hearts department. He said he had 7 unique gene races and could combine them with 7 gene races. That, however, was very rare. Ordinary people only had 3 to 4 gene races to combine with, and the gene races could not have conflicting elements. For example, a water element gene race was unable to combine with a fire element gene race. That was a prime example of there being a conflict that could harm one's body. Fang Qi Yuan looked horrible. He wanted to summon 6 more gene races to combine with, but he suddenly discovered that his communication with the god spirit blood pulses was being cut off. He was no longer able to summon the gene races inside. What's going on? Fang Qi Yuan was in shock. He used his inner vision to take a look inside and see his god spirit blood pulse mark. He noticed how it was marred with a layer of purple. There was some dirty, purple blood on his wounds. Suddenly, Fang Qi Yuan felt like his body was rather cold. He could not help but scream, it is the blood ghost spirit's evil blood. Impossible, I thought the blood ghost spirits went extinct when Mo Li died. Why is the blood ghost spirit still here? Fang Qi Yuan looked at Han Sen's transformation. He really did look like the blood ghost spirit from legend. He was that special gene race that accompanied an assassin to kill a king by himself. What did you say? Han Sen smiled at Fang Qi Yuan. Fang Qi Yuan's body trembled. He turned around and ran away. He was only able to combine with the holy Wen white deer. If that was so, he knew he could not defeat Han Sen in that condition. If he did not run, he was going to die right then and there. Damn it, I should have guessed that. There is no way Jian actually had a death wish. Fang Qi Yuan's heart cursed him profusely. You pretend to be a hard lad but then run off, yet you have the audacity to think I am the lame one. Han Sen coldly grunted. He used the metal pillar and aimed at Fang Qi Yuan. He thrust the end of the metal pillar and had it fly at Fang Qi Yuan like a missile. Han Sen's power was so strong that the metal pillar reached Fang Qi Yuan's back in a second. Hearing that scary, break space sound, Fang Qi Yuan felt as if his heart had been tricked. He gathered up power and turned around. He used his fist to repel the metal pillar. There was a very loud noise. Fang Qiyuan felt as if his fist was going to break. A strong power came before his chest. He was hit. He coughed up blood as he fell to the ground and cleaved a deep trench in the ground below. Fang Qiyuan wanted to jump, but he saw Han Sen was smiling in front of him. He was staring at him. Since when did the Qin kingdom have a scary young man like this? Fang Qiyuan regretted his actions. He had been spying on the Qin kingdom for over 10 years. He thought he knew about all the elites of the Qin kingdom. He never thought someone as powerful as Han Sen existed. In his memory, the Qin kingdom did not have an elite like that. It was too late for him to regret things now. Han Sen smiled at Fang Qiyuan as he asked, "Your name is Fang Qiyuan, right? Kill me if that's what you want to do. Don't waste my time with talk." Fang Qiyuan knew he was going to die. After all, his opponent had the very powerful Gene race blood ghost spirit. He thought he had a relation with Mo Li. Perhaps they had been assassins that conspired together. Escaping people like that was too difficult. Plus, he had been hit by evil blood. He was unable to summon a Gene race and heavily injured. There was no way for him to run. Dying is easy. I only need to wiggle my finger to kill you 100 times over. If you want to live, I can make that happen. Han Sen was not mad as he spoke to Fang Qiyuan. Do you want me to betray Wu Wei Dao Palace? Impossible. Fang Qiyuan stood his ground on that matter. I am not from the Qin kingdom, so your betrayal of Wu Wei Dao Palace does not benefit me, Han Sen said. What do you mean? Fang Qiyuan was frozen. He thought Han Sen was an elite that belonged to the Qin kingdom and was assigned to protect Jianbugu. Now, Han Sen was saying he was not from the Qin kingdom. He did not know what to think anymore. You can easily keep your life, Han Sen said with a laugh. I quite like your holy wen white deer. I need a mount. If you give it to me, I will let you live. You cannot trick me. You want to take my Gene race and kill me after. You are a liar. Fang Qiyuan did not believe Han Sen. I told you I am a normal businessman with standards. I have no relationship with that man. I just bought him on a whim. If you gave me a fair price, I would have sold him. There was no need for any of this fighting. You did not believe me then, and you still don't believe me. It is hard for me to resist the urge to kill you. Han Sen sighed and walked up to Fang Qiyuan. I did not want to murder you. If you want to die so badly, I guess I will have to help you out. Seeing Han Sen approach, Fang Qiyuan quickly shouted, Hold on. I will give you the holy wen white deer, but will you really spare my life? Upon hearing that, Li Bingyu looked grim. She was one of the leaders of Wu Wei Dao Palace. She was not happy to see one of her friends look like such a wimp. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, so no one saw her face. Chapter 3067 Getting upset over money. Fang Qiyuan eventually decided to concede. He agreed to give Han Sen the holy wen white deer. A tame Gene race could be transferred between people that had a god spirit blood pulse, but being able to transfer did not guarantee it could be used. If the god spirit blood pulse was not compatible with the Gene race, even if one had the Gene race, one could not combine with it. If one was to force a combination, it might harm one's body. Han Sen tried to use his Sea of Souls to receive the holy wen white deer Fang Qiyuan gave him. The results surprised him. The Sea of Souls quickly received the holy wen white deer. After that, people would not have been suspicious of him being from another world. At the same time, Han Sen heard an announcement play in his head. God class Gene race holy wen white deer. Han Sen checked out the information on the holy wen white deer. The results surprised him. Holy wen white deer. God class Gene race adult. This holy wen white deer was an adult. It was not in an ultimate body, which was not like what Mr. Yang told him. An adult god class Gene race was not a bad thing to obtain. It was enough for Han Sen to use as a mount to get around. Of course, Han Sen wanted the holy wen white deer not solely for more than just being a mount. He just did not want to kill Fang Qiyuan yet. Keeping Fang Qiyuan was going to be useful. Can I leave now? Fang Qiyuan gnashed his teeth as he spoke. The 7 Gene races were his life. Now, Han Sen had taken one. He really hated that. Of course, unless you want to stay and have dinner with us, Han Sen said with a laugh. What about the evil blood in me? Fang Qiyuan asked. I only said I wouldn't kill you, Han Sen coldly said. I did not say I would get rid of the evil blood I pumped into you. If you want my help with this, give me another gene race that is on the same level as this holy wen white deer. Either that or a gene egg. Fang Qi Yuan was very mad, but he did not explode and reveal it. He did not keep asking Han Sen to remove the evil blood inside him. Fang Qi Yuan did not dare turn around. He just looked at Han Sen and retreated. He walked far away and then started running like a lunatic. Seeing that Han Sen was not chasing after him, Fang Qi Yuan felt relieved. He also felt great regret. Is he really not an elite sent by the Qin Kingdom to protect GNBUGU? If that was all real, I should have just bought GNBUGU. If I did that, none of this would have happened to me. Fang Qi Yuan did not want to go back. He had to find a way to remove the evil blood that plagued him. If he was unable to use his gene race, he felt very unsafe. Fortunately, evil blood is not a gene combine skill that can kill you in any short amount of time. I will wait until I recover. Then, I will come back for him. Fang Qi Yuan madly looked at Han Sen and the other people. He continued running away in a hurry. Han Sen summoned the holy wen white deer out. He saw a very strong, holy-looking white deer appear before him. The deer's antlers looked like crystal and jade. The holy wen white deer was a little bigger than a horse. 2 or 3 people were easily able to sit on it. Old Yang, and you too, the mother and daughter, can sit on the holy wen white deer. Han Sen wanted to travel faster, but 3 of them were commoners who did not have a gene race. They walked way too slowly. But Mr. Yang, the mother, and daughter would not dare sit atop the holy wen white deer. Mr. Yang said, "Mister, you should be the one to sit on it. A master should never walk while the subordinates ride. If people saw that, they would think we were very rude subordinates." Han Sen tried to convince them otherwise, but he failed. He stopped talking and hopped on it. He spoke to the little girl, Yu, and her mother, Zhang Shi, and said, "Allow Yu to sit with me. Otherwise, you guys are too slow, and I cannot wait that long." Zhang Shi nodded and lifted Yu onto the back of the white deer. Yu was only 3 or 4 years old. She had a chicken's heart. Han Sen put her in his arms, but her body kept shaking. She was shaking like a little cat. Because Mr. Yang and Zhang Shi could not walk fast, even though Han Sen had a great mount, they traveled slowly. Li Bingyu summoned a gene race that looked like a black wolf. She rode next to Han Sen but felt a flurry of mixed emotions. Li Bingyu thought, what is going on? Why would Han Sen have that blood ghost spirit? Inside the stone palace, was there a blood ghost spirit gene egg? She would have never thought that Han Sen had actually managed to punch the adult blood ghost spirit back into being an egg. The few of them reached Qin King City. They traveled to Qin Shu's old house, but Han Sen was disappointed. That place had become a modern-day tourist spot. It had nothing to do with the real Qin Shu and his sister. The buildings had obviously not been built during the time Qin Shu was alive. Qin Shu's era was too long ago. The buildings were probably only 1,000 years old. They could not have been from when Qin Shu was alive. That trip to Turin planet ended up disappointing Han Sen. He was unable to find out anything about Qin Shu, and he did not find anything out about Qin Wan'er either. It looks like I have to go to the Qin Kingdom's capital. Now, that is the only place where I can likely find a lead. Han Sen traveled around that city for a few days before deciding to go to the Qin Kingdom's capital next. Han Sen was most depressed about the fact that he did not have enough money to buy or charter a ship. They had been spending all of Mr. Yang's savings, and Mr. Yang was not a rich man. They sold some gene eggs, but the money was almost all gone. GNBUGU, GN and Yu were so poor that they had nothing to contribute. Han Sen borrowed some money off Ghost Kill to pay their travel expenses. They stepped onto an airship that would take them to the Qin Kingdom's capital. Han Sen thought, after going to the Qin Kingdom's capital, we will have to spend a lot more money. I do not know when I will next find the lead I am looking for, but I cannot keep borrowing money. He wanted to know how he could rake in the big bucks to do well in the Qin Kingdom. He wouldn't be able to achieve anything without a lot of money. Killing gene races or finding gene eggs was the fastest way to earn money, but Han Sen was not interested in doing that. To him, it was a waste of time. Han Sen kept on thinking. He decided that once he reached the Qin Kingdom's capital, he would open a shop that sold gene eggs. With the power of the Zhan Yellow Sutra, he was likely to earn quite a bit of money. Fang Qi Yuan had such power, and the Qin Kingdom Palace has more elites. With my current situation, Forcing my way into the palace to find Qin Wanler's body will likely be impossible. I will have to sneak in. The first thing Han Sen thought of was Qin Bai, the leader's stupid son. Han Sen gave up on the idea to look for Qin Bai. If Qin Bai was a king, perhaps it would have been worth asking him. Qin Bai was just a crown prince. Han Sen did not have much authority, and people would have merely treated him like a subordinate. It would have been hard to quit the crown prince's employ. Let's just open a shop to have some comfy days where I can sketch this out properly. Although Han Sen was in a rush, it was something he knew he had to take his time with. Chapter 3068 Omen, Old Liar, I am hungry. On the streets, there was a pretty little girl who looked like a doll. She was pulling the sleeves of the old man next to her. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at him. She made sure to make herself appear extra pitiable. Her face looked like she was starving, and she had a lack of clothes. It was like she was abused. It made others want to take pity on her and cry when they heard the stories she told. The corners of the old man's eyes twitched. Half a day ago, Bauer ate the most expensive meal in the most expensive restaurant and had emptied his wallet of every penny it contained. Even he was starting to believe it. He wanted to smack his mouth and curse himself for being useless. He could not even raise a little girl well. My little kid, ever since you've been with me, your mouth has not stopped moving, the old man depressingly said. With the way you eat, even if there was a mountain of gold and a mountain of silver, it'd be eaten by you. How did that Han Sen used to raise you? Dad would not let me starve. If you are saying you cannot afford to take care of me, I am going back. Bauer looked grumpy. She turned around, ready to leave. Little kid, I concede. I will take you someplace nice to eat, the old man said while dragging Bauer with him. Old liar, don't you dare try and lie to me. Bauer squinted at the old man. I would lie to everyone else, yes, but you? The old man asked. You just need to wait here for a bit. I will take you to eat something very nice and spicy. You can eat whatever you want there. I promise you'll be full. You are very nice, old granddad. Bauer smiled a lot. She held the old man's hand and behaved very cutely. This girl, it does not make sense. How could she have been raised to this age? How did that bastard Han Sen grow you so big? The old man was speechless. By the way, old liar, I thought you ran out of money. Bauer looked at the old man and blinked as she spoke to him. Eating food does not require money all the time. Bauer was holding a flag while he walked across the street. He went searching for something. Not long later, he bent over and picked up a stone that was sharp and fist-sized. He pulled Bauer along as he kept walking. When they came to AT Junction, he looked to his left and right. He then put the sharp stone on the corner that turned. Bauer blinked and asked, "Can we get money to eat this way?" "Of course, tasty stuff will come here right now," the old man said. He pulled Bauer forward to walk with him. Not long later, they stopped near the street. He put down the flag and placed a yellow cloth on the ground. He pulled out a chair and sat on the cloth. He closed his eyes and rested. Old liar, is this going to work? Bauer waited for a while, but nothing tasty appeared. Do not rush, it is on its merry way. The old man's eyes did not open. He looked calm as he spoke to her. After a while, the street suddenly had chickens flying and dogs jumping. They saw a guy riding a big crab Gene race. It was skittering around the street, making the street all dirty. Seeing this big, gold crab that looked like a tank come close to them, the old man's eyes and lips suddenly became very thin. He then blew out air and made a strange noise. When the big gold crab heard that sound, its crazy moving body came to a halt. The person atop the beast looked rather excited. The big crab came to a stop. It was a sudden one, so the man was thrown right off. It looked like a dog eating sh*t. His head went in front of the fortune teller old man with a shock. The old man looked at the young man who had fallen with his ass sticking up and said, "Old man, I have seen your forehead go dark. Did your head suffer a stroke of misfortune? Today, you will be suffering a curse." The young man picked himself up off the ground. He wiped the blood off his nose, looked at the old man, and coldly said, "Old man, how dare you to start talking to me? Do you have any idea who I am?" After that, the young man reached out his hand to punch the old man. The old man did not move. He coldly said, "If I am not mistaken, you just experienced changes that can make a sad man very happy. You have an opportunity before you." When the young man heard that, he was shocked. The fist that was going to strike out was lowered. "Old man, Who sent you here? How could you know everything about me? The young man stared at the fortune-telling old man and checked him out. The fortune-telling old man shook his head. I do want to save people, but people are always so ignorant. Never mind. After that, the fortune-telling old man picked up his shop. He took the little girl with him as he left. In the meantime, he said to himself, God is jealous of geniuses. What a shame. Hang on, what did you mean, old man? At least, tell me. Otherwise, I am going to break your old teeth. Then, you will never talk crap again. The young man reached out his hand and stopped the two from leaving. The fortune-telling old man sighed and said, I am afraid you will not believe me even if I do tell you. How about this? I will give you one tidbit. You do not have to pay for it. If it is useful, it will be a pleasure of mine. If it is not useful, neither of us loses a thing. After that, the old man took out a rope and gave it to the young man. What do you mean? The young man accepted the rope with suspicion. It seemed to be an ordinary rope. It was less than 9 feet long with small threading. If it was not for the fortune-telling man telling him what happened, with that young man's attitude, he would have hanged the old man with the rope. The old man said, put the rope around your waist and put the other on the Gene race. Then, you will find out. Fine, I will see what you are up to. If this is a waste of time, I am going to come back and break your stupid mouth. Someone come here and keep an eye on this old man. Because of what the young man shouted, a few big men appeared. They prohibited the old man and the young girl from leaving. I have stuff to do. If it does not work, when I come back, you are very dead. After the young man said that, he jumped atop the crab's back. Following the instructions given to him by the old man, he tied one end of the rope to his waist and the other end onto the gold crab. He took the crab and sought to leave. Hang on, pull the rope 1 foot and 7 inches shorter. The fortune-telling old man stopped the young man. The young man did not really believe him. No matter what happened today, no one would have been able to see it. There was no way for others to know. The fortune-telling old man spoke correctly, which had made him scared. It was hard to believe, which was why he thought he should give it a go. The young man pulled the rope shorter and thought, after I am done, if this stupid rope does not do anything, I am going to break his mouth. Just as he just tied up the rope, the gold crab turned around and started to spin extremely fast. The young man fell from the crab's back. The young man's eyes opened wide. He saw himself almost fall on the ground. His waist felt tight. He was only half a foot away from the ground hanging by the rope. The young man had a closer look. He quickly broke out into a cold sweat. There was a sharp rock 5 inches away from his left eye. If the rope had not pulled him when he fell, he could have been blinded. He thought about the consequences of the rope. The young man's legs went soft. He had a cold sweat. He felt like it was too close. A few young men surrounded the old man and girl. Many people saw this. The young man, who had gone around the corner, had come back. He was running and screaming, Old fairy, old fairy, old fairy, you are like a god. Chapter 3069. 8 Sound Bug. Han Sen and the group walked before the gates of Big Qin capital. It was half a month later by now. The Big Qin kingdom's lands were too vast. Even with subspace travel and slip space jumps, it took them half a month to reach the capital from Turin planet. They had even swapped ships twice. Is this Big Qin capital? Mr. Yang and the others were shocked by what they saw ahead of them. The whole of Big Qin capital was not built on a planet. It was built on a giant, man-made space station. The space station was bigger than Turin planet. When looking at it from afar, it was like a hunk of jade floating in space. Li Bingyu was a bit excited. From what she saw, Han Sen was there in the capital with the need to seek out Qin Bai. When they met, her chance to strike would finally arrive. Li Bingyu laughed and said, in the 7 kingdoms, only. The Qin kingdom's capital is not built on the surface of a planet. This Jade Wall City is what Qin's people are the proudest of. They were built by the first King Qin. Now, billions of years have passed by. Despite the eons, fraught with war and natural disasters, it has weathered everything thrown at it and runs without a hitch. It holds the lives of tens of billions of the kingdom's civilians and nobles. The construction of this was a miraculous feat, and certainly one of the greatest across the history of the universe. Was this Qin Shu's work? Han Sen quietly looked at the miraculous Jade Wall City. Jianbugu smiled and said, other kings finished this miracle because King Qin powers were so strong. They could almost conquer the universe. It is not like the other 6 kingdoms were going to be destroyed, but they must pay taxes to my country every year for the relationships to remain stable. I do not think our country could build this Jade Wall city anew. It is a shame that when the Qin kingdom was in its best shape, the true king vanished. Future King Qin's lacked what it took to conquer the universe. Han Sen could not help but be complimentary. Qin Shu really was a great man. It is not hard to practice his skills to the best they can be. I can do that, but Qin Shu reached the maximum of his personal power and earned governance of a giant kingdom. He was a very successful person. I do not think I could do the things he has done. After entering the Jade Wall City, Han Sen realized he had been a bit too naive. He was unable to open a shop. With the little amount of money they had, he could not even find them a place to live. In that expensive place, the Qin Kingdom capital, to even rent a space as small as a bathroom would cost them 10,000 a month. Han Sen looked at Jian Bugu and asked, "Mr. Jian, in this Jade Wall City, where do nobles hunt Gene races?" Jian Bugu replied, "The Jade Wall City has many teleportation devices. You can teleport to the planets that are nearest the Jade Wall City. On those planets, there are many land pulses and gene races." Han Sen nodded. He thought about going after some gene eggs first to gather money and then open up his shop. "I do not think I can open a shop. Let me make an online shop." After settling down, Han Sen had Mr. Yang be in charge of the online shop. He prepared to go to another planet to get Gene's eggs for stock. Li Bingyu said she wanted to follow Han Sen, but her request to tag along was rejected. "There is no way he is going to have an online shop here," Li Bingyu coldly said to herself with a cackle. This must just be him starting off. His final goal here in the city must be to seek out and locate Qin Bai. She knew Han Sen had no money. If he didn't gather gene eggs to sell to the people of Jade Wall City online, they would likely starve. The capital was not like other places. It was where all the shops were. To be able to sell gene eggs there, it was usually only big nobles from fancy factions that had the chops to do so. They had land pulses to harvest. Running such an establishment alone was tough. Plus, Han Sen was only opening an online shop. He did not have the money to advertise his wares or establish a physical presence. He did not have a stable stream of resources either. To develop and make good on his intent, it was going to be a tough road. He would have been lucky not to lose money. Li Bingyu thought she would see Han Sen's online shop shut down very soon. If Han Sen came asking her for money, she would tell him her pockets were just as empty. That would likely push Han Sen to meet up with Qin Bai. Han Sen was looking up info on the Jade Wall City. He checked out the online shops that sold gene eggs, and he got an idea on which sorts of gene eggs sold well. When Han Sen arrived at the quantum teleportation system, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. The teleportation device was just like the ones in the sanctuary. Does that mean the teleportation devices in the sanctuaries actually came from the universe of kingdoms? Han Sen's face looked very weird. He knew that the Alliance's ability to create teleportation devices came from a technological solution derived from another civilization. In the past, he thought it was crystallizer technology. Seeing these teleportation devices, he noticed they were very similar. It was hard to believe there was not a connection. After paying the teleportation fee, Han Sen had a very familiar feeling. He arrived at a planet called Jiuya. Han Sen had conducted some research on this place. Planet Jiuya had some very weird gene races. The gene races were not hard to find, but the gene eggs were hard to locate. There was a Viscount gene race called Spirit Evil Eye. Its level was not high, but its combined skill could provide humans with X-ray vision. The Spirit Evil Eye's gene egg price was higher than Earl gene egg prices, but none were selling it. Of course, Han Sen did not plan on getting some Spirit Evil Eye gene eggs to sell. He thought the people who wanted the gene eggs solely did for perverted reasons. Second, it was very hard to find the Spirit Evil Eyes. "I will just get myself one to play with," Han Sen kept thinking as he walked. The Holy Wen white deer was too eye-catching. There were many people around, so Han Sen did not ride it. He just walked slowly. He kept walking, trying to check out planet Jiuya. With the information he had gathered online, not far from the west side, there was a place called Nightcry Valley. There were Viscount gene races that were native to the region. It was a gene race called 8-Sound Bug. On this hunt, Han Sen was on the prowl for an 8-Sound Bug. Just like Spirit Evil Eye, the 8-Sound Bug's gene eggs were very rare. They sold for a high price. The 8-sound bug's fighting power was weak, and the combined skill 8-sound did not do much either. Regardless, it made the music and voice of a human better. The universe of kingdoms was not all based around fighting. They had culture and entertainment. Therefore, that era had many musicians. A lot of young people wished to become a singer or idol. That was especially true of the nobles, who really enjoyed such forms of entertainment. An 8-sound bug was very important for singers. There were not many gene races with that type. There were ones at a higher level, but ordinary people could not afford them. The gene egg of an 8-sound bug was very rare, so their demand was higher. Night Cry Valley's 8-sound bugs were adults. They could not be tamed and combined, so no one was there capturing the 8-sound bugs. Chapter 3070 Night Cry Valley. Han Sen thought Night Cry Valley would not have had any people there, for that place had 8-sound bugs. The area had no land pulses, and 8-sound bugs were difficult to catch. No one should have been there. Shortly after Han Sen entered the valley, he saw a woman. Her face was covered with a green veil. She was sitting atop a large rock in Night Cry Valley. Her eyes were closed. It looked as if she was resting. Han Sen saw her face and understood she was there to capture 8-sound bugs too. The 8-sound bugs only appeared in the valley at night. She was obviously waiting for dark. He believed no one should have been there, and so did the woman. She was just as surprised to see Han Sen arrive, although he could not see her face, and she was wearing a very large robe that hid her body shape. Her eyes looked like autumn water. People were bound to believe that she was a very pretty person. Han Sen thought, maybe it's just her eyes that look good. Perhaps the rest of her face is ugly and weird. I don't see another reason as to why she might be hiding her face. If Han Sen knew who that woman was, he would have understood why she did her face as such. She was one of the 3 big idols in the Big Qin Kingdom. She was called Feng Fei Fei, and she was titled the Phoenix Singer. In the Big Qin Kingdom, she was very famous. She had many fans. If she did not hide her face when she went out, there would be traffic everywhere. The Big Qin Kingdom's idols were not ordinary stars or celebrities. Back in the day, King Qin's singer Zhang Liqing sung one song and scared off Zhao Kingdom's 10 battleships that sought to invade planet Chimo. It was the strongest one back then. Of course, that was because Zhang Liqing had the ultimate gene race called Absolute Sound. The 3 big idols were not as famous as Zhang Liqing, but they were only a little away from being that widely known. They were all elites who had God-class sonic element gene races. They were not just some singers or stars. In the universe of kingdoms, without the aid of powerful gene races, one was not able to reach the top in any way. Every profession's top-class people made the scariest elites. Feng Fei Fei had come to Night Cry Valley for an 8-sound bug. The 8-sound bugs that had already hatched could not be perfectly tamed, but they could be used to create gene medicine that could moisturize the throat. For a singer, that was very good stuff. Of course, at Feng Fei Fei's level, any ordinary 8-sound bug would not suit her. Before, she heard about Night Cry Valley possessing a rare, mutant 8-sound bug. She wanted to have a look around and check out the validity of the claim. So, she came to Night Cry Valley in search of that special 8-sound bug. Seeing Han Sen arrive in Night Cry Valley, Feng Fei Fei was not too bothered. Even if Han Sen was there to catch 8-sound bugs, she did not believe he had the chops to beat her. Plus, she wanted a mutant 8-sound bug. She was not after any ordinary type of 8-sound bug. Feng Fei Fei did not mind Han Sen being there, but Han Sen did mind Feng Fei Fei's presence. With an outsider there, he was not able to freely use the Zhan Yellow Sutra. If an outsider saw him turn a gene race into an egg, people would likely capture him for research. As Han Sen kept looking at Feng Fei Fei, he came to understand she was not the type of person to mess around with. At least, that was just the feeling he was getting. He did not have proof that was the case. Seeing Feng Fei Fei close her eyes again, Han Sen walked past her. He kept heading into the deeper recesses of Night Cry Valley. He wanted to keep his distance from her so she could not see what he would be using. Normal people who were good at singing should have also had good hearing. Feng Fei Fei was one of the good ones, and her body had a unique gene race. Although she did not open her eyes, Han Sen's movements were in her ears. In her mind, she pictured the scene of him and his movements. Seeing Han Sen not recognize her and walk straight into the valley, Feng Fei Fei felt greatly relieved. If she had been recognized, she would have been troubled. She would have been unable to get the mutant 8-sound bug as she had hoped. If other people knew that the top singer and idol Feng Fei Fei was fighting for an 8-sound bug with a commoner, even if she was there first, people would be talking about it a great deal. Feng Fei Fei was not afraid, but it was still something that made her not feel very good. In fact, Feng Fei Fei thought too much. Han Sen did not know about the mutant 8-sound bug. He was only there to catch an ordinary 8-sound bug. Han Sen walked into the deeper parts of Night Cry Valley. Although it was just nighttime, and the sky was not too dark, the further he walked into the valley, the darker the valley became. Inside the valley, there were no big trees. There were just some small plants around, but the grass and the leaves were very long. They could have been a whole 3 feet tall. The reason the place was called Night Cry Valley was that the Gene races there mostly appeared at night. One was unable to see them in the daytime. So, Han Sen walked deeper into the valley to find Gene races. Strangely, however, he found none. He walked to the farthest point of the valley and reached a dead end. He decided to have a mosey about. He was far away from that woman now. He no longer saw her, and the area around him had grass that was 3 feet high. If the woman did not run there, she would not see what Han Sen was doing in the deepest part of the valley. There was a pool with very clear water. It was not big, it was just half the size of a basketball court. The water was clear. He saw some duck egg-like stones beneath the surface. Near the pool, there were some large stones. Han Sen sat atop the biggest one. He was able to see in 6 different directions and hear in 8 directions. He would have time to aim. The sky went dark. Before the sun had completely dipped into the nether, Han Sen heard a tzzi sound. It was something Han Sen was quite familiar with. It was the sound of a cricket. Han Sen followed where the sound came from, but he failed to find the cricket. He discovered that the sound was coming from a crack in the stone near the pool. Han Sen was just going to have a look. He wanted to see if that was a Gene race, but his eyes froze. He saw movement in the water. Han Sen held his body stiff and peered into the water. Although the light in the valley was minimal, Han Sen had a good pair of eyes that enabled him to see the very bottom of the pool. He saw a weird creature slowly moving. The thing looked like a gecko. It was very big. It was 1 foot long. Its body was dark green, and it was in the water. It was camouflaging itself in the moss of the water, so it was hard to notice. That big, dark green, big gecko was twisting its body through the water to climb. It was going to the stone gap that had the tzzi sound. The big gecko emerged from the water, stared at the stone gap, and climbed inside. It was like a toxic snake that ate people. The dark green body did not have scales, but it had many small lumps. It looked like a toad's bumps. Seeing the big gecko come before the stone gap flashed with a red color. Something emerged from it. Chapter 3071 Cricket Cave. A black-bodied, red-headed big cricket came out of the gap in the stone. It battled the big, dark green gecko. The cricket was only the size of a fist. It was much smaller than the big gecko, but it was very fast. It was not at a disadvantage while it fought. The black and green, the 2 shadows, battled on the banks of the pool. The fight was intense to watch. Han Sen found it a fun spectacle to view. The levels of the 2 Gene races were not very high. They were viscounts at the most, but their methodology of battle was brutally intense. It was like watching crickets fight. Even though sparrows are small, they're still meat. I will wait until they're almost finished, then I will turn them into eggs. I should be able to earn a bit of money when I bring them back with me. I will at least be able to sort out my rent problem. Han Sen was having fun watching this. Suddenly, the toxic lump on the gecko exploded. Green juice squirted everywhere. It was like a blossoming flower spraying all over the cricket. The shell on the cricket's body looked as if it had been sprayed with acid. It emitted white smoke. It looked as if it was being corroded. The cricket went, tzzi, and fell to the ground. The gecko saw that its attack had worked, so it approached its enemy. The cricket struggled, trying to make its way back to the stone gap. The gecko's juice was far too toxic. Before the cricket was able to climb into the stone gap, the shell on its body was already being corroded. The blighter turned blurry and disgusting. It was not going to last. The cricket suddenly looked like it came back to life. Its back legs used some hidden power to make its bloody body leap and avoid the gecko's tongue. It entered the stone gap. It was injured badly, so it is useless for it to go back inside the cave. The gecko does not have to do anything. It will turn into bloody water soon enough. Han Sen knew now was the time for him to act, but his pupils suddenly got small. The gecko was in front of the stone gap. Suddenly, a cold light beamed out of it. Before the big, dark green gecko reacted, it was turned into a stone. Huh, does that cricket have the ability to petrify? Why did it not use it earlier? Han Sen was very confused. Before he thought any more about it, Han Sen worried that the cricket was heavily injured. If it had turned into blood water, no matter how strong his Zhen Yellow Sutra was, he could not turn a pile of mush into an egg. Han Sen flashed and came before the elusive stone gap. He cast his Zhen Yellow Sutra to kick up a red light that struck the petrified, dark green, big gecko. Although his body was petrified, under the power of the Zhen Yellow Sutra, it still devolved. It quickly turned into a dark green egg that was the size of a pigeon egg. He held onto that gecko egg. Han Sen reached out his hand to punch the rock. He wanted to blow up the stone gap and see what the cricket was doing inside. After Han Sen unleashed his punch, only a few cracks manifested in the stone. He was unable to break it. Huh, what is going on? Han Sen was shocked. His punching power was scary. Forget about stone, but he was able to break an ingot of pure platinum into many pieces with the strength he put into his punches. Now, all he had managed to do was leave a few measly marks on the stone. Clearly, there was something funky about the stone. Han Sen saw the stone gap had no movement. No petrified light came out of it either. So, he kept on punching. When he unleashed his fourth punch, the rock broke. The gap was now the size of a human head. Han Sen looked into the cave and was quite surprised. It was a cave about the size of a bathtub. There was no cricket. There was only a pool of blood. There was an 80% to 90% chance it was the body of the cricket. What is that? Han Sen looked at the bloody water. The stone cave was very humid and had a heavy layer of moss. The blood water seemed to be corrosive. It had started to corrode the moss, revealing the stone underneath. The rock looked very flat. It looked as if it had been made by someone. There were also some carvings there. Underneath the blood and the moss, it was not very clear. Han Sen wiped away the moss. He quickly discovered that beneath the stone cave there was a stone board that had special symbols on it. Han Sen broke the rocks around to get the stone board out, but the stone board was around 4 feet long and 1 foot wide. He did not know how long it was and could not get it out. Han Sen needed to be patient. He broke the stone board around and noticed the stone board was only half a foot thick. It was gray in color. It did not look like the granite around. After being busy for a while, Han Sen finally got the stone board out of the ground. When he pulled out the whole stone board, he noticed it was not a stone board. It was a stone box. Han Sen tried to open the stone box, but there was no reaction from the box's keyhole. He used his hands like a knife to strike it. He left a few white marks on the stone box. This stone box is so weird. Han Sen thought it was still early enough that the 8 sound bugs were not yet ready to appear, so he took the stone box out and went to check out the cave again. He found nothing else. He used the stones to rebuild and hide the cave he had just discovered. Han Sen thought that petrifying light probably did not come from the cricket. After all, it did not look like a stone element gene race. If that was not it, then it has to be this stone box. When I dug up the stone box, after all this time, why hasn't the stone box done anything? Although Han Sen thought he was very handsome, he did not think he was handsome enough for the stone box to treat him differently. What is the reason? Han Sen looked at the top of the stone box. There was still blood water the cricket had left behind. It had already dried up. Han Sen's heart suddenly jumped. This thing is not going to react after seeing blood, is it? Although Han Sen thought that way, he was not going to use his own blood for the testing. He looked around, planning to kill a gene race and see if he could use the gene race's blood to activate the stone box. Ding! Han Sen suddenly heard a sound that was like a harp string being plucked. It came from inside a bush. Han Sen looked into the sky. It was dark. A moon was now above the mountain. Not long later, Han Sen heard a harp sound in the vicinity. It was like someone was playing an old instrument. It sounded very nice. Under the night sky of the valley, it sounded very mysterious. Han Sen held his breath. His body was like it was petrified and unmoving. The 8 sound bugs could not see anything, but they were very sensitive to sound. Insects that were a few miles away could not hide from them. If people wanted to catch an 8 sound bug, they could not make a sound. Even the jump of a shocked heart would alert them. He needed to wait until they emerged from the ground and hit them when they were nearby. He could not claim another if they escaped underground. Han Sen controlled his body. He sat where he was like a stone. Not long later, from out of the bush, he saw a white light emerge from the leaves. In the nighttime, it looked like a firefly. Chapter 3072, Mutant 8-Sound Bug. Although Han Sen had watched a video online about the 8-sound bugs, compared to what he was seeing in real life, he was given a nasty shock. A butterfly, which was as small as a fairy, suddenly flickered like a white light that should have been the bug's body. Aside from its body just being a white slate and several wriggling tentacles, it was like a human. That thing was sort of like a mini butterfly. In the arms of the 8-sound bug, it was holding an instrument that looked like a lute. It did, however, have 8 strings. The 8-sound bug's fingers were playing the instrument to make many crunching sounds. The 8-sound bugs played very good music, but Han Sen did not have the time to admire it. He was going to use his Zhen Yellow Sutra to get rid of it. He suddenly heard the sound of another instrument. This one was amazing. Did more 8 bug sounds come? Han Sen stopped moving. If he went to disturb the creature, the other 8-sound bugs would stop coming. Of course, not long later, a glowing thing emerged from the bush. It was a collection of 8-sound bugs. They played several different instruments in harmony with each other. There was not a single note played out of place. It was like a wondrous musical festival. Many beautiful 8-sound bugs were dancing out of the bushes. More and more of them appeared. Not long later, there were a dozen 8-sound bugs. Han Sen knew that Night Cry Valley had lots of 8-sound bugs, but he did not think there would be that many. It was just a small area, yet there were at least a dozen 8-sound bugs. Ding! The sound of another instrument was heard. This time, the instrument was different from the last one. When Han Sen heard this instrument, his heart felt a shock. He could not help but be entranced with an acoustic lust for it. In fact, after the instrument's sound was heard, the dozen 8-sound bugs and their instruments came to a close. Han Sen looked to where the instrument came from. He saw there was a bunch of silver light flying around the spring water. It was an 8-sound bug glowing with silver light. He was not sure where it flew from, but it was now above the water. It kept flying around, playing the magical 8-string lute in its hands. Ordinary 8-sound bugs were white, but this 8-sound bug was a light silver color. Even the lute looked like it was made of silver jade. Its 8 strings glowed with a silver light. The very small fingers plucked and pranced gently across them. It was like the sound of a mountain spring playing in Han Sen's ears. It made his heart feel as if it was being cleansed. A mutant 8-sound bug. Han Sen felt quite happy about this. A mutant 8-sound bug was an incredibly rare find. He did not expect to find a mutant 8-sound bug there. Without hesitation, Han Sen's body exploded. He was like a shadow that came before the mutant 8-sound bug. His hand carried a red light as he struck the mutant 8-sound bug. Han Sen was just a normal guy. He did not know how to appreciate music. Grabbing the mutant 8-sound bug was more realistic. The mutant 8-sound bug was only Earl class. It was a little stronger than the average Viscount 8-sound bug. Before Han Sen, it was extremely weak. It was battered by the red light in a jiffy. Han Sen did not watch the result of his strike. His body flashed. He suddenly threw 10 additional punches, resulting in a dozen 8-sound bugs being struck by Han Sen's fists of fury. Including that mutant 8-sound bug, all the 8-sound bugs devolved into white gene eggs. The mutant 8-sound bug only lasted a few seconds before it was reduced to a gene egg as well. With this godly skill, I do not have to worry about not having any money to buy nice and spicy food. Han Sen put a dozen of those 8-sound bug eggs in his hands. They rolled around in his palm like pearls. He felt really happy about this result. While he was feeling this joy, the sound of torn space was suddenly heard. He turned around and saw the woman he had seen earlier in the valley. It was the woman wearing that green veil to hide her face. She hurried forth with white wings flapping, flying there from afar. Feng Fei Fei had been waiting at the center of the valley. When the mutant 8-sound bug appeared, she wanted to be the first to spot and catch it. When the mutant 8-sound bug instrument was near the pool, Feng Fei Fei arrived there in haste. She tried to be as fast as she could be, but she was too late. When she arrived, she only saw Han Sen. He had already put the eggs away. Feng Fei Fei broke space and arrived. She did not see a mutant 8-sound bug around. By only seeing Han Sen, she knew something was wrong. That is quite a coincidence. I heard the mutant 8-sound bug's acoustics echo through the valley a couple of times before. Why did it appear next to this pond this time? Feng Fei Fei looked around. unable to spy the presence of a single 8-sound bug. There was only Han Sen beside the pool. She guessed that Han Sen might have already killed the mutant 8-sound bug and felt grossly disappointed. Han Sen looked at her, but he did not say a word. He turned and walked out of the valley. Feng Fei broke space and came before him. There had been too many big movements, so the rest of the 8-sound bugs were likely hiding in fear. They were done for the night. They probably were not going to show up for another few days. Feng Fei thought about it but decided to stop Han Sen, who was on the cusp of leaving. "Mister, did you hunt the mutant 8-sound bug?" "What mutant 8-sound bug? I have never heard of such a thing." Han Sen's face did not look as if it was gasping or anything. He said that and quickly went outside the valley. Feng Fei was enraged. If Han Sen told her he did not catch a mutant 8-sound bug and said it had escaped, she could have accepted that. She knew she had heard the instrument of the mutant 8-sound bug from her position in the valley. Han Sen had been where the sound had come from. It was obvious was lying about the creature. "Please, do not misunderstand," Feng Fei said. "If you are willing to sell me the mutant 8-sound bug, I am willing to pay you twice the going rate in the market. I am not selling it." This time, Han Sen answered with certainty. The mutant 8-sound bug had become an egg. Feng Fei would be suspicious if she saw it. The gene egg would be worth a lot more than just double the price. It was a rare mutant gene egg. Even if its level was not too high, he could still sell it for 10 times the price. Plus, with a rare gene egg, Han Sen wanted to put it on his online shop to draw attention and fame. Feng Fei was very disappointed, but this had already happened. She had no choice but to give up. Han Sen carried the stone box with him. He had reached the center of the Night Cry Valley by this point. Suddenly, he saw a handsome man riding a white unicorn arrive. He was wearing white jade armor. "No matter how much the price, I am buying the mutant 8-sound bug. Give me the sum." The man sat atop the unicorn like some proud man, looking down on the earth and Han Sen. "Mr. Jin, what are you doing here?" Feng Fei, who was leaving, frowned upon seeing the handsome man. "I heard, Miss Fei, that you came to Night Cry Valley alone," Mr. Jin said with a smile. "I was afraid you might be in danger, so I followed." "Thank you, Mr. Jin." Feng Fei was not happy about this, but she did not let it show. "It is my pleasure." Mr. Jin displayed a charming smile. He looked at Han Sen and said, "Mr. Fei requires a mutant 8-sound bug. Just tell me how much you are selling it for. No matter the price, I will not bargain or haggle. Tell me the price." Feng Fei wished to say something, but she had already heard Han Sen was not willing to sell. She looked at Han Sen with shock. Chapter 3073 Robbery. Feng Fei looked at Han Sen with surprise. Rejecting the temptation of money was not difficult, but he should have considered it before rejecting Mr. Jin. Gongshu Jin was the son of the Gongshu Ban, who had the title of a genius. When he was young, he was already very famous in the Jade Wall City. He was not just very good at fighting since he had the talent of Mr. Gongshu's land pulse skill. He was not a very high-level officer of the Qin Kingdom, but his reputation was not something ordinary either. Mr. Gongshu was a big mister in the Qin Kingdom, which was rare. God only knew how many nobles wanted to establish a good relationship with him. They wanted to hire him and have him locate land pulses for them. He knew a lot of people in the Qin Kingdom. Feng Fei did not really like Gongshu Jin, but she did not want to offend him. The primary reason for this was because of the position of the Gongshu misters in the Qin Kingdom. Han Sen had just rejected him. Unless he had some sort of background that could strike fear in Gongshu Jin's heart, with Gongshu Jin's personality, Han Sen was going to find himself in a spot of trouble. Feng Fei knew everyone who had some level of authority in the Jade Wall, but she did not recognize Han Sen. This gave her a shock. Han Sen was quickly leaving. Just a second later, he was gone from Night Cry Valley. Gongshu Jin's eyes looked murderous, but it was just for 1 second. After that, his face was back to being pretty and soft. "I was going to do something for Miss Fei, but I was unable to do it," Gongshu Jin said, as he walked before Feng Fei. "I feel so sorrowful and ashamed." "It is fine, mister," Feng Fei coldly said. "I was just interested in a moment. I am not interested any longer. I will take you back." Gongshu Jin sat atop his unicorn and performed a requesting gesture. He wanted Feng Fei to ride with him. "Mister, that is very kind of you," but I would still like to walk around by myself. I am not going to trouble you. Feng Fei Fei bowed, flapped her wings of light, and flew out of the valley. Feng Fei Fei had obviously rejected him. Gong Shu Jin still needed to act like a gentleman, so he obliged her request and stopped pursuing her. He looked at Feng Fei Fei leaving and was immeasurably angered. He said, "Feng Fei Fei, I am going to make you feel sorry in bed tonight." After Han Sen left Night Cry Valley, he went to the teleporter. Earlier, when Gong Shu Jin asked him to name a price, he regretted it. If he knew there was a noob that was willing to deliver himself, he would not have turned the mutant 8-sound bug into an egg. He was going to sell it, anyway. It did not matter who he sold it to. If someone wanted to pay a high price, Han Sen was more than happy to sell it. It was a shame the mutant 8-sound bug had been turned into an egg. He could not randomly sell that to people. Before Han Sen returned to the teleport place, he saw a shadow break space and arrive. Feng Fei Fei appeared in front of him. "What is it, lady?" Han Sen asked. "If you are coming to the mutant 8-sound bug, there is no need for us to talk." Feng Fei Fei shook her head. "I am not here for the mutant 8-sound bug. Do you know who that man was?" "No." Han Sen shook his head. "I see." Feng Fei Fei displayed a wry smile. "He is one of Jade Wall City's geniuses. He is a true demon genius. He is Gong Shu Jin. His father is the famous Gong Shu Ban. You just disrespected him. You are going to be in a lot of trouble." This thing started with Feng Fei Fei, so Feng Fei Fei did not want others to get into trouble because of her. Therefore, she went to warn Han Sen. "Thank you for the heads up," Han Sen said with a wave. "If there is nothing else, I will leave. Don't you believe me?" Feng Fei Fei was startled by how calm Han Sen appeared. She thought he did not believe what she had told him. She hesitated, but Feng Fei Fei took off her veil. She showed him her pretty face. She sighed and said, "I wouldn't lie to you. We cannot play this nicely. If you believe me, I have an idea that can help you." "Thanks, lady, but there is no need for that." Han Sen said thank you and left. Feng Fei Fei looked at Han Sen leave with shock. She did not know what she felt. She took off her veil to reveal her identity, but Han Sen did not react. She was surprised. "He doesn't recognize me." Feng Fei Fei looked at the space Han Sen left with a flurry of conflicted emotions. She did not, however, give chase. She had done all she could. If Han Sen insisted on getting into trouble, it was no longer her concern. Feng Fei Fei was a very famous singer, and not just to the Qin people. Even people from the other 6 kingdoms knew her. Even if they hadn't seen her in the flesh, they would have seen her performances online. It was rare for someone not to know her. Feng Fei Fei thought Han Sen might have been pretending not to know her and had another purpose, but Han Sen really did not know who Feng Fei Fei was. He had not been in this world for long, and he had not really paid attention to the celebrities. Regarding Feng Fei Fei's reminder, Han Sen believed it, but it was just attributed to Gong Shu Jin. For that, he did not care. "Old Yang, how is the online shop going?" Han Sen returned to where he lived and asked Mr. Yang for a status report. "I have done everything you asked of me." Mr. Yang looked at Han Sen weirdly as he asked, "You can hawk your wares whenever you want to, but are you sure you really want to use this name?" "Yes," Han Sen said with a smile. Han Sen was not very good at naming things. His online shop was called Shop. From what Mr. Yang saw, this name was not overbearing or particularly eye-catching. A shop's name should have been impressive. Since that was the name Han Sen had selected, he did not say anything. "Old Yang, put these items on sale." The prospect of being able to eat hinges on the sale of these, Han Sen said with excitement. He used to lead the world, but this was the first time he had opened a shop. Mr. Yang had a wry smile. He and Li Bingyu felt the same. They did not think an online shop was a good idea. Seeing that Han Sen was so interested in it, they did not say anything disrespectful about it. He asked, "Mister, what are you planning to sell?" Li Bingyu was nearby. She looked at Han Sen. She also wanted to know what Han Sen was hoping to sell. "I went to planet Jiuya and lucked out. I found some gene eggs. They are not high level, but they should last a while. Old Yang, come have a look at these. How much should I sell these for?" Han Sen pulled out a gene egg to show Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang did not expect Han Sen would have gene eggs on a 2-day trip. He picked one of them up, looked at it, and said, "Mister, you are very lucky. This is a Viscount class toxic gecko. It has the combined skill of toxic spray. Its power is quite high for a viscount. You could sell it for a few $1,000s. What about this? Han Sen took out a gene egg and showed it to Mr. Yang. This is 8 sound bug gene egg, mister, you are very lucky. Although 8 sound bugs are viscount class gene eggs, the going price is far more lucrative than what the toxic gecko will get you. You could sell this for 5 digits. I will have to do some actual research for the blue book value. Mr. Yang was truly shocked. You sell these for now. Han Sen took out a dozen 8 sound bug gene eggs and gave them to Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang was frozen as he looked at the gene eggs. His eyes and mouth opened wide. He made no sound. After a while, Mr. Yang managed to ask, Mister, were you involved in a robbery? Chapter 3074 Treasure in the Box, Robbery. From where could I have possibly stolen these things? Han Sen took out a silver mutant 8 sound bug and tossed it to Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang picked up the 8 sound bug egg and looked at it. His eyes almost popped out of his skull. Mister, did you really dig this up? Han Sen laughed and replied, of course. Does it look like I gave birth to it? Mr. Yang was unable to believe it. Han Sen did not know any land pulse skills. He had just randomly gone to planet Guya to dig around. Yet, he had found a dozen 8 sound bug eggs. On top of that, one of them was a mutant 8 sound bug. This was an unbelievable thing. It was something of a genuine miracle that was unheard of. If everyone was as lucky as Han Sen, all the misters in the universe would starve to death. This was the first time Mr. Yang had doubted his career. He didn't quite know what to say. Li Bingyu could not believe Han Sen had managed to dig up 8 sound bugs. She thought, he must be connected to Qin Bai. It looks like my chance has come. Old Yang, I will hand the gene egg over to you, Han Sen said to Mr. Yang. Sell it for a good price. Our lives are depending on it. Mister, you shouldn't sell this mutant 8 sound bug gene egg, Mr. Yang said. Just sell the ordinary 8 sound bug eggs. This mutant egg should be kept as a highlight of the shop. With that on display, it will be sure to attract a lot of business. Just see what you can do. Han Sen was not really interested in money. He only required enough money to get by in the walled Jade City. Where is Qin Wanner's dead body? Han Sen had a look at the map, but the walled Jade City was too big. It was hard to locate the mysterious place Bai Mo had mentioned. Han Sen bought some frozen gene race blood online. They were low class, so they did not cost much. With the quantum transport system, even if it was a few systems far away, they could just drop it in the transport station for the delivery man to take. Han Sen quickly received a few bags of the gene race blood. He then locked himself in a room. He put the stone box in a bathtub. He placed the frozen bags of blood atop the stone box. When the blood touched the stone box, some weird symbols lit up. They released a cold and petrifying light. Wherever the petrifying light touched, regardless if it was metal or flesh, it was petrified. Even Han Sen's clothes were petrified. It was a shame that the petrified light could not do anything to Han Sen's body. All Han Sen felt was something slightly cold. His skin and hair had avoided petrification. As more blood was poured onto the stone box, the patterns on the box appeared as if they could absorb the blood. All of the blood was absorbed by the patterns. Han Sen put many bags of blood inside the box. The blood color of the patterns started to appear darker, and the petrifying light grew stronger. When there was only one bag of blood left, Han Sen suddenly heard a "kacha" noise. The stone box opened. I wonder what is hidden inside there. Han Sen was very curious. He opened the stone box and was quite shocked. The stone box contained a circular stone that was the shape of an egg. There was a mouth on its top, and 6 holes on its side. The entire stone was gray. All in all, it looked like a stone ocarina. The ocarina was an instrument, and he was no stranger to such an instrument. Ancient Devil had 8 generals, and one of them was named Xianxia. She gave Han Sen an ocarina and taught him how to blow it. It was a shame that Han Sen was not very good with music. He tried to learn it for a while, but he never was successful. He only seldomly used it to entertain himself. Right now, he was seeing an ocarina. He held it in his hand and felt rather sad. When Xianxia ascended, he had tried to find her but couldn't. That made Han Sen feel terrible. The stone box's petrified light was gone. Han Sen touched the stone ocarina, sighed, and said, "Little big sister Xianxia, where are you?" It was an old stone ocarina. There were no patterns on it. It was a very rough stone ocarina that did not look very pretty. The stone ocarina's surface was not polished very well, and it was rather crude. It looked like something from ancient times. Han Sen rummaged through the stone box. Aside from that stone ocarina, there was nothing else to find. What a weird stone box. Whatever is inside it cannot be anything normal. Han Sen looked to his left and then his right. Whatever the case was, he couldn't see anything particularly outstanding about the ocarina. After thinking for a moment, Han Sen put the stone ocarina next to his mouth and tried playing a song. He wanted to see if the stone ocarina possessed any special powers. As Han Sen blew into it, the ocarina did not play any sound. Aside from the wind, there was nothing weird. Why is there no sound coming from the ocarina? Han Sen looked at the ocarina in shock. He examined it for a while but did not see anything amiss. The stone ocarina was not damaged. It was like an average ocarina without any clogged holes. The fact that it was not producing any sound was strange. He again placed the ocarina next to his mouth. This time, Han Sen gathered his Zhen Yellow Sutra and put a strong power in his breath. He blew into the stone ocarina. Woo-hoo! A very sorrowful ocarina sound was heard. Han Sen moved his finger to create different tones. After he moved his finger, Han Sen was surprised that the holes had started to produce smoke. The smoke gathered in the air and turned a white cloud. What is this? Han Sen stopped blowing the ocarina. He looked at the white cloud in the air. It looked like the cloud from the Monkey King. From outside, Han Sen suddenly heard the cloud starting to make a very vague sound. The sound was not very quiet, but it was still hard to hear. It was like a woman mumbling. It was like she was reading out a Buddha's chant. Who is in there? Han Sen frowned. He punched the cloud. The cloud broke around his hand. It vanished. The sound was gone. What is this thing? Han Sen frowned. He picked up the ocarina and started blowing it. The whole of the ocarina generated some smoke that arose to form another cloud. Han Sen leaned his ear forward to listen. Again, he heard that same, strange mumbling come from the cloud. It sounded close but also far away. It sounded very unstable. Han Sen listened to it intensely. Eventually, his face changed. The cloud suddenly disappeared again. He quickly picked up the ocarina and played it to generate another cloud. This time, Han Sen listened more carefully. After a while, his expression looked weird. Chapter 3075 Many nobles are beneath the prince's feet. The sounds coming from the cloud were something Han Sen had heard before. They were the same sounds that had accompanied Golden Growler's golden door. No one knew what was beyond the golden door. Whatever was pulled inside it was dead, that much was certain. At least, no one was able to leave when pulled inside. When Han Sen was standing before the golden door, he had heard a weird sound. It was like an ancient god was praying or reading the chants of the Buddha. It was just that Han Sen had not entered the door. He stood outside the golden door and listened, but it was never something clear. Now that he was trying to remember it, the sounds of the golden door were just like the sounds coming from the cloud. Han Sen just did not understand what the sounds meant. Many women loved shopping, even the three big singers, which included Feng Fei Fei. She was browsing around in the virtual community. She was different from ordinary women. She did not have to buy makeup products. She was in search of the 8-sound bug. She had been unable to get an 8-sound bug from Night Cry Valley and could not be bothered going back there again. So, she planned on buying 8-sound bugs online instead. She wanted to create gene medicine for bolstering her throat. She searched for an 8-sound bug and sorted the results by price from high to low. Feng Fei Fei did not care about shopping for a bargain. She wanted the best stuff, and that was that. A line of virtual products appeared before her. Feng Fei Fei was used to browsing prices from high to low, but she froze upon seeing the first item. Mutant 8-sound bug egg. Really? Feng Fei Fei clicked on the item. The photo of a mutant 8-sound bug egg appeared. It really is a mutant 8-sound bug egg. Feng Fei Fei was very happy. In the virtual community, the shops scanned the real items. If there was a picture, one could bet their bottom dollar that it was genuine. When Feng Fei Fei looked at the price, she frowned. The price was placed at the maximum. It was a healthy sum of 9,999,999. A mutant 8-sound bug egg was very rare, but it was just an Earl-class creature. That price was far too ridiculous to consider. Clearly, the shopkeeper was not going to sell it properly. "Boss, how are you selling the mutant 8-sound bug egg?" Feng Fei Fei asked after contacting the person running the shop. "Dear, the shop is selling it at the price listed. It is indeed available for purchase. You can feel free to order it at any time. We will have it delivered in 24 hours. If not, we'll pay you double. It was Zhang Shi. Mr. Yang was in charge of running the shop, but Zhang Shi operated the customer services. She worked really hard. Even if she received complaints, she never got mad about it. Zhang Shi and Yu used to be slaves. Now, they followed Han Sen. He did not treat them like slaves. Zhang Shi was very grateful for that. She tried to do her best with whatever task Han Sen asked them to do. I really want to buy it, so give it to me at the price you truly want to sell it for, Feng Feifei said. Dear, I really cannot sell it to you for a lower price, Zhang Shi quickly said. That is as low as it can go. You can take a look at the other products in the shop if you would prefer. There are very economical Viscount Class 8 sound bug eggs for sale. They are of good quality and fairly priced. Their abilities are great too. Those were the lines Mr. Yang had taught her to say. She performed them very well. Feng Feifei looked around. She saw the shop was selling ordinary 8 sound bug eggs. With her identity, the ordinary 8 sound bug eggs did not really entice her. If you really want to sell it sometime, why don't you send me a message? We can talk about the price some more. After saying that, Feng Feifei put the mutant 8 sound bug egg in her shopping cart. Alright, dear, Zhang Shi replied. Feng Feifei was a bit depressed. She did not want to buy the mutant 8 sound bug egg for herself. She wanted to send it to her little niece as a birthday gift. Although Feng Feifei had better sonic gene races, the level was too high. Her niece was too young. She could not combine with any high-level sonic gene races. The mutant 8 sound bug egg's level was not too high. Furthermore, it was a gene egg. If it hatched, it would be a baby. It did not tax the body too much, so it was suitable for a child. When the mutant 8 sound bug egg grew up and had an ultimate body, it would be very good to improve one's voice. It would be even better than a Marquise or Duke class gene egg. After all, sonic gene races did not only improve one's voice. Mutant 8 sound bugs did not do much in another direction. To improve one's voice, it was still a little bit worse than other sonic gene eggs. It is a shame the seller does not plan on selling it. Feng Feifei looked at the shop's name. She planned to remember that there was shop called shop. In Gongshu Manor, a worker went to Gongshu Jin's study. He bowed and said, Mister, the results of my investigation are here for your perusal. After that, the worker pulled out a file of information he had been tasked to collect and put it down in front of Gongshu Jin. Good job. Gongshu Jin looked at the information and coldly said, a redneck that comes from ancient god city, huh? He has no background. He has no faction. In that case, how dare he insult me? Gongshu Jin, I must teach him a lesson. If I don't, he won't understand what it means for many nobles to be under a prince's feet. Mister, people like that do not deserve you to take action. The worker bowed and suggested, perhaps you should send someone else. You are right, Gongshu Jin said. I will let you handle it. Remember, you must bring the mutant 8 sound bug's body back complete. It will be Miss Fei Fei's birthday in a few days. I will give it to her as a birthday gift. Do not worry, mister, I will do all this very secretively, Lu Ju said with very murderous eyes. Mister, 5 of the 8 sound bug eggs have already been sold. Each one has sold for 35,000, and there are lots of people asking for the price of the mutant 8 sound bug egg. Mr. Yang happily reported the results to Han Sen. Their shop had only been open for a day, and they had already raked in a few sales. It was natural to feel ecstatic. Good job. Han Sen nodded. The mutant egg was not a small price for Mr. Yang, but it meant nothing to Han Sen. He did not really care about it. By the way, mister, have you heard of one weird thing? Mr. Yang tried to test him. Han Sen looked at Mr. Yang and asked, what weird thing? Mr. Yang looked at Han Sen and said, it was the 7th of the last month when the Jade City had a big earthquake. The king's family's temple was destroyed. Someone saw that the temple had a gold beam of light shoot into space. Mr. Yang told him about this because the 7th day of the previous month was when he and Mr. Meng had dug up Han Sen. He thought there was a connection between the two events. Really, aren't earthquakes breaking big buildings normal? Han Sen quietly asked. Mister, it is normal for other cities to have earthquakes, but the Jade City is a space city that was man-made, Mr. Yang said. Why would there be earthquakes? After thinking for a moment, Han Sen asked, where is the King family's temple? Mister, ordinary people cannot go there, Mr. Yang quickly answered. There are lots of elites guarding it. Only members of the royal family can go there to pay their respects. They usually do that at some festival. Chapter 3076 Scary Gene Race. Han Sen could not say anything. After making up his mind, he decided to go take a look. Mr. Yang did not know much. He provided him with some basic information. Although the king's Alpha Temple was heavily guarded, and there was a ceremony each year, ordinary people could not get close. The best they could do was film things from afar. So, there was a lot of information about it on the internet. Han Sen browsed and did some research on it online. He did so for a while and learned about the location of the king's Alpha Temple. He knew what the place looked like, so he knew what to look for. Why does this Alpha Temple look like the metal temple Tai Yi fixed? Han Sen looked at the temple in the video and felt rather shocked. Aside from this thing looking older, the whole shape of the Alpha's temple looked like the metal temple. On top, the words, Big Qin Alpha Temple, were written in not just, metal temple. Han Sen went to the temple. He looked at the temple from afar. He wanted to sneak inside the temple, but it was not possible. Things were different now. Many places had fallen in the Alpha Temple. There were guards on patrol, but that very large Alpha Temple had many fallen areas that could not entirely be guarded. Han Sen did not dare get too close. He did not want to draw attention to himself. He merely walked around the Alpha Temple to get a proper look. He soon frowned. The security was too heavy around the Alpha's temple. There were all kinds of tools of observation, and he could not use Geno arts. It was for him to sneak into the Alpha's temple. Han Sen did not know if it was a mistake, but he felt as if the Alpha Temple had something inside it that was calling out to him. It made him yearn to enter. Unfortunately, he was unable to go inside. So, Han Sen abandoned the idea of entering the Alpha Temple. He would have to figure out another way some other time. On his way back home, Han Sen saw some snacks that looked as if they tasted delicious. He looked at the time and noticed it was almost lunch. So, he brought some home with him. When he arrived home, Han Sen called for Mr. Yang, Jian and the others to come around and eat. Only Li Bingyu was not around. The five of them sat around the table while Han Sen presented them with some food that looked like a pie. It was for them to eat, but Jian suddenly stopped them from digging in. You can't eat this, Jian said. Han Sen put the pie near his mouth and asked Jian, I can't eat this pie. Jian nodded. In the universe, there are many gene races. No matter if they are at a high or low level, every gene race has a unique feature. If they are used well, even low-class gene races can be quite useful. There is a saying that there are only rubbish gene users, but there are no rubbish gene races. Are you saying that there are gene races in it? Han Sen frowned. Jian made the others put down their slice of pie. He went on to say, if I am not mistaken, there is an organ-eating bug inside the pie. If you consume this, it would grow quickly within your body. They would eat all of your organs until your body was an empty carcass. Then, you would die. Although this is just a Marquise gene race, over time, many high-class God-class gene elites have died by eating these organ-eating bugs. The organ-eating bugs are a very rare gene race. I am not sure who you have managed to offend to be given this. These organ-eating bugs were meant to kill you. On top of that, there are 6 of them. Organ-eating bug. Mr. Yang's face changed. He knew how scary the organ-eating bugs were. Han Sen's face changed too. He was not afraid of organ-eating bugs, but the humans of the universe of kingdoms were different. There were many powerful elites here. With gene race powers, they could destroy the sky and ground, but their bodies were not too strong. It was just after being combined with a gene race that they could become a bit mightier. Compared to Han Sen, who could evolve his own body, that was a big difference. The organ-eating bugs would do nothing to Han Sen. For Mr. Yang and the others, it would have been disastrous. Even if Jian had not known that the organ-eating bugs entered his body, he would have been in a lot of trouble. Jian picked up the knife and cut the pie open. He pushed away the meat that was inside. There was a small little bug amidst the meat. It was the size of a sesame seed. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it was there. Usually, no one opened their pie for examination before eating. Everyone looked terrible. Han Sen's face looked even worse. If Jian was not there, Mr. Yang and the others would not be in a good shape right now. Don't worry, the organ-eating bugs are scary, but they are harmless as long as they are out of your body. They will sleep and not do a thing. You are totally fine in their presence. Gnbugu picked up the organ-eating bug from out of the 6 pies. The 6 bugs, which looked like sesame seeds, were placed in a bowl. Once there, they did not move. Han Sen looked glum as he asked, "Can you find out who did this?" Gnbugu shook his head. "If we had a sky mirror gene race, we might be able to locate the master. That way, you could find out who plotted to kill you. It is a shame that the gene race is very rare in the Big Qin Kingdom." Han Sen looked at Gnbugu and asked, "What happens if they enter a body? Can their master feel this?" "The organ-eating bugs will be active in their bodies, and the master will feel them," Gnbugu said. "Ordinarily, with the speed that the organ-eating bugs breed, they will be dead within 3 days. Their entire bodies will be hollowed out." Han Sen nodded. He picked up the 6 organ-eating bugs and walked outside. After he left, Han Sen put the 6 organ-eating bugs in his mouth and swallowed them. He kept walking outside. It worked. Lu Ju was hiding near the hotel when he felt the organ-eating bugs get activated. He was overjoyed. Quickly, he felt the organ-eating bugs move, so he followed them. He saw Han Sen walk outside the hotel alone. He thought that was a bit weird. He frowned and thought, "Weird. Why are all 6 organ-eating bugs inside him?" He then thought it was all for the best. 6 organ-eating bugs were inside Han Sen's body. That just accelerated the time it took for him to die. Lu Ju did not think anyone could survive the consummation of the organ-eating bugs. Now, he had no doubt about it. "Kid, you need to blame yourself for this. It's your fault for being cocky and offending Mr. Jin." Lu Ju coldly laughed. He used the organ-eating bug's sense power to follow Han Sen. He still needed to claim the mutant 8-sound bug, so he followed Han Sen. He was going to claim the mutant 8-sound bug after Han Sen died. Lu Ju felt the organ-eating bugs quickly breeding inside Han Sen. There were so many of them, but he was shocked. "It looks like it will take half the day to complete my task. With this fine work, Mr. Jin is sure to reward me. Perhaps I will get the beast I want." He followed Han Sen for a while. He saw Han Sen proceed to buy food on the street. He was like a foodie. He coldly laughed and said, "He really does not know how much trouble he is in. He is still eating. He is like a pig. He eats a lot, and he is dumb." Suddenly, Han Sen's face changed. He held his stomach and squatted on the streets. He started sprinting toward the hospital. He moved down the street and went into an alley. He laid on the ground, repeatedly moaning. His body was shaking. It looked like he was going to die. Seeing that no one else was in the alley, Lu Ju thought it was perfect. He did not need to hide. He went into the alley and approached Han Sen. "Be smarter when you are reborn, will you? Do not offend someone you cannot afford to." Lu Ju was going to touch Han Sen's body when he suddenly felt something was wrong. After people were eaten by the organ-eating bugs, they heavily bled. He did not see any blood on Han Sen. Lu Ju felt terrible. He wanted to leave. Han Sen suddenly jumped to his feet, went before him, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Chapter 3077 Blood spills in the Gongshu Manor. Lu Ju was in shock. Han Sen, who was gripping him by the neck, had lifted his entire body. He saw that Han Sen's body was filled with purple air. A pair of weird eyes flickered demonically with a purple color. They stared at him, which made him feel shocked and angry. He wanted to summon a gene race to combine with, but Lu Ju was shocked to discover that his god spirit blood pulse's connection kept disconnecting. He was unable to summon a gene race. Han Sen stared at Lu Ju and coldly asked, "How do you want to die?" Lu Ju suddenly felt his heart sink. He was going to be killed. As the power in Han Sen's hands increased, becoming stronger and stronger, Lu Ju felt as if his windpipe was ready to snap. He could not breathe. Obviously, his opponent was not going to ask him anything. He was unable to use a gene race, so Lu Ju had no hope of fighting back. He was in shock. He tugged at Han Sen's hands. While he had a chance to speak, he squeezed out a few words from his tightened throat. "I just accepted the money to do this. Don't you want to know who wanted to do this to you? I will go after Gongshu Jin." Han Sen confidently spoke, but he was just testing Lu Ju. The only person he had slighted was Gongshu Jin. Now, someone wanted to kill him. His assumption that it was Gongshu Jin was an educated guess. Seeing Lu Ju's expression change, Han Sen knew he was right. "This is Jade Wall City. If you kill me, you cannot escape," Lu Ju struggled to wheeze. His face was red. "Really?" Han Sen looked at Lu Ju coldly. More power was circulating in his hands. Lu Ju could not say anything anymore. His face looked like a pig's belly. Han Sen did not break the man's neck outright. He opened his mouth and breathed out a black mist. Lu Ju saw the black mist. His shocked eyes looked as if they could not believe what they were seeing. Han Sen was not emitting black smoke. It was organ-eating bugs. Lu Ju no longer felt the organ-eating bugs that belonged to him. All those organ-eating bugs were releasing a purple mist, and they went straight into his mouth. Lu Ju kept trying to struggle. In Han Sen's grasp, he could not open his mouth. In shock, he could not help but watch the organ-eating bugs climb into his mouth and enter his body. Han Sen waited for all the organ-eating bugs to enter his body before releasing his hold on his neck. He looked at Lu Ju like a dead dog on the floor and said, "These are your organ-eating bugs. I hope you enjoy them." Lu Ju could not stand up. He wanted to connect with the organ-eating bugs, but he was not able to. The organ-eating bugs were out of his control. Arg. Lu Ju felt as if his organs were being pinched by 1,000 needles. He held his belly and screamed. He coughed up blood. His face looked pasty and white. He got up off the ground. Lu Ju held his belly and started running away. He wanted to live. He did not want to die. He thought about his organs being eaten by those organ-eating bugs and how that was such a painful way to die. After thinking about it, Lu Ju only wanted to run away. He was suffering from the organ-eating bugs as he ran back to Gongshu Manor. Blood kept spilling out of his mouth. Han Sen coldly watched Lu Ju leave. He did not stop him. Previously, he had thought Lu Ju might have been lying. In a moment of life and death, no matter how strong that person's will was, there was always a flaw to discern. Plus, Lu Ju was not someone with a strong will. In the universe of kingdoms, humans did not really count on their bodies. They depended on power. Most humans did not have a strong will. Lu Ju was half falling as he ran back into Gongshu Manor. When the guard saw Lu Ju's face, he was shocked. He held Lu Ju and asked, "Mr. Lu, what happened to you?" Take me to Mr. Jin." Every time Lu Ju opened his mouth, black blood dribbled out. There was also some meat. The guard held him and took him into Gongshu Manor. Not far away from the Gongshu Manor, Han Sen watched from an alley. He coldly smiled. Mr. Lu came back. Gongshu Jin was watching people dance in the garden when he heard a guard calling out for him. Before he spoke, Lu Ju came stumbling into the garden. Gongshu Jin smiled. He was not happy. Lu Ju's behavior was very rude. When he saw Lu Ju's face, his expression changed. He saw Lu Ju was entering the garden shaking and with a mouth full of black blood and a wet chest. His face was pale, and his eye sockets were black. He looked like a zombie. Mr. Save, blurg. Lu Ju ran to Gongshu Jin for help. When he was 9 feet away, his mouth filled with black blood and decomposing organs. They spilled out like blood rain that went everywhere. Lu Ju's body leaned forward. His eyes were popping out of their sockets. His hands reached in Gongshu Jin's direction as if he was asking for his help, but he had no more life force. Gongshu Jin was shocked and angry. He watched Lu Ju die with his eyes open, staining the garden with his blood. His face looked like it had a pair of 10,000-year-old eyes. Han Sen went back to the hotel. He saw Jianbugu and Mr. Yong waiting for him in the living room. He walked in and asked, "Is there any way for us to prevent harm from a gene race?" He was not afraid of organ-eating bugs, but he knew the people next to him would be harmed. Fortunately, Jianbugu was there this time. What if he was not around the next time? This time, organ-eating bugs had been used. Next time, it was likely to be something scarier. There was a chance it would be something his body could not block. Mr. Yong was silent a moment before saying, There is a gene race called Listen. It can identify gene races. If you get close to a gene race, a Listen can find out about it. But these Listens are just a legend. No one has seen any before. There are gene races with similar power. If their levels are too low, they can only sense other low-level gene races. They cannot sense all the gene races. It would be very rare. Han Sen looked at Jianbugu, who nodded and said, "That gene race is very rare. If the level is too low, it would not do much. Ordinary gene casters use lamp grass bugs. It's the same type of gene race, and the level of a lamp grass bug is a Viscount. They can only detect Earls at the most, and it is very weak when it comes to water element gene races. Even with a lamp grass bug near, you cannot sense a marquise organ-eating bug. After pausing, GNBUGU went on to say, there is a gene race that can sense a lot of things. Although it is just king class, if a god class gene race entered the area, it would be able to detect its presence. It's just that this gene race's gene eggs are very rare. From what I know, Lu Shi's shop has a few, but they are wild adults. They can put them in the house, but they cannot be brought around. That does not do much. Chapter 3078 Holy Light Salamander. Han Sen felt quite tempted after hearing that. What is that gene race called? GNBUGU thought about it and said, I remember it was called a pure light salamander. It is a gene race that only appears next to the Holy Light River. It is a born king class race, but most of its powers are not strong. Even a duke class gene race can easily consume it, but it is very good at sensing gene races. Before gene races get close to it, it starts to run. It can be very difficult to catch, and the gene eggs of pure light salamanders are extremely rare. As far as I know, Jade Wall City only has 5 pure light salamanders. 3 of those belong to the palace. It will be very difficult to claim a pure light salamander egg. Han Sen made up his mind. He had to get himself a few pure light salamanders. Wild pure light salamanders did not make much difference to him other than finding the gene eggs. With a pure light salamander in his sights, he would at least feel safe. He did not say anything more. If Lu Shi's shop had a pure light salamander, he would just go and buy a few. Mr. Jian, in the top class gene races, are there any gene races that have blue blood? Ever since Han Sen had reached the universe of kingdoms, he realized the humans there did not train their bodies. Their blood was red. Qin Shu's body had blue blood. There was an 80% chance that he had gotten that by combining with a gene race. Perhaps it was not Qin Shu's real blood. GNBUGU thought for a moment and replied, there are a lot of gene races with blue blood. Regarding the most famous, it would undoubtedly be our big Qin Kingdom's Alpha King World King God. He was an ultimate gene race that was far above God class. It was a shame World King God disappeared with the Alpha King. It did not remain. Otherwise, the big Qin Kingdom would not have gone downhill after the Alpha King vanished. Han Sen quickly asked, what kind of gene race was that? World King God was a legendary creature that controlled one world, GNBUGU said. No one can tell you what it looks like anymore. From the information that has remained available, it should be a very rare humanoid gene race. Han Sen asked GNBUGU about gene races. Mr. Yang had a lot of knowledge too, but he was not as good as GNBUGU. That was certain. Mr. Yang only knew a bit of information whereas GNBUGU knew about high-class gene races in far greater details than Mr. Yang could ever provide. He gave Han Sen a better understanding of the power of gene races in that world. The Holy Wen White Deer, in GNBUGU's ratings, was only a beginner. To ordinary gene casters, it was something godly. To a real top-class elite, it was just a beginner tool. As for the gene races in the legends, such as World King God, they were something each of the 7 kingdoms had. They were something that existed to preserve a kingdom, which made Han Sen feel more alert. It seems like this world is not as straightforward as I assumed it to be. Things about Qin Shu are weird. If blue blood is World King God's blood, then the person who died on that day, could it really have been Qin Shu? Han Sen suddenly started to have many questions. After talking to GNBUGU, Han Sen headed to Lu Shi's shop. He had already offended Gong Shujin. He would probably have a fight with him soon. Considering that, Han Sen had to make sure he was prepared. Before Han Sen had the chance to kill Gong Shujin, he needed to make sure he, Mr. Yang, and the others were safe. He had to get his hands on a pure light salamander. Even if Gong Shujin was not going after them, there could very well be others on their trail in the future. This type of gene race seemed like a necessity, lest guaranteed harm befell them someday. Lu Shi's shop was one of the biggest shops in the Qin Kingdom. It conducted business across the entire universe. Gene races and gene eggs were just one portion of its business. It had all kinds of other shops in the big cities. Lu Shi's shop did not have online ordering. People had to go to a store in person to buy something. Even so, Lu Shi's shop was still the best in the Qin Kingdom. It had lots of gene races and gene eggs, and there was a huge variety of types. It was better than most of the smaller shops. When Han Sen went to Lu Shi's shop, he told people he wanted a wild pure light salamander. The results surprised him. A wild pure light salamander's price was 3 million each. That price was equal to a god-class gene egg, and that was just a wild version. Plus, one was only able to keep it as a pet. The shopkeeper patiently explained things to Han Sen. He told him that pure light salamanders were king class and very rare, and they were exceedingly difficult to catch. With its abilities, many rich people bought one pure light salamander. That was why the price had become so expensive. A wild one could not be taken out, but it could be kept at home. If a gene race sought to invade its abode, it would react. So, it was useful. The rich people loved pure light salamanders. I can't even buy a wild pure light salamander. Han Sen felt a bit sad. He counted all his money. He didn't have enough to even buy a wild pure light salamander. There was no way he could afford a gene egg. No way, I will just have to go to the Holy Light River to catch a pure light salamander. Han Sen returned to the hotel and looked up information on the Holy Light River and pure light salamanders. Catching a pure light salamander was not easy. The Holy Light River was back on planet Guya. Han Sen had been there, but he had remained in a safe zone without any high-class gene races. Holy Light River was different. It was in a region dubbed the Dead Zone of planet Guya. Holy Light River was a mysterious, super land pulse. After a billion years, Holy Light River had created many scary gene races. God-class gene races always appeared in Holy Light River. Even many of the Qin Kingdom's top-class elites did not dare go to Holy Light River. The pure light salamanders appeared on the banks of Holy Light River. They were amphibious but spent most of their time in the river. They seldomly ventured ashore. Holy Light River was very dangerous, and the pure light salamander could sense the presence of other gene races. If humans used a gene race before they got close to it, the salamander would escape deep into Holy Light River. If people did not combine themselves with a gene race in Holy Light River, it was practically a death wish. Therefore, capturing a pure light salamander was not easy. These were difficulties that would not hinder Han Sen. He decided to go to Holy Light River. Before he departed, he warned Mr. Yang and the others that before he returned, no one should leave the hotel. He also had Jianbugu do his best to take care of them. That was Jade Wall City. Even Gong Shu Jin could not murder people on a whim. He had to use gene races to assassinate them. If Jianbugu was there, it would be difficult for him to do so. As long as Mr. Yang did not leave Jianbugu's sight, he would be fine. Plus, Gong Shu Jin's ultimate target was Han Sen. While Han Sen was gone, Gong Shu Jin would not be interested in Mr. Yang and the others. After Han Sen left the hotel, he felt as if he was being followed. He entered planet Guya. The news was quickly received by Gong Shu Jin. Gong Shu Jin looked murderous. He coldly said, "Very good." Chapter 3079 Holy Light River. Holy Light River was on the highest highland on planet Guya called Miladiyah. It was the highest river there. It had the name, River in the Sky. The number of people that dared to go there were few. The entire length of Holy Light River was a few dozen thousands of miles long. It had countless smaller rivers branching off it too. Wherever the river reached, it was in proximity with a super big land pulse. In the past few billions of years, God only knew how many gene races had been birthed by it. The gene races there were not just high level. They evolved a lot. The scarier thing about it all was that there were many different types of species. They all had weird powers, and people could not predict them. Although Han Sen's body was strong, he was suppressed by this world. His detection senses were slow, so it was hard to discover rare gene races before they disappeared. One branch of Holy Light River, called Little Piano River, had a teleport station. After Han Sen exited the teleport station, he headed for Little Piano River. The pure light salamanders lived in the areas that contained shallower waters. People seldomly saw them chilling on the shores, but they were very rare creatures. They were difficult to find in any position. Little Piano River was very cold, and there were not many people there. Due to the fact it was so dangerous, few people ventured there. With great care, Han Sen proceeded. In no time at all, he saw many gene races. In the sky, there were many avian gene races in flight. In the very clear river, Peking ducks and swan-like gene races were playing around. He also saw a gene race in the river that looked like a giraffe. On both sides of the river, he could barely see loads of weird small beasts and bug-type gene races flying. There were too many gene races there. Although most of them were low-level and not harmful, who knew if there were more dangerous types just lurking in wait. Han Sen did not know much about gene races. He did not know which were dangerous and which to look out for. Before he went there, he had bought a book about gene races. When he arrived, he noticed that the book did not help him as much as he thought it would. There were too many gene races. In only a few moments, he had seen a few dozen types of them. If he had to check them all out, it would take him an entire day. Because his body was invincible, and he had the blood ghost spirit, Han Sen could just gnash his teeth and get on with it. He headed for Little River Piano and dived in. He followed the river and checked around the bank, hoping to find one of the pure light salamanders. Han Sen did not summon a gene race because the pure light salamander was very sensitive to gene races. With gene races all around, Han Sen was unable to see the pure light salamander. Even if there was one nearby, it would have left already. Fortunately, not all gene races like to attack humans. Most gene races just let humans be. Some gene races were even scared of humans. When Han Sen got close to them, they just ran away. It looks like Holy Light River is not as scary as the stories claim it to be, Han Sen thought. A group of black swans was swimming atop the river. The surface shared the same color as the sky. It was like the sky and the sea had blended. The black swan looked as if it was swimming in the sky. The smell of the grass, woods, and flowers were in his nose. They made Han Sen feel very cool and comfortable. It was a shame that the entire way, he had been unable to find a trace of a pure light salamander. Han Sen had to keep walking, flicking through the book in search of a rare gene race. He could still turn those into eggs and sell them. He was unable to find a pure light salamander the whole way. If he could not do that, he would have to earn a lot of money to spend a lot of money at Lu Shi's emporium. At least, he could purchase a wild pure light salamander there to turn into an egg. After half a day, he had been unsuccessful in getting anything. There were many gene races, but most of them were worthless. Han Sen could not be bothered to bring any of them home with him. While he was walking, he saw a person standing near the river. The person looked like he was in his 20s, but he also looked very strong. The most eye-catching thing about him was his lack of hair. He had a big bald head that could reflect one's face. The big baldy was standing near Little Piano River. He was looking down the river, but it was difficult to determine what exactly he was after. Did he find a rare gene race? Maybe he found a pure light salamander. Han Sen's heart jumped. He went toward the big baldy. As he walked, he asked, "Friend, what are you looking at?" The big baldy ignored him and continued staring into the river. He was like a focused fisherman, but his hands lacked a fishing apparatus. Han Sen observed the man's face and noted how happy he looked. This just amped up his curiosity. Han Sen walked up to the big bald man and asked, "Friend, are you okay?" Again, the big baldy just ignored him. Han Sen thought this was weird. He didn't know what was wrong with the bald guy, so he tried looking toward where the man was looking. Beneath the feet of the big bald guy was the river. The depth of the running water was only a foot deep. The river was very clear. It looked like a seamless crystal in perfect condition. One could see right through and admire the river's bed. Han Sen had a closer look. It seemed as if, aside from he-she cobblestone, there were no fish or shrimp. At the very least, there was not a pure light salamander there. Han Sen looked at the bald man and asked, "Friend, what are you looking at?" The bald man behaved as if he had not heard anything. He continued to stand where he was and stare at the river. If it was not for the fact he was still breathing, Han Sen would have taken him for a dead man. What is this guy doing? Is there something nice in the river that I cannot see? Han Sen felt confused. He looked to the portion of the river the bald man was looking toward. This time, Han Sen was focused and clear. He looked at that spot over and over. He did not miss a grain of sand, yet there was still nothing. Nope, there really wasn't anything. Down in the water was just that very clear water. There was not even a touch of moss. Han Sen looked at the bald man. Seeing him remain so focused, it did not look as if he was pretending all this either. Han Sen frowned and examined him a bit closer. After a while, he did not think this was right. This bald man's focus does not seem to be at the bottom of the river. It is above the river. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at the surface. The surface had nothing either. If there was, Han Sen should have been able to see it. The clear water was like a mirror. It reflected the image of two people. Han Sen suddenly realized the bald man seemed to be looking at his own reflection. What is wrong with him? Why is he looking at himself in the water? Han Sen looked down into his own reflection. After looking, even Han Sen was frozen. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Han Sen never noticed he had grown up so handsomely. The reflection of himself looked like some rare, beautiful man. He looked at himself once. It looked as if he was in love. It was like seeing a beautiful woman for the first time and not being able to take one's eyes off her. It made one's heart jump like a mad deer. Chapter 3080 couldn't help it. Han Sen was finally aware of the reason why the bald man was staring at the water and not moving. Now that he looked at his reflection in the water, Han Sen only had one feeling, so FC King handsome. Han Sen knew there was something wrong, but he could not keep his eyes off his reflection. He really liked it. He absolutely adored it. It was like he had encountered the sort of love he had been longing for all his life. Han Sen and the bald man squatted near the river. Their heads were lowered. They stared as if they were obsessed. This is wrong. This is really wrong. I can't keep looking, but it looks so good. Han Sen felt conflicted. He could not help himself from looking. Even with his profound willpower, he could not deny the temptation. Han Sen knew this had nothing to do with his willpower. He knew he had been captured by some sort of power. It twisted his willpower, making him fall in love with the reflection he saw. Han Sen was only happy that he was not in love with the bald man's reflection. When it gets dark and there is no more light, maybe I won't be able to see the reflection anymore. Han Sen's heart still had some clarity. He just could not escape it completely. As time passed, the two of them remained squatted near the water's edge. He saw the sun go down and the sky go dim. Han Sen thought it would be better after this, but planet Guya did not just have one moon. There were 3 of them. 3 bright moons in the sky kept the night illuminated. Their reflections in the river were still very clear. The scariest part was that Han Sen was so in love with his reflection that he had the thought to hug the image. Han Sen only wanted to do it. The bald man had already stood up, opened his arms, and walked into the river. He was going into the river with a smile on his face. Han Sen's willpower could barely contain the desire. He forced his eyes to watch the bald man. He was swimming into the river, continuing to smile. He was going deeper into the river. The clear river covered his knees. It soon covered his waist. Han Sen watched the bald man walk into the river. His face hadn't changed. His smile had grown bigger. It looked as if he was going to hug the lady he liked. It must be some sort of gene race doing this. The gene races of this world are a bit weird. What are they playing at? Han Sen understood that, but he could not help but stand up. He started walking into the water. He knew this was a reflection, and he knew he should not be doing any of this. Yet he could not help but want to hold the reflection in the water. It looked as if only doing that could erase the bitterness of missing someone one loved. It felt like the storyline of a lame movie. Although one knew that person murdered a parent, one still could not help fall in love. It was like a moth to a flame. They knew they were going to die, but they didn't stop themselves. Is this Gong Shu Jin? Is he playing tricks again? No way. If it was him, he could just kill me right now. I am trapped by this weird power. I cannot move. Han Sen was still thinking as his body reached the river. The river was cold, but it could not stop the fire in his heart. He walked deeper into the water. Seeing the river's water go past his legs, he could still not stop his progression. He wanted to summon a gene race, but it was futile. People who were in love could never raise a sword to their lover. It was not because he couldn't. It was because he did not want to. Although Han Sen knew this kind of unwillingness was not his true will, he could not deny it. The bald man had gone in the water sooner than him, and he had walked faster than Han Sen. Now, the water was going above the man's bald head. Han Sen knew the man was going to die. Humans in this world did not have a strong body. Without the help of a gene race, he could not survive underwater for a long time. Han Sen knew he would be fine. Even if he was tricked into the water, he could live just fine. If he was supposed to be drowned, it would be impossible for that to happen. I would like to see what other tricks you have. Han Sen quickly walked farther into the river until the water went above his eyes. He could no longer see his reflection. Even though the reflection had disappeared, he was not set free. Under the water, he saw someone in the river. It was someone who looked exactly like him. He was smiling deep in the river. Han Sen could not help but walk toward him. He walked deeper into the river. Han Sen saw the bald guy ahead of him look terrible. His mouth kept producing bubbles. He was obviously filled with water and no longer capable of breathing. He was going to drown very soon. Even so, the bald man's face still displayed happiness, but that happiness looked extremely scary. It was like the smile of the Reaper. Han Sen frowned. Although he did not know that bald man, he was not an enemy. He did not want to watch someone of his same kind die in front of him. Han Sen wondered if he should break the restrictions of the world when he saw a weird light. Han Sen looked toward it. He saw a blurry light appear under the river. It was like there was a giant gem glowing beneath the river. The shadow that was enticing Han Sen forward was the light under the river. Han Sen looked at the light. It started coming into focus what that light was. It was a giant shell. It was creamy, white, and transparent. It looked as if it was made of jade. The giant shell was open. When Han Sen looked at the shell, the shadow was inside the shell. It looked like it combined with someone in the shell. It made Han Sen put his love into that shadow. At last, Han Sen saw what the shadow in the shell was. It was a graceful woman. Her body was inside the shell. Her hands were holding her breathtaking cheeks. She was wearing a veil that was half transparent. It waved in the water. It made her body look extra sexy. The woman was just lying on the side watching Han Sen from her position on the shell. She said nothing and did nothing, but Han Sen was like a moth flying to a fire. He walked toward her. It was like she was someone he had loved for 1,000 years. He wanted to hold her and tell her how much he loved her. The bald man in front had already passed out. It was unknown if he had just drowned or what. His body was floating and sinking because his stomach was bloated like a ball. Han Sen was still enticed by the power. He walked to the shell woman. Her eyes looked like they could speak. It was like they were saying, "Come, my husband and lover, come to my embrace." Chapter 3081 Big Sky Demon. Han Sen's heart had a dangerous feeling. His love for the woman was growing. He knew that if he really walked up next to the girl, great danger would befall him. Since he found the crux of his issues, he stopped hesitating. He exploded with the Zhen Yellow Sutra. He forced himself to break the rules of the world that suppressed him. His entire body was like a demon exploding with a red flame. The water in the river around him was vaporized. The feeling of being in love disappeared. Han Sen forced himself to break the restraints of the world. He suffered too much pressure, so he could not keep enduring that pressure for a long time. It cost him a lot of his body's energy. He did not dare delay a thing. He swung a punch toward the woman. Vast amounts of river water were vaporized. The woman's eyes looked shocked. She moved her hands, and the jade-like shell closed. Pang! Han Sen's punch blew up the jade shell. It turned into dust. Nothing was left. Han Sen did not see the woman reappear. He wondered if she had been broken along with the shell, but he felt as if things were not so simple. Han Sen looked around, but he was unable to find anything. It was like the woman had vanished with the shell. He could not fight against the restraints of the world for a long time, so he put away his power and sensed the area around him. He did not suspect anything out of the ordinary. He saw the bald guy floating in the river. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Han Sen moved forward and pulled the man up to the banks of the river. He felt the man's heart had already stopped beating, so he was probably dead already. What kind of monster is destroying my territory? A big shadow suddenly broke space and arrived in front of Han Sen like a god descending. He saw Han Sen and looked shocked. He was so surprised that he could not even finish his speech. Han Sen knew it was a god spirit, but he was not familiar with this god spirit. He had a white beard and white hair. He looked holy and rather angelic. If he did not look so shocked, he would have looked like a god spirit. Han Sen looked at the god spirit and asked, "Is there a god temple? What is your title? What level is your god spirit?" The old god spirit coughed and said, "I am Feather Fairy. I am a destruction class god spirit. Mr. Dollar, why are you here?" Han Sen was confused by how polite the god spirit was being. He thought, it looks like there is a problem. The way evil Lotus God treated me was fairly weird, but the way this one treats me is even stranger. I entered the other world, but the treatment Qin Shu and I received is obviously different. Han Sen looked at Feather Fairy and said, "Feather Fairy. That is a good name. Where is your god temple? I did not think there was a god temple on planet Jiuya." Feather Fairy presented a wry smile and said, "My god temple is on Holy Light Mountain where the Holy Light River begins. Because there are ultimate gene races around, ordinary humans cannot go there. It is not strange for you to not be aware of this." Han Sen asked a few questions, but he did not receive any answers. Although Feather Fairy was polite to him, he seemed a bit evasive whenever he spoke. He did not tell Han Sen any of the information he wished to learn. Han Sen asked something about the Geno universe, and Feather Fairy seemed to know a thing or two. His answers pretty much mirrored what Evil Lotus God had told him. That, at the very least, made him feel a bit more secure. Han Sen knew that he was not going to get any answers, so he changed the subject. Do you know where I can find a pure light salamander? A pure light salamander is a rare find, Feather Fairy replied. There are not many to be found in the Holy Light River. Humans have already taken most of them. Now, there are only a few left in Autumn Leaves River. If you need them, I advise you to start your search there. Han Sen looked at his map. He saw Autumn Leaves River was a branch on the other side. It was not too far from Little Piano River. If there is nothing else, mister, I am going to go, Feather Fairy said with a bow to Han Sen. Han Sen stopped Feather Fairy and said with a smile, hang on. I am an outsider. I do not have friends here. If I want to talk to you, how can I reach your god temple? Feather Fairy displayed a wry smile and replied, my little temple has no more fire. It is a rugged place. I am afraid you will feel offended by going there. It is fine, Han Sen said with a wave of the hand. Wherever god spirits are should be holy enough. As long as you are with me, the state of the house should be of no concern. Feather Fairy felt depressed, but he did not dare say anything negative. He pointed out a mysterious path to Han Sen that would lead him to the temple. That way to the Feather Fairy temple was a safe one. There would not be any powerful gene races on it. Feather Fairy warned Han Sen that he could not make big movements while he was traveling to the Holy Light Mountain. If he attracted the ultimate gene race there, it would be bad. Han Sen let Feather Fairy go. He didn't desire to go to Feather Fairy temple to talk with the god spirit. He simply wanted a god spirit blood pulse to help Mr. Yong. Even if Han Sen found a pure light salamander's egg, it was useless if no one could use it. Han Sen could not be at their beck and call 24/7. If Mr. Yong was able to use a gene egg, it would save them all a lot of trouble. After Feather Fairy left, he remembered the bald guy. He went to check out the man. The bald guy had been really lucky. He was not dead. Han Sen punched his belly and put some strength into his body. The bald guy coughed up some water. His heart started to beat. He woke up. You saved me. The bald guy opened his eyes and appeared to be in shock. When it was daytime, Han Sen had called toward him. The man had been conscious. After it was dark, he had lost his will. At least, he had seen Han Sen before. I guess, Han Sen casually replied. He was going to leave after seeing that the man was fine. Don't go yet. My name is Sha Yu Fei. People call me Bald Guy. You can just call me Bald Guy. How did you handle that gene race? Was that gene race a big sky demon? Bald Guy kept talking as he followed Han Sen, trying to get close to him. What big sky demon? Han Sen asked. The gene race that ensnared us. It was such a powerful amount of lust it used on us. It sounded like the legendary gene race Big Sky Demon. It has the power to control desires. It is one of the greatest gene races in the world. Ha ha, that was a very powerful and scary gene race. If it hadn't been, how would I, Bald Guy, be tricked? You did not see that gene race, so did you manage to get rid of her? Bald Guy was very big. He was quite scary and kind of like a gangster leader. He was also very annoying. He kept on talking. I did not see any big sky demon. Han Sen shook his head. He thought there was something wrong. Based on the bald man's description, the woman he had seen really did look like the big sky demon as described. If it really was a big sky demon and Bald Guy said it was so powerful, it did not feel as if it would be so easily killed. Han Sen subconsciously looked at the water. It made his eyes smaller. In the reflection, he no longer saw himself. He saw the face of the woman smiling at him. Chapter 3082 Sea Dragon Woman. Han Sen threw a punch into the water. The water exploded. The woman's reflection shattered with the waves. In between the shattered waves of water, he saw the woman twist her smile. When the water's surface was calm again, Han Sen had another look. The reflection in the water was his face. He was not seeing the woman again. Han Sen knew this was not over yet. He had not managed to kill the big sky demon. He did not know how to kill the big sky demon. Bald Guy looked at Han Sen and asked with confusion, "Are you okay?" "It is nothing. I was just mistaken. I thought there was a gene race in the water," Han Sen casually explained as he carried on his way. On the way, he kept having a glimpse at the reflection in the water. He only saw his face. The big sky demon was not revealing itself again. Bald Guy followed Han Sen and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" Han Sen did not answer. He frowned and asked, "Why are you following me?" Bald Guy smiled. "Holy Light River is a dangerous place. It is good to have more people, so you can watch out for each other. Are you going to hunt gene races or dig up gene eggs? If you are, I can help. There is no need for any of that." Han Sen rolled his eyes and readied himself to leave. He had seen people who were shameless before, but he had never seen someone this bad before. He was the one who had just been saved, yet he was talking like that. That was a rare sort of genius. "That is fine," Bald Guy said. "What is your name? I remember all the handsome men in Jade Wall City, but I have never seen you before." He was obviously not very shy. He was happy asking Han Sen all sorts of questions. "If you do not leave now and you encounter danger again, I will not save you," Han Sen said. Bald Guy thumped his chest and said, "If it is not some scary existence like the big sky demon, it cannot do anything to me. I am Bald Guy. Don't worry. With me here, even if there are some scary creatures around, I can guarantee your protection." Han Sen was speechless. He could not be bothered talking to him, so he maintained his silence and kept on walking. Regarding people like Gong Shujin, if he wanted to murder another, he did not have to commit the deed himself. Mr. God Shu was famous. Who knew how many God pulses that had shocked the universe they had managed to dig up? They had countless high-level gene eggs, and they had many powerful gene casters as followers. There were many gene casters like Lu Ju in Gongshai Manor. Plus, a lot of those bosses were trying to have a good relationship with Mr. Gong Shu. He only had to say a word and many elites and nobles would scramble to kill for him. Having a few gene casters die was fine if they earned favor with Mr. Gong Shu. The nobles thought such favor was worth the lives of a few gene casters. Lu Ju had died in front of Gong Shu Jin. That made him feel humiliated. He decided to send someone else to murder Han Sen. He wanted to see Han Sen die in front of him. It would have to be a nice and slow death. Gong Shu Jin was not a reckless person. Although he hated Han Sen and wanted to murder him, he had to be very careful about it. He brought together a group of loyal gene casters and hired a gene caster who Mr. Gong Shu took more seriously. His name was Hua Nong Yu. Hua Nong Yu was saved from a land pulse by Mr. Gong Shu. To pay Mr. Gong Shu back for saving him, Hua Nong Yu followed Mr. Gong Shu. Otherwise, with his power, he would not have been the best Mr. Hua Nong Yu followed Gong Shu Jin's father for 50 years, but his face still looked as if he was around 20 years old. He looked rather handsome. He had to be one of the most handsome men in Jade Wall City. At the same time, Gong Shu Jin knew the trick Hua Nong Yu would use. Although he was very proud, in front of Hua Nong Yu, he was very polite. Gong Shu Jin looked at Hua Nong Yu and politely said, "Uncle Hua, we have located that kid. What do you think we should do?" Hua Nong Yu was holding a fan, but he did not open it. He put it in his other hand, smiled, and said, "Judging from the trace, another person is accompanying him. We should figure out who that other person is before doing anything." "That is easy," Gong Shu Jin said to one of the older men present. "Old Zhao, you can do this." "Do not worry, mister," the old man replied. He summoned a gene race that looked like an eagle. He combined with it and became an eagle-faced monster. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. He was headed to Han Sen's location. Gong Shu Jin smiled at Hua Nong Yu and said, "Old Zhao has the title Hawkeye Old Zhao. He combines with the spirit Eye Eagle. It is king class, but it is very powerful. It can enable your vision to see an ant that is 100 miles away. It is very good for investigative work." Hua Nong Yu nodded. He smiled and did not say anything. On his way, Han Sen had been thinking about how he might best remove the presence of Bald Guy, but the guy was like candy. He could not get rid of him. Bald Guy pulled Han Sen closer. He pointed to the mountain and said, "Brother Han, don't go yet. I think this place has gene eggs here. Do you have land pulse skills?" Han Sen was shocked. He looked at Bald Guy. The man was so big, but he did not look like the sort of person that could learn land pulses. Bald Guy laughed. "Of course, my master is one of the third best misters in the Qin Kingdom. I am very good at looking for land pulses and digging up gene eggs. I am not as good as him, but I am better than most misters." "That's good. You dig gene eggs here. There is something I need to go do in the meantime. After speaking, Han Sen readied himself to go on ahead. With Bald Guy following him, he could not use the Zhen Yellow Sutra and turn Gene races into an egg. He had already wasted so many opportunities as it was. Brother Han, listen to me. Look here, two streams are coming into one. When it comes to land pulse skills, this landscape is called Sea Dragon Woman. It says that where the dragons come together is where you will get gene eggs. After that, Bald Guy had a look around. He kept checking and saying, Holy Light River is a super big land pulse. The magnetic forces here are very strong. There is a Sea Dragon Woman here, so the gene egg must be very unique. Brother Han, you saved my life earlier. The gene egg here is how I am going to pay you back. I will give you all the spoils. Really, is what you are saying true? Han Sen looked at Bald Guy with a bit of distrust. He thought Bald Guy did not look like a good mister. Bald Guy thumped his chest loudly. I will say that if you cannot find any high-class gene eggs, I can give you my big bald head for a gene egg. I don't need your head. Han Sen wanted to laugh. Indeed, but here, there won't be any high-class gene eggs. There'll be at least king-class gene eggs, and god gene eggs if you are lucky. Just trust me this one time, Brother Han. Bald Guy looked fairly sincere. Han Sen did not take gene eggs seriously, but he did want to see if Bald Guy was useful. He stopped trying to leave, followed Bald Guy, and started digging. Chapter 3083 Blood Dragon flies to the sky. That parcel of land had a lot of dark red grass. It looked different when compared to other places. Aside from that place, everywhere else was green and jade-like. Only that parcel of land was dark red. Bald Guy said it was called dragon grass, but it wasn't just the name of this grass. Any grass that was close to the Sea Dragon Woman's area would become dark red and be titled dragon grass. Han Sen did not know what that meant. He let the man keep going on about it all. According to Bald Guy's location, they both started to dig. After digging 9 to 12 feet into the earth, they had yet to discover a gene egg. Han Sen sat next to the hole and had a swig of water. He looked at Bald Guy and asked, Bald Guy, are you a genuinely reliable fellow? Bald Guy felt weird. I do not think I am wrong. This really is the Sea Dragon Woman. The gene egg should not be too deep inside the Sea Dragon Woman, so I do wonder why there is nothing here yet. Bald Guy kept digging while he spoke. He pushed his shovel down once more. Spring water suddenly flooded the hole where the shovel was. Han Sen saw the spring water appear. It was red. Han Sen shockingly asked, This cannot be an evil spirit spring, can it? You know what an evil spirit spring is, Bald Guy said. He looked happy about it. This is not an evil spirit spring. This is dragon blood. Only the Sea Dragon Woman's land pulse can conjure this sort of weird scene. Not every Sea Dragon Woman would present dragon blood water. If dragon blood water has shown up, it proves one thing. It proves that whatever lies inside this land pulse is something of extreme value. The gene egg will not be anything bad. I can guarantee you that. You can be sure that it is a god-class gene egg below here. Han Sen looked at the blood water that was moving with interest. The blood water was red, but it was not an evil sort of red. It was bright and not at all dirty. It did not incite a scary feeling. It seemed lively. It did not smell bloody either. It had a rather pleasant fragrance. The dragon blood spring sprang out a few feet high. When it was touched by sunlight, it turned into a bloody sort of fog. It was like a blood dragon flying into the sky and clouds. Hawkeye Old Zhao was flying in the clouds. He saw the blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene. He then saw Han Sen and Bald Guy. He did not know what a dragon blood water weird scene was. He hid in the clouds for a while, confirming that the two were trying to dig up a gene egg. He then secretly flew away. Hawkeye Old Zhao reported the situation to Gong Shu Jin and Wan Nong Yu. They both looked at each other. Gong Shu Jin said, That guy is lucky. He found a Sea Dragon Woman land pulse, and he found a dragon blood water. There must be some good gene eggs there. That is great. Kill them and take the egg. That will pay back Mr. Lu's life. Gong Shu Jin got ready to send someone out while Han Sen and Bald Guy were busy digging up the gene egg. While they were occupied was the time to strike. Before any order was made, Wan Nong Yu stopped him and said, Do not be hasty, mister. Let's not alert them yet. Uncle Wa, are you worried about the other person? Gong Shu Jin asked. You do not need to worry. I know Bald Guy. He is Mr. Wei's student, Sha Yu Fei. His nickname is Bald Guy. He is associated with a little town's leader. With his identity and resources, he does not have what it takes to be a student of Mr. Wei. It was just because when Mr. Wei was near that little town digging a gene egg, danger befell him. Sha Yufei's father saved him, and he begged Mr. Wei to accept Sha Yufei as a student. He does not have anyone in Jade Wall City, and he is not very knowledgeable. If he is smart, let him live. If he is not smart, kill him. It is no big deal either way. Hua Nongyu shook his head. I know about Sha Yufei, but it is not because of him. After pausing, Hua Nongyu looked at Hawkeye Old Zhao and asked, when you looked at the dragon blood water, did you see some blood air like a dragon flying into the clouds? Hawkeye Old Zhao thought for a moment and replied, I do not know if that was like a real dragon, but I know the spring water was like a bloody fog in the sky. It looked like a blood dragon tornado. That is correct, that must be the blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene. Hua Nongyu touched his fan as he spoke. Blood dragon flying into the sky. When Gong Shujin heard those words, he was shocked. He was then absolutely thrilled. Yes, why did I not think of that? If it really is a blood dragon flying into the sky. Before Gong Shujin finished, he had Hawkeye Old Zhao describe the scene again. After hearing what was said, Gong Shujin was even happier. He bowed to Hua Nongyu. Thank you for reminding me, Uncle Hua. If you hadn't, I might have ruined this entire thing. Hua Nongyu smiled. You flatter me too much. You have the old mister's knowledge. You are much stronger than me. If you saw it, you would recognize it. It is only because I did not explain clearly that you did not know. When I followed the old mister, I saw a blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene with him. That is how I know about it. Uncle Hua has so much experience, Gong Shujin said. You must teach me more sometime. He bowed again, pretending to be humble. Hua Nongyu was silent a moment before saying, the blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene is very rare. There must be a top-class gene egg there, but that weird scene is dangerous. If it is not handled well, things might turn out terribly. I think Sha Yufei has only seen the blood dragon water. They do not know the danger of the blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene. If they did, they would have stopped digging already. Gong Shujin nodded. I remember the books state that when the blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene appears, one will die. To get the gene egg in a blood dragon flying into the sky, one person must be sacrificed to claim the gene egg. Is that really true? Hua Nongyu nodded. Indeed. When I followed old mister to see that blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene, we did not discover it first. There was another very famous mister already digging the land pulse. That mister died a horrible death. That is how we were able to retrieve the gene egg without any problems. How did he die? Gong Shujin asked with curiosity. I don't know, Hua Nongyu said. He was fine the first day. On the second day, when we went there, he was dead in the land pulse. He died weirdly. His body was not damaged, but his body was blood red. He was curled up like a cooked shrimp. Gong Shujin laughed. That is good. Let Han Sen and Bald Guy dig it up. When they break the blood dragon flying into the sky, that is when we take over. If Han Sen dies like that, he had it coming. Han Sen and Sha Yufei waited for the dragon blood to run dry. They waited for half an hour. Finally, the dragon blood in the hole was gone. Sha Yufei was dying to keep searching. Han Sen wanted to jump in too, but he felt hesitant. He did not think it was safe. Chapter 3084 Sacrifice. Han Sen did not have land pulse skills. He also did not know what a sea dragon woman was. Neither he nor Bald Guy knew what a blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene was. Still, Han Sen's will was extremely strong. Although he was suppressed by the rules of the world, if something very bad was going to happen to him, he still felt a sense of worry. If something made Han Sen tremble, it meant something extremely bad was going to happen. Otherwise, nothing would have touched his heart. Han Sen looked at the hole and said to Bald Guy, Bald Guy, stop digging. Bald Guy put down his shovel with confusion. He looked at Han Sen and asked, what is it? There is something wrong. Han Sen looked serious as he asked, are you sure this is the sea dragon woman and dragon blood water? After hearing him, Bald Guy felt strange. He looked around and said, this is right. This is a sea dragon woman. I cannot be wrong. Did you not see the dragon blood spring? Han Sen was quite a moment before saying, okay. You come back. I will continue digging. Does it matter who is digging? I think we are on the cusp of getting it now anyway. Bald Guy laughed. Stop talking crap. You come here now and let me dig. Otherwise, I am leaving. Han Sen was not in the mood to joke around. Bald Guy looked at Han Sen. Sensing that he was not joking around, Bald Guy emerged from the hole with the shovel. He glanced around and asked, "What is it? Did you find anything?" Han Sen did not explain anything to him. He could not explain it to him either. It was just a feeling he had. He could not put that into words. He took the shovel out of Bald Guy's hands, jumped into the hole, and carried on digging. He said, "You wait out there. Do not come down. Call me if something happens." Bald Guy was weirded out. He was not quite sure what Han Sen was trying to say, but he still listened to him. He just watched from outside the hole and did not go down. Han Sen used the shovel to slowly dig. He did not use too much strength. He kept digging, continuing to look at the soil down below. He had dug 3 feet when he suddenly felt as if his shovel touched something. Those frightening fears that made him tremble were amplified even further. He did not even think. Han Sen summoned the blood ghost spirit and combined with it. His eyes turned red, and his back produced a monkey's tail. Bald Guy was excited from his position above the hole. He enthusiastically asked, "Did you find a gene egg?" Han Sen did not answer him. He put the shovel down and used his hands to brush away the soil. He soon felt something. Suddenly, something was coming out of the soil. Although only a part of it was visible, anyone could tell it was not a gene egg. After all, no gene egg growled like a fishbone fossil. Beneath the soil was a gray stone. The part that was showing was like a fishbone fossil, but the fishbone was not like a normal fossil. It was not gray, it was black. To be a bit more accurate, it looked like some old, dirty blood that had coagulated. It was dark red. It was so dark that it looked black. What is that? Bald Guy felt a bit confused. He wanted to jump into the hole, get closer, and have a more intimate look. "Don't move." Han Sen stopped Bald Guy. He used the shovel to dig around the soil. He noticed it was not a fishbone fossil because the fossil was 12 feet long. The fossil's bones were crooked. They resembled those of a dragon. The fossil was dragon bones. Blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene. "Oh, no, Han Sen, you need to get out of there." Upon seeing the entire fossil, Bald Guy's expression face changed. He screamed. It was too late. The moment he spoke, the dragon bones shone with a blood light. It made the entire hole glow red. Looking at it from afar, one would have thought it was a lava pool. "Han Sen, are you okay? You need to come out," Bald Guy shouted from above. He summoned a gene race to combine with and tried to go into the hole. "Bald Guy, save your power. This is a blood dragon flying into the sky." Weird scene. It requires a human sacrifice to break it, but the sacrifice will never live. "You cannot die for this." Gong Shu Jin led a bunch of gene casters and approached them. He coldly looked at Bald Guy as he spoke. "Gong Shu Jin, why are you here?" Bald Guy's expression changed. "Bald Guy, you and I have no grudge, but you just had to get involved with this guy. You are very unlucky." Gong Shu Jin did not explain. He waved his hands. A few of the gene casters behaved like wolves and tigers and leapt toward Bald Guy. As they traveled at a high speed, some of them turned into something that was part tiger, wolf, and man. Some of them turned into bird men. One of them was even weirder. His upper body was human while his lower body was that of a cow. Bald Guy's expression suddenly changed. Although his gene races were not bad, he was not great at even fighting 4 people at the same time. Plus, there were a dozen of them. The gene casters had combined with powerful gene races. Basically, they were all king-class adults. Bald Guy was very powerful and could combine with a blue scale pangolin. His body was covered with blue scales. His hands were so sharp that they were like metal. Alone, he fought everybody. Yet, he was just as strong as a tiger. But he was just one person. Under the siege, he was quickly pushed onto the ground, which looked like fire. Suddenly, a few more gene casters jumped forward and kept him pinned to the ground. "Gong Shu Jin, if you wanted the gene egg, I would have given it to you. Why murder me?" Bald Guy shouted as he struggled to break free. Gong Shu Jin laughed. "I want the gene egg, but I need to murder too. You just need to blame your very stupid idea of being friends with a dead man." After that, Gong Shu Jin put his hands up to his neck and performed a cutting gesture. He stopped looking at Bald Guy and looked toward the hole. The blood light coming from the hole was still burning like lava. It was shining with a red light. One was not able to see what was inside the hole. The gene casters each held a sharp blade. They were seconds away from decapitating Bald Guy, who was terrified. No matter how he tried to struggle, he could not move. He looked at the knife coming toward him and shouted, "I am so sorry, I am not powerful, and I got you killed. Brother Han, I will serve you in hell. I will pay you back in the next life." Boom! Blood light exploded from the hole. In that shining blood light, a blood-red shadow burst out of space. It suddenly went toward the bald man. It held the hand that was going for bald guy's head. A hand touched the cold gold knife, which was made of a king-class gene race called cold gold cow horn. It suddenly broke. It shattered into pieces that splintered everywhere. "Are you not dead?" Gongshu Jin looked at the blood shadow, but his eyes grew smaller. He could not help but scream. The blood shadow was Han Sen. When the dragon bones burst with a red light, it felt like a power went inside him. It was burning and seemingly able to turn steel into steel juice. Although Han Sen's body was very powerful, in that burning, he felt like he was covered in lava. Although it did not hurt his body, it didn't feel good. Chapter 3085 Blood Dragon God Pulse. A burning power surged through Han Sen's body. It made the heat in his body rise. It was like the last purple light of a setting sun. This power, it seems to be changing my body's genes. Han Sen felt like the cells of his body were being invaded by the heat. It seemed as if he was undergoing some strange changes. God Blood Dragon God Genes. Blood Dragon God Pulse opened. In Han Sen's brain, an announcement played. Han Sen was shocked. He checked out his information and discovered that there was an option called God Spirit Blood Pulse. Blood Dragon God. Destroyed class God Spirit Blood Pulse. Is this a God Spirit gene? Han Sen thought it was unbelievable. While he was in the Geno universe, although he had killed God spirits and earned God Spirit genes, they were God personalities. However, he was not able to absorb them and use them. Han Sen had always wondered if true gods really were the final level that a human could evolve to. Now, however, he had absorbed the God Spirit Blood Pulse. That was not normal. Is this a real God Spirit gene? Is this world the same in which humans can get a God Spirit Blood Pulse from God temples? Are they just the God Spirit Blood Pulses? Han Sen looked at the dragon fossil amidst his confusion. The stone was still there, but the dragon bones were gone. He heard Bald Guy shouting somewhere outside. Han Sen abandoned his thoughts and emerged to save Bald Guy's life. Bald Guy was a little annoying, but he was not a bad person. Han Sen did not want him to die right in front of him. Most importantly, he did not want Gongshu Jin to get what he wanted. Han Sen crushed the cold gold blade. He coldly looked at Gongshu Jin and said, "It looks like you didn't learn your lesson after Lu Ju." When Gongshu Jin heard Han Sen talk about Lu Ju, he looked murderous. His expression didn't change. He coldly said, "Kill them all, but do not let them die too fast." A dozen gene casters agreed on the move. All kinds of powers were directed at Han Sen and Bald Guy. Suddenly, lots of thunder, wind, and fire were everywhere. All kinds of light came striking down. Han Sen's expression had yet to change. He just stepped forward, but it was extremely weird. It made people unable to see where he was stepping. At the same time, his fist was striking out. Roar! Han Sen's fist had purple dragon air striking out with an overbearing presence. It was like it was destroying everything. It punched a dozen gene casters and sent them flying. Some gene casters had their skulls cracked. Some gene casters had their chests caved in. Some gene casters simply exploded. A dozen gene casters were killed in the blink of an eye. Out of a dozen gene casters, only 3 survived. Their arms were broken and cracked. They rolled on the ground crying out in agony. Han Sen did not expect the Blood Dragon God Spirit Blood Pulse power to be so overbearing. Seeing the purple dragon air rise, he was shocked. His punching power was very strong. It was like a destroyed class God Spirit. It was not just him now having a God Spirit Blood Pulse. Bald Guy's mouth opened wide as he watched the purple air rise. Han Sen was like a God Spirit descending from the sky. Bald Guy's mouth seemed like it would never close. Gongshu Jin's face was pale. Han Sen killed a dozen gene casters who had combined with king-class gene races in a single punch. Even for him, who had a God-class gene race, that sort of power was not something he could achieve. God-spirit combination. He was chosen by a god, a real god blood noble. Wan Nong Yu's expression changed. He ran next to Gongshu Jin and pulled him away. They moved far from there like a bolt of lightning. Wan Nong Yu knew how scary a god blood noble was. It meant he could communicate with god spirits. Something as powerful as someone being able to combine with a god spirit was not something they could challenge. Each god blood noble had a Very strong existence. They were the true leaders and guardians of a kingdom. Every king in the 7 kingdoms was an individual chosen by a god. They were very high-class people. They were able to combine with god spirits. Nobles like that existed in every kingdom, but there were not many of them. After all, not all humans earned the blessing of a god spirit. It was not just something as simple as a god spirit blessing. It was about fighting with god spirits. Even the lowest class god blood noble had a scary battle power that ordinary people did not have. Gong Shu Jin's face turned pale the moment he heard the words, god blood noble. Mr. Gong Shu had lots of people, but no one would dare to offend a god blood noble. Impossible, he is just a redneck from a small town, how could he be a god blood noble? Gong Shu Jin was in complete disbelief. Are you going? Han Sen's body was enveloped in a purple mist that was like purple dragon air. His body moved. He was already on cloud 9, but he suddenly arrived behind Wan Nongyu and Gong Shu Jin. Wan Nongyu's eyes looked sharp. His hands pulled Gong Shu Jin far away. His body released lightning. His hair was like a demon god and stood straight up. Red mist light covered his body. It had an aura that could destroy the universe. He waved a punch at Han Sen. Han Sen was still swinging a punch like normal. The purple dragon air was like an overbearing dragon in the sky that was breaking the universe. It broke Wan Nongyu's lightning mist. Wan Nongyu's body was hit by the purple dragon air. He turned into petals that shattered. He was like a sakura flower being blown everywhere. He then looked like a humanoid again, but his face was pale. His clothes were tattered, and he was bloody. Clearly, he could not get rid of all the blood dragon god's spurt blood pulse powers. Upon seeing all this, Gong Shu Jin was frightened. He knew how strong Wan Nongyu was. Even Wan Nongyu had almost been killed with a punch. He thought there was an 80% to 90% chance that Han Sen was a real god blood noble. Gong Shu Jin kept flapping his wings in a bid to fly away. He was like an engine. He wanted to fly away really fast. Although he was fast, it was a shame he was not as fast as Han Sen's blood dragon god spirit blood pulse. Han Sen stomped the ground. His body tore through space. He flew behind Gong Shu Jin with his purple dragon air rising. He was like a demon god quickly approaching. He threw a punch at Gong Shu Jin. Pang! A fist struck Gong Shu Jin in the back. The shadow of a crane appeared on it. The crane's shadow spread its wings to protect Gong Shu Jin's body. Han Sen's purple dragon air punched the crane. The crane's shadow was broken, but the purple dragon air was stopped. There was a kacha noise. The crane necklace on Gong Shu Jin's chest blew up. Some smoke came out of it. It displayed the face of a white-haired elder. I am Gong Shu Ji. It does not matter how my son offended you, but I will bear the consequence of his actions. Please stop attacking and let my son go free. That old man's shadow was that of the famous Gong Shu Ji from the Qin Kingdom. Chapter 3086 finally got a Gene egg, responsibility. How are you going to accept responsibility? Han Sen coldly looked at Gong Shu Ji's shadow. I have some savings, Gong Shu Ji said. If you let my son go, I can give you money or Gene eggs. If you want to be a leader of a town, I can help you do that too. It is a shame that money cannot buy life, Han Sen coldly said. If you wanted to murder someone, you should have expected the chance of being murdered too. You cannot buy back your son's life. He should have learned. Purple dragon air was raging on his body. It was similar to a volcano erupting. Gong Shu Jin thought he had a chance to live. After hearing Han Sen, his expression changed. His body emitted a weird light. He kept flapping his wings, wanting to fly far away. Gong Shu Ji's light was shouting, if you kill my son, I, Gong Shu Ji, will not stop hunting you down. Boom. Before Gong Shu Ji finished talking, a scary purple dragon air, which looked as if it was swallowing the sky and ground, was headed for Gong Shu Jin. It vaporized Gong Shu Jin and Gong Shu Ji's shadow. There was no stopping it. Han Sen's body was like a dragon. He was in the sky, chasing the escaping Wan Nongyu, who looked pale. Although he was very fast, he was not quicker than Han Sen. Seeing the purple air coming closer to him, Wan Nongyu gnashed his teeth and opened his fan. He waved it at Han Sen. Suddenly, there was some crazy wind that was like a typhoon. The wild wind pulled out the rocks and old trees. All of it was tossed at Han Sen. Purple air was everywhere. Han Sen looked invincible. He blew up the stones, old trees, and typhoon. Nothing was able to stop the blood dragon god spurt blood pulse power. Pang! Wan Nongyu's body vanished. He turned into petals. This time, the petals were not able to escape. They melted in the raging purple air. Some leftover petals landed on the fan on the ground. They went inside the fan and disappeared. Han Sen was shocked. He landed atop the mountain and picked up the fan. The fan looked like it was made of black bones and white paper. It resembled a sakura flower tree. Many petals were falling from the old tree. While they were falling, an elegant scribe stood beneath the old tree. It looked like he was admiring it. The scribe had blood seeping out his lips. Can this person go into a drawing? Han Sen was shocked. The scribe in the drawing was obviously Wan Nong Yu. If you destroy the fan, you can kill him. He did this to you. How could you let him live? A beautiful woman whispered in Han Sen's ears. It made him want to commit murder. Seeing the scribe in the fan, Han Sen suddenly closed it. He did not destroy it. He turned around but did not see a woman behind him. Big Sky Demon, you are still following me, Han Sen coldly said. Earlier, he felt a strong desire to kill. It was obvious that someone was influencing him. Otherwise, with his personality, he only did things by following his heart. He would not have wanted to commit murder so simply. The body of the Big Sky Demon was holding Han Sen from behind. She used a girly voice to whisper into Han Sen's ear. Ha, ha, you are not dead, and I am not dead. How could we be separated? Winter has thunder, and it snows in summer. We are in love with each other. Nothing can ever tear us apart. Han Sen felt the Big Sky Demon use her tongue to lick his ears. When he turned around, he did not see the Big Sky Demon anywhere around him. You can combine with a God Pulse, the Big Sky Demon said as her body appeared next to Han Sen. Her voice sounded as flirty as a flower. This is becoming interesting. Your body and heart are something I am taking for myself. Her body was suddenly gone again. It was like some kind of ghost. Han Sen frowned. He had a blood dragon God Spirit blood pulse. It gave him the power of a destroyed class God Spirit, but he was still unable to find the Big Sky Demon's true self. Can a Gene race be that powerful? Han Sen wondered. He thought about Qin Shu's World King God and figured that explained it. Brother Han, you are a God blood noble. Bald Guy merrily rushed over. He circled Han Sen as if he was admiring an animal in the zoo. Han Sen looked at Bald Guy and asked, "Did you see something?" "No, I did not see anything," Bald Guy quickly said. "We never met the Gongshu family people before." Han Sen knew Bald Guy had misunderstood him, but he still managed to receive the answer he wanted. It seemed as if Bald Guy had not seen the Big Sky Demon, so the Big Sky Demon hadn't actually appeared next to him. The demon had only used some tricks to talk to him. Han Sen put away the Blood Dragon God Spirit Blood Pulse power and thought, where is the Big Sky Demon's true body? Brother Han, ignore that for now, Bald Guy said. The Blood Dragon flying into the sky weird scene has been broken. You can go get that gene egg down there safely now. You have a break while I go excavate it. He then jumped back into the hole. Han Sen allowed him to dig it up while he investigated the fan he was holding. The fan's sticks were black. They looked as if they were made of something that was like bone. The surface was white like snow. It was soft and shockingly bouncy. It was unknown what sort of texture it was. Han Sen knew for sure that the scribe inside the fan was Wan Nong Yu. No matter what he tried, he could not activate the fan. He did not understand how it worked. I found it. I found the gene egg. Bald Guy sounded very happy inside the hole. Han Sen walked toward the hole and saw Bald Guy holding a gene egg that looked to be the same size as a football. He happily jumped up. The gene egg was big and round. It glowed with a purple light. It was like some god light was glowing on it. Some strange symbols were lit up across the shell's surface, making it appear quite mysterious. I have never seen a gene egg like this. Although I cannot tell which level it is, there was a blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene. Therefore, it has to indicate it is something good. Bald Guy happily gave Han Sen the gene egg. You have saved me twice now. This gene egg cannot pay back the kindness you have shown me, so I will make it my duty to keep paying you back. Han Sen did not want a relationship with people, so he coldly said, this time, it was my fault. It is okay. We do not owe each other anything now. I still owe you, Bald Guy protested. I pay everybody I owe stuff to. That is up to you, but I have things I must do now. They have to be done privately, so I request that you stop following me. Han Sen really didn't want to get involved with him. He had also just killed Gong Shu Jin. He knew Gong Shu Ji was not going to take that lying down. He was going to want others to pay with their blood. Fine. Go do your thing. I will look for you later. Bald Guy was quite quick this time. He turned around and left. Han Sen was a little bit surprised that the man was so fast this time. He watched Bald Guy leave. He then looked at the gene egg in his hands. Chapter 3087 Exclusive Gene Race. The purple gene egg was godly. With the way it glowed, it looked like something abnormal. Han Sen was just holding the gene egg, but the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse was already reacting to it. It was wandering around it. That is not normal. This is a gene egg that was born from a blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene. It would be normal for it to be affected by a blood dragon god spirit blood pulse. Han Sen's heart jumped. Blood dragon god spirit blood pulse air started to spill. It flowed into the gene egg. This time, Han Sen did not have to draw his own blood for the gene egg to hatch. Surrounded by a shiny, glowing, purple light, the gene egg's shell started to melt. It quickly disappeared. It revealed the gene race inside the gene egg. It was a small snake with purple scales. It was the size of a chopstick. It was that small. The scales of its body were extremely beautiful. It was like they were formed with purple crystals. The eyes of the creature were like purple gems. They glistened with purple light. The blood dragon god spirit blood pulse was bursting. The small snake was sucked into the sea of soul. God mutant god class gene race blood dragon. Blood dragon. Mutant god class gene race juvenile blood god dragon exclusive gene race. Han Sen was shocked. He was wondering, what is an exclusive gene race? He summoned the blood god dragon and tried it a few times. Han Sen finally knew what an exclusive gene race meant. He also better understood the god spirit blood pulse. When Han Sen used the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse and another gene race, it did not make much difference when compared to him using a gene race normally. His gene combined skill was not any stronger. If it was used under the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse mode, and he used the blood god dragon, it made the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse increase. From what Han Sen understood, the god spirit blood pulse provided the most basic powers. As to how he could use the god spirit blood pulse power, it required a gene race to finish. When Han Sen used the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse, it only increased power. If it combined with a blood god dragon, it turned that power into blood god dragon gene combined skills. It made the gene combined skill limitlessly increase in power. A newborn blood god dragon did not have much power when used with a gene combined skill. When it had the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse buff, the gene combined skill power was better than an adult blood god dragon. Of course, to receive that buff, the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse exclusive gene race was required. Non-exclusive gene races did not receive the advantages. The blood god dragon's gene combine skill was a blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene. It was a very overbearing attack skill. When it had the god spirit blood pulse buff, it was really overbearing even if it was still a juvenile. If the blood god dragon reached its ultimate body, at that time, the power would be unimaginable. I got the blood god dragon and blood dragon god spirit blood pulse. That is very good, but I did make an enemy out of Gong Shuji. That guy is a master class mister. His subordinates will be powerful, and he will have lots of scary gene eggs. I am not afraid of him, but Mr. Yong and the others will have to be. I have to go get a pure light salamander soon. Han Sen stopped hesitating. He followed the stream, going as fast as he could to reach Autumn Leaves River. Han Sen was in a hurry to get there. On his way, he was not in the mood to hunt other gene eggs. He was going as fast as he could to reach Autumn Leaves River. He was hiding near the shore, looking for a pure light salamander. Autumn Leaves River was just a branching river, but it was still 1,000 miles long. He did not know where the pure light salamanders were. When Han Sen arrived at the river, he looked into the water of the river and realized his reflection had become the big sky demon again. She smiled at him. Han Sen could not figure out a way to deal with her. He pretended he did not see anything. Do you want to find a pure light salamander? I can help you, my little lover. This time, the big sky demon was worse. She turned into his shadow and spoke to him. Okay, how can you help? Han Sen smiled as if he was talking to a friend. The big sky demon was shocked. She smiled harder. Follow the river. When you see a white jade cliff, you will see the pure light salamander. After that, the big sky demon's reflection was gone. Han Sen's reflection was ordinary again. Han Sen could not find it, so he just did what the big sky demon told him. He followed the river. When it was nighttime, he saw the river had a canyon. The two sides were composed of white jade-like stone that emitted a crystal, holy light. It looked very weird. Han Sen carefully snuck to one side of the wall. He looked into the water. He saw 3 1-foot-long creatures that looked like Chinese giant salamanders. The pure light salamanders, however, were cuter. They were playing around in the water. The holy light salamanders looked like white jade. Their eyes looked like black gems and were very cute. Han Sen hid inside the mountain for a while. He saw the 3 pure light salamanders swimming around. Their bodies were releasing a holy light. Their skin was like transparent jade. I am so sorry. Han Sen's body was like a hawk as he jumped up. He sprinted toward the water while casting the Zhen Yellow Sutra. He suddenly broke the river water and attacked the 3 pure light salamanders. Han Sen did not use a gene race. The 3 pure light salamanders were unable to sense him beforehand. By the time they realized danger was near, it was already too late. One punch took out a salamander. One by one, Han Sen turned them into agate-like eggs. In Gongshu manner, Gongshu Ji's eyes were red. His old tears continued to pour. Gongshu Ji was very famous. He had many wives, but Gongshu Jin was his only son. Now, his son had been murdered. How could he not be sad and angry? Master, I found out the man is called Han Sen. He did not have any relations with Mr. Jin, but Mr. Jin was courting the singer Feng Fei Fei. He encountered this person in Night Cry Valley. A person who looked like an old servant was reporting to Gongshu Ji. No matter what my son did wrong, he should not have killed him. I will avenge my son's death. Gongshu Ji looked frozen, but his eyes glimmered with evilness. Mr. Jin only investigated Han Sen once, but he managed to find out he was from a town called Ancient God City, the old servant said. I think the investigation must have come to an incorrect conclusion. Should I start over? Gongshu Ji shook his head. There is no need to. It does not matter where he is from. This place is Big Qin capital. I just need to know he is not some high-level person from the capital. No matter who he is, he will pay the price of blood for what he did to my son. Speaking of that, Gongshu Ji looked murderous. He coldly asked, as for Feng Fei Fei, did my son not like her? Let her be with my son in case he gets lonely down there. The old servant worriedly said, Master, that is not a good thing. Feng Fei Fei is one of the 3 most popular singers. She is like the singer queen. She has many powerful people supporting her. Even the real big nobles admire her. I am afraid, I have my ways, and they will all have to die with my son. Gongshu Ji's eyes looked very angry. Chapter 3088 Beautiful woman coming. The holy light river was very dangerous. There were a few places not even Han Sen dared to go. He was not afraid of dying. He was just afraid of being trapped and not being able to get out. Fortunately, he received guidance from Feather Fairy. He knew a lot about the region. Through the advice he had been given, Han Sen was able to avoid many of the pitfalls and perils. He was able to find the pure light salamanders he sought and safely make it back to the teleporter. On his way back, he also managed to obtain another dozen Viscount class and Earl class gene eggs. He planned to use them to keep the shop running. After returning to the hotel, he was relieved to find Mr. Yong and the others were still safe. Everyone, gather around. I have something to tell you all. Han Sen summoned them all and explained to them that he had murdered Gongshu Jin on planet Jiyuya. By doing that, he told them he had offended Gongshu Ji. He did not go into the specifics. Mr. Yong and the others had their mouths wide open, but they were unable to say anything. Mr. The Gongshu Ji you are talking about, is it the Gongshu Ji that is a very famous mister in the Qin kingdom? Master Yong asked. He had a hard time believing this tale was true. Yes, it is him, Han Sen said. So, what comes next might be perilous. He could very well come at us, seeking vengeance. That means you, my friends, will be caught up in all this. Following me is too dangerous. If you people have someplace else to go, take money from the shop and leave. Start a life elsewhere, free from the strife that comes with me. Mr. Yong immediately said, I have already chosen to follow you. I am not going to run just because I am afraid of danger. Besides, this is the capital of the Qin kingdom. Not even Gongshu Ji can do something too obvious. Li Bingyu coldly thought, why would Han Sen suddenly kill Gongshu Jin? Is there some ulterior motive to all this? Did Crown Prince Qin request him to do this? Is it something else entirely? When she saw Han Sen looking at her, she immediately looked cold and said, I still owe you. I am not going to leave your side. It is good that Gong Shuji is coming after you. It will give me the chance to protect and pay you back. Jian merely smiled. He did not plan on leaving either. Jian Shi clutched Yu, not willing to leave. If you guys are stalwart and unwilling to leave, and something dangerous happens and that results in death, don't take it out on me. After pausing, Han Sen said to Mr. Yang, Old Yang, you go and prepare. Rest up tonight. Tomorrow, you are coming to planet Jiuya with me. You need to help me locate a land pulse. Han Sen was planning to take Mr. Yang with him to see Feather Fairy and get the God Spirit blood pulse for him. That way, he could use gene eggs. Right now, the situation is very dangerous, Li Bingyu said. There will be a danger on the road. Shouldn't I be accompanying you guys? Han Sen casually replied, there is no need. You stay here and take care of Mr. Jian and you. He took out a gene egg and handed it to Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang accepted the gene egg. He felt strange. He had heard planet Jiuya had many land pulses, but Han Sen was only out there for 2 days and had received many gene eggs. That was a bit too shocking. Han Sen returned to his room and rested. Everyone did their own things. Li Bingyu returned to her room. She had been thinking about this whole thing. Her thoughts were too complicated. She thought this could be a grand, political conspiracy. Otherwise, no one would have gone and murdered a son who was so famous. She thought about it for a long time, but she could not come up with a solid lead. She went to the bathroom and took a hot shower. She wrapped a towel around her and came out. She went before the mirror, ready to tidy up in front of it. When she saw the mirror in front of her, she was shocked. In the mirror, her face was very beautiful and white. She had a small waist and a big bum. Her face structure was very defined. She was like the ultimate pretty woman. It made her think she was really pretty. Oh, no, Li Bingyu realized something, but it was too late. She was unable to avert her gaze from the mirror. Her eyes looked very loving. It looked as if she was in love. Li Bingyu's will was quite strong. If Han Sen had been unable to fight something like that, there was no way she could resist. Not long later, she sank into falling in love with her reflection. That reflection had not changed at all. In Li Bingyu's eyes, the reflection in the mirror was slowly changing. It turned into the image of Han Sen. Han Sen was lying on the bed, thinking about how to deal with whatever method of revenge Gong Shuji would try. He wasn't just going to sit and wait for Gong Shuji to attack. If Gong Shuji was going to treat him like an enemy, he knew it would be best for him to strike first. While he was thinking, he suddenly heard the door be pushed open. He frowned. Mr. Yang and the others would not have just pushed the door like that. If it was someone sent by Gong Shuji, they would not enter so obviously either. Han Sen was confused. He looked toward the door and was shocked. He saw a pretty woman with only a white towel around her. Her boobs were very white and full. He could even see her butt crack. Her long, white legs made him dizzy. She had long, half-wet hair that looked like a waterfall. Her eyes were dripping with lust. It made Han Sen freeze in his place. Ghost Kill, what is it? Han Sen was frozen. He recognized her as Ghost Kill. She always wore the night ghost mask and was always cold. Now, however, she was behaving differently. If Han Sen was not an alert man, he would have thought of her as a completely different person and not Ghost Kill. Li Bingyu did not speak. She closed the door and locked it behind her. She then behaved like a wild, hungry cat as she approached the bed. She crawled up and placed her hands on Han Sen's shoulder. Her eyes, which looked so in love, were only 3 inches away from Han Sen. With her tongue, she licked his cheeks. Are you insane? Han Sen pushed Li Bingyu's shoulders to stop her from getting any closer. Although there were some nice things to see, Han Sen felt as if something was wrong. This was obviously not Ghost Kill. Li Bingyu was not stopping. She felt as if the man in front of her was the one she would love forever. She wanted to give him everything and take everything of his. Her whole body was lying on top of Han Sen. There was a gasp that made people jump. As Han Sen frowned, he suddenly heard the big sky demon's voice. Do you like this woman? If you are willing, I can make all the pretty women come into your arms. I can have them all fall in love with you like mad. They will do anything for you. They will give you their lives. The shadow of the big sky demon was right next to Han Sen. Her lips nibbled Han Sen's ears. As she spoke, it was like there was some perfume being sprayed onto Han Sen's ears that made him itch. Of course, I like pretty women, but I do not like dolls that are being controlled, Han Sen coldly said. His eyes looked still. They were like arrows, piercing into Li Bingyu's luxurious eyes. Li Bingyu felt a chill. She woke up from the love spell. Her entire body was lying on Han Sen like a wild cat. Her arms were still around his neck. They stared at each other in that position. Chapter 3089. Going to the mountain and asking a god for help. Li Bingyu's face turned red. She looked as if she had been electrified as she leapt off Han Sen. She grabbed the white towel, covered her body, and ran out of Han Sen's room. Big Sky Demon's power was too strong. It was an irresistible power. Li Bingyu was able to see what was happening, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. It was not done by her own will, but she could not resist the temptation of the demon. Li Bingyu knew it had to be the power of some gene race, but she did not know it was the Big Sky Demon. She thought about that as possibly being Gong Shuji's revenge. Damn, that Gong Shuji. If you want to exact revenge, go after him yourself. How dare he use that gene race on me? Li Bingyu was back in her room. She looked terrible. After being forced to watch the things she did to Han Sen, she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. After Li Bingyu departed, Han Sen examined his room. He did not see the Big Sky Demon anymore. The demon was able to just come and go. Not even Han Sen could detect if she had really been present. I need to find a way to get rid of her. I can't just have someone keep following me. It is starting to get annoying. Han Sen frowned because he could not think of a way to achieve that. He took out a pure light salamander egg and placed it in his hand. He tried to use the Blood Dragon God Spirit Blood Pulse power to activate it and see if he could turn it into a Blood God Dragon exclusive gene race. Han Sen was disappointed by the results. Perhaps it was because there was some elemental conflict, but the Blood Dragon God Spirit Blood Pulse did not connect with the Pure Light Salamander. The power could not enter the Pure Light Salamander. There was no way, so Han Sen had to drop his blood onto the Pure Light Salamander's egg. The Pure Light Salamander soon hatched. The Pure Light Salamander that hatched was a big, jade-white tadpole. Its body and claws were small. Its body was half transparent. It looked as if it was a carving on some old jade. It looked very tiny and cute. Got King Class Gene Race Pure Light Salamander. The announcement played. Han Sen tried to combine with the Pure Light Salamander. It was still a juvenile, so the Pure Light Salamander's power was bound to be weak. Han Sen felt a purified power melt inside him. His head quickly grew a white jade horn. If a gene race entered the proximity, the jade horn emitted a response. According to the gene race element, the horn changed color to reflect what it was. Although the horn was not ugly, it looked sort of ridiculous. Han Sen had no desire to accept it. He immediately disconnected from the Pure Light Salamander and allowed the Pure Light Salamander to maintain its shape. He put it in his pocket. Although they had not combined, the Pure Light Salamander still detected gene races. Han Sen tried to summon the Blood Ghost Spirit. Upon that happening, the horn of the Pure Light Salamander turned red. Because it was a baby, the Pure Light Salamander was unable to detect the presence of gene races at a long distance. At best, it only sensed if there was a gene race within 30 feet. For Han Sen, that was enough. This was the Qin Kingdom's capital. They were not in the wild. He only needed it to halt any potential assassination attempts. I wonder if the Pure Light Salamander can detect the Big Sky Demon. Han Sen checked out the Pure Light Salamander, but he did not notice a reaction. Perhaps the Big Sky Demon was not nearby, or the salamander could simply not detect the Big Sky Demon. With the Pure Light Salamander around, things will be much safer. I need to help Mr. Yang get a God Spirit Blood Pulse first. Han Sen decided to take Mr. Yang to Feather Fairy's God Temple. In Gongshu Manor, an old servant stopped in front of Gong Shuji. Master, the hotel said they were unable to find a shred of skin or hair of Han Sen, the old man worriedly said. How were they not able to? Did they not perform their tasks properly? Gong Shuji's face looked troubled. The servant said, it is not because they did not do it right. I disguised myself as a cleaner when entering Han Sen's room, but I was unable to find hide nor hair from him. There was not even a speck of dandruff. I think he is well prepared. If things are really like that, then he must be an elite. Gong Shuji frowned and asked, what is going on with Yar? Yar is Feng Fei Fei's best friend, the old servant said. During the past few days, she used the excuse of celebrating Feng Fei Fei's birthday to stay at her house. It should not be difficult finding Feng Fei Fei's hair. It should be here soon. I see. In that case, let's allow Feng Fei, that little b asterisk tch, to join my son. Gong Shuji looked cold. Master, if we cannot get Han Sen's skin or hair, the Ximing demon race cannot be used, the old servant worriedly said. How would we deal with Han Sen then? Gong Shuji coldly laughed. Old Mr. has traveled the universe for 100 years. I have dug up so many god pulses that shook the sky. I have more than one powerful gene race. I have more than just the Ximing demon race. It will not be hard for me to kill someone. Get rid of that Feng Fei, that little b asterisk tch, and then deal with him. The next morning, Han Sen took Mr. Yong with him to planet Jiyuya. After only walking for a little while, Mr. Yong pointed at a mountain and said, Mister, there is a formation like a tiger cave ahead of us. There should be a land pulse there. It is no wonder this is the capital. There are a lot more land pulses than there are in ancient God Mountain. Han Sen shook his head and smiled. This time, I did not come for a land pulse. Mr. Yong was shocked. You did not come here for a land pulse. Is there something we need to talk about? Is that why you brought me here? Han Sen casually said, It is nothing big. I found a god temple in the mountains that does not have a leader, and there are god spirits. So I am taking you there to see if I can get you a god spirit blood pulse. Mr. Yong presented a wry smile. Thank you, Mr. For the past few decades, I have been to many god temples, but I have been unable to get a god spirit blood pulse. An elite checked me out, but my body's genes are just too bad. I cannot get a god spirit's blessing. I have already given up. There was no need for you to put effort into me. Since we are here, we might as well still check it out. Han Sen smiled. Seeing Han Sen like this, Mr. Yong did not say anything. He still had no hope for this trip. When he was young, he was like that. He had visited many god temples. If it was not 100, then it was 80. In the end, he was hopeless. No god spirit imparted their blood to him. Han Sen used the secret path Feather Fairy had told him about. He went to Holy Light Mountain. No danger was encountered on their way. They met a few gene races, but Han Sen only had to use the blood ghost spirit to scare them away. Quickly, the two of them were in front of a mountain, which was shrouded in holy light. The mountain was glowing. It was like where the sun rose. It looked very sunny and bright. Chapter 3090 Giving Blood Pulse. Feather Fairy had said that there were scare gene races close to Holy Light Mountain, so Han Sen was worried. He did not want any more trouble just yet. With Mr. Yong in tow, he sneakily climbed the mountain. Ever since he had encountered the big sky demon, Han Sen knew this world was a weird place. He was unable to get through everything alone. He needed to keep a low profile and try not to draw too much attention to himself. Mister, is this the legendary Holy Light River's Holy Light Mountain? Mr. Yong was shocked. He looked up across the mysterious mountain with trembling legs. I think it is just its name. Han Sen did not care. He continued hiking up the slopes of the mountain with Mr. Yong. Mr. Yang's heart was truly rattled. Mister, I have heard that Holy Light Mountain is home to a scary, ultimate gene race. It has loads of mysterious things about it. Even if top-class elites visit that area, they are sure to die. It's fine. I know a secret path that can safely lead us to the God Temple. Han Sen walked as he talked. A mysterious mist was draped over the mountain. One was not able to see anything. At about 15 feet away, all visibility was lost to the mist. It was still frightening to keep hearing beasts roar and thunder echo. Mr. Yong was in shock. He followed Han Sen, not daring to take one step away. The scene was very scary, but as Feather Fairy had said, they did not have a personal encounter with any of the dangers during their climb. Mr. Yang's body was old. He had not climbed for long before he was gasping. His forehead was like a rain cloud. He was profusely sweating. He could not climb for much longer. Han Sen had to hold his body and hike. It was unknown how high the mountain was. Even with Han Sen's speed, it took half a day to arrive at the peak. It was different from the land below. The peak was very warm and gentle. It was like a cloud and clearly visible. There was no wind, thunder, or dust to mar the area. It was a peaceful place. Atop the peak, there was an old temple. It was made of green bricks and slate. It looked mysterious and old. It seemed like there would be no fire inside it. Mister, there is a god temple there. Seeing the god temple, Mr. Yong felt safer. Han Sen raised his head to look upon the grandeur of the temple's door. The words, Feather Fairy God Temple, were on it. The words looked like they had dust and belonged to a fairy. Go in. After you get a God Spirit blood pulse, we can return. After speaking, Han Sen went into the God Temple. Mr. Yang did not dare slow down. He ran toward the God Temple and said, "Mister, I am going to beg now. I am afraid I am too useless. I do not want to waste your nice gesture." After that, Mr. Yang walked into the God Temple. He went in front of the God's altar. According to the gestures required, he hastily kneeled and prayed. He then dropped a speck of his blood onto the stove. He knew the outcome. He didn't think he'd get a God Spirit blood pulse. He just wanted to get it over with and return home. He did not want to waste any more of Han Sen's time. The blood entered the stove, but there was no reaction. He knew that would happen, but he was still disappointed. Han Sen stood in front of the God Temple. Mr. Yang stood up and presented him with a wry smile. "Mister, it looks like I wasted your nice intent of bringing me here." Han Sen frowned. He was there, but Feather Fairy wasn't treating him nicely. He felt a bit angry about that. "It is fine. You stand here." Han Sen just wanted Mr. Yang to get a God Spirit blood pulse. It was best he did not have to do anything, but he now had to walk up to the God altar. Pat. Han Sen slammed the God's altar. The stone on the altar was delivered the mark of a hand. The entire temple shook violently. Mr. Yang was scared. He waved his hands and yelled, "Don't do that, mister. Don't do that." People in the universe of kingdoms were taught that God spirits were superior to everyone and had created the universe. Being alive meant the God spirits enabled a human to exist and live. They had the highest authority. The God temples were signatures of each god's power. At all costs, they were not to be offended. If they were, the God spirits would surely dole out punishment. This dogma existed due to the ability of God spirits to bless the blood of others. Most importantly, it resided in the education of the kingdom. Mr. Yang could not be blamed for feeling the way he did. That was how he had grown up and taught to be. Seeing Han Sen slap the altar, Mr. Yang thought it was a grand blasphemy. Even the Qin Kingdom's king would have never dared do such a thing. Han Sen ignored Mr. Yang and coldly shouted, "Where is Feather Fairy?" After hearing what was said, Mr. Yang was shocked. Han Sen had slapped the altar and shouted the God Spirit's name out loud. He must have had a death wish. In the next second, Mr. Yang's face turned pale. He saw Feather Fairy's god statue start to glow with holy light. It was scary. An old fairy-like man appeared and floated down from the altar. "Oh, no, a god spirit has revealed itself. This is bad, we have to go, Mr. Mr. Yang ran to Han Sen and tugged at him. Since Mr. Yang was old and had no gene race buff, he was too slow. He had only just touched Han Sen's arm when the old fairy god spirit floated down before them. Mr. Yang's face looked gray. He thought, "This is bad. We are going to die." Surprisingly, the god spirit bowed to him. He behaved politely to Han Sen and said, "Little god did not know you were here. I did not come out to greet you, so please forgive me." Mr. Yang's entire body appeared petrified. His eyes were open wide. He looked at Feather Fairy and Han Sen in awe. His brain was empty of thoughts. He could not compose one. Han Sen pointed at Mr. Yang and said, "This guy is my servant. I brought him here to accept a god spirit blood pulse. Can you give him something?" Feather Fairy looked at Mr. Yang. He then looked at Han Sen and carefully asked, "Mister, what kind of blood pulse would be suitable?" Feather Fairy felt depressed. He controlled a god spirit blood pulse, but it cost him god power to give it out. If he gave his blood pulse to someone weak, he would not achieve much. There was nothing for him to gain. Mr. Yang, who was standing in front of him, was the sort of person with very bad genes. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never have even dreamed of giving someone like him a blood pulse. But Han Sen was asking him directly, so Feather Fairy could not reject the request. Even though that person was too weak, he still had to give out his god spirit blood pulse. Just give him something. Han Sen looked like he was smiling but not smiling at Feather Fairy. Feather Fairy gnashed his teeth and thought, "This time, I am to lose something no matter what. Instead of fighting back and allowing Mr. Dollar to be upset with me, why don't I do him a favor?" Thinking of this, Feather Fairy lit up the god stove. The god stove's holy light was like a volcanic eruption. Many snow-white feathers arose. They covered the entire god temple. It was like a million goose feathers were falling from the sky. Suddenly, thousands of feathers started flying toward Mr. Yang. They melted into his body. It made Mr. Yang's body feel as if it was in heaven. It was like a dream. Perfect god spirit blood pulse. Mr. Yang was suspicious about whether or not this was all just a dream. Actually, it was like he had never even dreamed of this. He now had a God Spirit blood pulse, and it was a complete God Spirit blood pulse. Not many people earned a perfect God Spirit blood pulse. Chapter 3091 Birthday Party. Mr. Yang felt as if he was dreaming. He could not believe what was happening to him atop that holy light mountain. The superior, well-respected God Spirit had listened to Han Sen's commands. He even referred to him as a Mr. Han Sen just casually told him to do something, and the God Spirit provided him with a perfect God Spirit blood pulse. It made Mr. Yang admire Han Sen even more. What is he really like? He was born inside a gene egg, but even God Spirits admire him. Can someone actually be as great as him? Mr. Yang's heart was trembling. Based on what he knew of the world, he could not imagine where Han Sen might have come from. There was one thing Mr. Yang knew for sure. Han Sen was more powerful than the God Blood Nobles. The God Blood Nobles were able to be with gods, but that was because they were approved by the God Spirits and allowed to use their power. That relationship made it so they considered each other as equals. He had never heard of a God Spirit being afraid of a God Blood Noble. It was unimaginable. Mr. I am at this old age, yet now I have received a God Spirit blood pulse. The greatest wish of my life has been fulfilled. There is nothing else I desire in this world. My life belongs to you in its entirety. Mr. Yang bowed. He meant every word he said. Although Mr. Yang was very talented when it came to land pulse skills, and he was a hard worker, he did not have a God Spirit blood pulse before this. Thus, he was never able to become a real Mr. It resulted in people often being mean to him. He thought there was no more hope for him. Now, he had suddenly received a God Spirit blood pulse, and it was a perfect blood pulse. One was easily able to imagine how grateful he was. Han Sen smiled, but he did not say anything. Some things could only be done and not be spoken of. How Mr. Yang performed still depended on his power. It did not matter how many things he said. Here is a gene egg for you. You should hatch it, carry it around with you. It is sure to prove very valuable to you. Han Sen put the pure light salamander gene egg in Mr. Yang's hand. Mr. Yang had a good amount of knowledge. Although he had never seen a pure light salamander egg in real life, he had seen it online. Now that he was seeing it for real, he was truly shocked. He could not believe it, so he had to ask Han Sen, Mister, is this a pure light salamander egg? I got lucky, Han Sen casually said. I managed to get a few not too long ago. A few? Mr. Yang was speechless. The pure light salamander was a king-class gene egg that was very rare. One of them could be sold for a very high price, and Han Sen had randomly managed to collect a few. He thought it was unbelievable. Right, with your identity, even God Spirits are polite to you. Getting a few pure light salamander gene eggs probably wasn't difficult to someone like you. Mr. Yang did not believe he had been this lucky. GNBUGU had only mentioned the pure light salamanders a few days ago. Now, Han Sen had managed to get a few. Even a true god descending from the sky would not have such luck. Han Sen summoned the holy Wen white deer. He took Mr. Yang back to the teleport station. Although GNBUGU was at the hotel, GNBUGU had made a promise. He was not going to fight, even if his pacifism resulted in his death. Therefore, Han Sen was worried something might have happened. Fortunately, nothing happened in the hotel during his absence. There was, however, a bald guy waiting in the living room. He was talking at an obnoxious volume. Bald guy, why are you here? Han Sen frowned. He had never told bald guy where he lived. Bald guy laughed. Brother Han, this is the capital. If I wanted to find you, there is no way you could actually hide. Why have you come looking for me? Han Sen did not want a connection with other people. To him, he was a foreigner of that world. He was different from Qin Shu, who wanted to break the rules and bring Qin Wanner back to life. Han Sen had no such desire. He just wanted to go back to where he came from and do that alone. Therefore, there was no point in investing in something that didn't mean much to him. He didn't need to connect with various people. Of course, and that is a good thing, bald guy said. He took out a sheet of paper. The way he waved it in front of Han Sen was like he was showing off. Do you know what this is? No, I don't. Han Sen shook his head. Have a guess. Bald guy looked excited. I am not guessing. If there is nothing important about your visit, you can leave. I am tired and require rest. Han Sen really wanted to get rid of him. Whatever. Let me tell you. Bald guy pretended not to hear anything. With a cocky look, he waved the paper and said, "This is an invitation. It is an invitation to Feng Fei Fei's birthday party. You know Feng Fei Fei. She is one of the 3 most popular singers. She is very talented. She will be the queen singer one day. She is quite beautiful. One smile is enough to drive men wild. Even the superior people of the Qin kingdom aren't getting many invitations." After saying that, Bald guy went next to Han Sen's ear and whispered, "I am a good friend of Feng Fei Fei. Therefore, I was able to receive this invitation. You are my brother, so I am taking you to meet this pretty woman." "I am not interested." Han Sen rejected him quickly. He had seen many pretty women in his life. To be fair, no human could be as pretty as Ji Yu Qincheng. Feng Fei Fei was pretty, but she was not pretty enough to shock Han Sen. Plus, he had seen Feng Fei Fei before, and she was nothing special. "No way," Bald guy said. "How are you not interested in Feng Fei Fei? Are you?" He stared at Han Sen with a look of confusion. Han Sen's forehead developed black lines. "What are you thinking? I just don't want to waste my time on a woman." "What woman?" "Feng Fei Fei is a woman that populates every man's dreams. Everyone knows that." Bald guy laughed and went on to say, "Plus, this time, many powerful people are going to be there. I have heard many god-blood nobles will be going too. Even if you are not interested in meeting Feng Fei Fei, you should go and meet these people." Han Sen thought Bald guy was right. He did not know much about the Qin kingdom's elites, and he did not know anything about god-blood nobles. It was probably best that he met them. Bald guy sensed that Han Sen was relenting, so he immediately tried harder to convince him. He finally convinced Han Sen to attend Feng Fei Fei's birthday party. While they were at the birthday party, Han Sen learned that the whole story about being a close friend was utter nonsense. They were in a big castle, and there were 1,000 guests. Bald guy was merely one of them, and he was only there to eat and drink. He did not get to see Feng Fei Fei personally. Fortunately, Han Sen was not there for Feng Fei Fei. He ate with Bald guy, who introduced him to the people around. Chapter 3092 Singing. "Do you see that guy who is acting all cocky?" Bald guy asked as he looked in the man's direction. "That is one of the 4 big misters in Jade Wall City. He is Mr. God 1. Han Sen looked over and saw a guy who was very handsome and elegant. He was like a sun surrounded by planets and girls. Seeing his attitude, one assumed he was very polite. He caught the attention of many people. There was no doubt he was frequently the center of attention. It was clear that he was not an ordinary person. "Mr. God 1, why is that name so weird?" Han Sen asked with confusion. God 1 is his title. His real name is Gong Zhen Jun. He has been quite famous since he was a child. He has always exceeded in all of his endeavors, and he has never been anything but first place. That is why his name is God 1. With a look of disdain, Bald guy said, "God 1 thinks he is quite handsome. In reality, he is just a pussy. Only the women who don't know much about him ever take him seriously." "In that case, I am sorry." Han Sen and Bald guy were whispering when someone sat down next to them. It was Mr. God 1. It was unknown when he had arrived next to them. "I think this must be Mr. Han Sen." Mr. God 1 waved at Han Sen. "How do you know my identity?" Han Sen was confused. Mr. God 1 mysteriously laughed. "Jade Wall City's inner circle is very small. It is hard to hide something as big as you. The true demon Mr. Gong Shu Jin was murdered. It is nearly impossible to not know that. It is quite the headline. I can only suppose it was your handiwork." "Mr. God 1, what are you implying?" Han Sen coldly asked. His expression did not change. Mr. God 1 laughed. "Mr. Han, do not misunderstand my intent. I mean you no harm. Although it is merely just a rumor, the Gong Shu family has not revealed how Gong Shu Jin died. Besides, I see the fan that you are holding. I have seen Wanong Yu before. Now, Wanong Yu is missing too. That is why I made a funny implication." Bald guy's expression changed, but Han Sen kept his cool. He looked at Mr. God 1 and replied, "So what? Are you going to try and avenge Gong Shu Jin?" Mr. God 1 shook his head. "Mr. Han, you misunderstand me. Although Gong Shu Jin was one of the 4 misters like me, I had little connection to him. I do not care whether he is alive or dead. I merely approached you to confirm my guess. I also wanted to get to know the elite who was capable of killing Gong Shu Jin. One of the 4 misters wants to meet me," Han Sen lackadaisically said. Wow, I am so flattered. Mr. God one sighed. What for misters? Perhaps commoners think that title is cool, but to real nobles, the name Mr. is just like a singer. It is for people's entertainment, and that's it. The pleasure is all mine to be able to meet Mr. Han. It is merely a shame we met so late. This is not the place to talk. We should talk some other time. Mr. God one bowed and hastily left. Why is that guy so baffling? Bald Guy was confused. He did not know why Mr. God one had come over and said something so confusing and then just left. Han Sen wanted to say something, but the focus of his attention turned to Feng Fei. She had just arrived. She looked vastly different from how she did when Han Sen had seen her in Nightcry Valley. Feng Fei now looked very radiant. She looked as if she had a holy light surrounding her. Her black hair was wavy, and it shone with a holy light. If one looked into her holy eyes, it made them feel shy. It was like it was blasphemous to merely lay one's eyes on her. People with a weak will would have done all they could to avoid her gaze. Feng Fei was surrounded by many nobles. She was like a sun with planets orbiting around her. Although she was a born noble, it did not mask how impressive she was. She was a truly outstanding character. Bald Guy looked at her with drool almost dripping out of his mouth. He said he was Feng Fei's very good friend, but he could not even get close to her. There was no chance of him getting close to Feng Fei. Bald Guy excitedly said, "It is starting. It is finally starting." What is starting? Han Sen asked with confusion. At her birthday party every year, Feng Fei performs a song to thank her guests for coming. Bald Guy looked at Feng Fei, who was on the stage, with extreme excitement. His eyes nearly shifted into the shape of a heart. Han Sen asked, "Can't you see Feng Fei's songs and videos on the internet? What is so surprising?" Bald Head disagreed and replied, "How can that be the same? There is a big difference between live and video performance. This time, it is live. If she combined her God-class gene race, Sonic Phoenix, you would not be able to hear it on the internet." After saying that, Bald Guy stopped. The entire party had become silent. Everything went dark. Suddenly, a woman's voice took the stage. The voice sounded like a fairy from heaven. Upon hearing it, one's heart was captured. It made people helplessly lose themselves in the acoustics of her vocal cords. After a while, a light shone on the stage. As it slowly came into focus, it was in the shape of Feng Fei. She looked like a real fairy. Her entire body seemed to glow with holy light. Her red lips opened. Her voice blared through the arena. It went into people's hearts. They helplessly followed the beat, which kept changing up and down. When the song reached the middle, the place was so quiet that not even the chirp of a bird was heard. Everyone was entranced. They looked at the fairy-like Feng Fei with tears welling up in their eyes. Some of the sensitive women were bawling their eyes out. Is singing a song like this necessary? On her birthday, Han Sen was speechless. Feng Fei's voice was not bad. If she did not have a sonic gene race, she would not have been so effective. He could only say that she was talented when it came to music and used a gene race very well. That didn't matter to him. Han Sen did not understand music much. He only knew how to play a few songs on an ocarina, and he did not play them well. The effects of a gene race did not work on him either. That was why Han Sen thought Feng Fei was not bad. He was not touched by her music. At the party, even the real nobles opened their hearts to her singing. They could have blocked the sonic power, but no one stopped its penetration. They allowed themselves to sink inside it. Everyone looked mesmerized. Han Sen glanced everywhere. He stood out like a sore thumb. Plus, Feng Fei knew him. When she looked over the crowd, she saw him. Why is that guy there? Feng Fei was shocked. He was also not listening to her song. He was looking around, which annoyed her. Chapter 3093 Sonic Attack. Feng Fei was not going to let something so insignificant annoy her, but she still wanted to test Han Sen's mind. She put a drop of mysterious power into her singing. It was the Phoenix voice from the Holy Phoenix. The grudge between Han Sen and Gong Jin was something no one knew more about than Feng Fei. Now, Gong Jin had died. Although it was only a speculated rumor, Feng Fei was suspicious about Han Sen's involvement. She supposed it had something to do with Han Sen, but she did not want to believe it. Seeing Han Sen there, she decided she might as well use her voice to test his fortitude. She wanted to know if Han Sen was telling the truth and if he had the power to murder Gong Jin. Feng Fei was very good with voice and sonic powers. She controlled them well. It was no wonder she was one of the 3 top singers of the Qin Kingdom. She put the phoenix sound power into her voice. As she did so, people believed she was starting to sound better than ever. Han Sen felt as if there was some scary sonic power suppressing him. It was like thunder exploding in his ear. It was like the sound of booming thunder that existed between the sky and the ground. Han Sen frowned. He looked around. Everyone was still enthusiastically enjoying the performance. They did not feel what he was feeling. He knew Feng Fei Fei must have only been doing it to him. Han Sen did not move. The sound was unbearable. It would have been utterly frightening to other people, but Han Sen was able to completely ignore it. All he had to do was focus, and the sound became as quiet as a mosquito. He did not even need a gene race to fight it. When Feng Fei Fei witnessed Han Sen display no reaction, and he even had the audacity to wink at her, she was shocked. She really wanted to win. As she increased the phoenix sound power, it was in her voice. It was like the sound of a phoenix on cloud 9. It started to break the sky. It was like it was going to draw Han Sen into a vortex. Other people could not hear it at all. Even Bald Guy, who was next to Han Sen, had no such feelings. He still looked drunk in the pleasure of hearing Feng Fei Fei's voice. Han Sen looked as if he did not feel anything either. Although he heard the sounds did not affect him in the least. Feng Fei Fei saw Han Sen smiling at her. For some reason, she felt as if the smile was extra spiteful. She powered up the phoenix sound power. So no matter how far Feng Fei Fei increased the phoenix sound power, Han Sen shrugged it off as if he did not hear it. He just kept smiling at her, which made Feng Fei Fei believe her phoenix sound power might have a problem. The song was almost over, but she was still unable to affect Han Sen. It triggered Feng Fei Fei's desire to win even more. When she sang the last sentence, Feng Fei Fei used the Holy Phoenix and combined with her gene skill Phoenix's Cry together. The sonic power of the Phoenix's Cry together was able to break platinum. Although Feng Fei Fei did not try her best, she could no longer hide her sonic powers. Even her voice started to sound weird. At this time, many true elites noticed Feng Fei Fei's voice was a bit strange. They frowned. They looked at Han Sen, who was getting attacked by the center point of that Phoenix's Cry together part. Han Sen behaved as if he could not hear the scary shockwaves. He let the sound wash over him and sat unaffected. He smiled at Feng Fei Fei. Bald Guy, who was sitting next to him, now had to plant his hands on his ears. He looked as if he was in intense agony. He was sitting too close to Han Sen, so he was suffering its effect. Fortunately, Feng Fei Fei was one of the 3 top singers. A scary power like that was still something she was able to hide very well. The power was not strong enough to damage Bald Guy. By doing that, everyone's attention now turned to Han Sen. He and Bald Guy had suddenly become the focus of attention. Everyone held their hurting ears. They looked at Bald Guy, but the people that realized that the problem was Han Sen. He was behaving extremely chill. Feng Fei Fei, the professional singer, was using Phoenix's Cry together to deal with a person who was attending her birthday party. Everyone was interested in who this individual was. Mr. God 1 was looking at Han Sen thinking of something. He smiled. Feng Fei Fei knew it was a bit too much this time, but she could still see that smile on his face. It was so annoyingly wretched that it made her feel awful. If I knew that, I would have tried my hardest with Phoenix's Cry together on the final sentence of the song, Feng Fei Fei thought. The power of Phoenix's Cry together was incredibly strong. If she had tried her hardest, the entire arena would have been affected. At the end of the day, that wouldn't have been what she wanted. Happy birthday, Auntie. After Feng Fei Fei sang the song, a pretty little girl approached the stage with a birthday cake in her hands. She walked in front of Feng Fei Fei. When Han Sen saw the little girl, he was given a fright. His pupils went smaller, and the corner of his eyes became teary. That little girl was only 5 or 6 years old, but she looked just like Shang Yin. It was like a child version of Shang Yin. Impossible. Does that mean Shang Yin died and was reborn here? Han Sen looked at the little girl and felt his eyes become blurry. He thought about what he had been through with Shang Yin and how nice she had treated him. He felt as if his heart had been cut. Although Han Sen could not confirm the little girl was the reborn Shang Yin, he had not heard about her for many years. Thus, she probably had already been reborn. Plus, that little girl looked exactly like Shang Yin. It was difficult for Han Sen not to think that way. Thank you, little Yin. Feng Fei Fei stopped looking at Han Sen. She squatted down and smiled at the little girl. Her name is Little Yin. Han Sen was shocked. Han Sen's heart was like iron, but he got sad sometimes. The touching feelings Shang Yin evoked was something he had never felt from others. While everyone was celebrating, Feng Fei Fei blew the candles out on the cake. It looked like she was everyone's focus. In Han Sen's eyes, the focus was only on the little girl. Is she Shang Yin's big sister? Han Sen felt terrible. He did not know what to feel. Han Sen was planning to leave early, but he stopped thinking about doing that now. He wanted to find a chance to interact with that girl called Little Yin. He wanted to find out if she was little big sister Shang Yin. The little girl remained with Feng Fei Fei, and Feng Fei Fei was perpetually surrounded by nobles. Han Sen and Bald Guy did not have what it took to penetrate that circle. Han Sen could not wait any longer. For the past few years, few things made his heart jump that fast. Now, his heart was beating rapidly. My little dear, do you want her? Then, go get her. If you are willing, I can help you. Do not be afraid. The shadow of the big sky demon appeared next to Han Sen. It was like she was holding him from afar, whispering into his ears. Chapter 3094 Si Ming Demon Race. Han Sen ignored the big sky demon. Although he was very tempted by her offer, if the big sky demon wanted to encourage him to murder, it was not so easy. It seemed as if she could feel the object of Han Sen's gaze. The little girl, standing next to Feng Fei Fei, looked his way. She looked at Han Sen, and the two shared a stare. The little girl appeared shocked. She looked confused. There was a sprinkle of confusion in her beautiful eyes. After a second, the little girl ran from the crowd. She ran toward Han Sen. Everyone's focus was still fixed on Feng Fei Fei. No one noticed the behavior of the little girl. She quickly raced over to Han Sen and checked him out. With confusion, she asked, "Big brother, have we met?" Han Sen's eyes turned very blurry. He was sure the little girl was Shang Yin reborn. Shang Yin was one of Ancient Devil's 8 generals. Han Sen saw her fly in the sanctuaries, and he made a promise that they would meet again. When Han Sen ascended to the next sanctuary, he was unable to find her. He did not expect she had been reborn instead. Han Sen looked at the little girl and replied, "No. My name is Han Sen. What is your name?" "Feng Fei Fei is my auntie. My name is Feng Yin Yin. You can call me Little Yin." Feng Yin Yin saw Han Sen and somehow thought he was very nice. She felt as if she wanted to get closer to him. "You can call me San Mu," Han Sen said. "San Mu, come over here. Let me show you something good." Han Sen was no stranger to Feng Yin Yin's voice. She pulled Han Sen by the hand and took him to a castle. Han Sen did not decline. Bald Guy was shocked by this. He did not expect Feng Fei Fei's niece would get along with Han Sen so well. He stood up too. Everyone was focusing on Feng Fei Fei. No one else noticed them leave. Feng Yin Yin took Han Sen and Bald Guy through a hallway. They quickly reached a garden. There was an old tree in the garden. The tree had many bells on it. They were like flowers, and they were like fruit. There were no leaves. When the wind blew, the tree sounded like a ringtone with rhythm. It was not too loud. It made people feel happy to hear it. Bald Guy was shocked. He pointed at the gently glowing old tree and asked, "Is that the legendary old bell god tree? Is it the legendary top-class sonic gene race?" Feng Yin Yin laughed and nodded. "Yes, it is the old bell god tree, but it is an adult. It cannot be tamed. We moved it here to shower it with the old bell god sounds. That way, we can get sonic powers." After that, Feng Yin Yin pulled Han Sen to sit on the grass beneath the tree. She closed her eyes. "My auntie really loves this tree. She won't let anyone get close, but she loves me more than anything. Only I am allowed to come here, so please don't tell anyone that you came near here." "Of course." Han Sen patted his chest. "By the way, San Mu, where do you live? How can I find you?" Feng Yin Yin asked Han Sen. "I have not been in the capital long. I have not yet found a stable place to live. This is my phone number. If you want to find me, you should call this number." Han Sen gave Feng Yin Yin his phone number. "In that case, you can stay in my house," Feng Yin Yin happily said. If someone else had said that, Han Sen would have rejected without thinking. But this was Feng Yin Yin, so it was hard for him to refuse. In fact, he very much wanted to talk to Feng Yin Yin more. Looking at her was more than enough. Bald Guy looked at Han Sen weirdly and thought, "Is this guy secretly a pedophile?" A purple-clothed woman sneakily walked out of the party. She went to a corner of the castle where no one was nearby. She sat alone in the dark. "The things you guys wanted are here," the purple-clothed woman said. She was like a thief, handing something over to someone. "What took you so long?" The person in the dark accepted the item. The purple-clothed woman said, "Feng Fei Fei is being careful. If it wasn't a bit messy in the celebration, I would not have been able to get it." "Where is my stuff?" In the dark, the man gave the purple-clothed woman a box. He then stood up and left. The purple-clothed woman saw the box and closed it. She carefully put it away. She felt excited and said, "With this God-class Sky Voice 100 Spirit Bird Egg, I, Si-Tu-Ya, will be better than Feng Fei Fei. With Feng Fei Fei's death, there will be a slot for a new singer." After the man in the dark left the castle, he went back to Gongshu Manor. The man was Gongshu Ji's old servant. "Master, I have Feng Fei Fei's hair." The old servant took out a strand of hair. It was contained in a glass bottle. He carefully placed it down in front of Gongshu Ji. "Very good, I have finally got it." Gongshu Ji picked up the hair. He looked murderous. The god spirit blood pulse mark was flickering on Gongshu Ji's forehead. A black shadow appeared in front of him. It was a bronze statue that was around the same height as the average human. It had hair and limbs, but it did not have a face. It looked vintage and weird. "With this hair, I can activate the Ximing demon race's power. She loves her birthday parties, so I want this little B*TCH to die in front of everyone." Gongshu Ji gnashed his teeth. He put the hair on the bronze statue's empty face. The bronze statue suddenly flickered with a weird, green light. It absorbed the hair. At the same time, the bronze statue changed. It started to display a face. If one looked closely, one would realize the face looked like Feng Fei Fei's. It was not just her face. Even the body of the bronze statue started to change. Not long later, it turned into Feng Fei Fei. "Good, Si-Tu-Ya did not lie to us. She got us Feng Fei Fei's hair." Gongshu Ji looked very excited. He stared at the Ximing demon race, which looked just like Feng Fei Fei. His voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth. "My son, you hold on for a bit longer. The woman you liked will be keeping your company very soon." When Gongshu Ji spoke, the eyes of the bronze statue turned red. It was so spooky and weird. It was like a demon. Feng Fei Fei noticed Feng Yin was gone, so she looked for her. It was her birthday, but it was Feng Yin's birthday the next day. After midnight, it would be Feng Yin's birthday. So, she spent every birthday with Feng Yin. After 12, she would give Feng Yin her gift. It was already almost midnight, and Feng Yin was gone. Feng Fei Fei sent people to find her, but they were unable to locate her. So, she went looking for her herself. Feng Yin was in the backyard. Aside from here, there were another two people. One of them was Han Sen, who Feng Fei Fei really despised. Chapter 3095 Villager that has an online shop. "Little Yin, why are you here?" Feng Fei Fei walked in front of Feng Yin. She looked happy as she spoke. She had always loved Feng Yin. Now, it was Feng Yin's birthday. She would not tell her off. Although Feng Yin had brought Han Sen in, the other man with her, she did not show how upset she was. Feng Yin was going to answer, but Feng Fei Fei suddenly shocked her. She said, "Little auntie, your nose is bleeding." Feng Fei Fei was surprised by that. She took out a cloth to wipe her nose. There was some blood smeared across the white towel. "Maybe my nose is too dry." Feng Fei Fei did not think it was anything too strange. She wiped away the blood and took Feng Yin by the hand. "Little Yin, let's go into the lobby. Your birthday starts very soon. I have a very special gift for you." After that, she looked at Han Sen and Bald Guy and said, "You two, come to the lobby. Help yourselves to the food and drinks. Little Yin, it is your birthday today." Han Sen only knew it was Feng Fei Fei's birthday. He did not know Feng Yin had a birthday celebration as well. "After midnight, it is my birthday. San Mu, go and celebrate my birthday." Little Yin held Feng Fei Fei's hand, and she also held Han Sen's hand. She happily went to the lobby. Feng Fei Fei was shocked. She did not know why Feng Yin was being so nice to Han Sen. The way she looked at Han Sen was like she was looking at a bad guy that kidnapped underage girls. Han Sen ignored Feng Fei Fei's mean gaze. Feng Fei Fei kept walking and asked Feng Yin, "Little Yin, since when did you make a friend like this?" "I had no idea, I met him at the party," Feng Yin said. "I have not introduced you yet, but that is fine. You guys can get to know each other later. Let's go to the lobby. I really want to know what kind of special gift you got me." She pulled the two of them into the hall. Feng Feifei had been missing, so many people had gone out in search of her. Feng Yinyin was holding the hands of two people. When she pulled Feng Feifei and Han Sen into the lobby, many people frowned. Si Tuya came forward. She smiled at Feng Feifei and Feng Yinyin as she asked, "Feifei, little Yin, where did you guys go?" "Nowhere. We were just preparing gifts for little Yin," Feng Feifei said. Si Tuya saw Feng Yinyin holding Han Sen, so she asked, "This is?" In the high-class circles of the capital, she had never seen him before. She recognized the bald fellow though. She knew him as Sha Yufei. While Sha Yufei was a student of Mr. Wei, his talents were decidedly average. He did not have much renown. It was not enough for him to be considered one of the upper echelons. "This is San Mu, my friend," Feng Yinyin said. She pulled Han Sen to the main table. At a party like that, wherever people sat was already predetermined. To sit at the main table was something only very prestigious characters of the capital did. Now, Feng Yinyin had pulled Han Sen over to sit at the main table. He occupied a space right next to her. He sat beside Feng Feifei too. Many people thought it was really weird. Si Tuya looked at Feng Feifei with confusion. Feng Feifei performed a shrugging gesture and said, "Mr. Han is little Yin's friend." Little Yin wanted him to celebrate with her. After hearing that, everybody knew Han Sen sitting there wasn't something that had been arranged by Feng Feifei. It was because Feng Yinyin did not know her manners and had brought a friend from the outside. They now understood the situation. Si Tuya looked at Han Sen. She smiled and said, "To be little Yin's friend, you must be a very excellent person. I wonder, which family do you hail from?" "I was born on ancient Big God Mountain," Han Sen truthfully answered. That was where he had come from, in this universe at least. That counted as his birthplace. After hearing that, the expressions on the nobles' faces looked weird. Many people mockingly looked at him. For the people born into a higher class, it was known where their blood came from. If it was good, they would earn a town. Han Sen said he was from ancient Big God Mountain. It proved he was a villager that did not even own a town. An identity like that was only one level higher than a slave. Without a background of prestige, even having a god spirit blood pulse didn't do much. To be a town leader was the best they might one day achieve. Being a town leader meant nothing in that place. Whoever went there owned numerous towns. Si Tuya said, "I did not know Mr. Han came from someplace so far away. You must have big business in Jade Wall City." She looked at Han Sen as if she was smiling, but she was not smiling. She was not picking on Han Sen. He had said Feng Yinyin pulled him there, but he was Feng Feifei's guest. If she could embarrass him, it would embarrass Feng Feifei too. Si Tuya and Feng Feifei were singers. They were best friends. At least, people thought they were best friends. Si Tuya was secretly very jealous of Feng Feifei. If she wasn't, she would not have helped Gong Shuji harm Feng Feifei. Because Si Tuya did a very good job in the service, Feng Feifei thought she was like a good sister. "It is not big business. I have an online shop in which I sell gene eggs," Han Sen honestly confessed. After saying that, Si Tuya and the other nobles looked at him with disdain. An online gene egg shop could be successful, but no matter how good it was nothing mainstream and thought highly of. It was even like that for the Lu Shi shop. The real gene egg shops that sold high-class stuff did not exist solely in cyberspace. "Mr. Han is the same as us," a young man said with a smile. He waved his fan as he spoke aloud. "I am not very good. The gene shop I opened is called Sky. I wonder what your shop is called, and what sort of gene eggs you sell." The way he spoke with Han Sen was not in cheer. It was like he was making fun of a dog or a cat. "My online shop is called Shop," Han Sen replied. "It has not been open for long. It sells Viscount class and Earl class gene eggs." When everyone heard that, they laughed. The young man laughed very hard. "It really is a small shop. You are not going to use a gene egg from your shop as a gift for Feng Yinyin, are you?" "That is what I was planning to do, yes." No one thought Han Sen had the guts to pull out a cheap gift to present Feng Feifei, but he did. "I am really looking forward to seeing your gift," Si Tuya said in jest. She realized the joke might have made her look bad, so she said nothing more. When everyone sat down, the people at the main table carried on with their discussions and ignored Han Sen. Only Feng Yin spoke to Han Sen. They did not all ignore Han Sen on purpose though. It was just because Han Sen was a villager that owned an online shop. Their circles couldn't really mesh well, so the well of conversations people from different circles could have was a bit dry. Therefore, no one spoke to Han Sen. Chapter 3096 Birthday Gift. After Han Sen told them his shop name, Feng Feifei thought it sounded familiar. But she paid in no true mind and did not make the connection. Everyone was talking and laughing. The shadow of the big sky demon suddenly appeared next to Han Sen. She came from behind and held Han Sen's chest. She whispered into his ear, "My little lover, that pretty singer has been doomed by a gene race. She is dying. Do you want to let her die?" "Which one?" Han Sen whispered back at a volume only he could hear. He looked at the pure light salamander in his pocket. While the pure light salamander did react, it was to other gene races. It did not detect the big sky demon. Of course, it is Feng Feifei. She is such a beautiful woman, even I like her. Later, she will be bleeding all over her face. Her skin will fall off. And she will die. What a shame. The big sky demon placed her lips right next to Han Sen's ear. She used a seductive tone to speak into Han Sen's ear. Han Sen looked at Feng Feifei. Although he did not know much about gene races, he had learned a thing or two. He could not tell whether or not Feng Feifei was doomed by a gene race, but he could tell Feng Feifei was not well. Her face looked strangely red. Other people would have thought she had makeup on, such as some blush on the cheeks girls frequently used. Han Sen knew the red possessed an evil power. There was a tint of blood in Feng Feifei's black eyes. One would have been unable to tell it was there if one did not look closely. It was weird. It was like blood snakes were writhing around. Thinking about Feng Feifei suddenly bleeding from her nose earlier, he thought what the big sky demon told him might be true. How do I break the clutch that gene race has on Feng Feifei? Han Sen quietly asked. If it was just the average Feng Feifei having this issue, he would not have cared. But Feng Feifei was Little Yin's auntie, and they seemed close. Han Sen did not want to see Little Yin be upset. Now that he knew this, he could not just sit and watch. It is a seeming demon race, the big sky demon said with a smile. It is a rare god-class gene race. Its master grew this seeming demon race to the ultimate level. If you had noticed sooner, you might have been able to get rid of it. Now, her soul has been wholly consumed by it. You cannot remove its presence now. So, can she be saved? Han Sen asked. The big sky demon sighed and said, "No. If you really like her, I can try to save her. But it will be very hard. I will require your assistance." "How do I help you?" Han Sen asked. "It is very simple," the big sky demon said. "Just use your blood to draw a spell, my love. Put the blood spell on her, then you can remove the seeming demon race power." Han Sen smiled. He did not believe a word big sky demon was telling him. The big sky demon wanted a blood spell to probably go against his own wishes. "My love, if you do not save her, she really will perish," the big sky demon calmly said. "Look at her ears if you do not believe me." Han Sen looked at Feng Feifei's ear. Due to the fact he and Feng Feifei were sitting next to Little Yin, he could see Feng Feifei's left ear was extremely red. It was like she was drunk. It was a red that most people assumed wasn't a problem. When Han Sen looked closer, he saw her ear possess vibrant, strained veins that were spreading like a web. The seeming demon race was something too rare. Even many nobles had never heard of its existence. It was also the best part of the party. No one had noticed something had happened to Feng Feifei. They would have assumed she had become drunk with ease. Although Han Sen knew Feng Feifei had something wrong with her, he did not know much about gene races. He did not know how to erase the gene race power on Feng Feifei. Seeing Han Sen not do anything, the big sky demon sighed and said, "Little loser, you think too much. If you do not want to lose your blood, there is only one other way. You have got a blood ghost spirit gene race. That blood ghost spirit power can suppress the seeming demon race, but it can only suppress it. You cannot completely erase it. For that, you require a special skill." "What do I do?" Han Sen quietly asked. Envy the big sky demon was fast. She told Han Sen the method required. He had no idea what she was thinking. The party went on swimmingly. Once it was past midnight, the place flickered in the glow of fireworks. Everyone was celebrating Feng Yin's birthday. After the celebration, Feng Feifei put a box in front of Feng Yin. She nicely said, "Little Yin, this is a gift." From your auntie. See if you like it. Thank you, auntie. Feng Yinyin opened the box immediately. She did it every year, so she was used to it. When Feng Yinyin opened the box, she saw a gene egg inside it that was shining like a gem. There was even magical music coming out from the gene egg. Feng Yinyin only knew this was a gene egg. She did not know what sort of gene egg it was. Si Tuya saw the gene egg and became extremely jealous. She maintained her calm and said, "Little Yin, your auntie is so nice to you. This is a very famous sonic gene race. It is an autumn cicada. Although autumn cicadas are a Marquise gene race, it is a very rare one. It is especially useful for singers. The autumn cicadas can provide the wielder a very cold, autumnal voice. The voice might be a bit rough, but the songs you sing will be very touching. Many singers want autumn cicadas." The last sentence Si Tuya said was true. She wanted an autumn cicada, but the autumn cicadas were too rare. Although it was Marquise class, to singers, it was more important than a king class gene race. No matter who it was, they would cherish the autumn cicadas. No one would sell it. It was something most people could not buy with money. "Thank you, auntie. I love it." Feng Yinyin grabbed Feng Fei Fei by the neck and kissed her. "I am glad you like it. The autumn cicada actually suits adults more. I was planning to give you a mutant 8 sound bug since that would be more suitable for you, but..." Feng Fei Fei stopped talking. She thought about the mutant 8 sound bug costing 10 million. It was not something she was able to purchase. The young man next to them said, "The 8 sound bugs are not hard to find, but the mutant 8 sound bug is a priceless treasure. It is rarer than an autumn cicada. It will be very hard to find. You already did well for finding an autumn cicada." Everyone said something similar. Feng Yinyin said she liked the autumn cicada too. "I wonder what Mr. Han will provide as a gene race," a woman said. "It cannot be a mutant 8 sound bug." She was making fun of him. That woman was supposed to be on the main table, but Feng Yinyin sat Han Sen in her seat and kicked her away. She felt humiliated, so she hated Han Sen. She could not help but mock him and make him look bad. Chapter 3097 Suddenly muted. Feng Yinyin patted Han Sen's hand and said, "You being here is enough of a gift for me." She did not want Han Sen to feel bad. Han Sen looked at Feng Yinyin apologetically. "Sorry, I did not know it was your birthday today." When everyone heard Han Sen say that, they thought the situation was even more hilarious. The woman laughed and asked, "Who doesn't know Feng Fei Fei celebrates her birthday alongside Feng Yinyin?" Han Sen ignored her. He pulled out a gene egg and presented it to Feng Yinyin. "It means I did not have the time to get a gift box. So, I will give it to you like this. I like it." Feng Yinyin did not know it was a mutant 8 sound bug egg. She just didn't want Han Sen to feel bad, so she smiled at Han Sen and accepted it. That mutant 8 sound bug, Feng Fei Fei, who was next to them, was shocked. She had seen it many times online. She wanted to buy it for Feng Yinyin. She knew about the mutant 8 sound bug. When she saw Feng Yinyin holding it, she immediately recognized what it was. "Really? That is a mutant 8 sound bug egg?" Everyone looked at Feng Yinyin's gene egg with a look of disbelief. They had not thought something like this would happen. After talking about the mutant 8 sound bug egg, Han Sen had handed one out immediately after. "Fei Fei, have you made a mistake in identifying it?" Si Tuya did not know what a mutant 8 sound bug egg looked like. She looked at Feng Fei Fei with suspicion. Feng Fei Fei looked at Feng Yinyin's gene egg. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and asked Han Sen, "Mr. Han, did you say your online shop is called Shop?" "Yes," Han Sen said with a nod. After receiving the confirmation, Feng Fei Fei started to look weird. "Are you the owner of Shop? Does that mean it was your shop selling the mutant 8 sound bug egg?" "Yes," Han Sen said with a nod again. The singer, who was next to the table, said with shock, "I remember now. It was Shop. No wonder it sounded so familiar. I saw it online too. It was a mutant 8 sound bug egg. It was being sold for 999,999,999 and not a cent less. I had a friend that I offered 3 million to, but I was declined. The owner is you, Mr. Han." After hearing her say that, everyone knew that this was the mutant 8 sound bug egg. Everyone started looking at Han Sen a bit weirdly. Si Tuya was a bit jealous now. She did not want to believe this was possible. She smiled at Feng Yinyin and said, "Such a rare gene race. Why doesn't Feng Yinyin hatch it now to let us all see it?" Feng Yinyin looked at Han Sen. He nodded. Feng Yin agreed to do it. She activated her god spirit blood pulse and hatched the mutant 8-sound bug egg. A beautiful, silver 8-sound bug appeared in Feng Yin's hand. It was like a butterfly flying. Si Tuya was even more jealous. I tried my hardest to achieve all that I have today. I have suffered so much to get to where I am, but she receives these things so easily. Why? Si Tuya was incredibly jealous, but her smile managed to fake it. With the mutant 8-sound bug egg for a gift, all the other amazing gifts she received from others paled in comparison. Feng Fei was really suspicious about what Han Sen did. It was such a profound treasure, so she couldn't quite believe he had given it to Feng Yin. She did not know what he was trying to achieve. It was not like Han Sen was trying to befriend her by doing that. When Feng Fei wanted to buy the mutant 8-sound bug off Han Sen, he had not agreed. Furthermore, he had offended Gong Shu Jin by declining. Now, he had merely given Feng Yin the egg. He obviously wasn't doing it for Feng Fei. How did Yin even become his friend? Feng Fei wanted to ask that, but she did not want to ask it at the party. Now, many people were interested in Han Sen's shop. They asked what sort of rare gene eggs he sold. In the universe of kingdoms, humans relied on gene races too much. Everyone wanted a friend who could gather rare gene eggs. Han Sen's answers disappointed them. He said he only owned a small shop that sold low-class gene eggs. The mutant 8-sound bug egg was the best he had in the shop. There were no other gene eggs up for purchase. The nobles did not believe him. If he was able to hand out a mutant 8-sound bug egg for free, there was no chance his shop had nothing else of prestige. Everyone made sure to remember the name of the shop. They were going to check it out sometime. Auntie, why would you? At the party, Feng Yin suddenly pointed at Feng Fei and screamed. Everyone looked at Feng Fei. After they saw her, they were shocked. Blood was coming out from her eyes. The bloody tears rolled down her cheeks. Feng Fei's pretty face looked weird and scary. What happened to me? Feng Fei looked confused. She did not feel anything. She took a mirror out of her purse and looked. When she saw the blood, she was given a fright. Without hesitation, Feng Fei summoned the Holy Sound Phoenix and combined with it. The Holy Sound surrounded her. She had phoenix wings and glowed with a god light. Feng Fei knew she must have had a gene race power afflicting her, but she did not know what sort of gene race might be endangering her life. She used the Holy Sound Phoenix power to protect herself. She hoped that might stop her from getting any worse. Feng Fei quickly realized that it was futile. Her adult god-class Holy Sound Phoenix could not achieve anything now. She did not just have bloody tears. Her mouth, nose, and ears were bleeding. She was like a ghost. Although the Holy Sound Phoenix heir was nearby and she was pretty, she looked very scary. Feng Fei, do not worry. Allow me to help. A handsome young man at the main table looked overbearing. He combined with a giant spirit. He was soon glowing with holy light. He fired holy light at Feng Fei to stop the weird power from damaging her further. His efforts did nothing either. Feng Fei's eyes were blood red, and her god mark displayed a problem. She screamed at the sky. With the Holy Sound Phoenix still with her, frightening acoustic shockwaves were generated. The entire lobby was destroyed. Many nobles reacted quickly. They combined with a gene race to block the shockwave, but many people were still shocked by the scream and bled. Han Sen pulled Feng Yin behind him. He used blood fire to stop the scary sound. The very beautiful lobby had suddenly become something more akin to a landfill. Chapter 3098 Saving People. Feng Fei was one of the 3 top singers. She was very powerful. All of the party guests were high-class people, but many people were injured by her sonic blast. People were using their gene class powers to try and help her, but all attempts were futile. Her body was like a sonic tide. She had a phoenix's body to protect her, but that meant no other powers could come close. That was how powerful she was. Now, that power was able to kill people. The scary power made many elites unable to get close. So, she was not afraid of anything. Feng Fei did not attack anyone. After she screamed, she put out a hand imbued with holy light. She threw it at her face. If she stabbed herself, it would not be just her eyes ruined. Her entire face would be. No, Auntie, Feng Yin shouted. In tears, she started running toward Feng Fei. Han Sen sighed. His body flashed behind Feng Fei. His arms were very strong. They were like a chain around her body. He pulled her arms so she could not bring harm to herself. Their bodies flashed. Han Sen took Feng Fei Fei to a room at the side of the hall and slammed the door closed behind him. He shouted at Feng Yin, who was still out there, "Little Yin, guard the door. Do not let anyone come inside." For some reason, Feng Yin trusted Han Sen a lot. She adhered to his command and guarded the door, not allowing the other elites access to the room. Feng Fei Fei's family members soon arrived. After Feng Yin stopped them, they helped guard the door as well. Inside the room, Han Sen put Feng Fei Fei down on a table. He used one hand to pin her down. He used the other hand to take off her clothes and reveal the red skin. There was a green shadow near her heart. It looked like a lotus flower and was releasing scary air. It was like a flower of death coming to bloom beneath her skin. Han Sen's hand had blood air. He pressed the shadow. His nails broke her skin. He put the blood ghost spirit's power inside of her. When the blood ghost spirit power went into her blood, there were some sort of bronze wires visible within the shadow. They were like hairs. The bronze wires came out of the skin carrying blood. The pain that drilled into her heart made her scream aloud. "Little Yin, this Han Sen guy is mysterious. How can he be in a room with your auntie all alone? Let us in." Si Tuya was in a hurry. She was not worried about Feng Fei Fei's safety. She was afraid Feng Fei Fei might live. If Han Sen stopped Gong Shuji's conspiracy, it might bode badly for her. She was in a rush to go inside. She wanted to destroy Han Sen's plans. She did not want any accidents. Feng Fei Fei had to die, no matter what. Han Sen did not want anyone to go inside. Perhaps the process of recovery could not be interrupted. If she went in, perhaps she could interrupt Feng Fei Fei from being saved. "No, you guys can't go inside. San Mu is saving little auntie." Feng Yin stood in front of the door. She opened her arms, blocking the frame of the door. She did not allow anyone else to get close. "Little Yin, you do not know how evil people can be." Han Sen came out of nowhere. "Perhaps he is the one doing damage to your aunt. We should go and take a look. Otherwise, if he hurts your aunt, it will be too late." Si Tuya saw Feng Yin was unbudging in her resolve, so she said, "If he is really saving someone, why can't he save her in front of us? There is something fishy going on here. We just want to take a look. If he is saving Fei Fei, we won't do anything to stop him." Everyone thought that made sense. They did their best to convince Feng Yin, but she did not listen. She guarded the front of the door and did not allow anyone else to enter. Arg! As this occurred, Feng Fei Fei screamed. That scream sounded weird, and it went on and on. Feng Fei Fei was still merged with the Holy Sound Phoenix. Her voice was soft, but now she was screaming. It did not sound like a horrible scream. It was a moan of suffering. In the middle of all those endless screams, people on the outside displayed weird expressions. People with a dirty mind thought of all kinds of naughty scenes. They did not know there were some bronze wires inside her skin. They were like hair coming out of her skin. It made Feng Fei Fei feel pure agony. She felt itchy and numb all over. What she shouted wasn't something purely placed in pain. That was why her cries sounded so weird. "Oh, no, that asshole must be harassing Fei Fei. Let us in." Si Tuya knew was not happening, but she still said it on purpose. Among the guests, many young nobles had a crush on Feng Fei Fei. After hearing that, they could not hold themselves back, no matter how much Feng Yin barred their entry. After Si Tuya said what she did, the expressions on many men's faces changed. They heard the itch-like moans, which made them think of strange things. "Miss Yin, please let us in," a man said as he walked close to Feng Yin. "If that person is doing evil deeds with Miss Feng Fei Fei, you are harming your aunt." The man was very high class. When Si Tuya heard him say that, she was delighted. "San Mu won't hurt auntie," Feng Yin said with certainty. She was innocent, and she trusted Han Sen. She would never doubt him. "Little Yin does not know anything. We cannot just sit and wait while Feng Fei Fei is brought harm. We should just rush in." Si Tuya went toward the room. Feng Fei Fei's family wanted to stop her, but Si Tuya immediately said, "Little Yin is too young to understand, I get that. But do none of you understand it, either. We just want what is best for Fei Fei. If you guys are worried, we can all go in together." The family members were hesitant. Han Sen was suspicious, and the screaming from the room was very weird. While the family members hesitated, Si Tuya raced inside. She picked up Feng Yin, who was next to the door, and told the people, "Let's all go inside. We cannot allow that scumbag to harm Fei Fei." The nobleman echoed her desire, chanting, "Let's go in. We cannot allow Feng Fei Fei to be brought harm. If he is saving Feng Fei Fei, perhaps we can be of aid." The family members wondered what Han Sen was doing to her too. They did not know if they should interfere, but that noble was of a very high level. While they wondered, the noble, with a few other nobles, followed Si Tuya to the door. Feng Yin Yin was too young. She was picked up by Si Tuya and unable to run. She shouted, "Let me go, I will not let you guys go in. Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop them. Be still, little Yin. We just want to be nice to your aunt." Si Tuya put on a face, suggesting it was good for her. Her hands pushed the door. She pushed on the door, but it would not budge. It was locked. Si Tuya coldly asked, if he did not have evil deeds in mind, why would he lock the door? After that, Si Tuya gathered up power and tried to break the door down. This time, she used all her power to try and get inside. Chapter 3099 Sky Jade Pang. The room's door was blown open by Si Tuya, but no one was able to see what was inside. All they saw was a strong, holy white shadow blocking the door. Pang, pang. Si Tuya could not see what that white shadow was. She felt darkness approach her. Suddenly, the shadow of two legs appeared and kicked her in the face. She went flying away. The white shadow also took Feng Yin Yin from Si Tuya's arms. Si Tuya's face had two red very distinct footprints. Her cheekbones had been caved in. Her nose was broken as she fell before the people. A noble in the back held her and stopped her. As he clutched her, her face was full of blood. Everyone knew it was a holy wen white deer that had kicked Si Tuya. The head of the creature had antlers with holy light. It was as if it was the light from the sun. The white deer put Feng Yin Yin on its back. It blocked the open door and stared at the people. It was quiet and calm. It looked like a white jade statue. Adult holy wen white deer. Someone yelled with shock. God-class gene races were very rare to see, and this one was very unique. Its rank was not particularly high, but it was not something often seen. Growing a God-class gene race into an adult was not easy. It took a lot of monetary investment. Little mister, Han Sen really does have the heart of a wolf. You must save Fei Fei. Si Tuya was in shock. She bled from her mouth as she still tried to play innocent and have others do her bidding. She knew she had sold out Feng Fei Fei. If Feng Fei Fei lived, people would know it was her. Given how popular Feng Fei Fei was with the people, it would only lead to her death. The little Mr. Si Tuya was referring to was the high-class nobleman next to her. He had purple hair that looked like it was glowing. His eyes were like the moon in the sky. His entire body had a mysterious and noble feeling. He looked like some god straight out of a fairy tale. There were a lot of humans on Feng Fei Fei's guest list, but there was only one real nobleman. Si Tuya was severely injured, but she still insisted on trying to trick this man. She believed he was the only one that could stop all this. His name was Do Tien Yu. He was the son of a general. He was a real god blood noble. He had the protection of a god spirit. He was certainly stronger than the average human. Han Sen, even if you are saving people, you must let us see what has happened to Feng Fei Fei. Do that and assure us of her safety. Do Tien Yu let Si Tuya go. He went toward the holy wen white deer. It was not certain what gene race he had combined with, but his body developed a mysterious aura that swirled around him. It almost looked solid. It turned into a holy light that flickered around him. His body grew bigger with every step he took. It made the power and holy wen white deer look small before him. People knew this was just an illusion. Do Tien Yu wasn't actually bigger. It was just because he was so strong that people made the mistake of thinking that. They felt jealous of him. Only the true god blood. Nobles who were blessed by god spirits could possess such a power. That was someone born with noble blood and loved by the gods. Even the adult holy wen white deer was scared before him. If it was not for Han Sen's command, it would have probably run off by now. Every step Do Tien Yu took, he shouted, "Go away." The way he said it was not very harsh, but it seemed powerful. It was very overbearing and suppressive. The holy wen white deer could not help but take a step back. Its body trembled. Because of Han Sen's command, it did not run away. If things are like that, then you cannot blame me for what I will do, Do Tien Yu coldly said. His fist carried a scary god light. He threw a punch toward the holy wen white deer. Si Tuya was watching from the back. Her face was injured, but she looked happy. She remembered that was the Gene Combine skill Jade Demon Punch. Dou Tianyu had combined with the god-class Gene race Jade Crystal Demon. Legends claimed that the punch was indestructible, but it had very soft power. One such punch was able to reduce a mountain into dust. Even so, the mountain would stay still. It would remain complete as if nothing happened. When the wind blew, the mountain would fall apart. It resulted in a sky full of dust. Even god-class Gene races could not accept such a strike. To have been invited to the party, the people there had reputations. They recognized Dou Tianyu's punch. Even if they did not recognize it, they all knew something about it. People thought it was a great shame. It was such a nice holy wen white deer, but it was now going to be blown up. It was soon to be reduced to dust. Seeing the Jade Demon punch hit the holy wen white deer, the room was filled with a red punch power. It struck Dou Tianyu's Jade Demon punch. Boom. After that explosion, people were shocked to discover that Dou Tianyu had been struck by that red punching power. Dou Tianyu's hair waved. His clothes were ruffled. His face had some weird red on it. He had not taken the advantage. How is that possible? He blocked Dou Tianyu's Jade Demon punch. So scary. Han Sen has a big problem. He blocked the Jade Demon punch. Not many people in Jade Wall City can do such a thing. This red light is so weird. What kind of Gene race power is that? Dou Tianyu's eyes glowed. He stared at the holy wen white deer that was blocking the doorframe. He coldly said, "The blood ghost spirit. You have the blood ghost spirit. Who are you?" After he said that, the lobby fell silent. Everyone in the Qin kingdom knew about the blood ghost spirit. Mo Li used the blood ghost spirit, which was 1 out of 3 Gene races, to assassinate the king of the Wei kingdom to save the Qin kingdom. It made him a savior. No way, he is just a villager. How could he have a blood ghost spirit Gene race? Si Tuya could not believe it. Dou Tianyu coldly asked, "If it was not blood ghost spirit, how could any other Gene race cancel my Jade Demon punch in such a fashion? This must be the blood ghost spirit." Suddenly, the many high-class men in the lobby looked weird. They thought Han Sen was just a villager with an online shop. They never expected him to give out a mutant 8-sound bug egg and have Gene races like a holy wen white deer and blood ghost spirit. Even a god blood noble like Dou Tianyu was punched away. How scary was he? "I am just a villager who opened a shop." Han Sen's voice sounded from the room. There was nothing special about it. He was still removing the Ximing demon race from Feng Fei Fei. "If you are not telling us, then I will come in and take a look." Dou Tianyu's eyes possessed a god light. His body flickered. He was like a god spirit going into the room. The holy wen white deer moved aside as Han Sen bid him to. He went in front of Dou Tianyu just as a blood-like punch came from the room. "Very good," Dou Tianyu coldly shouted. His fist emitted a jade light. It was like a sun punching toward the red punch. Chapter 3101 Hand fighting back enemies. Dou Tianyu's Jade Demon punch was so evil and overbearing because a god spirit blood pulse was an exclusive Gene race. The power it was able to cast was more normal than an ordinary god-class Gene race. No matter how overbearing and cruel he was blocked by the red punches. He could not get close to the room. Everybody was shocked. Dou Tianyu and the other god blood nobles used all their powers to attack, but they were still blocked outside the door. They were unable to imagine how powerful Han Sen was. "Interesting," Mr. God once said. He was standing far away, watching Dou Tianyu and the red fists fighting. He was intrigued. Si Tuya was shocked. The stronger Han Sen was, the higher the chance to erase the Gene race power that was claiming Feng Fei Fei's life. To her, this was terrible news. In the room, Han Sen's purple dragon air and red power were combined into one. He waved one fist to block Dou Tianyu outside the door. Another hand was inside the skin of Feng Fei Fei's chest. He was pulling out the copper wires from her chest. All of those copper wires were being pulled out, one by one. The lotus shadow beneath the skin was becoming dim. Feng Fei Fei's red eyes grew dimmer. A bit of clarity returned to her mind. What is he doing? Feng Fei Fei started to wake up. Her body was surrounded by purple and red lights. Han Sen was like a demon god. She was extremely shocked. When she realized what was happening, she was even more shocked. A god blood noble. He is a god blood noble. Feng Fei Fei witnessed Han Sen reaching out a fistful of light. It kept Dou Tianyu at bay outside the door. He did not even look at the door. His eyes were observing her chest the entire time. Chest. When Feng Fei Fei thought of that, she blushed. She saw the bronze wires in front of her chest and knew he was trying to save her life. She felt shy and even more amazed. Han Sen used one hand to keep an elite like Do Tianyu at bay and outside the door. On top of that, he still had the power to fix the scary and weird power that was trying to claim her life. Despite all that, he was doing totally fine. He probably had even more power. That was scary and hard to imagine. Who is he? How did he become little Yin's friend? Feng Fei Fei felt very conflicted. Her pretty eyes looked weird. Outside the door, Do Tianyu summoned a God Spirit combination. He put his God Spirit blood pulse to operate at max capacity. It made his entire body look like a reborn God Spirit. He glowed with powerful God light. Every punch seemed as if it carried a power that could destroy the sky and earth. Even so, he was unable to enter the room. It shocked everyone. All they could do was stand back and watch. What is Han Sen? Who is he? How is he able to fight a God Blood Noble? Is he a God Blood Noble too? No way. I never heard of a God Blood Noble named Han before. If he is not a God Blood Noble, how else is he able to challenge Do Tianyu, who has combined with a God Spirit? Whatever happened today has been way too weird. Han Sen is too mysterious. Feng Fei Fei's voice came from the room. Little mister, please stop. Han Sen is helping me with the wound. He means no harm. Please, everyone, wait outside. Wait until I am mostly healed, and I will thank everyone again. After hearing her voice, Feng Yin was very happy. Auntie, are you better? Little Yin, do not worry. Han Sen is healing me. I should be fine soon. Feng Fei Fei's voice came out from the room again. After she said that, everyone was even more shocked. Han Sen was fighting the Do Tianyu and healing Feng Fei Fei at the same time. That was unbelievable. After hearing all of that, Do Tianyu frowned. His eyes burned with a god light, but he did not strike again. Mr. Han, you are very good. Today is not a good day to fight. Let's fight another day. Do Tianyu looked at the door, turned around, and departed. This fight made Han Sen's name become famous across Jade Wall City. It was not too far-reaching, but it did have many superior people feel slightly worried. Of course, that was because not many people witnessed all of this with their own two eyes. Whoever heard about this thought the rumors had been blown out of proportion and most of it had been made up. Even with a blood ghost spirit, he could not have healed Feng Fei Fei and keep the God Blood Noble Do Tianyu at bay. But Han Sen had also given away a mutant 8-sound bug egg. He had a holy Wen white deer and a blood ghost spirit. People were very curious about the identity of that individual, and they made sure to peruse the stock in his store. They wanted to see what other gene races Han Sen's shop sold. The results disappointed them. Han Sen's shop had mutant 8-sound bugs for sale, but the prices were too high. They were not worth the money they were priced at. Aside from that, there were just some Viscount and Earl class gene races. They were rare, but they were not really good stuff. Some strange people bought some rare gene eggs from the shop. In Gongshu Manor, Gongshuji was frozen. He saw the Ximing demon race, which looked like Feng Fei Fei, releasing black smoke. Suddenly, it no longer resembled Feng Fei Fei. It looked like a faceless bronze statue. Gongshuji's body shook. He coughed out blood. Impossible, that is impossible. Who destroyed the Ximing demon race power? Gongshuji's eyes were full of shock. Master, are you okay? The old servant picked up Gongshuji. I am fine. Go and get Si-Tu-Ya. Ask her what happened. Gongshuji pushed the servant away. He gave the order in a fit of rage. After he said that, Si-Tu-Ya, who had messy hair and a lot of blood on her face, rushed in. She asked, Mister, is your Ximing demon race broken? What did that B*TCH Feng Fei Fei do? Gongshuji madly asked. Si-Tu-Ya's face looked like soil. She knew Gongshuji's Ximing demon race was broken. She told him about Han Sen being able to fight Do Tianyu while healing Feng Fei Fei at the same time. She did not stay and watch Feng Fei Fei come out. In a panic, she ran straight to Gongshuji. Gongshuji's expression changed. Does Han Sen have such power? Mister, what do we do now? Si-Tu-Ya quickly asked. Feng Fei Fei will not let this go. Gongshuji's face kept contorting. A while later, he said, do not worry. I have a way for them to be killed and not be brought back. What way is that? Si-Tu-Ya asked. Mr. Mew always wanted my Ximing demon race and a few other gene races. I did not want to make the trade, but I have to do it this time. Gongshuji had a look of murder in his eyes as he said, my son is dead. It is pointless for me to hold on to these gene races. If Mr. Mew can help us, those two assholes will die. This Mr. Mu you speak of, is he the Mr. that guards Ice Snow God Temple? Si Tuya was shocked and happy. Gong Shuji said, gnashed his teeth and said, yes. Regardless if he can beat Do Tian Yu, against Mr. Mu, he will die. Chapter 3101 Gold Electric Mark. Han Sen had just returned to the hotel when Mr. Yong excitedly said, Mr. All gone, the gene races we sell, aside from the mutant 8 sound bug, people bought them all. Han Sen understood what had happened. He had impressed everyone at the party, and the people in attendance were rich and famous. They probably visited his shop with curiosity. It was nothing out of the ordinary for them to want to buy a few things. Put the mutant 8 sound bug egg down. After everything has been sold out, we should close the store and wait until I bring back more gene eggs. Han Sen was not in the mood to collect more. He was not concerned about earning a lot of money. He only needed enough to get by. Mister, although you are very powerful, if it is only you digging up gene eggs, much of your time will be wasted, Mr. Yong said. We cannot sustainably provide gene eggs, which is not good for our growth. Sen looked at Mr. Yong and asked, what do you mean, old Yong? Mr. Yong surprisingly stated his opinion. We can find a way to get resources and sell them online. Although that will earn us less money, it can be sustainable over a longer period of time. In that case, I will have to depend on you. Han Sen gave his money and authority to Mr. Yong. Mr. Yong was excited. He got ready to impress Han Sen. Before, he had no God Spirit Blood Pulse or any achievements. Now, he had a God Spirit Blood Pulse, and it was a perfect God Spirit Blood Pulse. Mr. Yang's entire body felt refreshed. He felt like a teenager and was brimming with eagerness and energy. By the way, you can have the Holy Wen White Deer now, Han Sen said. He then provided Mr. Yong with the Holy Wen White Deer. If Mr. Yong encountered some trouble when he was not around, he could use the Holy Wen White Deer to bolster his safety a bit. Do not worry, mister. I will work hard on your shop. Mr. Yong was very excited. He never thought there'd come a day he could make use of a God-class gene race. Safety first. Just try your hardest within reasonable means. Han Sen waved and returned to his room. He laid down on the bed and pulled out the stone ocarina. Han Sen sighed and said, when the Destiny's Tower was destroyed, the ocarina little big sister Shang Yin gave me was lost. I am so sorry. Han Sen put the stone ocarina near his mouth and played a song Shang Yin had taught him. It was the same as before. Some smoke came out from the holes. It generated a cloud above it. The sound of crackling electricity was in the cloud. It was also like a whisper. Han Sen had heard that sound many times. He had no idea what it meant. He was really missing Shang Yin, so he did not have the time to analyze those sounds. He just closed his eyes and kept playing. The sounds of the ocarina were quiet and sounded thin. The sonic powers were based on vibrational powers, but the sound of an ocarina made people's hearts feel calm. The soothing sounds of the acoustics calmed people who felt annoyed. Han Sen finished his song and stroked the stone ocarina. He opened his eyes. When he saw the cloud above his head, he was given a shock. When Han Sen played it before, he had heard some godly language speaking in a mumbling fashion. He never understood the meaning of it. This time, he did not just hear the mumbling sounds. He saw gold lightning in the clouds. The weirder thing was that the electric symbols from the lightning were some symbols or text Han Sen had never seen before. He did not know what they were. For some reason, when he saw the electric text, he felt weird. It seemed as if he could read them and understand what they meant. Han Sen was feeling more awake. He stared at the clouds with the gold lightning, trying to remember it. As he did so, he felt more and more shocked. In a second, the lightning started to dim. The god sounds inside vanished, and the collection of clouds vanished. Han Sen quickly took out the stone ocarina again. He was going to play it. The clouds quickly returned. There were some chanting sounds now, but there were no more. Gold lightning symbols. Why is it like this? Han Sen tried it a few times. The results were the same every time. No matter how he played it, even if he tried to blow a whole song, there was still no gold lightning cloud showing up. Han Sen thought, holy crap, it is the same song, and it is the same ocarina. Why is there such a big difference? He tried to think if there was a big difference regarding the song he played earlier. When I played earlier, I did not think that much. I only thought about the past with little big sister Shang Yin. Now, I thought about something else. If there is a difference, that would be it. Han Sen tried to get back into the mood for playing the ocarina. Even if a person had the power to destroy the sky and the earth, emotions were not something that could be controlled. The heart sometimes shook. It might only last a second, but no one could control it. Han Sen did not allow himself to think about it. He could not feel the emotions needed, so he gave up. If what was inside the gold lightning mark was real, that was too shocking. Han Sen thought it was unbelievable. Although he had not read all of the lightning's text, just reading a single word was enough to be shocking. The words were how to create a god. The way to make a god had nothing to do with how to grow a god-class gene race. It was the way to make a real god spirit. Han Sen had only seen one part of it. There was no beginning, and there was no end. That was all he could guess. How do I get the whole text? Han Sen really wanted to figure out how to make a god spirit. He wondered if what was written up there was real or not. Sacrifice God Ocarina. The big sky demon revealed herself before Han Sen. She looked at Han Sen's ocarina and looked disturbingly excited. Han Sen looked at the big sky demon and asked, "Do you know what this thing is?" The big sky demon replied, "It's called Sacrifice God Ocarina. It is an item for a god sacrifice." Her vision never moved away from the ocarina. "I know this is an ocarina," Han Sen said with a frown. "I wanted to ask you what it is for." The big sky demon looked away and smiled. "Just like the name suggests, it is an item for praying to a god spirit." "What else is it for?" Han Sen looked at the big sky demon and did not say anything. From the big sky demon to the ocarina, it was not as simple as she said. The big sky demon laid down next to Han Sen. She used her fingers to tilt Han Sen's jaw. She seductively said, "Do not look at me like that. If you want to know things in detail, that is fine. But you are going to have to spend the night with me. I still have things to do. You can just play with yourself." Han Sen jumped off the bed. The big sky demon did not have to tell him. He was going to figure out the lightning text in the cloud by himself. He would then figure out how to use the stone ocarina. Unfortunately, Han Sen was not very good when it came to music. He only triggered the gold lightning because of his emotions for little big sister Xianxia. He was not able to summon those emotions on a whim. He could not do it again. Han Sen thought, if I can't do it, it does not mean other people cannot do it. If Fang Yinyi really is little big sister Xianxia reborn, she must be talented when it comes to music. Perhaps she can help me uncover the riddle behind this strange ocarina. He planned to ask Xianxia for help. Chapter 3102 Steel Scene. Before Han Sen went to find Feng Yinyin, Feng Feifei had already brought her to where he lived. "San Mu, I had a discussion with my auntie," Feng Yinyin happily said as she tugged at his arms. "You should move into our house." Han Sen looked at Feng Feifei. She smiled and said, "I still haven't paid you back for the favor of saving my life. Little Yin seems to get along with you very well. If you are willing, I would be happy to allow this." "Okay." Han Sen smiled and agreed to the notion. He had something to ask Feng Yinyin, so he did not decline the invitation. Feng Feifei did not expect Han Sen to agree so quickly. She was shocked. "Mr. Han, there is something I would like to ask you," Feng Fei said with a streak of seriousness. "I only have a lobby. I do not have a private study. If you do not mind doing so, please enter my room to have this discussion." Han Sen knew Feng Feifei wanted to talk to him privately, so that was why he said that. Feng Feifei hesitated a little, but she ultimately agreed. "Okay." Han Sen let Zhang Shi take care of Feng Yinyin for the time being while he and Feng Feifei entered the room. Feng Feifei would not have entered a man's room under normal circumstances, but this was a very urgent matter. She did not care too much for how appropriate it was. She checked out Han Sen's room in detail. The decorations were basic. It was just like how the hotel was supposed to look, which disappointed Feng Feifei. She thought people like Han Sen would have some sort of fetish, but it was actually very normal. "You can tell me anything," Han Sen said as he looked at Feng Feifei and sat down on the couch. Feng Feifei had a serious expression as she looked at Han Sen. She bowed and said, "I am here to thank you for saving my life. I am also here to save your life." "What do you mean?" Han Sen looked at Feng Feifei with interest. Feng Feifei did not answer. Instead, she bluntly asked, "Am I correct that it was you who killed Mr. Gong Shujin?" "Let's say I did. What about it?" Han Sen did not deny it. Feng Feifei sighed and said, "Gong Shujin died because of me. I understand if Gong Shuji cannot let me go. If he really wants to kill me, he will kill you too." Are you saying it was Gong Shuji who did that to you at the party? Han Sen was shocked. Feng Fei nodded. I asked a friend to investigate. It was Gong Shuji. He used my best friend, Si Tuya. Otherwise, I would not have come under the control of that gene race without being aware. While I thank you for saving me, this will only drive Gong Shuji to want to kill you more. Han Sen smiled at Feng Fei and asked, if you knew it was Gong Shuji and Si Tuya, why are you letting them walk free? I do not want to let them go, but I can only watch them go. Yesterday, they were invited to Ice Snow City. Feng Fei, upon seeing Han Sen appear confused, explained, Ice Snow City belongs to a god blood noble, Steel Scene. He inherited a god spirit blood pulse and has incredible power. Furthermore, Steel Scene has the kingdom's guard. He is an important character in the Qin kingdom. I am just a singer. Although I am quite famous, no one would dare offend Mr. Steel Scene on behalf of a singer. Why would Steel Scene seek to protect Gong Shuji? Han Sen quietly asked. According to the information I received, Gong Shuji collected many god-class gene races and gave them to Steel Scene. He now has Steel Scene's protection, and he will kill us both. When Feng Fei said that, she sounded sad. If it was just about Gong Shuji, Feng Fei could talk to him. A god-blood noble like Steel Scene was not someone she could afford to enrage. She could not just sweep this under the rug. Some nobles willing to help Feng Fei, but the conditions made her unwilling to accept. Feng Fei sought Han Sen out so the two of them could go against Steel Scene together. Other people did not know Han Sen's strength, but she knew. Han Sen was a god-blood noble. He was not as strong as Steel Scene, but he was not someone that could easily be killed. Plus, in Jade Wall City, Steel Scene was not able to randomly go and murder someone. Han Sen said anything, he looked a bit murderous. It was as if he had just made a decision. Han Sen decided to live with Feng Fei. He did not try to slow this process down. He had Zhangxi and Mr. Yang pack their bags. They went to the castle in Jade Wall City that Feng Fei lived in. On this day, the castle was not very busy. It was rather quiet. Feng Fei had Han Sen occupy an independent sector. Han Sen and Feng Yin went to the garden to play. There was no one around. He took out the stone ocarina and gave it to Feng Yin. Little Yin, see if you can play a song with this. This ocarina is weird, so you need power to operate it. Although Feng Fei had greater power than Feng Yin, Han Sen did not fully trust her. He did not want her to see the gold lightning in the clouds. He only allowed Feng Yin to play with it. Let me try. Feng Yin took the stone ocarina and summoned the mutant 8 sound bug and autumn cicada. The two gene races combined. Combining with two gene races required a lot of will and vitality. Ordinary gene casters exhausted all their strength by attempting it. Feng Yin had only owned two gene races for a little while, yet she was already able to combine the pair. She was very talented. After successfully combining, Feng Yin looked at Han Sen and asked, San Mu, what song would you like me to play? Just play a song that evokes the most emotion, Han Sen quickly said. If he had guessed correctly, it was not a higher pitch in the music that made the gold lightning marks show up. It was all dependent on the amount of emotion that was put in. Feng Yin nodded. She thought for a moment before putting the stone ocarina next to her lips to play it. The ocarina was supposed to sound sad. Feng Yin's performance made people feel refreshed and rejuvenated. Han Sen's ears felt like new after listening to it. As Feng Yin played, some smoke came out of the ocarina. It created a cloud above her head. That cloud had a godly tone. It was like a god demon was praying inside. After a while, Han Sen saw that the cloud had some gold lightning. There was more this time. It turned into the gold lightning mark. Han Sen was happy. He observed the gold lightning marks to understand how amazing it all was. Chapter 3103 Cast God Court. At long last, he had the chance to see the complete gold lightning mark. He now knew the lightning's language was Cast God Court. When he looked further down, Han Sen felt rather strange. The Cast God Court detailed how to create a god. It was not about turning oneself into a god spirit. It was about turning a gene race into a god spirit. A gene race had 3 different stages of growth. They were defined as a juvenile, adult, or ultimate mode. Ordinary gene races would typically become adults, but only the most talented and best of the best could become ultimate. Their power enabled them to cast out unimaginably scary powers. If gene races wanted to grow up, they had to consume a lot of gene race flesh. It was the only way to nurture their growth. It did not matter if it was a god-class gene race or an ordinary gene race like a Viscount. Their biggest aspirations were to reach the ultimate stage. There was nothing beyond that achievement. Even the very rare Big Sky Demon gene race was only able to reach ultimate mode. That was where the evolution of every gene race came to an end. This Cast God Court skill was able to make an ultimate mode gene race ascend one more tier. It allowed a gene race to enter super mode to create a god spirit body. If Han Sen was able to make his gene race become ultimate, they could become a god spirit. That meant he could potentially lead an array of god spirits and even combine with the god spirit bodies. That type of battle power was almost unfathomable to imagine. According to the text, making a gene race become a god spirit was not easy, though. It required god pulse support. The so-called god pulse was the blood dragon god pulse Han Sen already had. It was a born universe life pulse god power. That meant it was a god spirit's original power. With a god pulse element that matched the gene race was also necessary. It was only then that a gene race could get help from the god pulse to aid its evolution. That was when it would become a god spirit that was above average. Even if one had a god pulse and an exclusive gene race, the success rate was still low. Not all gene races could become a god spirit with ease. Han Sen thought that part was interesting, but it did not tempt him too much. He already had a god spirit, but becoming a god spirit was something the world was restricting him from doing. He could not summon it in the universe of kingdoms. The content at the end of the Cast God Court made Han Sen open his eyes wide. The true goal of Cast God Court was not just to make a god spirit. It was to use a god spirit's combination power to break a barrier in space and enter the place where a sky full of worlds with reincarnation were unbound by the rules of the world and set free from the bindings of life and death. They were able to freely enter the reincarnation and sky full of worlds. If I can reach that level, I can just break the space barrier and return to the universe, Han Sen happily thought. The more he looked at the writing, the more Han Sen's face turned dire. According to what the text said, to reach that level, one had to forge a reboot class god spirit and combine with it. The rest of the gold lightning marks revealed a few cases of higher success rates with gene race evolutions. There was 10 Direction Sky World God King and Sky Full of Big Lust Demon God. In short, 10 Direction Sky World God King was World King God. According to legend, it was one of the rare gene races Qin Shu had. The Sky Full of Big Lust Demon God, in short, was Big Sky Demon. It was the gene race with which he had established a strange connection. They all had a chance to become reboot class demon spirits. They were very rare gene races. Even if they did not become god spirits, if they at least reached ultimate mode, their power was enough to fight god spirits. They were naturally very powerful. There were only 5 gene races like that in the Cast God Court. Han Sen hadn't heard of the other 3 before. There were also records about gene races being able to have a chance of reaching that level, but the gene races with a low potential had a lesser chance. Even the chances of World King God and Big Sky Demon succeeding was around 20 to 30%. The chances of other gene races were too low to imagine. I can't believe Big Sky Demon's rank is that high. It can be at the same level as Qin Shu's World God King. This greatly surprised Han Sen. He already knew Big Sky Demon was strong, but he did not suspect she was that strong. Han Sen wondered if the person stirring up a big storm in the Geno universe was World King God under Qin Shu's control. It might have even been Qin Shu himself. Otherwise, that was the only way Qin Shu's blood being blue could be explained. The blood of the humans in the universe of kingdoms was red, so Qin Shu's had to be the same. But World King God's blood was blue. Big Sky Demon takes the stone ocarina seriously. Does that mean she wants to use the Cast God Court to make a god spirit body? Han Sen wondered. After Feng Yin finished playing the song, she realized the clouds and lightning above her head. She was shocked and said, "San Mu, this stone ocarina is weird. Why does it summon flowers and lightning?" Han Sen pulled Feng Yin closer and said, "Little Yin, the stone ocarina and the flower lightning is our secret. Can you please not tell anyone about this? Not even Auntie?" Feng Yin asked. Han Sen seriously replied, "Yeah. Nobody. Only you and I can know." "Okay. This will be a secret between you and me only. I will not tell anyone." Feng Yin reached out her finger and smiled. "Let's make a pinky promise." "Okay. Pinky promise." Han Sen hooked his pinky finger with the finger Feng Yin was extending. Their fingers touched each other. After discovering Caste God Court, Han Sen had hope. Although he knew it would not be easy, there was a chance. The 5 gene races in the information provided were creatures Han Sen could not claim yet. With Big Sky Demon next to him, there was little he could do about it. He did not know where the real body of Big Sky Demon resided. Han Sen thought, although I do not have an ultimate gene race, a mutant god class gene race's success rate for becoming a god spirit is just a bit lower than an ultimate gene race. I have the Blood Ghost Spirit and Gold Wing Peacock King. I can try them, but where can I find a god pulse that suits them? The only thing that matches is the Blood God Dragon and Blood Dragon God Pulse. But the Blood God Dragon is in baby form. I need to make it an adult so it can have a chance of combining with the Blood Dragon God Pulse. Making a god spirit body will not be that easy. Thinking of that, Han Sen looked into his Sea of Soul. He examined the Gold Wing Peacock King. It was still in egg mode. Its evolution had not finished. Feeding it myself is too slow. I do not have that much gene race meat to use. It looks like the Gold-Winged Peacock King has to finish evolving first and use the black crystal armor to make the Blood God Dragon increase. Han Sen made up his mind, but he had no idea when the Gold-Winged Peacock King would finish evolving. While Han Sen was thinking about that, he suddenly heard a noise outside. He stood up and looked out the window. He saw many people wearing uniforms surrounding Feng Fei Fei's castle. Chapter 3104 Sacrifice Copper. Commander Lu, why are you here? What do you need? Feng Fei Fei took along a butler to welcome him in. She stood opposite the king's guards. The king's guard was in charge of Jade Wall City's defenses. There were 14 squadrons of riders in their midst, and there were 14 commanders. The commanders were controlled by Steel Scene. Steel Scene had 2 other subordinates, and that composed the whole of the King's Guard. The 14 King's Guard squadrons were also referred to as the Kingdom's 14 Riders. Every leader was a very special character. The whole of the King's Guard was not entirely commanded by Steel Scene's decrees, but over half the commanders showed unyielding loyalty to him. This team was called the Thunder Lion Riders. They were in charge of the security in that area. The one known as Commander Lu Sanji was one of Steel Scene's favorites. Now, he had brought the Thunder Lion Riders to Feng Fei Fei's house. It did not look like a social call, so Feng Fei Fei looked fairly glum. The Thunder Lion Riders have received a report there might be illicit items in the vicinity. We will need to search this area. So, please cooperate. Lu Sanji was very strong. He was wearing scale armor, and he rode atop a male lion that wielded fire. He looked like some demon god from hell. He looked very scary. Feng Fei Fei frowned and asked, illicit items? What illicit items? That is classified, Lu Sanji coldly said. He waved his hands. Go search but show some care. Feng Fei Fei frowned and said, hang on, Commander Lu. You cannot just barge into someone's residence like this. It is not appropriate. What, are you going to question the King's Guard? Lu Shanji's face did not change. He looked cold. Of course, I will not. Feng Fei Fei knew she should not commit a crime. Going against the King's Guard was practically the same as treason. That crime likely would have led to her death. If you are not, then you should go away. Lu Shanji commanded his soldiers to raid the castle. Feng Fei Fei was forced to call for her people to stand down and avoid initiating a conflict with the Thunder Lion Riders. Otherwise, even if she was not guilty, she would be found guilty. It would have meant she went against the national law that governed the whole of the Qin Kingdom. Feng Fei Fei knew that Lu Shanji was not there for a social visit, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had a lot of fame. She was one of the top 3 singers, but singers were only famous. Her status did not put her above the law. Normally, the nobles respected her. The King's Guard would not have offended her for petty reasons. This was different. If Lu Shanji received the order from Steel Scene, nobody else's respect or authority would challenge it. Unless another big noble showed up, there was nothing she could. Last time, Feng Fei Fei rejected the help of the nobles. It was unlikely that any other big nobles would want to stick their neck out for her now. Lu Shanji did not go search. He just sat on the male lion, parked at the entrance, and waited for his men to finish the search. Han Sen walked next to Feng Fei Fei and asked, what happened? Commander Lu said my house is harboring a forbidden item, Feng Fei Fei said. Han Sen looked at Feng Fei Fei but did not speak. Feng Fei Fei knew what he meant. She looked at Han Sen and asked, how could I hide a forbidden item? I think Steel Scene is merely trying to rattle us. I do not think he is only trying to annoy us, Han Sen coldly said. Feng Fei wished to say something, but she suddenly heard a Thunder Lion Rider soldier kneel in front of Lu Sanji and say, reporting to the commander, we found lots of sacrifice copper in the basement. Feng Fei's face changed as she shouted, impossible. I will take a look to determine if this is true or not, Lu Sanji coldly said. He had his men cuff her. He then took her to the basement. Han Sen followed Feng Fei. She quickly walked to the basement. She looked inside. Some copper products formed a brick shape. The copper looked a bit weird. It was not ordinary copper, that was for sure. It was not yellow copper or purple copper. It had some weird blue color. It looked like blue copper bricks. Feng Fei, you have some cojones on you. Lu Sanji coldly shouted at Feng Fei. You have been hiding sacrifice copper here. Do you know what crime you have committed? Someone set me up. The sacrifice copper is not mine. Feng Fei looked terrified. She stared at Lu Sanji. She did not know if it was Lu Sanji had planted it there and knew about this, or if she had a traitor in her midst. There is nothing more you need to say. Take her to the King's Guards department first. I must examine this with greater care. Lu Sanji waved his hand and coldly shouted, someone get over here. Start packing this all up. Without waiting for Feng Fei, all her men summoned their Gene races to go against the Thunder Lion Riders. They all looked ferocious. It was known that anyone taken to the King's Guards department was subject to torture. Simple torture was only reserved for the lucky ones. If one was unlucky, one never made it out. No one wanted to visit there. It was like going to hell. Feng Fei did not know what to do. No matter how powerful she was, she could not battle the machine of the kingdom unless her career was as great as the singer Zhang Liqing. Many god-blood nobles and kings would have paid attention so that the royal guard would not bully them. Clearly, Feng Fei was not at that level. She did not expect Steel Scene would stoop so low. He wanted to take them all down without a fight. Once he had them taken to the King's Guards department, there would be no chance of them leaving alive. If they fought back, that was treason. They would die horribly. Even if they were able to leave, they could not escape Jade Wall City. Then, it would not just be the Thunder Lion Riders. The entire kingdom would become their enemy. Feng Fei did not have too much hope. She had no choice but to look at Han Sen. Han Sen looked at Lu Sanji and asked, Commander Lu, are you sure you want to take us back? You are Han Sen, right? Lu Sanji looked at Han Sen coldly as he spoke. It looks like you know who I am, Han Sen coldly said. Lu Sanji roughly grunted. It was you who created chaos at Feng Fei's birthday party. I think you are the one who set up Feng Fei. The sacrifice copper is your work. It was a ridiculous accusation. He had even tried to sever Han Sen's connection with Feng Fei. Han Sen knew this must have been Steel Scene's ploy. Before Han Sen could speak, Lu Sanji shouted, what are you waiting for? Take this evil scumbag away. The Thunder Lion Riders' soldiers agreed. They readied themselves to fight Han Sen. Lu Sanji calmly sat atop the male lion. He peered at Han Sen with disdain. He looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. At this time, shouting was heard from the outside. Han Sen, where are you, Han Sen? Everyone looked outside the door. A 13-year-old kid was shouting outside. His face looked like he was very barbaric and ignorant, but he did not look like one of the evil-looking king's guards. He barged in like a little bully from a village. Chapter 3105 The Loser Crown Prince, Mr. Crown Prince. Lu Sanji saw the young man and was shocked. He quickly jumped off of the male lion and kneeled before the Crown Prince. Suddenly, all of the Thunder Lion Riders did the same and kneeled. They all bowed before the young man. The young man did not care for their show. He walked in front of Han Sen and tugged at his hand. Han Sen, why did you come to Jade Wall City and not inform me? If I had not heard about you beating up Do Tianyu at Feng Fei's party, I would not have known that you were in Jade Wall City. The young man was Qin Kingdom's Crown Prince, Qin Bai. He was to be the successor, the future king of the Qin Kingdom. The king only had Qin Bai as a son, so it was only natural for him to be the destined king. The kingdom's palace is not someplace any commoner can go. Even if I wanted to look for you, I would have been unable to enter. Han Sen laughed. I see. That is my mistake. Let's go to the palace together now. Qin Bai pulled Han Sen to leave with him. He was like a big child. In fact, he was a child. He was only around 13 years old. Ordinary kids had fun at that age. Mr. Crown Prince, This guy is involved with hiding sacrifice copper, Lu Sanji quickly said. I need to take him to the King's Guards Department for investigation. What do you mean hiding sacrifice copper? I want him. Can I have him? Qin Bai looked at Lu Sanji with annoyance. Lu Sanji quickly bowed and said, Please forgive me, Mr. Crown Prince. Sacrifice copper is important for this kingdom. It is a matter of the kingdom's reputation. The kingdom has a rule that states whoever stores sacrifice copper is in big trouble. To hold more than 1 kilogram results in execution. There are at least 100 kilograms of sacrifice copper here. His entire family should be slain. Pat. Before Lu Sanji finished speaking, Qin Bai slapped him across the face. Lu Sanji could have dodged the strike, but he did not dare evade the prince. He didn't use any power to fight Qin Bai either. He accepted the slap. His face went red. 5 clearly defined fingerprints were on his cheeks. I am doing stuff. Do I need you to teach me? Qin Bai looked angry as he stared at him. He had an overbearing face that showed he was the boss. He was the poster child of a spoiled brat. The slap made Han Sen happy. Feng Fei Fei was happier too. She had not suspected that Han Sen had a relation with the Crown Prince, Qin Bai. Mr. Crown Prince, the kingdom has its laws, and the family has family rules. The sacrifice copper, Lu Sanji did not dare fight back. He kneeled in front of him, but he did not scurry away. He still wished to speak. Pat. Qin Bai slapped him a second time across his other cheek. This time, he slapped him even harder. Lu Sanji's mouth was full of blood. Lu Sanji opened his mouth, still wishing to speak, but he could not get a word out before Qin Bai smacked him again. The things he wanted to say were forbidden by a slap and a face full of blood. Qin Bai madly shouted at Lu Sanji, This sacrifice copper was put in his house by me. Are you going to kill me too? Are you going to kill my entire family? Lu Sanji's face changed. His body shook. His back developed a cold sweat that soaked into his clothes. He knew the sacrifice copper did not belong to Han Sen or Feng Fei Fei, but he also knew it did not belong to Qin Bai. After Qin Bai said that, he did not say anything to the contrary. To kill the king's family was not some sort of crime that the king's guard leader could commit. Not even a general could commit a crime like that. I wouldn't dare, Lu Sanji said. I did not know the sacrifice copper belonged to the Crown Prince. Please forgive me. He swallowed the blood in his mouth and kowtowed before Qin Bai. He could not afford to commit a crime like that. If you knew you were wrong, then get lost. You are all useless. Qin Bai did not even look at Lu Sanji. He coldly grunted like a tyrant. Lu Sanji was furious. He thought he could capture Han Sen and Feng Fei Fei in one fell swoop. He thought he could take them back to the King's Guard Department. He was to return empty-handed. All he had managed to get was a swollen face. He could not take back the 100 kilograms of sacrifice copper either. Now, Qin Bai was there, and he took the sacrifice copper. There was no way he could take Han Sen. He bowed before Qin Bai and ferociously stared at Han Sen. He gathered his Thunder Lion Rider soldiers and left. Feng Fei Fei and the others were as much shocked as they were delighted. They thought they were going to be killed. Who would have known that the very famous and spoiled Crown Prince would swoop in out of nowhere to protect them all and beat up someone like Lu Sanji in front of everyone? They thought it was amazing Han Sen knew why many people wanted to become king and why everyone wanted to become a tyrant. Being a tyrant or a bad king was better than being a good king. A spoiled crown prince like Qin Bai could do whatever he wanted. He was allowed to be as spoiled as he wanted to be. He could have all the goods and not care about how others felt. Still, what Qin Bai did there made Han Sen and the others very happy. He wouldn't mention anything about him being a loser. Han Sen, you are safe now. Please come back to the palace with me. You are here at a perfect time. You must avenge me. Qin Bai tugged at Han Sen with major excitement as he spoke. Mr. Crown Prince, what happened today is over, but this is not over, Han Sen said with a sigh. I am afraid I cannot come to the palace with you yet. What else do you need to do? I thought I sorted out the sacrifice copper issue for you. Lu Sanji won't dare trouble you again. Qin Bai was surprised. Lu Sanji is just a small character that does the bidding of others. The person that wants me dead is the King's Guard General, Steel Scene. Han Sen explained what happened to him. Gong Shuji should be dead by now. You should have killed him. Now, he has run to Steel Scene, who is in Ice Snow City. This is very bad. Qin Bai looked troubled. Although he could do whatever he wanted to with his authority, it was not as if he was unafraid of things. There were still some things he feared. Aside from the emperor himself, there were a few people who frightened him. Qin Bai was scared of a few grand teachers. They were the only ones who dared to hit him, so he was afraid of them. Regarding Steel Scene, he had quite the position in the hierarchy of the Qin kingdom. Although he did not know much about things, he knew how scary that person was. He might not have feared him, but he would not treat Steel Scene the same way he treated Lu Sanji. He thought about it. Qin Bai suddenly looked quite cocky. He said, "That is fine. You and Feng Fei Fei can go to the palace with me. I do not think Steel Scene will try and get at you by going to the palace." Feng Fei Fei and the others heard his words. She displayed a wry smile. A place like a palace was not somewhere a commoner could waltz in and out of. Even if Qin Bai wanted them to go there, they could not stay there for long. Otherwise, the other superiors eventually would have objected to their presence. They might have even given him a hard time or said things like, "They don't know anything." "Mr. Crown Prince, this has to be sorted out sooner or later," Han Sen said. "If you keep navigating around the issue, it only delays what is inevitable. I do not need to go to the palace, but can I ask you for a favor?" "Oh, just tell me. If I can help you out, I will definitely do so." Qin Bai patted himself on the chest as he spoke. Chapter 3106 Exclusive Si Ming Demon Race. Upon reading Lu Sanji's report, Steel Scene coldly said, "This is ridiculous. Mr. Scene, Han Sen has a special connection with the Crown Prince," Lu Sanji said. "I don't think taking him down will be as easy as we initially presumed." Steel Scene seemed disdainful. He said, "The Big Qin Kingdom was built by the likes of us. Our king is a smart man. He is a good man. He will not allow the Crown Prince to do ridiculous things. We must remove this evil person from existence, lest bad things befall the kingdom through his doing. But the Crown Prince is in Feng Fei Fei's castle. There is nothing we can do." Lu Sanji looked troubled. His face still hurt. He did not dare go to the Feng family's household to try and capture them again. Steel Scene waved his hand. "There is no need to go. If we really want to kill him, we do not need to take him away. We can eliminate him from miles away." "What do you mean?" Lu Sanji asked as he looked at Steel Scene with confusion. Steel Scene smiled. He randomly took out a gene race. This gene race was in the shape of a bronze, old person. It was Gong Shuji's Si Ming demon race. That old guy, Gong Shuji, had a god-class Si Ming demon race. He got it from a mysterious land pulse. It is a fairly rare gene race, and it just so happens to match my god spirit blood pulse. I have looked for him many times to buy it, but he denied my request many times. This time, he came to me. Now, I have this exclusive Sea Mind Demon race. We can try to use it on Han Sen. I have heard the Sea Mind Demon race requires genes from the victim, Lu Sanji said. Han Sen must be on the defensive now, so I don't think obtaining his genes will be easy. Steel Scene looked at the Sea Ming Demon race with obsession in his eyes. That was because it was Gong Shuji using of it. He knows how to dig up land pulses, but he is rubbish when it comes to using gene races. The Sea Ming Demon race is such a powerful gene race, yet it was squandered by this pathetic inability to wield it correctly. If he was half decent, Feng Fei Fei would not be alive. Steel Scene reached out his hand to touch the Sea Ming Demon race. It was like he was touching the skin of a lover. He kept talking to himself, saying, "The power of a Sea Ming Demon race is not something simple. It is fortunate it matches my god spirit blood pulse. I have turned it into an exclusive gene race. That way, it is more powerful." Lu Sanji looked at the Sea Ming Demon race with curiosity. He had never seen one before. Having a proper look at it now, he saw that it was in the shape of a man without a face. When he looked closely, it was not just a simple bronze statue. The bronze man had some blood vessels. They were like red lines that were squiggled all over. "Do you see the red lines?" Steel Scene asked. "That is what happens after the Sea Ming Demon race becomes an exclusive gene race. It has been improved by my Sea blood pulse. Now, the Sea Ming Demon race does not require Han Sen's genes. We can kill him." He extended a finger on his right hand and cut it. He was going to use his own blood. The bronze man did not have eyes, a nose, or a mouth. He wrote down the words, Han Sen, on it. He wrote down the Han Sen's name with his own blood. The bronze man suddenly flickered with a strange blood light. The blood light looked contagious. The Sea Ming Demon race's blood lines lit up. They were getting brighter and brighter. The Ximing demon race kept changing within the weird blood light. It looked like its shape was morphing into that of Han Sen. Steel Scene looked cocky. He said, "The real power of the Ximing demon race is like a fate power of sorts. The low-tier way to use it is to obtain the genes of the foe you wish to eliminate. You can get that from a strand of hair or a flake of dandruff. That is the lowest level of how this is used. The proper way to use it is not that hard. You just need the name of your foe. Then, fate power will work. It will activate the Ximing demon race. Of course, it needs to be the name the opponent always uses. It could be a nickname. The name is just a symbol of fate. If he uses that symbol very often, even if it is not the real name, it will be imbued with the power of fate. It will connect with him. The Ximing demon race is so powerful," Lu Sanji happily said. "Han Sen is so going to die now." When the bloodlines twisted, the bronze person adopted Han Sen's face upon its own. Lu Sanji complimented it, saying, "That really is Han Sen's face. Mr. has a Ximing demon race as an exclusive gene race. You will be improved. You will be more powerful than Sangong." Steel Scene laughed. His power cannot be destroyed by the Ximing demon race. The Ximing demon race is strong, but it does have a weakness. If the opponent is too strong or has a powerful god spirit blood pulse to protect them, the power of the Ximing demon race will not work. It will be consumed. Lu Sanji immediately looked worried. "I have heard Han Sen might be a god blood noble. Will he be immune to the power of the Ximing demon race?" Steel Scene coldly laughed and said, "Even if he is a god blood noble, he will not be as good as my ice snow god's blood pulse. Plus, I have the sea blood pulse in land pulses. With these two blood pulse boons, even if he is a god blood noble, he will die." While he was talking, the Ximing demon race adopted Han Sen's face. Ice Snow Planet was one of Jade Wall City's planets. Ice Snow City was built. Onto it, the center of it had an ice and snow temple. Steel Scene's family had a god blood pulse from Ice Snow God. He was able to talk to and combine with Ice Snow God. It was not like any ordinary god spirit blood pulse. Even a perfect god spirit blood pulse was not as good as the Steel family's Ice Snow blood pulse. That blood pulse was inherited, which meant everyone from the Steel family was born with the Ice Snow God spirit blood pulse. If they wished to combine with Ice Snow God, they had to do it in Ice Snow God Temple. There were many land pulses and gene races on Ice Snow Planet. The Steel family operated Ice Snow Planet, but they did not have businesses there. It was hard to get rich by depending on themselves. Regarding Steel Scene's family, there had been 3 generations. There had also been 3 generations of generals in the King's Guard. With a career like that, Ice Snow Planet had become very rich. Han Sen was walking on Ice Snow City's streets. He was going to the Steel Manor. He saw the 9-foot-tall metal door and a palace-like building beyond it. Han Sen had a cold smile on his face. He did not like trouble. He did not want to trouble others either. If trouble came knocking on his door, he made sure to end that trouble and ensure it never came back to haunt him. Steel Manor was built around Ice Snow God Temple. Han Sen stood in front of the gates and saw the icy-looking God Temple. "Let me go in. Let me see how strong God blood nobles are here." Han Sen stepped forward. He was headed for the Steel Manor's doors. Han Sen was 300 feet away from the gate when the guards started shouting, "This is Steel Manor. Trespassing is not allowed." Chapter 3107 Going to Steel Manor. "Mister, there is a person who calls himself Han Sen here. He is looking for you." Steel Scene was going to activate the Ximing demon race's power. He wanted to kill Han Sen. Suddenly, someone was out there making this report. What? Han Sen dared come to Ice Snow City? Lu Sanji was furious. Steel Scene frowned and asked, "How many people did he bring?" "Just one," the guard replied. "Just one." Steel Scene was shocked. "Mister, that guy must have come prepared," Lu Sanji quickly said. "What can he actually hope to achieve in my manor?" Steel Scene coldly asked. "I want to see what he hopes to do." "Invite him into the lobby." Ice Snow City was his nest. Even top-class elites of the Qin Kingdom were always careful in that place. Now, it was Han Sen, and he was alone. Steel Scene's heart jumped. He put the Ximing demon race, which had turned into Han Sen's face, into his god spirit mark. He had everything prepared. He just needed to activate it and kill Han Sen. But he did not have his genes. Using his own blood to kill someone did have its downsides. If there was a problem, Using the opponent's genes to kill them did not do much harm to the caster. If he used his own blood to kill, and the skill was reversed, he would suffer big damage. After all, using blood to kill was like using Steel Scene's blood. Yet, Steel Scene was able to use his will to lock onto Han Sen. It connected to him, otherwise, it was just a name. Someone might have had the same name as Han Sen. Steel Scene and Lu Sanji saw Gong Shuji and Si Tuya waiting outside. Mr. Scene, Han Sen dared come to Steel Manor, Gong Shuji said while gnashing his teeth. This will be a good chance to eliminate him. Please, go and kill him. Avenge my son's death, of course, but before that, let's hear what he has to say. Steel Scene walked into the lobby. Gong Shuji did not dare deny or say anything rash to Steel Scene, so he said, Mr. Scene, I will go with you. I want to watch him die. Fine, Steel Scene coldly replied. Gong Shuji followed Steel Scene. Lu Sanji was on the other side of him. With one on the left and one on the right, they walked into the lobby together. Si Tuya hesitated to go, but she still followed. Han Sen was admiring a painting on the wall. He saw Steel Scene arrive. He looked at the leader and asked, Are you Steel Scene? Yes, I am Steel Scene. Steel Scene sat on the primary seat. His overbearingness accidentally showed up. He looked at Han Sen emotionlessly and asked, Why have you sought me out? He knew everything about Han Sen. He had watched the videotape Lu Sanji had brought, which was about Han Sen. Had he not, he would have been unable to target Han Sen. I have come here to ask you to kill Gong Shuji and Si Tuya, Han Sen coldly said. If you do that, I can pretend nothing happened regarding the sacrifice copper. I can let bygones be bygones. After hearing Han Sen say that, Lu Sanji shouted, How dare you? Gong Shuji looked at Steel Scene and said, This person is crazy. Please kill him. Steel Scene ignored them. He coldly looked at Han Sen. The Qin Kingdom has its laws. Do you think you can be friends with the Crown Prince and then suddenly be able to do whatever you want? The Crown Prince is not the king yet. Even if he was, he could not disregard the laws and allow evil people to do whatever sordid deeds they wished. I think what you say is quite righteous, Han Sen coldly said. Are you mocking me? Steel Scene had been a superior for a long time. He did not use gene races, but that feeling of superiority made people feel pressured. It was like his eyes had blades in them. People's legs felt soft in his presence. It was a shame that power only worked on others. Han Sen broke the sky and the ground. He had even broken god temples. It didn't work on him. Han Sen ignored him and said, I did not come here on behalf of the Crown Prince. I am here to reason with you. I am just going to ask you again. Are you going to kill Si Tuya and Gong Shuji, yes or no? What if I don't kill them? Steel Scene's eyes were like that of a hawk. They peered at Han Sen. Even without looking mad, his emotions were very scary. Mr. Scene, I do not want too much blood on my hands, Han Sen said with a sigh. Han Sen was being honest. He did not want to kill unless he had to. He preferred solving his problems with as little of a death toll as possible. He did not want to get his hands dirty. From the perspective of Steel Scene and the others, his words had made him seem very ignorant. Lu Sanji and the others had already shouted. Steel Scene was very angry. He laughed and said, Fine. 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 I would like to see you covered in blood in my manor. Han Sen knew this was not negotiable. He stopped talking. He summoned the blood ghost spirit and combined with it. At the same time, he summoned the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse and combined with that too. The blood dragon god spirit blood pulse had purple scales. They wrapped around Han Sen. The blood ghost spirit made his hair very long and red. He also grew a monkey's tail. Han Sen's eyes were affected by the blood dragon god spirit blood pulse and blood ghost spirit. They changed to a weird purple and red color. His body glowed with purple and red as well. It made him look like an evil demon. How dare you use a gene race in Steel Manor? You should die. Lu Sanji combined with a thunder fire lion. His punch had thunder and fire as it came at Han Sen. The thunder fire power turned into a male lion that was pouncing at Han Sen. It was full of scary and explosive power. Gong Shuji hated Han Sen. He attacked alongside Lu Sanji. He combined with a god-class gene race, Yin Wolf. He had leveled it up to ultimate mode. That was his strongest gene race. Gong Shuji's had the ears of a wolf, and his back developed a wolf's tail. His body was covered with black fur. He released a cold, black air. He gathered up power in his hands and reached toward Han Sen's head. That cold, black air changed into the head of a black wolf. Xianxia gnashed her teeth. Her mouth let out some bird sounds. The noises were reminiscent of a lark, but the acoustics created many shockwaves. The shockwaves were like a tidal wave going to the Thunderfire Lion and Black Wolf head. The powers of the Thunderfire Lion and Black Wolf head were doubled. The two scary powers were like a tidal wave buffed by sonic powers. They raged toward Han Sen. Han Sen looked chill as he faced it. He raised a fist. Purple and red air went into his fists. The sound of a dragon's cry was heard. Steel Scene madly shouted, "Oh, no. He really is a god blood noble. You guys should run." It was too late. Han Sen used the blood god dragon combined Gene skill and blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene. His fist released a purple and red head. It roared. It looked incredibly overbearing. It destroyed everything. The Thunderfire Lion and Black Wolf head blew up. The purple and red head still went forward. Chapter 3108 Blood Dragon flying into the sky. Steel Scene suddenly turned into an ice and snow battle god. His black hair was now snow white. His skin was crystallized. His entire body unleashed an aura of cold air. Snowflakes surrounded him. He punched toward Han Sen's blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene, but it was too late. Boom! Lu Sanji and Gong Shuji, who were both up ahead, were blasted away by the blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene's power. It broke the lobby's walls. Xianxia was covered in blood as she retreated. The power of the blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene went on to collide with Steel Scene's ice snow god power. The entire lobby's ceiling was lifted. It was like the lobby in the palace was shattered. Han Sen, do you really dare attack? Steel Scene looked glum. He stood in the ruins of the hall. His head full of white hair was waving. He coldly stared at Han Sen. Many elites in the Steel Manor came rushing in. All of them were unleashing the presence of powerful gene races. They surrounded the entire area. Gong Shuji and Lu Sanji were picked up by people, but their wounds were too severe. They kept gushing blood. Someone used a healing power gene race to patch up their wounds, but the effects were minimal. Mr. Scene, I told you I did not want blood on my hands, Han Sen coldly said. But you just had to be so stubborn, didn't you? I had no choice. Steel Scene was furious. He laughed and asked, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're a god blood noble? I was going to kill you and leave it at that as a gift for the Crown Prince. I guess I won't have to be so thoughtful now. After that, Steel Scene's heart skipped. The Seeming demon race, which looked like Han Sen, appeared. Steel Scene's ice and snow body began to discharge a black mist. His hand touched the head of the Seeming demon race. A scary black smoke covered the sky and went to the Seeming demon race's body. Is that the gene race that harmed Feng Fei Fei? Han Sen looked at the Seeming demon race. He saw the Seeming demon race looked exactly like him, so he quickly recognized what it was. Han Sen, do you dare to make a scene in my ice snow city? That is a death wish, but I will not let you die so easily. Steel Scene coldly looked at Han Sen. The black smoke kept going to the Seeming demon race. The Seeming demon race suddenly bled all over. It was bad. It was like a ghost. It reached out its hand. Its 10 fingers were very sharp as they poked toward its face. The fingers went into its face, piercing through the eyes. The face had 10 bloody holes. The blood oozed out like a spring. I am going to make you skin yourself alive, Steel Scene evilly said. I am going to make you take out your own bones so that the entire world will know what will happen to them if they try to challenge me. He then looked at Han Sen. If this was an ordinary case, Han Sen should have been doing the same thing as the Seeming demon race. He should have been using his fingers to perforate his own eyes and dig into his cheeks. Yet, Han Sen was still stoically standing. Without moving, he gazed in Steel Scene's direction. His expression did not look like it was going to change. He was not using his hands to pierce through his eyes and face. Impossible. Steel Scene was shocked. The Steel family had been in charge of the king's guard for 3 generations. Even a royal blood pulse feared the Steel family. That always lent to his overbearingness. If it was an elite who was famous, Steel Scene would have perhaps been a bit afraid. He would not have just fight them so rashly. Han Sen, on the other hand, was just an outsider. He was a nobody. Even if he had god blood genes, he was just a new noble without a background. Thus, Steel Scene never thought about taking him seriously. Now, Han Sen was even unaffected by the Seeming demon race. Steel Scene was forced to take him seriously. Go to hell, Steel Scene madly shouted. The mist on his body was like a tidal wave headed straight for the Seeming demon race. The Seeming demon race's fingers used all their strength to pierce through the skull. It was like it was going to rip its head in half. Arg! Steel Scene suddenly screamed. Blood spilled. His entire body was tossed away by an invisible power. He struck the wall of the palace. The entire palace proceeded to collapse. The Seeming demon race's power belonged to the element of fate. Even if faced with a god blood noble, with Steel Scene's Seeming demon blood pulse buff, he could have damaged the god blood noble. Han Sen was different. He did not belong to that world. There was no fate for him in that world. The Seeming demon race's power did not work on him. At this time, Steel Scene's face was bleeding. He was like a demon. He stood up from among the palace ruins with a face covered in blood. The Seeming demon race had a lot of black air in it. Suddenly, it went from displaying Han Sen's face to that of the bronze man again. Clearly, the power was broken. It no longer worked. Today, I only came here for Gong Shuji, Si Tu Ya, Lu Sanji, and Steel Scene. I do not want to hurt anyone else. If someone tries to stop me, it means nothing for me to reap a few more souls. Han Sen's body exploded with blood air. He threw a punch toward the heavily injured Gong Shuji. The blood dragon roared. He made the super overbearing sound go with it. It went for Gong Shuji. Help, Mr. Scene. Gong Shuji yelled with shock. He was running away, pleading for aid. It was too late. The power of the blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene power arrived directly in front of him. Gong Shuji's only option was to use his power and try and block it. Boom. Gong Shuji's body, along with the Yin Wolf combined with him, turned into a bloody mist. A few of the Steel Manor guards sought to help block the attack. They only ended up coughing up blood and flying away. It was unknown whether or not they were alive or dead. The absolute overbearing power shocked many of the Steel Manor's elites. That power was more than what people could imagine. Han Sen did not stop there. He looked at Si Tu Ya and stared at the frightened woman. Her legs were soft as she retreated. No, please don't kill me. Han Sen did not say anything. He used his blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene's evil overbearing power. He threw a punch at Si Tu Ya. This time, no one dared to help Si Tu Ya block that scary power. The Scene family and guards all fell back. Si Tu Ya was eaten by the power of the blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene. She also turned into a bloody mist. Han Sen wanted to kill Lu Sanji, but Steel Scene madly ran before him and yelled, "How dare you! Go kill him!" With Steel Scene's order, the guards and family members did not fall back. They gathered up power and went for Han Sen. Steel Scene summoned an exclusive ice snow god Gene race, Snow Mountain God Ape. With the Gene combined skill and Snow God Roar, he went for Han Sen's blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene. Boom. The blood was waving. It was extremely overbearing and destroyed everything. Steel Scene and the other Steel Manor elites fell back. They all looked terrible. The blood dragon god spirit blood pulse power, combined with the exclusive blood god dragon Gene race and blood ghost spirits power buff, made Han Sen stronger than ordinary people. Kill him. I said to go kill him. Steel Scene was very angry. He commanded the guards and family members to kill Han Sen. He then fell back and ran to the Ice Snow God temple. He wanted to combine with Ice Snow God and kill the crazy Han Sen where he stood. He was not going to let him leave Steel Manor alive. Chapter 3109 Ice Snow Goddess Han Sen was not in a rush to chase after Steel Scene. He threw a punch toward Lu Sanji. Lu Sanji was already heavily injured. He was unable to block the strike. With all of the guards and workers there, Han Sen was still able to kill him with one strike via his blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene. The blood dragon flying into the sky weird scene was a very overbearing Gene combined skill. The blood god dragon was still in juvenile mode, but it was still very strong. It was able to kill every opponent that stood in its way. If the blood god dragon reached ultimate mode, Han Sen could not fathom how scary of a creature it would become. Many guards and workers were terrified in Steel Manor. Ice Snow City was far away from Jade Wall City. Teleporters were required to go there. Jade Wall City was connected with that planet, and it was the base of operations for the King's Guard. No one had ever dared to stir up trouble there before. Now, someone was doing just that. He had gone to Steel Manor and made a god blood noble like Steel Scene escape into his god temple. How scary was Han Sen? They were not able to imagine it. The guards and workers knew they were unable to fight, but they still went to tackle Han Sen. No one chose to run away. The Qin kingdom was different from the other 6 kingdoms. Once upon a time, the Qin kingdom had almost conquered the entire universe. When Qin Shu vanished, it became weaker and was almost destroyed by another kingdom. After that, the big Qin kingdom established a system of laws that the previous kingdom's era did not have. A reward and punishment system was put in place. It made the Qin kingdom go from being bad to strong. In the river of time, it was unknown how many kingdoms had risen and fallen, but the Qin kingdom was still developing. It had become one of the 7 big kingdoms. Its law was one of its greatest accomplishments. The laws of the Qin kingdom were far from perfect. The nobles had many special authorities. Compared to the other kingdoms, it was a special case. No matter if a person was a commoner or a noble, if a person spoke, there were laws. They were proud of the laws. Even the current was always challenged by his subordinates due to the law system. The Qin kingdom's laws had a nice side, but there was a cruel side. If the guards and workers had decided to run off, they would not have been the only ones punished. Their families also would have been punished. It was hard to fathom that kind of cruelty. Many people preferred dying to having their families killed. Therefore, they expected to die in this battle. Han Sen understood that. He also did not want to have needless amounts of blood on his hands. After he killed Lu Sanji, the big dragon on his fists roared. It blasted a path toward the Ice Snow God Temple. The 3,000 sets of steel armor could not block the blood dragon flying into the sky. Weird scene's overbearing power. They tried blocking ahead of him, but it blasted a path through all of those guards and workers. No one was able to stand before him and prohibit his advance. Steel Scene had already escaped and retreated into Ice Snow God Temple. He wiped the blood from his face and donned a murderous look. The Steel family were all god blood nobles, and 3 generations of that family had been in charge of protecting Jade Wall City. They were the generals of the King's Guard. Their authority was very high. They had never been humiliated like this before. Now, someone was coming after him and beating him. Steel Scene was very angry. He wanted to kill Han Sen. After he went to the God Temple, he cut open his hand and let the blood drip onto the stone stove on the God altar. He kneeled before Ice Snow Goddess and prayed. He activated his Ice Snow God Spirit blood pulse. Ice Snow Goddess's statue was like a crystal made of jade or some fairy from a cold palace. White veils obscured her face. No one was able to clearly see her face. Only her eyes showed, which made people feel her holiness. People never dared to stare. It was like setting their eyes on her was blasphemy. Steel Scene's body had ice and snow air rising from it. It was like fire shooting into the sky. The god stove emitted an icy fire. That statue looked as if it was being summoned into existence. It reacted with Steel Scene and the god stove. It released scary ice and snow air. Invisible light slowly showed up on the god statue. It was like an ice snow goddess was emerging from a godly place. It had infinite power surging through it. The whole of the Ice Snow God Temple was frozen because of the power. Everything had a layer of ice. Even the air appeared to be frozen. Feeling that scary presence, Steel Scene was very happy. He raised his head and looked upon the god statue. The Ice Snow Goddess's light was clear. It was above the god stove. It was like it was looking down on everyone. Steel Scene quickly kowtowed before Ice Snow Goddess and implored, "Steel family's 9th generation's son Steel Scene, I beg for you to combine with me and defeat an enemy." Ice Snow Goddess had granted the Steel family a god spirit blood pulse. She was the guardian of the Steel family, as well as a partner to the Steel family. As a matter of fact, Ice Snow Goddess was more like the god that the Steel family prayed to. Aside from the 1st generation, when the Steel family's alpha was given approval by Ice Snow Goddess, other family members had to make a request if they wanted to combine with Ice Snow Goddess. They were not able to control it. According to the ancient contract, I grant you unlimited god power until the world ends, a cold, godly voice said. Ice Snow Goddess's light descended on Steel Scene. Ice Snow Goddess's god spirit body turned into ice light snow air. It went into Steel Scene's head. He accepted the invasion of scary power. He stood up and released a cold flame. Han Sen entered the Ice Snow God Temple. He saw Steel Scene had combined with Ice Snow Goddess. Steel Scene stood in front of the god altar. His head had an icy flame. A god spirit, which looked like ice light, had ascended. He wore icy armor. A crystal-looking snow crown was on his head. Steel Scene heard the sound of Han Sen entering. He turned around and looked at the door. When he saw Han Sen, he quickly became murderous. He stared at Han Sen and madly said, "You only have a god spirit blood pulse, yet you act so cocky. Today, I will let you know who was chosen by a god. I will let you see the real person who was chosen by a god. The Qin Kingdom's laws will not be able to deal with you, and I cannot have you. You must live. You must live to watch me break your blood pulse and skin you alive." Steel Scene bit his teeth as he spoke. He was very angry. Throughout the Steel family's 9 generations, they had never been humiliated before. He could not accept that slander. If he did not rip Han Sen apart, the Steel family would be embarrassed. How could he stand before Jade Wall City like that? He was the leader of the King's Guard. If he could not protect his home, how was he supposed to protect Jade Wall City? Steel Scene was furious, but he felt Ice Snow Goddess's power on him deplete. It was strange. The ice armor and crown melted away. The Ice Snow Goddess, which had almost finished the combination process, quickly escaped his body. She floated above the altar. What is this? Steel Scene was shocked. He looked at the shadow of the Ice Snow Goddess upon the altar. In the Steel family's history, this had never happened before. Ice Snow Goddess did not answer. She did not even look at him. She flew to the ground and walked before Han Sen. She bowed and lowered her head to him. "Greetings, Mr. I am Ice Snow Goddess. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you."